Everybody, happy heat wave has broken in Daly City Friday as we got a little Daly City summer fog. I have to start the day with a disappointment. I can't tell you that Bryce Eldridge hit a walk-off grand slam yesterday.
Aww.
It didn't happen. Damn it! I want that to happen every day. So we had to get through a Thursday without a Bryce Eldridge walk-off granny or an OG Anunoby tip-in that still has New York City tilted on its axis. So a chill sports Thursday. Good day for your boy to maybe graduate a kid from high school.
Nice.
And then I'm going to turn around and graduate a kid from 8th grade today. Lots of graduations, Marcus. Lots of family stuff. You had a chill Thursday. Happy Reggae Friday. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. What you got?
Super chill Thursday as the Bay Area is starting to heat up with this heat wave. Should be a great weekend of a lot of sports action to get into, but it is a Reggae Friday, and I believe it's your last Friday of the month of June, Murph.
You will not see me, my friend, until Monday, June 29. What's that with the face? What are you doing there with the face?
I went with the John Cena You Can't See Me because you dropped a You Can't See Me
Isn't
at
that what
6:01 in the
Caitlin
morning.
Clark did that? Didn't she do that to Angel
She
Reese?
started doing it, and then Angel Reese did it back.
So you can't see me.
You can't see me.
Do you do that in like a bar when you're like standing up, like squaring off with a guy? When like things are like, I don't know. What is it? You can't see me?
Yeah, you can't see him. He's literally invisible, Murph. You can't see the man. He'll drop the 5-knuckle shuffle on you.
Marcus, I'm going to go ahead and say, buddy, this is my last Reggae Friday until, how does this sound? July 10.
Wow.
Because Friday, July 3rd is a company holiday.
Oh,
that
that's
week
right.
we work.
Yeah, we're
How
off
about Mike
that day.
Kohler trying to send out the feeler about us working that day?
Yeah, you guys going to work Friday, July 3rd?
He tried to pull the Lee Hammer. People will be out making sandwiches. Yeah.
What kind of stupid question is that?
I wrote right back and just said, you can blank right off.
Yeah, we're not working on July 3rd. You know why? Because the Murph and Marcus show likes America.
Yes,
just
we
like
do.
Patrick Bailey. And
Yes, we
today,
do.
World Cup action. USA gets it going.
I'm excited. 6 o'clock game. You got your, is that your best USA gear
This
right there?
is my USA Kevin Garnett men's hoops national basketball team hoodie.
Well, I got a Navy hat on. Does that count?
It definitely counts.
Naval Academy hat. So it definitely counts. Walt's got his USA hat.
I like America.
Yeah, yeah, we do too. What was the fun story I was going to tell him, by the way? In that soundbite, I'm starting to say, I'll tell you a fun, and then I'm like, yeah, we do too.
Yeah, maybe later.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that
You
Navy
know me
hat,
well enough to know that the story probably wasn't that good.
yeah, it would have been some random digression about how you named your teddy bear after Bernard King or something.
But you know that
Yeah,
one, though.
that's
Yes.
one of my favorites.
Yeah,
one of my favorites. But I will say the Navy cap looking good on you, but not as good as that Navy graduation cap looked on my guy Declan Murphy
I appreciate
yesterday.
your support, buddy, very much. Yeah, so did you guys do this in college? The kids decorate the top of their graduation cap with their college destination.
It was definitely a thing, but no, I did not. I did not bedazzle my cap.
Bedazzle,
Yeah,
good word. You had there's a whole nother story about
dude.
you and the University of Texas that
Yeah.
we're not going to get into.
Oh, dude, but it's a good story.
What
if we want to digress for a couple
if you had
seconds.
gone that far,
I probably should have.
you to carry the bit out on graduation, you should have had.
So I don't
the
think
burnt orange.
Walter knows this story.
I don't think you've ever told it on the air.
Okay, so my senior year, they go around and like the school newspapers like asking like for you to fill out forms like, hey, where are you going next? We want to tell your story. We want everybody to know how to follow you. So me and all my buddies, being the bunch of hooligans that we are, we all lied. We all lied about where we were going to school, and I straight up submitted that I was going to the University of Texas.
Hook 'em.
Just thinking, it'd be like a gaffe, a joke, no big deal. Next thing you know, I'm at like the senior award night, and I have parents that I grew up with, like, Marcus, congratulations on becoming a Longhorn. Congratulations on going to Texas. And so, yeah, I would just walk around, horns up, hook 'em. I ride with Texas. Yeah, my buddy lied about going to the University of Hawaii. Another one said Alabama. We just all lied through our teeth.
Oh, that's hilarious. So the better part would have been if you had bedazzled the cap with the burnt orange Longhorn up there.
I should have bedazzled
Just carried the whole bit all the way through. But yeah, so now the kids, they didn't do this when I was a kid. I could really tell you what I did instead. If you want to know, you all know I am and was a geek, right? You all know this, right?
No, not you.
I know, and still am, proudly. But so me and my buddies had what we thought was a super cool group. As it turns out, we weren't that cool, But at the time, I've told you a little bit. Remember the shirt, the tie, the Varnays, and the standing in line at the movie theater?
Yeah.
Locust 409 was the name of our group. I still don't remember how we came up with it.
What a
Somebody
squad.
came up with it. But we're like, we're going to form a secret society. It's going to be called Locust 409, and we're going to do really cool things like go to a movie, everybody wear blue jeans, dress shirt, tie, and Varnays or Ray-Bans, and stand in line, single file, and don't change your emotion. Don't change your face. How cool is that, buddy?
That's the coolest,
How cool is
Murph.
that?
And like this is pre-social media. Like you guys are not doing this for clicks,
no.
not doing this for a clip, not
We're
doing
just
this
doing
for
just
TikTok.
to dominate.
Yeah, you
and
just want people to feel your presence.
So what did we didn't do the caps in the 80s, but I painted with actual paint on my gown the magic words, Locust 409.
Wow, look
so
at
when
you
I'm
repping.
going across the stage, shaking hands with the principal, getting the picture taken, there's a gown with paint on it saying Locust 409. I might have put it on my cap too. I don't know. So anyway, that's what I did. People are like, oh, where's he going to school? He's going to Locust 409
Locust
University.
409. Now, where does the 409 come
I told
from?
you I don't remember any. I don't know how it.
I mean, it's not even your area code.
Like Reggie Bush, 619.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'd throw 408 on my graduation cap, but I don't know where the 409 is coming from.
So anyway, that's what we did. So Declan did do, and I put it on my Insta and Facebook if you guys all want to see it. I'm proud of that kid. He's more craft. What's the word I'm looking for? Artsy craftsy than I am.
Well, yeah, we all saw you try to draw the Seahawks logo for the KNBR schedule release just a couple weeks ago.
So his idea was to kind of, he did say that he was inspired by somebody else.
And he did it all by himself?
Yeah, he did. I think Candace might help him a little bit.
That's impressive
But
regardless.
he had the red, white, and blue flag diagonally across the hat with the navy gold N on top of it.
Hell yeah.
It's really good.
Can I borrow that to wear for today's World Cup
seriously,
game? Yeah,
seriously. So yeah, he did a good job on that. So anyway, that was that, and all the other kids had some fun doing that. And then the kids went out and I provided I guess I didn't know this. Did you know it's illegal for an 18-year-old in America to buy or smoke a cigar?
What?
Yeah, well, that's what ChatGPT said.
I thought if you're 18, you could buy tobacco products.
Okay, I checked.
Did they change the law? Is it 21 now?
Okay, can an 18-year-old buy or smoke a cigar?
Because I was buying Swisher Sweets at 18 years old. I can tell you that for a fact.
According to ChatGPT, if you're in the United States, including California, an 18-year-old cannot legally buy a cigar. Federal law makes it illegal for retailers to sell any tobacco product, including cigars, to anyone under 21. I get it's a new law.
So they did bump it up to 21.
It's a new law.
Ah, I was unaware.
Come on, stay out of that. I think an 18-year-old can smoke a cigar. So anyway, point is that we provided cigars. It's a tradition. And so I provided my son with a cigar. I lit it for him.
Smoke him
gave
if you
it
got
to
him.
him.
Yeah.
He didn't really know. I think it might have been his first. I don't know what he does in all his off-campus activities.
He only hit it once, but he did inhale.
You know what? It was a good cigar because I took a couple puffs. A good cigar. Are you down with a good cigar?
You know, I wouldn't really call myself a cigar guy because usually when I'm buying cigars, it is Swisher Sweets or Backwoods or some type of cheap cigar that I'm gutting out and filling with other products.
Oh, okay. I got you.
But I have some other buddies who do like to go to a cigar bar every once in a while. I couldn't tell you like what a good cigar is. Like when young Tony left
you don't
us.
just enjoy the civilized, relaxed taste of a good cigar.
That's true. Well, it's like I also don't smoke cigarettes. I've never smoked a cigarette a day in my life.
Interesting.
So I try to stay away from most tobacco products because I'm inhaling so much of other products.
You found your lane.
Yeah, exactly.
Found your lane, yeah.
So when I went to go buy cigars for young Tony when he got his new job at KPIX,
did you get him a cigar?
I had no idea what the hell I was buying. So I walked into like a Bevma. I'm like, hey, you guys got cigars here too, right? He's like, yeah, it's over there. I said, hey, you guys got any Cubanos?
Yeah.
And the guy started staring me down. He's like, what are you, a Fed? What are you, a cop? Apparently you can't buy Cuban cigars in America?
Okay, so this is confusing to me. Forever that was the case. Like forever, since the Cuban Missile Crisis and all that stuff. That I want to say that during Obama, he relaxed it. And Walt says, yeah, I think they were able to bring it in. But then DJD came in and he said, no, we're back against Cuba. So I think there was a brief window you could get. And in fact, the one I gave Declan yesterday, it was a gift from a buddy, and it was a Cohiba. It was a Cuban.
See, that's where I'm confused because the guy at Bevma looked at me like I was crazy. And then I walked over to the cigars and I found like a little 5-pack of Cuban cigars, or at least that's what it said on the package.
The label.
That might have just been like the name of the brand. I don't know if they're actually from Cuba.
Okay, GPT says authentic Cuban cigars are still available in many countries around the world, but in the United States, genuine Cuban cigars cannot be legally imported, bought, or sold. But there are in the U.S. you can find cigars branded as Cuban style.
Ah,
that's what you have.
That's what I bought for young Tony.
Of course, and now we have to cue the Seinfeld. You know, there's the Cuban. There's an entire Seinfeld episode with Kramer and the Cubans. My Cubans. In fact, when the cabin's burning down in the woods, my Cubans. Anyway, so it was fun to see. Listen, I hope I don't get him in trouble. But all the kids were smoking stogies. So Tam High has a beautiful archway that leads into the campus. It's a very beautiful campus, objectively speaking. It was built in 1908. It looks like a small college campus. It's very pretty. Has a clock tower, sloping lawns, arches. It's really nice. But to get to the top of the arches is kind of a deal. But kids were doing it. They were scaling up, and they were. So if you look at the picture I sent you, it's Declan and his buddies. But in the background, there's a whole row of dudes on top of the arches, which we did not do back in the day.
I saw some guys sitting up there.
Yeah. So you would have been one of those guys up there.
Yeah. I'm a troublemaker. I would have climbed the signs, the archways. Did Declan and his boys climb up there for a photo?
Because he's a bigger like he's like a bear.
Yeah, he's
like,
a tall glass of water.
Yeah, trying to maybe scale that kind of stuff is not really his thing. Like pull-ups. I speak for big people everywhere. So I grew up in the era of the presidential fitness test. I think Trump's bringing it back. But we did it, John Kennedy, presidential fitness test. And so they would come to school. They're like, okay, so kids, you're Americans. You're going to be fit. We're going to do a long jump. We're going to do a running. And you got to do pull-ups.
Do some sit-ups.
Yeah. Did you guys do it?
Yeah, we did it when we were like in middle school.
Okay. But anyway, so pull-ups for bigger kids, it's hard when you're a big horse to do pull-ups. Yeah. So these little kids, I'll never forget shout out my kid, Stevie Nolan, who was a little mini mite kid. Dude, just ripping pull-ups, just foo, 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 foo. And then I get up there, dude, and I'm struggling because I was a bigger kid. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's a long way of saying I wouldn't climb the arches.
No, you did
nor
not
would
climb
my kid,
the archways.
Nor would my kids. So kids were jumping down. It's not getting up; it's getting down. Huh. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a great day. As hot as it was going to be, the breeze came in a little bit, cooled us off. The kids made nice pieces. You know, it's beautiful musical performances. These two young ladies and a guy on guitar did a very beautiful rendition of Fleetwood Mac's Landslide.
Nice.
Brought a little tear to the eye.
That's cool.
And then the next group came up and did the little 1990 indie bopper from the Sundays, Here's Where the Story Ends.
Ooh.
Another little sentimental bit there.
Nice.
So the good music performances, a couple speeches, diploma, out.
Was there a surprise musical performance by Somber?
You know what's funny? You say that? So you know about Declan's buddy, right?
Uh-huh. His buddy knows the lead singer from the band,
right?
right?
It's his first cousin.
Oh, it's his first cousin.
No, so in that picture I sent you of Declan and his buddies, the guy standing next to Declan, shout out Hudson, his first cousin is Somber, the guy.
With no E, right?
S-O-M-B-R. And his name is Shane Boos Somber. So that's why the S, it's like S, and his middle name is like Michael. So he chose S-M-B, Shane Michael Boos, and just dropped an O and an R to perform. Now you know.
I did not know that.
Now you know, buddy.
What did Waterboy learn today? we got that one early.
That's it, buddy. Yeah, Save the Somber rejoin for 9:57. Anyway, here's the funny thing. So we had a graduation party with that same group Wednesday night. Shout out to Quinn and Peter hosting the flank steak. And the Knicks game was on, and I'm hanging with Hudson's dad, Johnny, who's Somber's uncle. And so I say to him, we're talking Knicks and him growing up in New York. And I'm like, man, how are you feeling? How we doing? Da-da-da. And he goes, my brother's at the game with his kid. And I said, what? I said, are they courtside? He goes, nah, they're in a suite. He goes, yeah. He goes, mostly they just want to be seen. He just wants to be seen. Just wants to be seen.
Like most celebrities at a basketball game.
So he was like kind of rolling his eyes at his nephew Somber for going to a Knicks game. So
while he's a diehard hanging out on the couch waiting for his flank steak to be ready, sit next to you.
Like his actual question is like, did Somber fully appreciate the tip-in? That's the 808 KNBR. Did Somber appreciate the tip-in? So he also said Somber was there maybe to meet a few girls.
Hey now. So maybe he was hanging out with T Swizzle after the game.
Isn't that the whole point of doing music is to meet the girls?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah, that's why I wish I would have learned how to play guitar.
You don't have that, huh?
No, I don't have any musical talents, really.
The kid who played guitar in Landslide was great. Ren. Shout out Ren. All right, well, now you're all caught up, buddy. And so it was a great day to have a family graduation because there was no sports.
And now you're going to double down and do it again, right?
Yeah, with Rory.
Nice.
Yeah, although that's early this morning at 11:30, which means I can be all cleared up in time for the World Cup tonight. And for the Giants who play at 7:05 tonight, wearing some kind of uniform. I don't know what they're wearing tonight.
It's got to be something. Orange, right? Is it an Orange Friday? What do they do anymore?
Just wear what Willie Mays wore, Willie McCovey. Wear what those guys wore. Anyway, Trevor McDonald, 7:15. I gave you the Saturday time. My bad. 7:15. Landen Roop. Here's the bad news. Remember that freaking guy, Javier Assad?
Oh, I remember.
Otherwise known as the greatest pitcher ever. He's pitching against the Giants tonight at 7:50. They're going to have to crack the Assad code, bro.
Yeah, and bad news is he's starting this game.
Yeah.
He's not coming out of the
Yeah.
bullpen this time.
And then Saturday night, Trevor McDonald versus Ben Brown, who's really good. And then Sunday, 12:10. We don't know why. We should have asked Larry. We didn't. Logan Webb versus Colin Ray. Huh? Is that right? So there you go. 3 games, and they're 28-41, guys. 28-41. We'll say good morning to Walt, who organized a dubious World Cup pool here at work. We'll get the bottom of that. It's a Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
Jerry Seinfeld, please.
Oh, you must be Kramer's guys. Come on in. You got the cigars?
What cigars?
Kramer said I was supposed to bring him back some Cubans.
We are the Cubans.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are approaching the 1-year trade anniversary of Rafael Devers being shipped out from Boston for Kyle Harrison, James Tibbs, and Jordan Hicks. 1 year later, how do you reflect on the trade? And what's the next move Buster should make? 808 KMBR is the number if you want to give us a call or shoot us a text.
All right, the world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and Kalshi is here to trade the entire tournament. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. You know our deal. We have been in love with Bosnia and Herzegovina ever since we heard that banger. And they play today at noon. We're on it. We're on it. They are trading right now. It just went from 20 to 19% while we were talking. I'm not even kidding. They're trading at 4.73%. So, for example, $50 pays out $236. That's how it works. Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Gotta love a Reggae Friday with the tradition of our first rejoin of the day is always Bob Marley and the Wailers. It doesn't mean we can't play Bob again later in the day. It just means, though, we always have to open with some Bob. And what's great about Reggae Fridays, it's encouraged me to spend a lot more time listening to Sirius XM Channel 19, Bob Marley Tough Gong Radio, BMTG. And I hear a lot of pulls that I hadn't heard. I hear a lot of pulls that I wouldn't necessarily hear. For example, Screwface.
Ooh.
A little deeper pull here from the Bob Marley catalog.
Yeah, and now it's making me want to take a couple deeper pulls.
Screwface, interesting song. And one of our deeper pulls, I was trying to do some research as to what is Screwface. And it's like a person who's like a bad vibe, a person who's a bad influence, something who's like a negative thing. And that if you stay Rasta and Jah, you can avoid the Screwface. So there it is.
We got to stay Rasta and Jah to avoid the 2026 Giants, the Screwface Giants.
The Giants are the Screwface of our lives.
Yeah, they are.
So there you go, man. We'll see, man. We'll see what they do tonight. Well, hopefully Trevor McDonald will be the Screwface to Landen Roop. I keep looking at the wrong day. Landen Roop will be the Screwface to the Cubs against Javier Assad. Ben Brown on Saturday and Colin Ray on Sunday for the Giants. Roop, McDonald, and Webb. Look, I'm looking at the clock here, and we might as well dive right in and say good morning to Walt. So, Walt, play those horns, buddy. Let's go.
All easy.
The guest list is sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We are family. Big Walt in his USA hat. How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Good. Got into the World Cup yesterday with nothing else on, but it was great.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been saying for the first 25 minutes, there was nothing on. Bro, the freaking World Cup started yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, there must be people like this guy, what an idiot. So my kids are all in. Like, Declan was dialed in before graduation to Mexico, South Africa. Were you dialed in, Walt?
Oh, yeah. Mexico, South Africa, and then South Korea and Czechia. I was watching that one, too.
A little bit late last night. Well, we might as well go to the studio inside joke, Marcus. A little help here. Walt, of course you were dialed into the Mexico match. I guess it's a running joke here. Walt's Nicaragua squad didn't make it.
No. I don't even know if they have a soccer team, to be honest.
Oh, come on. Are you kidding me?
It's pretty bad. I'm riffing, but it's pretty bad.
Damn, so I'm the only one outside of America who we're all repping that actually has a little bit of skin in the game with Portugal and France in the World Cup.
I mean, you're claiming France.
I'm claiming France. My last name's Boucher. Okay. I get to claim France.
Okay.
Come on. Do it for me, Wemby, and Bochy.
I love baseball.
I like it. Well, you got pretty good skins in those games, buddy. Those two dudes can. I saw somebody took Portugal to win it all.
Oh, here comes Ronaldo. Here comes Mbappe.
Dude, Cristiano Ronaldo, freaking, he's on the Tom Brady plan. He's still going.
Oh, he's still looking great.
I mean, my God, what is he? He's 80 years old. He's still out there doing his thing. But yeah, that's exciting for you. So here's the catch. Walt texted me and said, "Hey man, World Cup pool, $20. You want in?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, I want in."
Yeah,
love me some World Cup, even if my Italy and Ireland didn't make it, and I'm riding with my USA boys. And so I said, "Cool, man, let's go." And then he goes, "Yeah, cool. I'll text you in a bit." So I thought he would text me with some rules of the game.
Yeah.
what we're doing here.
How does this all play out, Walter?
When do I draft? Instead, I just got a text out of nowhere from Walt. Here, let me find this exact text here, Walt. Text out of nowhere from Walt that said it had a list of all of our names and countries after. For example, the text that just says Holler. Qatar, Sweden, Bosnia. Sorry, Murph. Turkey, Colombia, and Portugal. I'm like, wait, why does Holler have 6 countries?
Why does he get Portugal?
Walt. Here's Walt. Haiti. Props, dude. Panama. Egypt. Panama, your rival.
Panama.
Egypt, Senegal, Ecuador, and the Netherlands. I'm like, man, that is Marcus.
Rough.
Iraq.
Yeah.
Czechia.
Damn, I'm down already.
Paraguay.
Dude, I got to root against Team USA tonight.
Croatia, Morocco, and Germany. And I'm like,
the Germans.
and then me. Congo DR. First of all, I didn't know Congo DR. What do you mean? I thought it was just Congo, and then there's the DR where Rafael Devers is from.
Yeah, are these combined forces?
Anyway, Tunisia, Iran, got freaking Iran. My God, Austria, Switzerland, and Argentina.
Oh,
Now,
see, that's good right there, Argentina.
what's the format, bro? Why are we all assigned 6 random nations?
Well, you want to be watching the cup from start to finish, right? I mean, you don't want to just check in at the quarters,
Right. I'm down with that.
So you have to root for Iran and Iraq and,
Well,
and all the
what's
other
the
countries.
format? Like if Iran wins, and listen to me, go Iran. You can cut that. Yes.
Yeah, save that one.
As my kid's going to the Naval Academy, go Iran.
Yeah.
He's probably going to get like busted for that and probably demerits for that.
Yeah, sorry.
But what's my format here? What's my what am I getting points along the way? You didn't explain the rules.
No,
here.
so you're not going to get points along the way. What it is winner takes all. If you have the team, the squad that is drawn out the hat that wins the World Cup, you win the pot.
So
and then if you make the final, you get your money back.
So why did you waste time with you taking Haiti, Derek taking Saudi Arabia, Marcus taking Iraq? Those guys aren't winning the cup.
I mean, it was the comedy behind it.
You don't know that, Murph. You don't know that.
That's why they play the games.
Yes. And yesterday we did the draw here in studio
were you
after you
present
took
for the
off.
draw?
Yeah, I was present.
Okay.
I hung out an extra 45 minutes just to draft Iraq. And then I'm sitting there like, wait, what are we doing? We're picking by tiers. So there's different tiers of when we're pulling names. I'm like, we could have just skipped the first 4 or 5 tiers and gone straight to the top. There's going to be 8 teams that are legit contenders, and we each got one of them.
Okay.
Halfway through, I did think that. I was like, we didn't need to do the back end of the field. But
Well, I would have submitted that every point that you're was it 3 points for a win, 1
Yes.
for a tie? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I just say compile all the points. How about that?
I like that because then the first round matchups actually matter.
That's what I'm saying.
all right.
But right now, you want to change it right now?
I mean, I can. We
Yeah.
only had 2 games in the tournament.
He is the
I
commissioner.
submit that we change it to total points and do so for the group stage. I guess just because they don't assign points after. Oh yeah, you do. So when they get to round to 32, you just get 3 points for a win and 1 for a tie. 1 for a tie if it goes to penalty kicks.
Yeah.
We're making this up on the air as we go.
Good. It's live radio. Let's
I'm
do it.
taking notes, man. I'm taking notes, yeah.
We'll sort it out during the break. All right, what do we got today, buddy?
All right, so starting things off, 7:30, we got Mike Kruko.
Kruku, I believe, if my cousin Mike DeBenedetti is accurate, and I think he is because I double-checked, Mike is getting an honorary degree at the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo graduation tomorrow,
Awesome.
which I'm imagining he's going to go down there for that. I'm guessing. So let's talk about that with Mike in addition to everything else. Yeah. Mhm.
All right, then we got Susan Slusser at 8:15.
From London,
Ooh, live from London.
where England has high hopes. Who got England in our pool? Do you remember?
I
Tim Webb. Tim Webb got
It's
got
Timmy
England.
Webb.
Okay.
All right.
Tim Webb is rooting for England. So like for the Irish perspective, it's just all about rooting against England. Like that's as important as Ireland winning. It's also that way for the Scots. The Scottish. I know Dieter's married to a Scottish gal. I saw a Scottish Instagram post. The guy was on the streets in Edinburgh asking people because Scotland's not good. They're lucky to be there. And if they get out of the group stage, it would be a big deal. It would be a huge achievement for them. The question they were asking was, would you take Scotland getting out of group if it meant England would win the World Cup? Dude, these people were tied up in knots.
Oh.
They were pausing for like 20 seconds. They're like, oh, man. They were dying.
Yeah.
And then eventually they're like, no.
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 How would you answer that question about Ireland?
I'd say no.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah.
No.
You don't
There's
wanna
no
see
scenario
them.
where England wins the World Cup.
No, we don't want to see it come home.
Anything yet.
No.
It's not home.
Yeah, what a home. What are you talking about?
Home BS.
Yeah, exactly.
Home is Italy, where we won it 5 times.
Yeah, well, now you get to root against Tim Webb and your boy Billy Bean once again, correct?
That's great knowledge now. Did you know this, Walt? In 2020, during COVID, I was engaged in a ferocious text war with Billy Bean in the Italy-England European Championship.
True story.
We've kind of lost that a little bit. Thank you, buddy. True story. My friend Megan was saying that was in her head for a while. Yeah, because, Billy and I are old friends, but we don't, contact him once every 5 years or something, And I don't know, for some reason, I just lobbed him a text saying, hey, man, you and me head to head today, buddy. And I thought he might just ghost me for the next 5 years. He wrote back. He's like, bring it on. And so then I was like, yeah, you bring it on. And then he started kind of early in the first 3 minutes, he hit me with flopper. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. So he and I wound up having a flame war the whole time. And Italy won.
Yeah.
In penalty kicks.
How about that, Billy Bean?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Billy?
That's incredible.
Stuff that in your 21-year-old cigar and smoke it. All right, buddy? By the way, where are you with cigars?
I like cigar. I mean, I don't partake regularly, but when there's a cigar around,
It's not a
the
regular thing
moment,
at all.
the
It
moment
always
hits.
has to be somebody providing them.
It's a celebration, right?
Yeah. Somebody's providing them. You're at in my freaking age group, you're at a nice, you're on a golf trip, and somebody breaks them out by the fire pit, you know?
A wedding or something.
Yeah, dude, great day. Here, smoke one. And then you'll do it. You'll do it.
Oh,
then.
yeah, 100%.
Well, I was going to say, isn't it a tradition to have a cigar after your first child or having a child?
That's what it was in the 50s and 60s, and that died out, unfortunately. Because
Still
now,
waiting for my cigar.
Can you imagine
Yeah,
lighting up a
sorry.
cigar in the hospital? They'd freaking throw you in
no, you
cuffs.
can't do that.
They'd spread eagle and frisk you and cuff you. Walt, you hear Walt had a baby? Yeah, and he got cuffed and stuffed.
Yeah, he's in a clinker now.
Yeah, but that used to be the tradition.
It was
you
a
are
tradition,
correct.
yeah.
That's back when, Don Draper was just walking around blowing smoke in everybody's face.
True story.
All right, so Crooks, Susan Slusser from London, yes.
And then we got cooler content where we might visit some of the Scots actually invading Boston. You guys see that over on Twitter?
I did see some of that, yeah. And this is for Dieter. He's got vested interests, yes.
And then we got Z-Man Michael Zagaris at 9:15.
Well, the legend, he took the cover photo of Dusty Baker, and he was at the book signing. I posted on Insta about it, and Z-Man's comment was, Bake is cooler than all the blues musicians he hangs with.
Wow. That's a hell of an endorsement.
From Zagaris.
Yeah, from the Z-Man.
He knows what's up, yeah.
And then we wrap it up with Dusty Baker at 9:30.
Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker himself.
Dusty Baker.
The man on the cover of that book.
That's pretty cool. That's a great way to end a Friday, a reggae Friday. All right, back to that question you asked about Devers. What was the question you asked, buddy?
1 year to the day on Monday will be the 1 year anniversary of the Rafael Devers trade. 808 KNBR, how do you reflect back on this trade? And what's the next trade move the Giants can make to pull off another Rafael Devers blockbuster type move?
Marcus has laid it out. That's Sports Talk Radio, baby. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line on a Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Now Devers hits a high drive into center on the warning track at the wall. Adios, Pelota! Devers goes over the center field wall, and it is 9-3 Washington.
All right, there it is. Rafael Devers hitting a home run. That's good. The other 159 games, not so much. Let's get into it a little bit. The year anniversary of the Devers trade is coming up, and we're sort of asking as a sports talk radio question, man. How you feeling? How you feeling? I mean, I jock blogged about it. By the way, shout out Rita Marley. Good morning, Ja.
Oh,
good morning, Ja.
Good morning, Devers.
Yeah. She's saying good morning, and we say good morning to all y'all on a Reggae Friday here. I did jock blog about it because you're always looking for something to jock blog, and I've just been blown away by this whole thing. I just can't understand it. I wound up falling back on my old pop culture reference. This is all I have. David Letterman used to have a bit called the Museum of the Hard to Believe. He would do really silly exhibits and then say, hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen, and we'd all laugh, right? Like, for example, he's like, this exhibit is called the 10th Justice. Did you know that the 9 Supreme Court justices, before consulting any decision, and he lifts up this flap on the painting, and there's his head of Elvis Presley hovering over the Supreme Court. He said they consult the ghost of Elvis Presley for any decision. The 10th Justice, the ghost of Elvis Presley. Hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we did in the 80s.
I do find that hard to believe.
So,
I definitely do.
So here's my thing. The Giants trade for Rafael Devers, who by any measure, and I crunched all the numbers, he, by any measure, for his age, and again, we can debate, but he was 28 when they traded for him, was the only player his age who was even in his area code was Juan Soto in terms of homers and RBIs. Now, I know Devers started when he was younger, so he compiled those numbers. But even things like OPS plus and OPS, slugging percentage, all these things. Every now and then, Fernando Tatis Jr. and Vlad Guerrero Jr. were near him too. But that's the company we're talking about. Juan Soto, Fernando Tatis Jr., and Vlad Guerrero Jr. This was the cruising altitude he was at for his entire career. And since he's got here, he's been completely off of that pace. For example, here's some numbers I crunched in the jock blog here. For example, his in 9 years as a Red Sox, hit 279 batting average. In 159 games as a Giant, 235. So, bro, that's almost 50 points. 44 points, okay? Red Sox OPS 9 years, 859. 159 games, 1 year as a Giant, 759. 100 points down. 100 points down. His strikeout rate right now of 30.7% would easily be the highest of his career. Every category across the board, down, and in some cases, dramatically down. So, Marcus, I ask you, as I say, this is hard to believe that you can trade for Rafael Devers and go the wrong direction. Is the park in his head? Is he not physically fit? Is he still not comfortable with the trade a year later? And this is going to take 2 to 3 years for him to settle in. The nefarious conspiracy people say, well, he was never that his birth date age anyway. I'm not going to get into that. No. I can't get into that. But that's what the conspiracy theorists say, and that he's older than what am I going to say? I mean, he had in 2025, actually, his numbers with the Red Sox are pretty good. So when I throw you all that data, what do you think?
I think it's been a bit disappointing for the standard of Rafael Devers that we saw with the Boston Red Sox. And Murph, you laid it out perfectly. I've watched this dude a lot in Boston since he was 19 years old. He was an absolute stud. I viewed him as one of the best hitters in baseball. And that's why I was ecstatic when this trade happened last year. As much as I loved Kyle Harrison, as much as I knew James Tibbs had potential as a first-round draft pick, I had no problem getting rid of Jordan Hicks in that contract. I was glad that got thrown in there. But even with all that being said, I was hyped about this trade because the San Francisco standard has been so low when it comes to power hitters. It's like even when you look at the drop off in overall numbers, when you combine last year and this year, 159 games, he does have 29 home runs, which we've all been clamoring for since the days of Barry Bonds. So I still think there's some value to his bat. I still think there's value to having him in the lineup. I think there's value of having him in the organization when it comes to recruiting other free agents to hit above or behind him in the lineup. But the stats are obvious. They don't lie. There's been a drop-off in production. So is it the ballpark factor? I mean, he used to just pepper balls off the Green Monster out at Fenway. Obviously, Oracle Park has different dimensions. That factors in as well. Had a really slow start this year, but also had a slow start last year in Boston also. So it seems like he has been playing himself into better shape as the season has gone on.
His June numbers?
I was going to say May was really good. June, it looks like he's back in that June swoon a little bit. But overall, yes, I got to say, it's been a bit disappointing just knowing the type of player that Devers is and the player that he hasn't been fully for a full consistent season here in San Francisco.
Hard to believe.
Hard to believe.
And then the win-loss total. That's the other one we haven't talked about.
I mean,
the day the Giants made the trade with Kyle Harrison warming up at Dodger Stadium on that Sunday Night Baseball, they were 41-31. They were 10 games over. Do you remember that? Bob Melvin was 10 games over. We were feeling pretty good. They finished last year 81-81. So that means they went 40-50 with Devers in the fold. And what are they right now? They're 28-41. Is that right? So if I'm doing my math, that's 68-91. So that's almost a full year. 23 games under.
Yeah, which is, once again, hard to believe. Now, I say this, but also to me, it feels like in baseball, you can't really stick the record too much to just one single player. And we have 925 this morning checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line saying, I told you jabronis back then, and it's still true now. Devers can't carry a team. And I would circle back to my original answer. Who can carry a team? Like we saw Barry Bonds here in San Francisco. They got to a World Series, but they didn't win it. We just saw Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani with the Anaheim Angels not even make the postseason. So as good as one single player can be, in baseball, it's not like you in a basketball game.
Shohei Ohtani?
Well, what I'm saying, but Shohei Ohtani didn't carry the Angels lineup to the postseason.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad. I meant Dodger.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, but he's not doing it by himself. The Dodgers. He's got Mookie Betts, but still, he needs help. He's not doing it by himself. Yeah. Giancarlo Stanton, Jazz Chisholm, Cody Bellinger. The list goes on and on and on.
So you're saying,
so I'm saying in baseball, it's not like basketball where you can just have LeBron James on the court or Steph Curry.
Won a World Series.
That's what I'm saying. Like to my point, to my examples. You can't really put a win-loss record on one player in baseball because there's so many outside factors from the starting rotation to the bullpen to the other 8 guys in the lineup.
I agree with your general premise. It's still hard to believe
it's still
that they're 23 under.
It's hard to believe they got worse getting Rafael Devers.
I think that's maybe my point.
That's the key.
415 says, after 1 year, it is clear that Devers is not a dude. Remember Buster said Rafael Devers is a dude.
He's a dude. She's a dude.
760 says, clear up some of the roster logjam and deal Devers. Tough pill, but he's not going to get better in the next 7 to 8 years. 925 says, I believe in cycles. The 1 year anniversary of the Devers trade will conclude his down cycle. Let's measure a new up cycle starting now. Signed a fellow Bruin alum. Go Bruins.
Ooh.
Here, 510 says, guaranteed contracts suck. He got paid and relaxed and has no hunger. That is something in sports that is true across any sport you talk about. You know, the greats get paid. And I always go to Tiger Woods in this argument. Tiger Woods had all the money in the world, richer than Croesus, and all he wanted to do was beat your ass. Well, he wanted to do a few other things too, but on the golf course, he only wanted to beat your ass. Like he was the ultimate. I'll say that about Brady too. As crazy as that robot, that AI face is, he all he wanted to do was beat your ass. Yep. And you know, does Devers want to be? Everybody's saying the one thing I said in the book, in the blog, is everybody. You know, I've tried to poke around a little bit, just here and there, asking about Devers. There's no whispers at all that he's a bad dude. In fact, there's a lot of men like he loves the game. He's a fun teammate. You know, if you watch him, because the first few weeks he got here, they're like, he doesn't smile, he's grumpy, da-da-da. He actually's kind of got a little goofy personality.
He does. He's a bit of a goofball.
Yeah.
It's just, unfortunately, he doesn't talk to the media, so we don't really get to see a lot of that.
That's the big thing here. 650 says, Devers is built like Jock Peterson. He needs to get in better shape, and then he'll be fine. 559 said, like Shakira said, the hips and stats don't lie.
Shout out to Shakira yesterday at the World Cup tip-off.
Oh, yeah, I missed that. Darn it. I missed it.
Oh, those hips still don't lie.
Well, listen, out to the phones. Jeff in Santa Rosa, big Giants fan. Called us from Alaska. He likes the Giants so much. Jeff, happy Friday morning. We're talking about the 1-year anniversary of the Devers trade. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Jeff?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Good.
Well, it's a Reggae Friday. We're good.
Yeah, it's a country summer weekend up here in Sonoma County. It's going to be a fun weekend. My take is simple. It hasn't worked. Trade him. Get what you can. I also believe that you should sit down with a Rise and say, hey, are we going to be able to make a long-term deal? If not, trade him. Put Casey at second. You got Odamas at short. You got Chapman at third. And then you leave Eldridge at first. You got a core 4 infield for a long time. And then I think they should trade Matos, too, in left field. Hasn't done his job.
Elliot Ramos.
I don't think he's a good outfielder.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. You've just made a couple of big moves, and I don't know what you've replaced them with. Because the one thing I'd say about trading Devers, and I understand that. I do. You're getting out, from a long contract, et cetera. First of all, number one, I think you're going to have to eat a lot of it. Mm-hmm. So I don't even know really how those things work between front offices. Do the Giants say we're going to eat 80% of it, 60% of it? I don't know. Because some team would see some value in his bat. My gosh. But the other part is as I'm so hell-bent on how he hasn't been performing, all of a sudden I'm looking at a lineup without Devers in it, and I'm not as excited.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I'm with you. And I get
Thank you, Jeff.
There is a question to be have about who the Giants should sell at this year's trade deadline. But my question is, what are you getting in return for Rafael Devers? 1 year after giving up on James Tibbs and Kyle Harrison, are you going to be able to replenish those type of prospects? Or should you let this play out and maybe see what Devers does over the next 2-3 seasons, and then maybe we circle back to the trade conversation then?
Yeah, okay, so listen. It's topic today for sure. I'm looking at the clock. We should probably break. Yeah. Speaking of trades, John Morosi's out there throwing out names. I don't know what's going on with this whole thing you guys are talking about. You're going to have to explain this to me. We'll get into that. Mike Krukow at 7:30, Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria because the soccer is here. It started last night. USA plays tonight. Perfect time to have Amici's deliver a bunch of pizzas and wings to your home, or go out to an actual Amici's, one of our awesome locations with big screen TV showing the match, and just make it a part of your soccer over the next few weeks. Every afternoon and evening, there's games. So let's go with pizza, thin crust, East Coast style. Let's go with Detroit style, crispy caramelized edges. Let's go with the pasta, the penne alla vodka. And shout out to my guy Stan Tim before I pop off for 2 weeks. Minestrone. He loves the minestrone. That's for you, Tim. Anyway, so what do? You order off the app, download the app, or you order at amicis.com, AMICIS.com, or you go to the restaurants and enjoy the big screen TVs. So listen, it's an awesome few weeks coming up here. Always going to be games on the TV. Always going to be a reason for you to have pizza delivered. Enjoy the soccer. Enjoy the pizza because Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. Reggae Friday sounding good. The fog is burned off here in Daly City. Yes, sir.
Oh, little J-Bug on a Reggae Friday. Ganja Fama.
Why not?
Deep down in the earth where we put me ganja.
Herb is a plant.
Yes, it is.
You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Giants Cubs tonight. Will you be out there?
Oh, I'll be out there tonight.
But it's opposite your Kevin Garnett USA hoodie.
See, this is true, and I'm trying to figure out the game plan for tonight because USA plays at 6, I believe.
6 p.m.
So I'm going to try to get out there early, find a bar to watch the game, and then I'll eventually get over to Oracle Park for Cubs Giants.
There are bars around the ballpark.
There are. I mean, it's no Wrigleyville, but it is. It is down
By the
in
way,
Mission
did you
Bay.
think about buying a T-shirt? Because they got about 7 million
Bro,
T-shirts for sale.
They had some really good
They're funny.
and funny T-shirts.
Yeah. Did you think about it?
A lot of funny ones, yes, but with my travel issues that I told you about off the air, I didn't want to be lugging around extra luggage.
Okay, all right. What was the best one you would have bought?
Oh, good question. I was looking everywhere for just the 120 shirt that you
didn't
told me
have it,
about.
huh?
I didn't see it.
So-
I saw a couple guys wearing them, but
Okay,
I didn't
you did.
see them selling them. I thought that one was pretty
That's
good.
a good one, yeah.
They had a Step Brothers T-shirt of PCA and Sia Suzuki on it together. I thought that one was pretty funny. There was a lot of like F the Packers shirts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
A couple Steal Your Face Cubs logo
okay.
T-shirts.
All
Thought
right.
about
Well,
Paulie Mack when I was
they
out
did
there.
play their final Fairly Well show in Chicago
Yeah,
at
so
Soldier
they
Field.
had some good shirts out there.
Actually, Jerry's last show with the Dead before he died was in Chicago.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the
Did not
connection.
know that.
Yeah, sad to say. We still miss Jerry to this day. I'll never forget. I was covering a 49er practice. It was in August of 95. And we're just out there. They did 2-a-days back then. Oh, by the way, they used to let the media watch practice. Spoiler alert, they still won the Super Bowl.
How'd they do it with you watching every snap, Murph? How'd they do it?
Unbelievable. It's like, it's insanity. But the late Gary Swan, who he lost, came walking out. He had called his desk just to get a story assignment before the afternoon session, and he walked out. I'll never forget. He was chewing on a pen, and he goes, you know what my desk just told me? What? He goes, Jerry Garcia died. And we were like, what? It was really surreal. It was crazy. You know, he was in his 40s, I think. I didn't have to check his age. But anyway, I digress. The point is that Chicago was where they played their last gig before he passed away. The one I got that was funny, I think I gave it to Paulie and Kate or somebody. I don't think they ever wore it, though. It was the Chicago Blackhawks logo, but instead of the Native American face, it was Bill Murray's face.
Oh, nice.
Thought that was pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, right?
Nice.
Had the feathers coming out
I like
and
that
everything.
one. I like that one. Actually, one of my favorites is a new one they had at the ballpark because this was capitalizing off of an incident from a couple weeks ago. Pete Crow Armstrong.
Oh, yeah, with the White Sox?
With the Chicago White Sox
What'd
fans.
it say?
They just had a T-shirt that was hashtag SMFDBPCA.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can spell it out and you
They're
can figure
coming
it
out.
out.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That's the aggressive one.
That's how they
Yeah.
get down in Chicago. Shout out to the 12-year-old kid who flipped off Jack Loader in the bleachers.
Loader claims that kid might have been 10.
Yeah, he might have been even younger.
Yeah. You know,
I was just hoping he was a little leaguer.
one thing, I mean, there are a few, but there's not many. San Francisco, we just don't have that great T-shirt market with those guys outside selling just classic, funny T-shirts. Fenway has it big time, too.
Yeah.
Fenway and Wrigley have it.
I miss the Oakland Coliseum parking lot and guys just like hustling T-shirts out of their back pocket.
Yeah.
And they were like trying to avoid the cops, but those were always the coolest T-shirts.
I mean, there are guys on the Embarcadero who are just selling standard Giants gear at quote unquote discounts, if you know what I mean. Maybe not perhaps the everything above board, but it's just standard Giant stuff.
Yeah,
it's not really funny, creative stuff.
I've seen a couple like Let Timmy Smoke T-shirts and stuff like that. You can find those up
that's
the
about
Embarcadero.
as edgy as we get. Yeah. So anyway, speaking of those Giants, we teased it, and we'll deliver on the tease here. John Morosi from MLB Network was talking about, as we begin to get into mid-June here, some stirrings around the trade deadline, which is not July 31. It's August 3rd this year. August 3rd. Any early movement. We just spent last segment talking about the Devers trade, which happened a year ago this weekend. So Morosi threw this out. Tell me what you think.
Logan Webb is still under contract through 2028. Robbie Ray, Luis Arraez, they are the more obvious candidates to be moved. But Logan Webb, when you look at the big picture of this team, you have to ask yourself, based on the National League West, how likely is it that the Giants are competing for a World Series title right now? Look at your screen. The answer is no. The Dodgers lead the division. D-backs, Padres are both better. The Giants still have a pretty hefty payroll, and their performance is not lining up. So Logan Webb, who grew up around Sacramento, grew up rooting for the Giants, Lauren, this is his team. You remember covering that great playoff series, Giants-Dodgers, several years ago, but the Giants have not been able to get close to getting back to that point. So when you imagine the trade deadline, let's say hypothetically, the Tigers go on some kind of a run and are still competitive and can't quite move Tarek Skubal. Well, very easily the Giants can say, hey, look, Logan Webb is under contract for 2 more years. Those prospects you were thinking about giving to the Tigers for Skubal, guess what? Here's Logan Webb. He's under contract for 2 more full seasons. Send us the prospects.
Oh, I see.
That
Working.
scenario could be in play by the later part of July.
Damn. So John Morosi coming with an argument about Logan Webb that I entirely reject. My God. This is me. You guys can come at me, 808 KMBR, but I just can't go there. And every time it comes up, and it's come up a number of times in the last few days, I keep asking, what does this team need? It desperately needs quality starting pitching.
Badly.
What are you doing by trading Logan Webb? You're trading your best starting pitcher. This makes no sense unless, and this is something the Giants, they are blowing it up for a 3 to 4 year rebuild, which that is something that has never been on the table.
Trading Logan Webb would, for me, be really the first sign that this organization would be waving the white flag, and then they would have to blow up everything. Then we do entertain the discussion of trading away Rafael Devers, Willie Adames, getting rid of Matt Chapman with the no trade clause. Like literally moving on from everybody. But I don't think they're going to blow this all up. And I don't think you should trade away Logan Webb, even though he will get you more in return trade value-wise than a guy like Robbie Ray, who's on an expiring contract, and Logan Webb is a better pitcher than Robbie Ray. But I also think Logan Webb is one of the best bargains in baseball right now. Like, I was just doing a quick search, AAV, average annual value. Logan Webb is not even a top 25 paid pitcher in baseball. Like, he's making like $17.5, $18 million per year AAV. Well, I know the money moves around year to year.
AAV.
I'm an AAV guy.
AAV is 18.
I just try to do the simple math, Murph. I'm not like, oh, he gets 25 this year, 22 this year, whatever.
Look where it got you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he signed a
now I'm on air.
5-year, $90 million.
And when they signed that deal, I thought it was a great value for Logan Webb. So I think price point, when we're talking about being cost effective, as we heard a couple weeks ago, Logan Webb is a absolute steal, and this is a guy that you want to build your rotation around. Now, the question for me is, with 2 years left on his contract, he's currently 29 years old. He'll be 31. I still think there's another contract for Logan Webb even beyond this current contract. He's not a guy that relies on high velocity. We know he's all sinker, slider, changeup combinations. Like, this is a guy, in my opinion, that's going to pitch until he's at least 34, 35, maybe even beyond that. So, in my opinion, you keep Logan Webb. You build around Logan Webb. You bring in another ace that can be 1A to Logan Webb's 1B, and you go from there. Like, to me, getting rid of Logan Webb means you got to get rid of everybody. And then what? We're going to watch Bryce Eldridge be the only dude we can root for over the next 5 years?
I'm with you. I mean, we're agreeing on it. I wish we had more conflict to create sports talk radio fire here, but I'm in agreement with you on all this. And I'll get to this. I'll go another step further. I'm spinning ahead to the draft on July 11, which I don't know what they're going to do, but you keep reading about Grady Emerson, the high school shortstop, or some other position player. I forget who it is, but this kid, Jackson Flora, out of UC Santa Barbara, is supposed to be the best pitcher in the draft, and he had a great. Why are we not drafting this guy? The Giants have drafted well on position players. I was poking around last night. You know who's going off is Johnny Level.
Dude,
going off.
Dude, he got called up
he's up
to
at Eugene and he's raking.
and he's still smashing the ball.
By the way, he's 19.
Yeah.
He's 19.
Uh-huh,
So anyway,
but
point is they got position players.
Yes, they
we
do.
Talked about
a lot of middle.
We talked about Dakota Jordan's been going off, right? We talked. There's a catcher in AAA now, Drew Kavanaugh, who just got called up, who's playing really well. You're not hearing this about pitchers.
No.
The only one, it was Carson Wisenhunt, who was the May pitcher of the month for the PCL, which means, to me, get his ass up here.
He should be in the rotation, in my opinion.
Yeah, with Tyler Malley coming off the IL soon. I mean, my
watching
God.
Adrian Hauser go 4 straight without getting out of the 4th inning.
Yeah, so I don't know why they're not drafting Jackson Flora and keeping Logan Webb.
Yes.
That's my game plan. Hey, Zach. Hey, Buster. That's the game plan. Don't worry about it. Listen, he's making $23 million in 2026, 2027, 2028. $24 million. He'll be 31 years old. You're 100% right. There will be zero fall off at that point. There will be zero fall off at that point. By the way, the people are upset. The only inaccuracy in Morosi's riffing there was he did not grow up a Giants fan. He grew up an A's fan.
He did not.
Was that Logan Webb fielding the Eldridge Grand Slam out there on the right field wall?
Yeah,
was that it?
Yeah, that was Logan Webb in his A's hat.
Hey, our buddy Jose in Oakland, who checks in usually about the 49ers, is checking in on some baseball. So, Jose, happy Friday. Good to hear from you. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Jose?
Hey, guys, good morning. Dealing with this heat. Hey, I want to disappoint you about the Niners. I will throw away my Niners little nugget at the end of this thing. Look, like I said before, as fans, we are stupid, okay? If we didn't have that trade with Devers and he had gone to the Dodgers, we would be bitching about it, saying, oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe Boston didn't pull that trade. We had a chance to get a player of that caliber for $31 million a year. That's yesterday's money. Okay, try to getting a player the likes of Devers this season. How much is going to cost you? Granted, you're not getting what you expected, but you're getting better than what you had. And you know what? Bryce Eldridge, is she that good? Figure out a way to have Devers and Bryce Eldridge in the game at the same time. And have Devers protected Rich. Okay? If we didn't have Devers, you would be having fans right now calling in saying we need to get a player that can protect Bryce Eldridge so he can develop into a better hitter and a hitter that we haven't had here for the past 10, 15 years. So we're always going to be complaining for one way or the other. They did the trade, stinks. They didn't do the trade, stinks. The player didn't come in, stinks. We couldn't sign him, stinks. Either way, we're always going to complain. Look, it is what it is. Unfortunately, you know what, the Giants, what they really need to invest money on, instead of spending $40 million on players that are not producing, spend $40 million and, getting a better, honestly, the teams that, I don't know exactly what they do. They don't produce players.
Jose, you dropped off just a little bit there at the end, so move on. What's your Niners take? By the way, I liked your Devers take. We'll discuss, but give me your Niners hit.
You know what? I've been thinking about it, honestly. You know what stinks about this whole thing with Miles Garrett coming to the Rams? That both the Rams and the Seahawks have a chance to either one to get their third Super Bowl in the past 15 years. In the meantime, we're still waiting for one for past 30, 40 years?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's got to go beat him. Got to go beat him. That's what you got to do. Hey, Jose, good to hear from you. You made a pretty strong case there for Devers. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend. He said a couple things in there that resonated. We were fans. We're angry. We're complaining. It's better than what you had.
Yes, and that was the point that I was making earlier when we were going over Devers' stats in San Francisco versus his stats with the Boston Red Sox. By his standard, Rafael Devers has not lived up to the standard that he set over the last 9-10 years in Boston. But by San Francisco's Giants standards, hell, what have we all been complaining about in the last couple of years? We can't get a guy to hit 30 home runs. We don't have a presence in the lineup. There's nobody to protect anybody in this lineup. Devers is still, in my opinion, better than almost all of the players that the Giants have had offensively in their lineup over the last decade.
Yeah, that's true. Listen, we're bringing it up because if you're just joining us, first of all, happy Friday, happy Reggae Friday. But we were talking about it's a 1-year anniversary of the trade, and I jock-blogged about it, just saying, man, it just has not worked out. Now, the jock blog does traffic in cheap shots.
Ooh.
So I was just trying to get a couple lines off. Again, Buster, Zach, Larry, Greg, the whole deal. Just trying to. Can I riff?
Yeah, let my man riff.
Can I riff? I said, it's the 1-year anniversary. I said, is there any anniversary cards for bad marriages?
For sure.
Is there a card that says, I'm sorry I married you?
Yeah.
Or, man, this didn't work out? In like fancy cursive,
well,
you know what I
let
mean?
me ask a question as a single man that's never been married. If you're in a, quote, bad relationship, and I don't even think this is that bad of a relationship with Rafael Devers, but it hasn't lived up to the honeymoon phase that we thought we would be living in right now. Do you file for divorce in the first year? Do you admit fault? Do you move on? Do you start looking for another wife? Because that's the thing. If you want to blow it up and trade Devers, then the Giants organization really has eggs on their face. Then they really are admitting defeat that they screwed up this trade and they have no plan moving forward.
Yeah, that's why I said, speaking of those marriages, I said, is this the Dennis Rodman, Carmen Electra of marriages there?
Oh, nice line.
I tried to find like the greatest fizzle. I think they were like 9 days together.
Wow.
9 days.
Yeah, that's
anyway,
true.
those are riffs. Just riffs.
Yeah, just
everybody.
riffs.
We're just riffing.
We're just riffing here.
All right, listen. Mike Krukow at 7:30. He's getting a special degree from Cal. We haven't talked to him since the Roop incident. Also, his comment that got so much traction. I don't know if he's going to want to talk about that or not talk about that. I don't know.
Hog out.
Let Mike riff. Let Mike be Mike.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Let Crook and Cut be
on
Crook
the
and Cut.
sports leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Hey, let's talk about feeling better with Marin Health. Let's talk about curing that pain, that joint pain, that sports injury, that arthritis, that back trouble. Listen up, Marin Health Orthopedic Care. Right here in Marin County, across the Golden Gate Bridge, Richmond-Sarenfeld Bridge, we got expert surgeons, specialists, and support teams dedicated to getting you back to the life you love. Listen, total joint replacements, it's happening more often. Hip replacements, knee replacements, shoulder replacements. I have dear friends and relatives who've done this and then lead active lives. Hand and upper extremity care, non-operative spine treatment, pain management, sports medicine, we've got you covered. So whether it's helping you recover after surgery or managing chronic pain or evaluating a new injury, Marin Health's team partners with patients every step of the way. We educate you, we build a plan that fits your goals and lifestyle, and convenient orthopedic locations across Marin, from San Rafael to Novato and beyond. World-class care close to home. So you want to move better, feel better, live better? Visit mymarinhealth.org and click orthopedics to learn more. Better days start with Marin Health.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Reggae Friday. We need a little love and unity. A little Michael Prophet going back to 1981. Some deep pulls. And feeling the vibe, feeling good. And sorry, all y'all who love hearing my dulcet tones in the morning. I'm off for the next 2 weeks.
Aww.
To those who don't love hearing my dulcet tones, you're welcome. I'll be gone for the next 2 weeks. Off to Ireland for the Murphys. Should be a big trip. But man, Marcus, you were talking about like crazy times. Graduate your kid from high school on Thursday. Graduate your kid from middle school on Friday. Fly to Ireland on Saturday. Fly back from Ireland. Throw some underwear in a duffel bag and fly to Annapolis and drop your kid off at the Naval Academy.
Wow.
There's a lot going on.
That's a lot of moving parts in the Murphy household.
I kind of envy it's great. It's exciting. It's thrilling. It's awesome. It's memorable, all that stuff. But there's something to be said for just being Marcus walking down that Mission Creek path with just a joint in his hand, listening to some reggae.
Oh, yeah, dude. I don't even know what I got planned for 6 o'clock tonight, let alone the next 6 days.
There's benefits to both, all right? There's benefits to both, for sure. All right, we got a ton of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. People checking out. Yeah, Paul and Petaluna coming at me because earlier this morning I said there were no sports yesterday. The guy said, dude, there was a freaking Stanley Cup final.
That's right, Lord Stanley.
Why do you guys ignore it so much? And I want to write back to the guy. I'm like, dude, I didn't even mention the World Cup. Are you kidding me? Now, speaking of the Stanley Cup final, did you see they handed out the NHL MVP trophy? And did you see it was Nikita Khrushchev is that his name? I hope I'm saying his name. I'm such a not a hockey guy. I apologize, guys.
All I know is it was not Macklin Celebrini.
Yeah, it's the Hart Trophy, of course. Nikita Kucherov. Did I say Khrushchev? Like the frickin' Mr. Khrushchev said, we will bury you. Shout out Sting. Nikita Kucherov won the Hart Trophy for the second time. He edged out Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon. And did you see who finished fourth in the frickin' MVP voting?
I've got a feeling.
Macklin Celowini, the dog from Stanley Pup. Dude, Celebrini fourth in the Stanley Cup voting, MVP for the Hart Trophy, and he got 5 first-place votes, too. Bro, that's some tall cotton, dude.
Yes, it is.
That is some tall cotton. This kid, I mean, next step, winning the damn thing?
I mean, 808 KNBR. Are you more excited about Macklin Celebrini or Bryce Eldridge with the Giants?
Well, they're our future,
yeah,
right?
I mean, Bryce Eldridge just had the comment about how he wants to be the future face of the franchise. Macklin Celebrini already currently is the face of the San Jose Sharks.
Who's the Warriors' Bryce Eldridge, Macklin Celebrini?
Brandon Pajemski.
Oh,
the white Shohei Ohtani.
By the way, 808 KBR, my kid said, why is PCA like Pajemski? I said, is he? Do people think he said he gets a lot of hate?
He rubs people the wrong way.
Is that right?
I mean, he did tell that White Sox fan
SM
to
shake my head.
He went full degeneration.
And who's the 49ers? Bryce Eldridge, Macklin Celebrini.
I was thinking about that.
Deshaun Stripling? Kalon Black?
My first reaction was Brock Purdy, but he's not that young anymore.
Right.
Brock Purdy is now older than young Tony. He's reached that 25 age limit kind of floor. But beyond that, who is the best 49ers young player?
Deshaun Stripling.
Jacob Cowing, Ricky Pearsall.
Oh, man. Fun stuff. So anyway, I just want to shout out Macklin, who, by the way, has a birthday tomorrow.
That's right.
And if you recall, when the Giants started this season way back on March 25th and got swept by the Yankees on the 25th, 27th, and 28th of March, and then, went down and lost a few more, and then lost a few more, and then we found ourselves early April striving to get back to 500, and we were joking about and then we went on a digression about Macklin Celebrini, and I looked up and his birthday was June 13th, and for years, ever since the 2017 disaster, I've been pleading to get to 500 by Flag Day. That's been the running joke on the show. So then we changed it in honor of Macklin's birthday, June 13th. Also my brother's birthday, too. Shout out Judge Kevin.
Nice.
So I got news for you, Marcus. Tomorrow's Macklin's birthday. The Giants will not be at 500.
For sure. Damn, you're telling me they can't make up 14 games today?
13.
13.
Yeah. They're 28 and 41. So
Yeah,
how about that?
I
So
lose track
by
at
the
this
way,
point.
happy birthday, Macklin.
Happy birthday,
What's he going to
Macklin.
be?
He
gonna
is turning 20, I think, right? Isn't he still a teenager, 19 years old?
Absolutely incredible. Macklin Celebrini age. Yeah, he is 19.
Yeah.
He'll be 20.
Dude, he's turning 20.
Dude.
He can't even enjoy a beer yet.
Who's this guy think he is? Johnny Level?
He's
Yeah.
levels above Johnny Level.
My God, man, that's incredible stuff here. 530 saying, you're right. No sports on. Only 1 billion people watched the World Cup
Never heard
yesterday,
of it.
dude.
Which, by the way, we are giving away some San Francisco Giants soccer jerseys this weekend for our entire World Cup crowd that wants to rep the Gigantes and rep a little soccer action as well. This Saturday, June 13th, the Giants will be giving away these soccer jerseys, number 26 on the back, like it's a Matt Chapman kit. They're giving these away to the first 20,000 fans this Saturday against the Cubs.
Not bad. Not bad.
Nice little giveaway also on Sunday. Big giveaway. The Hello Kitty giveaway is back, and this year they're giving away a plush keychain to the first 25,000 fans on Sunday. Get out there early. Game starts at 12, and there's going to be a long line for these keychains.
And Marty used to do the show from the patio, and they do giveaways like that. He'd be like, they're lined up early. They're lined up for the kitty.
I've seen the lines. I've seen a couple fights for the Hello Kitty
guys,
merch.
please, don't go full New York Knicks fan on us here for
you
the
don't
merch.
need to be ripping off Hello Kitty jerseys off each other.
All right, well, good job. So the soccer jerseys when? Saturday?
Soccer jersey is this Saturday. If you want tickets, you can get tickets now at sfgiants.com/fiesta. And if you want to get tickets for Sunday for the Hello Kitty giveaway, you can go to sfgiants.com/Hello Kitty.
There you go, buddy. And you'll be out there in line. All right, it is that Friday time at 7:26. Cue the surfers, I believe, right? Surfers.
That's right.
Are coming your way.
We're
and
going surfing.
Mike Kruko on the other side there, buddy.
Yeah, cue up the tunes because it is time for our weekend sports calendar brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. And the Giants are back in action tonight. First pitch 7:15 against PCA and the Cubs. Landen, Roop on the bump tonight. Saturday night as well, 7:05 T-Mac on the bump. And then on Sunday, showing up for the Hello Kitty giveaway. First pitch, 12:10. Claim to get out to the ballpark early. And that, my friends, is your Surfside weekend calendar brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside. Proud partner of the San Francisco Giants.
All right, well done, Marcus. Let's do this. Mike Kruko, we haven't talked to him since the walk-off granny, and I believe he's going to have a big weekend ahead, too. So have a great Friday chat with Mike next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, this will be a fun one with Mike because we haven't talked to him since the epic swing of the bat by Bryce Eldridge, which capped the epic comeback by the Giants and saved everybody's sanity, has everybody in a good mood on an off day. Going into a game against the Cubs tonight. Series on Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon. You got Landen Roop on the mound tonight against that Javier Assad at 7:15. Plus, Mike was having fun in the booth with Dwayne, tarps off, and other things too. And we have a special discussion about Mike's weekend plans. So a lot to get to. Mike, good morning. Happy Friday. We got a million things to talk about. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Could not be better. I mean, the Wednesday game was an incredible way to go into an off day because you just sat there with a dumb smile on your face all day long thinking about what they did. I mean, that's the thing about broadcasting. You never know when you're going to see what could possibly be the best moment of a season. You just don't. And I got to tell you, we didn't see it coming. I mean, it was 9-1, and it was an ugly 9-1. And this is after they'd lost the first two games of the series to Washington, and they'd been spanked pretty hard. Their offense was really good. So when this thing started to unfold, it just you had fun with it because that's really what you try and do. You try and keep an interest in the game for the listening audience. Like Hank Greenwald used to always tell you, hey, if you're having a bad game, it doesn't allow you. It doesn't give you an excuse to have a bad game. It is just you have to find a way to make that game entertaining. And so I mean, we got into the seventh or the eighth inning, and I mean, two quick at bats, bang bang, Chapman and Devers, bang bang, back to back home runs, and everybody kind of got into it, and certainly it happened in the Giants dugout, and then it just all unfolded from there, and it was just such a cool historical moment, given the characters, and for Eldridge, it was really his first opportunity for national recognition and notoriety was something he did with the bat. It isn't going to be his last one. We all know this guy's going to be really good.
Listen, Mike, there were so many aspects to that comeback. As you mentioned, Chapman and Devers homer. Chapman had another double later on. Arise had a double. Susac had a big hit. There was a wild pitch. There were walks. But everybody's focusing on Bryce, and you just touched on it there at the end of your answer. I want to sort of follow up. After the game, he said, I want to be the face of this franchise. I mean, it's a big statement. Just kind of a little bit more about, I feel like we've asked you about him every single show we've done the last several weeks, but now you've seen this. And, walk-off grand slam, Mike, that's backyard wiffle ball stuff, right? So anything you kind of thought about the last couple nights about his comment afterwards about, I want to be the face of this franchise. And I guess sort of the second part of that is it okay that he's DHing at age 21?
Well, I mean, right now I'd like to see him hit first, third, and ninth in the lineup. I mean, we can't get enough of the guy. But I mean, we as fans, we watched this kid's. He got up to like 2 for 22, and he was getting overmatched. And there were a lot of swings that were, kind of broke down halfway into the swing because he got fooled, and he just kind of tiptoed in the box, and there wasn't a lot of presence. And it extended out. I mean, he was like 7 for 42 or something. It was not good. And we actually had a conversation, and I suggested, I don't think this guy's ready to go yet. Just the way that he was getting in the box. That night, it changed. And you could sense this guy all of a sudden felt like, you know what, this is the end. I can do this. Because he started to project it. And you could smell it. I mean, it's like, whoa, what do we have here? And it was the way he took pitches. It was the way he stayed in the strike zone and swung a good chasing. He wasn't between thoughts. He had a plan. He stuck to it, which is rare for a 21-year-old brain. I mean, you can lose concentration in a heartbeat just because you take a bad swing. You're thinking, gee, I wonder if anybody saw that in front of 40,000 people. That happens when you're young. But it all started to come together, and then after that, every night he was able to bring that presence into the box, and it was just. And now it got fun. Now you watch him take, and where he is right now, he's doing things that could win him an award at the end of the year. Let's put it that way. I mean, he's put himself on the map for here with what he's doing. Everybody in baseball is stopping to take a look. And he's not surprised. This is the thing. He has high expectations, and he's not arrogant. It's just his belief. and he's backing it up. I can't argue with him, and nobody can. And this guy is very special. I think he's going to own this league.
Mike, and it felt like this walk-off win, as great as it was, battling back 9-1, it felt like it was more significant because Bryce Eldridge was the guy that hit the walk-off grand slam. Because Bryce Eldridge is essentially the same age as most of the guys that were out in the bleachers going tarps off in the 8th and 9th inning also. So, like, when you're looking at this type of Giants season, when we're sitting here today with a 28-41 record, and there's still plenty of baseball left, how much more optimism does this provide for this Giants fan base, knowing that they potentially have somebody who could be in the National League Rookie of the Year conversation?
Well, he lengthens out the lineup. I mean, he's a guy that if you're pitching against the Giants, you're thinking about. He's a puzzle right now because nobody really knows him, and he's having incredible at bats. I mean, and he hits like he's been in the league for 10 years. Think about it. He doesn't know any of these guys. That's the biggest disadvantage. You know, they always talk about, wow, it's an advantage. They don't know him. Well, yeah, to a degree, but he doesn't know them. He doesn't know their stuff. He doesn't know the movement of the fastball. He doesn't know where the hand is coming out in the throwing motion. You know, he doesn't know the breaking ball. He doesn't know the spin of the changeup or the split. He just doesn't know. So, I mean, that's a tremendous disadvantage, especially if you're in a two-strike situation. And but he lengthens it out. And he has presence, giving this team, this offense, more credibility in the eyes of the opponents, and that is huge.
It's been awesome, and Marcus mentioned the tarps off. I mean, it almost created this organic energy that kind of helped the comeback, right? We had a lot of fun. We're sort of crediting these wacky kids. They didn't leave. You guys had an incredible shot of them in the bleachers after the home run cleared the fence. And then, Mike, you made national news, my friend, with your declaration to Dwayne of what could happen if indeed there was a home run. How you feeling about being coast? How about your Crook vernacular making coast-to-coast news?
But you know, most of what I've ever used on the show during a game is just vernacular that is in the clubhouse. Something that you heard along the way, and all of a sudden it just seems like it was appropriate. And I don't know if that was appropriate, but it kind of. I mean, back in the day when we had Kangaroo Court, I mean, that was one of the fines. I mean, after the game's over and you've got a big spread in the middle of the clubhouse and everybody has a bite to eat. I mean, that's when you have your meal. And, you know, guys are going in and out of the shower. Well, if you go from your locker and you're heading to the shower and you got nothing on and you walk by the spread and you reach over and pick up a piece of salami or something, well, that's a fine. And, you know, the fine is, you know, drop trout hog out, that's $50, you know. So, and I mean, some guys would go to the shower and they'd get fined. Well, at least they'd get written down the fine. Then they'd come back and do it again. So, dropping trout and hogging out had everything to do with how you approach the spread after a game. But it kind of found its way into the game on Wednesday. And, you know, it just felt appropriate. That's all I can say.
Say no more. As long as everybody got a laugh out of it. Was Jennifer okay with it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's lived with me for 51 years, so, yeah, she's right.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah. Definitely a pro for that moment and for that comeback. And we touched on Bryce. We talked to you about Jung Hoo Lee on Wednesday in the hit streak that's now up to 18 games. But a big part of that comeback was Matt Chapman. 2 home runs in the game. And this is a guy that dealt with a lot of criticism early on this season. Got some death threats even on Twitter and on social media. And now you look at the numbers he's putting on in the month of June. Mike, do Giants fans owe Matt Chapman an apology?
Well, they do, but you can't blame him because he was really had a prolonged slump. And he's a guy they all root for. And the guys you root harder for, you're harder on. You just want to see them succeed because of who they are and the way they play the game. You like them. And when they're letting you down, I mean, you let them know it. But look, that's not an unhealthy thing. A boo from the fan base, as it is not a bad thing because it's a great motivator. It really is. You just don't want to let them down. And Matt Chapman's the kind of guy that wears it. He takes it home. And this was hard on him, but he's going good now. I mean, he's laying out ropes with everything they throw at him. And you know, it's great. He's not smiling yet with any of these home runs because he just feels so frustrated. It took him so long to find it. but he's found it, and that's a significant thing. Another spot in the lineup where you can move him up, and a guy we all look forward to. So good for him. He's an easy guy to root for, and he's hot as anybody.
Mike, I know there's so many huge stories to talk about. Bryce Eldridge walk-off grand slam, the most historic comeback at Oracle, Chapman getting hot. I'm focusing, I don't know, I was impressed with Reaver San Martin, and this bullpen is so lost right now. I know it's the smallest of sample sizes. It was 2 innings, but he didn't walk anybody, Mike. He gave up 1 solo shot. He struck out a couple of guys. Am I getting too excited too early? But I'm like, already this guy's like my number 2 arm behind Dylan Smith, Mike.
Well, you said the magic words. I mean, he didn't walk anybody. I mean, that has been the one thing that has really dogged this bullpen, and it's the one thing you cannot have. And they know it. They know it, and it's to that point where you have to trust your stuff. And the fact is, they want to be here so bad, they're trying to protect. You can't pitch them. You just can't. They all could be successful here. They have to trust their stuff. And, when I was coming up with the Cubs, I mean, that was the one thing that Fred Martin we had was a great pitching coach. He was a sinker guy, and he really was the father of the split finger fastball. And that's what he would always say. Find out if you belong here. Don't prolong the pain. You get out there, you throw strikes. You go up there and see if your stuff is major league. Don't sit there and wonder on it. You're going to agonize if you nibble and you fail. Go out there and be a gunslinger. And it was just words that we took to heart, and that was the deal. Because we all come up and nibble. We don't know if our stuff plays. You think when you get to the big leagues, you have to be better. You have to do more. And in most cases, you just don't. Just be yourself. Just trust it. And that trust has to improve with just about everybody up in. And I mean that right now their collective ERA is in the high 8s, and it's getting higher. They have to change it, and the way that they can do that is to be just more aggressive.
Yeah, or be, as a listener called me, a B Reaver. Be a B Reaver in Reaver San Martin. So we'll see. Dylan Smith and he right now are my 2 favorite guys coming out of the pen. So, Mike, hey, before we go, we understand that there's some big news here that you have, if I'm reading correctly and I've been informed correctly, you got a big weekend ahead, my friend. I believe the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo 2026 commencement ceremonies are going to award a special honorary degree to one Michael Kruko, Cal Poly grad. Is this true, Mike? And if so, huge congratulations. What an honor.
Well, it really is an honor, and Cal Poly is a big deal. That their motto is "learn by doing," and one of the things you have to do to get your degree is you have to do a senior project, and everybody dreads it when you go there. You start thinking about your senior project, your freshman year, and it's not an easy thing to accomplish, but anyway, I found a way to get a degree without doing a senior project, and I'm pretty proud of that.
So are you guys going to go down for it?
No, I unfortunately can't do it.
Okay.
It's
All right. Yeah, too much. Yeah.
My son Chase and his wife Alex are going down, and Chase is going to stand there and receive it, and it really is an honor. I mean, Jennifer and I both went to Cal Poly, and we love it. It's been a big, big part of our lives, and it is so meaningful to still be remembered from that university that did so much for us. We always like to think that we could do something for your university, which you do in a small way with the way you talk about it or donation or whatever. But it's just you never can give them enough as to what they gave us at that time in our lives, and it's a big, big deal. So we're very proud of it.
Well, that's awesome that your son's going to go accept it too. That's a proud moment to have Chase down there. So that's cool. Just want to shout that out, and of course, fun talking about Bryce Eldridge and tarps off and other things off too, or down and out.
Or out.
Say, Mike, I got 2 weeks vacation. You don't have to hear my hectoring questions for 2 weeks. So I'll talk to you on Monday, June 29. And who knows? Maybe the Giants will be. Well, think positive, Mike. They're going to be back on top by June 29, Mike.
Well, that's the plan. Where are you going?
So listen to this, Mike. So we're going to Ireland. So I got my son graduated high school yesterday, and my other son's graduating 8th grade today, and then we're stuffing him on a plane tomorrow. I'm going to Ireland. How about that? We're going to go sip a creamy pint and play a round of golf and and kiss the green grass. And then, Mike.
Well, and then you have to ponder the question.
What's that?
Do you give your graduate from high school his first Guinness?
You know what, Mike? On 50,000 watts on YouTube and everything, legal drinking age 18 in Ireland, the young man will have a pint of Guinness in Ireland. Do you approve?
Oh, absolutely. That's my go-to. That and a shot of Jameson, and I'm as good as you can possibly get.
And then, Mike, the music. Then the music. And you could join in.
It's something I've always wanted to do, and it's something I never got to do, and something I will not be able to do. But all of my children have been there, and they said that's the greatest part of it. Just going into a pub and having live music, and it's just from the heart. It's just great.
Well, you know what it sounds like? It sounds like a Kruko family Christmas is what it sounds like.
Well, you're right. I mean, we kind of do our own music. Music's a big part of our life, and we've always gathered around the instruments, and it's a bonding thing. It really is. And I suggest it to all of you listening: make music.
It's incredible. At the high school graduation yesterday, these kids sang. They got up and sang and played guitar and sang beautiful songs. They did a beautiful rendition of Fleetwood Mac's "Landslide." But tear in your eye, Mike, when your kid's graduating and they're singing an acoustic version of Fleetwood Mac "Landslide," and you're like, "Yeah, I'm getting older too. Yeah, I'm with you here." So that was beautiful. And then, Mike, after we come back, you should know I'm dropping off our oldest boy, Declan, at the U.S. Naval Academy in Annapolis, where he starts his journey. How about that?
Oh, wow. Congratulations. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Murph, that is fantastic. I can't tell you how proud of him I am, and you, and because it's a village that gets those kids into Annapolis and West Point and the Air Force Academy. So congratulations on that from the bottom of my heart.
I thought you'd appreciate it, and he's a hardworking kid, and so he's doing that. It's a hard choice, but it's a brave choice, and I knew you'd like that. So Cal Poly degrees, Ireland music, Giants wins over the Cubs. It's all lined up. So have fun with Marcus next week, and I'll talk to you in a couple weeks, and have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Had a bit.
Mike Kruko every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Let's talk about it. And Susan Slesser at 8:15 on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Oh, man, all this talk about hogs is making me hungry for some barbecue.
Oh, my God.
And if you're looking for some pulled pork, some brisket, or some ribs, why don't you go down to Smokin' D's Barbecue out in the Sunset? And why not bring a $100 gift card with you? Because today is the last day on the Murph and Marcus Show where we are giving away a $100 gift card to Smokin' D's Barbecue. That's right. Wait for your cue to call, be caller number 10, and you will win that $100 gift card right here on the Smokin' D's Leader.
Drop Trail Hog out. That's $50.
All right, from that to El Cerrito Honda. Hey, at El Cerrito Honda, we keep the trow on, all right? We keep the trow on at El Cerrito Honda. But we do drive great hybrids is what we do. El Cerrito Honda is the summer savings. Listen, the weekend's coming, and it's a great time to go to El Cerrito Honda because the weather will be good, and the whole crew over there is the family atmosphere. And most importantly, they have the best selection. You can start online, elcerritohonda.com, elcerritohonda.com, but you're going to go look at the spacious, family-friendly CRV hybrid. So that's what I'm driving, the 2025. You can one-up me with the 2026. I'll be jealous. the family-friendly Accord Hybrid, the fuel-sipping Civic Hybrid. You're going to glide right past the gas station, straight into summer. Better mileage, fewer fill-ups, and legendary Honda reliability. So visit El Cerrito Honda. It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, right there. Tell them your boy Murph sent you, because we are all part of the same family. El Cerrito Honda. We're more than just a car dealership. We're family.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's difficult, I guess, to put it into words. I think when things aren't going the way you would expect, it's usually a combination of things. You know, I don't know if I would necessarily say this is attributed to acquiring Rafi. In fact, I wouldn't say that. It's obviously, like I said, disappointing. You know, I'm not going to run from where we're at. It needs to be better. But when I sit back and I think about this and evaluate it, it's no one person. It's just every person continuing to do their job. Keep fighting, and let's figure this out, and how can we be better?
That was Zach Manassian on our show addressing what we've been talking about this morning, because it's a Friday. There was no Giants game yesterday. Yes, there was World Cup soccer. Shout out Mexico and Korea. I don't know how that plays in our pool that has no rules, the pool that Walt invented, but that's another story. Shout out your Stanley Cup finals. But there was no Giants baseball, so we're kind of pondering as we go into this Cubs series, as the Giants take on the Cubs tonight at 7:15 with Landen Roop on the hill. It's the 1-year anniversary of the Rafael Devers trade. Now, it's technically Sunday, but listen, it's Friday, right? We're doing the show. And I jock blogged about it, and since I'm going to be off for the next couple weeks, we thought we'd address our thoughts on it, and it has been a hell of a thing. I told Marcus I always fall back on my little, all I have is my pop culture history. It's all I have. And David Letterman defined a generation for us. He used to have this wacky bit called the Museum of the Hard to Believe. He would do really silly things and then punctuated by saying, hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen, hard to believe. And so it made me think of this because I was going over all the Devers stuff. how all his numbers are down across the board. His batting average is almost 50 points lower than it was as a Red Sox. His OPS is 100 points lower than it was as a Red Sox. The Giants are 23 games under 500 since he got here. And I'm like, hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen. So we've been talking this morning, and you guys can chime in at 808 KMBR. Do you regret it? Or, hell no. Keep that bat in the lineup. He's a threat. I ride with Rafi for the next several years because it makes the lineup better and longer, and so be it with Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs. That's the Red Sox problem because they traded him away. So 808 KMBR is the phone number. You have been surprisingly a little more staunch defender of this trade. You kind of say it's all good.
Yeah, I mean, not all good. It could be better, but I don't think it's as bad as everybody makes it out to believe. When they talk about how bad of this contract this is, you want to talk about bad contract? Look at the Anaheim Angels still paying Anthony Rendon. To me, that's a bad contract.
The worst.
Yeah,
yes.
the worst. I can give you other example, too, of some really bad contracts in baseball. Rafael Devers at $31 million per year AAV is not that bad of a deal. There are much worse players making more money than him. Hell, Carlos Correa is making more money per year than Rafael Devers.
Shout out you and Marcus Thompson.
So that puts it into a little bit more perspective. Now, also, I've been defending this trade from the perspective of the dude that Rafael Devers was with the Boston Red Sox. Because, Murph, I mentioned it the moment he got traded over. He was a Yankee killer. He dominated guys like Garrett Cole and Aroldis Chapman. He never struggled with a high heater with the Boston Red Sox. But all of a sudden, he can't hit the high heater. All of a sudden, his numbers are down from the standard that he set in Boston. But when you're looking at the offensive standard here in San Francisco over the last decade, I'd say his numbers are actually pretty damn good. We went into the Brandon Belt wars every single year. Brandon Belt needs to hit him for more power. And the one year he got close to hitting 29 home runs in the 2021 season, we damn near threw a parade. Rafael Devers, over 159 games as a San Francisco Giant, has hit 29 home runs. He could get to that 30-point mark once again with this team. So by his standards, no, he has not lived up to the trade. But by San Francisco Giants' offensive standards, he's still one of the best hitters that this team has had over the past decade.
A good defense. 159 games, 29 homers, 84 ribs, 235, 763 OPS. So that's basically a full season, right? 159, 2.0 WAR if you care. But 235 batting average. His career batting average is a Red Sox 279. Yeah. 29 bombs, 84 ribs. To your point, supporting your point, and I'm not totally there with you, but 29/84 is something the Giants would have killed for forever, right? So exactly.
We're just a couple years away from platoon players trying to mix and match just to get the 20 home runs.
763 OPS. His career OPS with the Red Sox was 859. So it's down. But you're right. It was Jose from Oakland who said, is it working out so great? No. Is it better than what we had? Yes, unless you guys feel differently. 808 KMBR, by the way, it's funny. I just looked up, every now and then people make lists. So I'm like, who's made the list of the current worst contracts in baseball? So here's it's just a random blog, right? So I'm like,
what do you got?
So he said the worst contract in baseball is Chris Bryant in Colorado. 7 years, $182 million. He's got $81 million left on it. They've gotten nothing.
Oh.
Nothing from this contract.
Thank you, Farhan, for not re-signing Chris Bryant.
The number 2 contract is the one you mentioned, Anthony Rendon with the Angels.
That's awful.
7 years, $245 million.
Yeah, you want to talk about a guy who doesn't care about playing baseball.
So those are the 2 worst. Here's the problem. The guy who made this list, 3rd worst contract, Rafael Devers.
Really? That's surprising to me.
The guy has, as the 4th worst contract, Carlos Correa, which you mentioned.
Yes.
6 years, $200 million.
33 a
has
year.
The 5th worst contract, Manny Machado. There's still $273 million left on him, but he's...
Why would you have that stat?
Why would you have that contract?
Yeah, why would you have that contract?
So why would you have that stat?
Another one that's listed is Marcus Semien. He signed a 7-year, $175 million deal. That's got $78 million left on it. You know, another one that's out there surprising is, oh God, dude, how about this? Willie Adames is the next one.
Oh,
the Giants have two of the worst 10 according to this. Again, this is just some guy. And then Javi Baez, 6 years, $140 million. And then Aaron Nola, 7 years, $172 with $122 left on it. He's declining.
Yeah.
So there are some ones out there. Here's the problem. Devers and Adames are listed among the worst. So listen, it's been my contention, and you can talk me out of this because I'm not going like blood oath on this, but I'm leaning towards seeing if you can move him. And not because, listen, I've rooted for the guy. I love the trade, and I write this in the Jock Blog. I freaking loved everything about the trade. Yeah. I said, maybe that makes me a bad GM. That could be the case. I could very well be a bad GM. But it was everything we wanted. It was bold. It was audacious. The price at the time seemed pretty minimal. Yeah. Even if Kyle Harrison turned into a really good pitcher, which he has, you're getting Rafael Devers in return. Exactly. It's not like, hey, man, we gave up on Harrison and we got nothing back. No, you got a 29-homer, 84-rib guy.
This wasn't a one-year rental with Rafael Devers, but now there are people who do want this to be a one-year rental. Yeah. You just mentioned maybe moving on. My question is, why give up on him now? Why trade him now after you gave up, or not giving up, but you gave away prospects like Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs? Like, there's no guarantee you're going to get prospects that could turn into those type of players.
Right,
so why pull the plug now when, I hate to say it, the last month or so, not just Devers, this entire Giants offensive lineup has looked better than it's looked over the last 5-6 years.
Like right now, their offensive numbers are bonkers.
Like I know this is going to sound like a crazy take, and you can flame me on the text line if you want, but seeing this Giants lineup with the way that Bryce Eldridge, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman in the month of June, Rafael Devers, like this lineup, you start stacking it up. Like, to me, is this a crazy take? I feel like they're only a few pitchers away from competing. Like, getting another ace in the rotation and getting a legit closer. They'll have Randy Rodriguez back next year. Maybe you sign a pitcher or two, and it doesn't feel like this team with this roster and this lineup is that far away, despite the fact that they are 13 games under 500.
Casey Schmidt, Jung-Hoo Lee, Bryce Eldridge, Adames and Chapman, Devers. I mean, that's the case. Dan Susak. He's going to have to improve defensively.
Elliot Ramos, if he's still in the conversation.
Listen, we're going to, but, you're not crazy, which is why the talk of trading Logan Webb. And I said, Logan Webb, he's your only good pitcher, man.
Like this circles back to our conversation before the season even started, Murph. I told you, in my 8 years working here at KNBR, this was the most confident I've been in a Giants lineup entering a season. Now, they made me look like a fool in the first month of the season when they were god-awful. But over the last month and a half, you can look at the stats. They've been one of the best offenses in baseball.
You go look it up. You can go to MLB.com. You can do certain splits. Do like the last month or last 30 days. They're top 5, 10 in everything. Like, they are really a productive offense. And you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Here's the problem. The bullpen in June, 7.96 ERA, worst in baseball.
See, that's the issue.
That's why I'm a bereaver. That's why I'm a bereaver.
We got to bereave.
I'm not sure if I'm going Justin Bieber on that or the Monkees. I'm a believer. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then I saw his arm.
Ooh.
Now I'm a bereaver. There you go, buddy.
I like it, Murph.
All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number.
Let me know how badly the text line is killing me for that take.
First one is, we have to overpay to get dues, and it's not like the owners are losing money. All right? 408 says 100, Marcus.
Wow.
Get a couple of arms and a closer, and we're going to win some ball games.
Somebody agrees with me.
Yeah.
Like, again, Randy Rodriguez should be your future closer, not in the picture this year, but you should have more help in the bullpen. You just need more arms in the starting rotation.
Next text, 707. Y'all say the same S after every terrible season. We only need a few more pieces. No, you need a whole new roster and a whole new front office. 707. I agree, Marcus.
Wow.
If we get some pitching, I think we can compete. No question. 559 says, yes, Waterboy, we're 3 pitchers away. Well, that's a lot of pitchers, by the way.
And you're going to trade away Robbie Ray, but I don't know. I'm a little optimistic about guys like T-Mac and Carson Wisenhunt.
281, when we cool off, Marcus is going to eat those words.
I'll be here with a full plate of crow ready to eat it.
707 says, don't forget how hot Devers was in May.
It was.
All right. 4 and 5 says, I agree with Murph. If we can move them, let's move them. Let's just find a bunch of young arms that can be developed. There you go. That's what I would agree with. I would move a position player for whether it's Ramos or whether it's Devers or Adames or Chapman or something like that. Sarah 408 says there will be a GM out there that think they can fix Devers. Get out there and sell. Chapman too. 707. Like I told you last week, if you have to tread water for too long, your arms are going to get tired. The offense was bad for so long they had to rely on a bullpen to tread water, and now the bullpen is tired. 831 says, people complain the Giants can't sign big-name free agents. Why would free agents want to come to the Giants if they see they do things like trade for Devers and then trade him away without even giving him a full season? You brought this up, too. How bad a look it would be if you give up on Devers after one season.
I mean, the optics are already bad right now on the trade. It would be a complete failure if you move on from Rafael Devers right now, in my opinion. And that's why I don't think he's going to get traded this year. And we'll see how he performs over the next season or two. And then maybe we circle back to this conversation when he's 31 or 32. Might still have some trade value, obviously more now. Or maybe he does get back to being that dude that Buster Posey traded for.
Then here comes the negative Nellies. 408. justify the Devers trade all you want. He strikes out constantly, hits into double plays, is not a clutch hitter. Eat as much of the contract as necessary and get rid of him. 415 says, dump Devers as soon as anyone offers anything. It's a ball and chain contract with a player in decline, and he's blocking Bryce Eldridge.
I disagree with the notion that he's blocking Bryce Eldridge.
559 says, I'd rather have Devers than not have Devers. 925 says, trading Logan Webb only makes sense if they're committing to a total rebuild, which they won't do. I agree. It makes no sense unless they're going to do something we've never seen them do, which is go full 2010s Houston Astros, Chicago Cubs, kaboom, do the freaking Wile E. Coyote Acme explosives, blow up the cliff, the rocks come tumbling down, and you look down and there's no floor below you and you fall to the ground. The Giants, they've never done that.
No.
And we've talked about this at various times. Would you, as a fan, respect that? I think the Giants ownership underestimates the fan base. I think the fan base would actually be kind of excited by a full rebuild. I mean, they're so fearful of empty seats. I think if they did a full rebuild, listen, I don't want to trade Logan Webb, and I've been on record saying it's insane. But if the Giants did it and said, hey, guys, we're going full on, Johnny Level, Bryce Eldridge, the prospects we got for Webb, we drafted Jackson Flora. You know, I'm just throwing a bunch of S against the wall right now. If they did that, I think the fans would respond positively.
See,
I do.
I would too, but I also don't have the confidence that the Giants organization would go that route because they had that opportunity the last 3-4 years. They could have just played Patrick Bailey and Joey Bart every day. They could have played Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos. They could have played Marco Luciano. They could have been playing Casey Schmidt. Like, there was already a lot of prospects in the farm system that they kind of yo-yoed up and down. Now, half those guys aren't even here anymore, but instead they went with the platoon strategy that worked in 2021. It also helped out that you still had Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Bell having career years that season as well. But they've just refused to go full in on the youth rebuild. So I'm not too confident that they will go in that direction.
They won't. 830, here's a rare text. Marcus is on to something. You really see, I'm kidding.
We might be on to something.
And that's why they need to move off guys like Adrian Hauser and Tyler Malley and give some of the young starters like Carson Wisenhunt a chance to see what they have. You're talking about the May Pacific Coast League Pitcher of the Month.
Bring up the Whiz Kid. I don't know what we're waiting for at this point. I'd much rather see Carson Wisenhunt and Trevor McDonald get opportunities over Tyler Malley and Adrian Hauser.
Looks like Marty Lurie has a text in here. They got to give it time. Baseball's a marathon, not a sprint. Don't blow it up a couple months into a season. It's not like other sports. It's 162. Can I get a when you're 6 out with 5 to play? Until that. 209 just says bullpen.
Yeah.
Bullpen. 408 says some new starters and a legit closer, and we're right back at ... 500.
Back to that gravitational pull.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
There it is, buddy. Yeah. I guess we're in the baseball part of the first.
Until then, you're stuck with Devers.
So anyway, we just made the big hit, our Jock Blog today, the 1-year anniversary of the Devers trade. How you feeling about it? Seems like opinions pretty varied and pretty split. My buddy Daryl checks it in and said maybe he's just not a good fit with the Giants, and had he been traded to the Dodgers, he'd be in the NL MVP race.
Oh, dude, he'd be hitting 50 home runs if he was in a Dodger uniform.
Oh, man. So anyway, yeah, it seems to be some people still sticking with Devers. Like Marcus saying, it's not nearly as bad as you think. He's something they didn't have before. He lengthens the lineup. He's a threat. And then there's the other part of people saying those numbers are down, down. He's a player in decline. He's blocking Bryce Eldridge. So it seems to be a little bit of a civil war. We've gone to the Devers Wars.
We've
gone from the Belt Wars to the Devils Wars.
Rafael Devers Wars.
All right. Well, let's have some fun with Susan Slusser on the other side on a Reggae Friday, although not a Reggae Friday for Susan. Walt, you and me, buddy. You and me on the next segment on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We've had the Brandon Belt Wars. We've had the Rafael Devers Wars, but there's no war when it comes to the best barbecue in San Francisco. There's one spot and one spot only, Smokin' D's Barbecue out in the Sunset District. And right here on the Murph and Marcus Show, it's the final day that we will be giving away a $100 gift card to the best barbecue in San Francisco. Stay tuned for your cue to call to win right here on the Barbecue Leader.
Drop Trout Hog out. That's $50.
A Friday hit with Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney. And Steve, there's people out there that can't pay their taxes. It's a big deal, but we know you can help, Steve. What can you tell them? Good morning.
Good morning. We have a lot of help for you. First of all, if you can't pay your taxes, you're not alone. You got a lot of company. It's okay. You're not an axe murderer. You just can't pay your taxes. First of all, the amount the government wants may be wrong. Oftentimes it is. If you didn't file your tax returns, a lot of times the government files returns for you and they make things up. Could be way more than you owe. But if you really do owe the money, that's okay. There's all kinds of deals. If you qualify to just pay part and they forgive the rest. If you qualify to get the penalties removed, sometimes penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if we get you a monthly payment plan that you can afford, not what some IRS guy says you can afford. The bottom line is there's so much we want to do for you. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll listen to you. We know you have expenses. And then we want to get you a great deal and give you your life back. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's what you do. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You know the deal. The only way we break for a Reggae Friday is when Susan Slusser comes on. You got to play her music. She's got her little style council, ever-changing moods. The Giants, not much of an ever-changing mood. They're just constantly under 500. No, that's a bad joke.
Yeah, I'd say the mood changed on Wednesday.
Well, that's a very
after
good
the Bryce
call.
Eldridge
Very
Grand
good.
Slam.
Way to save that, buddy. Thank you. We're going out to London, England, across the pond, don't you know, to the UK. No, she's not there for the World Cup. She's there because A, she's an Anglophile. B, she has so much vacation she doesn't know what to do with it. And C, there's live music to see. So I do believe Susan Slusser, the ace baseball columnist for the San Francisco Chronicle and our Giants insider, is standing in line for a live show. It's the first ever Giants interview done standing in line for a concert in England. Susan, good morning, afternoon, and evening.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys. I'm in Scarborough, England. I'm in East Yorkshire with about 20 of my closest friends waiting for doors to open in about 3 hours because we're all slightly insane.
Well, yeah, and this is this the artist that had the stage fright?
No. This is Paul Weller.
Oh, it's Weller.
This is the first night.
Okay,
First
Weller.
night of the tour, baby.
Okay, so, and does he, when he sees you, is he filled with a warm remembrance, or is he a little creeped out and sends security?
There's so many of us, but I think he goes, he knows my face. He's always like, oh, I know you from up front. So I'll take it.
Now, would
I
16
think you might know at a push I'm American, maybe.
16-year-old Susan Slusser boarding at Stevenson School, if she ever knew that Paul Weller would say to her, I know you, you would have broken down into tears, correct?
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. I didn't board them, but yeah.
Oh, you didn't? That's right, because you lived at home. That's right. So your friends are about to hear you talk about stuff that makes no sense to them, and that's Bryce Eldridge.
Oh, I've wandered off. Yeah, they're all
Okay.
very loud.
Okay, good. So when Bryce Eldridge hit it, it was about 3:30 our time, about 11:30 p.m. your time. What was your reaction when you saw or digested the Giants coming back from 9-1 down, capped off by a Bryce Eldridge walk-off grand slam? I can't believe I'm saying that. It sounds too crazy to be true.
Yeah, I had seen the score, and I thought, oh, okay, well, I probably don't need to, check that out later. And then, I don't know, whatever, 30 minutes later, looked at social media and went, what? Oh, my goodness. Coming back from that much. And then Bryce. You know what? The whole storyline of Bryce wanting sort of the redemption, and this time I'm going to get the job done. And that's kind of baby star quality stuff, like on his way to really being a guy, you know?
Yeah, Susan, and he even said that after the game. He said he wants to be the future face of the franchise. Now, we know that he's a confident kid. He's confident in the batter's box also. Hell, I think after Wednesday's night performance, he might be in the conversation for NL Rookie of the Year. But just talk to us about some of your conversations that you've had with a 21-year-old Bryce Eldridge and how confident he is in his skill set.
Well, I think my first experience talking to Bryce is like everyone's first experience talking to Bryce. It was in Sacramento when he very first went up to Sacramento 2 years ago, just at the very end of the season. And it was like, he can't possibly be, I think he was 19 or just turned 20. There wasn't, you think absolutely not. You've got to be 28. You have to be like legal. I remember, everybody up there was saying exactly the same thing. They're like, wait, you're sure you can't buy a beer or anything? Because he just comes across as so mature, and he looks so mature. He's just kind of an older soul anyway, but the confidence too. He's very smooth. He just did not seem like a just turned 20-year-old.
Yeah, we agree. We experienced that in Scottsdale with him too. There's a lot of poise, a lot of comfort in the own skin, a lot of confidence. Now, there was some struggles with, early on strikeouts and pitch identification, but he seems to be really making progress right before our eyes, capped off by that storybook grand slam. And the rest of his last month, his numbers are just fantastic. So all that said, Susan, give him first base and get out of the Rafael Devers contract. 808 KMBR, right? That's my hot take there. This is the 1-year anniversary this weekend of the Devers trade. And we've been talking about it this morning. There's a lot of varied opinion on it. 1 year later, Susan, your blunt assessment, a marriage that did not work, failure, or not?
Can I say incomplete? I feel as if there's so much more in there. He's played beautifully at first base. He really has got a nice knack there. That's something. There was that stretch for about 2 weeks where he was doubling a ton, and every time you looked, it said that would have been out of 29 of 30 stadiums. And, you wonder if that's something like that gets into his head at all. But, he's Rafael Devers. I just got to feel like, look, we were saying these kind of things 3 weeks ago about Matt Chapman, and he's completely turned it around. I feel like Rafael Devers is going to have a hot streak. He's known for being very streaky. I might be wrong, but the one thing I can say is it's going to be very difficult to move that contract without picking up a huge chunk of it. So I'm not sure why you would, because you can have Eldridge DH. I think he might profile more as a DH than a first baseman anyway. And Devers is the better fielder. And, when you trade Luis Ariz, which seems clear they're probably going to have to do, then you've got Casey Schmidt at second. You've got Elliot Ramos back in the outfield. That's not a bad lineup. So I'm not sure I would rush to trade Rafael Devers.
Susan, with the Giants being 13 games under, there is a lot of talk about potential trades. You mentioned one name, Luis Ariz. Another name that pops up a lot is Robbie Ray, with both of them being on expiring contracts. But the name that we've been hearing lately over the past week or so is Logan Webb. Do you think the Giants should entertain trading away Logan Webb?
Nope. Next question.
Yeah.
No, I don't see it. I'm sure he would have value for a lot of teams, but he's a Giant. It feels like kind of through and through, and a NorCal guy. And a team leader, that would be beyond giving up. That would be, setting yourself up for the next few years for not having Logan Webb.
Well, I'm with you 100%, but I don't know. It's being mentioned so much. Do you think that when you get back to the States, that's something you might nose around on?
It's not like they go like, hey, Susan, guess what? We're thinking about trading Logan. I kind of hear from usually the same places you guys do, unless I run into a scout who says I'm here looking at Logan. But that happens all the time this time of year. They're out there looking at all sorts of guys. It doesn't mean that guys, scouts all spring were checking out Bryce Eldridge. In Sacramento, they were all checking out Bryce Eldridge. The Giants haven't traded Bryce Eldridge. They're not going to. So it seems far-fetched. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. I wouldn't have said this time exactly last year. I wouldn't have said, yeah, they're probably about to trade for Rafael Devers.
Right. So we'll see. Our argument is that if they're doing that, then they are doing something they've never done, which is committing to a full and total rebuild, because
I don't see it.
Yeah, okay. There we go. There we go.
Susan, circling back, you brought up Matt Chapman's name, and you look at his numbers over the month of June alone. 5 home runs. He's hitting .469 now. Susan, you've covered Matt Chapman throughout his entire career, essentially. He's a very streaky hitter. You also had conversations with him earlier this season about getting some backlash and some criticism from fans, even to the point of death threats to his family on social media. So how do you think Matt Chapman mentally is handling all this, seeing the success he is now having at the plate?
It's funny. A lot of people have mentioned to me that he started hitting like right around then, like right after that story came out, which, okay, great. But yeah, he was not at any point saying he should not be criticized. In fact, he started off saying, I understand why people are criticizing me, and that's fair. Like, I get that. It's threats to my family. It is wishing harm on my toddler daughter. Like, that stuff is going too far. And it wasn't said like a woe is me kind of thing. I had people going like, you make so much money, you know, who cares? Well, I don't think anybody wants to hear that kind of stuff. And it's really, as far as I'm concerned, not okay. But he certainly wasn't saying like, woe is me. And I was asking him about it. It's not like he came to me going like, hey, let me tell you about this awful stuff. I was, you know, I know how this stuff works. And I know that, you know, I've seen some of the responses on a lot of these guys' social media that's not okay. And, you know, I think we all saw it on our own social media during the Matt Chapman doldrums.
Susan, before we go, just when you're over there in the UK, a guy who's sort of emerged in his last couple outings for me is Dylan Smith. I don't know how much you guys as beat writers and columnists, when the acquisition was made on March 30th, it's one of those things you guys just kind of put 3-dot notes. Have you ever talked to anybody in the system about him? I mean, he was a third-round draft pick out of Alabama. His numbers in 7 games for the Tigers last year were pretty good. He's looked good to me when he's in. I'm not saying the guy's a freaking all-star, but I'm saying in a bullpen that sucks, he's emerging. Did you hear anything about him?
Yeah, I mean, they said at the time, this is a guy we really like, and we kind of want to see what's there. So I'm glad he's performing well. I kind of feel like every week there's a different guy we've said, like, this guy looks like he could be the closer, and then it kind of goes sideways. So I don't even want to say anything. That would be great if he is some sort of answer there. But I'm still of the mind that it would have been great if they had done a little bit more with the bullpen. And, Jason Foley, great. I hope he's back ready after that arm fatigue sooner than later. They really like what Ryan Walker's been doing, and he's worked on various different things. But right now they just don't have enough. So Dylan Smith does stand out, which is great. I mean, he's the one guy really getting the job done and being consistent so far.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to jinx it. All right.
Very small sample size.
2 things. England, Croatia next Wednesday. Are you dialed in?
Oh, of course. Yeah. Yeah. I've got a few. I mean, I like to watch as many of those games as I can. I'm a big soccer fan. But hey, did you guys notice in my little Q&A thing this week, I did a soccer one, and that Matt Chapman owns a little piece with Leeds United?
Oh, with the 49ers? Isn't that the Niners team?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's how it happened. His financial guy's kind of friends with him. But isn't that wild?
That is wild. It's a smart investment. Matt Chapman, that'll pay for a few. I don't know, RBIs or something. I'm trying to think of something.
A couple crab sandwiches.
Thank you. And then finally, will Weller play Long Hot Summer tonight?
He will not. I don't think. No, because this is the first show on the tour. Nobody knows the set lists yet. He always has a few variations on the set list, but we don't know sort of the core set list. But there's been a lot of guesswork, and I have not seen Long Hot Summer, but I would love it.
Right. It's the
right time of year.
It's a summer tour. It's his first show. It's outdoors. Makes sense to me.
All right. I'll mention it to him if I get a chance to talk to him. Brian Murphy says.
Be the American bird in the front saying, play Long Hot Summer. All right. So there you go. I know you. You're American. All right, Susan. By the way, your connection was incredible. Go back to your friends. Chat it up. All right.
Enjoy, Susan.
Fantastic. All right. Thanks, guys.
There she is, Susan Slessor. An amazing connection.
I know. It's crazy.
Standing in line at a concert in Scarborough, England. And she sounded better than she does when we talked to her in the city.
Yeah, sounded better than a lot of our regular guests.
Yeah, this is all very true.
If you know, you know.
Do you guys know about Simon and Garfunkel Scarborough Fair? You guys know about that one?
I do not know about that.
Oh, dude, you want to talk about like a song? You want to talk about depressing as hell, like a Sunday afternoon, drizzling outside, and on comes, "Are you going to Scarborough Fair?" Dude, you'll want to jump off a bridge. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. You're like, oh man, slit my wrist.
I feel depressed just hearing you sing it.
It's a Reggae Friday. If you play it, you're going to ruin all the reggae vibes, but go ahead and play it here. There you go.
Here we go.
This is Simon and Garfunkel at their most meditative. Listen, Marcus.
I do like to meditate.
Marcus, you might want to go on the, lower the lights and roll one up here. Shh.
Are you going to
You guys don't know this one, huh?
No, I don't.
What did you guys learn today? You don't know this, girl?
No.
Oh, this is... These guys were considered like harmony geniuses, and this was like the 60s, the folk movement.
Wow.
But you're like, it's drizzling outside. I have homework to do. This versus Nights in White Satin by Moody Blues, most depressing songs of all time.
I was going to say, I'm more of a Sound of Silence kind of guy myself.
Well, that one has like a little cachet to it. You know what I mean? Because you guys use it as a meme.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. But this one...
Shout out the Graduate final scene.
So we're going to do some rounds here now. You feeling it, Walt? Feeling it?
I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it, Walt. I'll say it. I'm not
Don't you want to
feeling
go
this.
for a walk in the forest right now? Yeah.
I want to take a walk somewhere else.
Well, that's where Susan is. She's in Scarborough. So there you go. She'll be a true love of mine. She's a true love of ours. All right, it's Friday. We're getting loose. We're getting loose.
Susan.
We're getting loose.
Hello, Governor.
There you go, buddy. Cooler content on the other side. Good stuff. Don't go anywhere on the Scarborough for a leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
There's no love for Reggae Ramey? Is there none of that?
It's Thursday. There it was, man. So let's give Reggae Ramey a little love here, buddy.
I need some reggae for Ted Ramey.
Yeah. Sounded good. Reggae Ramey, this is for you, buddy. Crazy bald heads. So we played Bob Marley today. How about one song called Screwface and one song called Crazy Bald Heads? You like that one?
That's actually the name of the song?
Yeah.
I thought you were riffing on Ted Raimi.
That's actually very funny,
Yeah,
buddy.
Ted Raimi is bald.
That's actually very, very
Believe
funny.
it or not.
Makes sense, yeah.
Hard to believe.
The bald head, according to the, is not Raimi, who is bald.
He's got a great bald head.
That's very good. We're playing some Crazy Bald Heads for Raimi.
I honestly thought that was a riff.
It's working out great. I mean, the plan was I sent Walt a bunch of songs I wanted to hear, and he put two and two together that we were going to do Raimi.
Nicely done,
This is
Walt.
great.
Nicely done.
Hey, Raimi, here's your reggae, and you're bald.
Yes.
So,
One of the best bald heads in the Bay Area.
By the way,
808 KMBR.
the sociologists say the song "The Bald Heads" are the oppressive, corrupt forces, the colonizers, the exploiters.
Sounds like Ted Raimi
Sounds
to me.
like Raimi. Sounds like Raimi doing a radio segment, colonizing my radio.
Colonizing the Quakes.
Crazy bald heads and Screwface. You gotta love Marley, man. All right, guys, we got a lot of fun stuff here. Where do you want to start? You want to start with Kruk? Go to the Knicks fan. The Knicks fan is back now. That guy who went insanely viral.
Round 2.
For my mayor is Muslim, my bagel's Jewish, my Christian Dior, Knicks in 4.
You guys played that soundbite on the show when I was gone?
Yes,
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
Now,
Great
I have
audio.
a question to ask you. Is he going to the well one too many times, or is he epic for adjusting because the Knicks lost a game? Because here it goes. You guys are all going to have to... do you have the video or just audio? You have the video? Okay. YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and audio. He's back with a new version.
What you want to say? I got 4 things I want to say right now. No. My mayor's still Muslim. Yeah. My bagel's still Jewish. The Pope's on our side. Knicks and
All right.
Well, is he going to the well too many times, or is he epic for creating? He said the Pope is on our side. Knicks in 5. 5 and 5 don't rhyme. We work with it.
Yeah, I like the Christian Dior line better. I get it. You got to play the hits, and goes back to what's getting him now on these airwaves once again. But I do have a bit of an issue because after this dude went viral the first time, there were a lot of people accusing him of stealing those bars from Twitter. A lot of people accusing him of being a Drake type of figure with ghostwriters.
Man.
So that kind of ruined it a little bit. And
You
then
can't
also,
show your face anywhere without
no,
them coming
you,
for
no,
you.
you really can't.
You're telling me they got the Christian Dior Nixon 4 guy.
They got him.
Yeah.
And now, Murph, I'm saying that he's a mole. He's a paid product. He's wearing a Kalshi-sponsored Knicks jersey, doing this on like a Kalshi YouTube TikTok channel. Now he's been bought and paid by the man.
First of all, shout out Kalshi.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Second
Those are
of
your
all,
people.
is this not America in a nutshell? Like this thing happened organically. It was great. And immediately it's been monetized and turned to crap.
Yep.
Yeah, this is capitalism in a nutshell. It's like when the guys did the tarps off at the White Sox game, then the Giants were telling us to do it on the scoreboard.
Yeah, welcome to America.
You know who's telling you to do it? The crazy bald heads.
That's it, the bald
Crazy
heads.
bald head. Give me some of that
Those
again.
damn
now,
Ted
Walt. Give me
Raimis are
some.
telling me to take my tarps off.
Because, you have an organic guy, he does a thing, Kalshi comes in, they buy him, and all of a sudden, we got the crazy bald heads going, Walt, there they are. He's going, they take the Knicks in 4 guy, and they turn him into corporate guy.
My
Yeah.
mayor's still Muslim. Yeah. My bagel's still Jewish. The Pope's on our side. Knicks and
See, 707's a hater. No more run for this guy. Let it die. Damn.
Yeah, one-hit wonder.
What the? I mean,
Went back to the well one too many times.
I'm going to go. Yeah.
You support him.
Well, I'm just going to try to push back. I mean, I'd like to think that he was a organic product. But if I'm exposed and he's a complete corporate shill, then we got problems.
Yeah, it's just I have a problem with that. Like, remember the NCAA March Madness tournament a couple years ago where I forget what school it was. They had the guy walk out with the boombox, and it was like this huge deal.
Yeah, it was.
And it was awesome. Next thing you know, he's being like sponsored.
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
bought
yeah.
and paid for boombox. I'm like, do we have to buy and pay for everything here?
So my buddy Tim, shout out Timmy up in Portland, said this years ago. He said everything in America eventually turns to crap. That's what he said.
Yeah.
And it's hard to argue. It's hard to argue. Is there anything That's still pure. I mean, like Willie Mays didn't turn to crap. He was still awesome, right? Timmy's a big Bruce Springsteen fan. Would he say Springsteen turned to crap? I don't know. Some people might say that. Might say not. Did the Grateful Dead turn to crap? I don't think so. Some might say that. The old heads would say, don't go see him anytime after Jerry died. I got you. Yeah. So there's everything. Everybody, there's haters everywhere. What's pure? What's pure?
Steph Curry?
Are there people hating on Steph?
Yeah, I'm sure there's people turning on Steph.
Yeah, for like his Chinese sneakers or something like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God. You know what's pure? The Cooler of Content being sponsored by Marin Health. That's what's pure.
So pure.
With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And I'm going to give him credit for, he had to say something on the Christian religion after the Muslim and the Jews, and he went with the Pope. The Pope is on our side.
Yeah, but also the Pope is a Chicago fan, isn't he?
Yeah, but Spike Lee wore a Pope Leo Knicks jersey. Remember that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
and it was signed, wasn't it?
Oh,
I think it was signed by the Pope.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Does this make you feel better about Knicks fans? After the tip-in, they were so crazy on the streets, they will chant anything. And this is a very short clip, but they were packed onto a street and a UPS truck pulled up, and they began chanting UPS. UPS. Check it out. I told you short bit.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Yeah, play it back, Walter. I need it one more time.
It's just this guy in a UPS delivery just pulls up.
See, now that's funny. That's organic. I'll take that.
All right.
UPS. This is like the side talk video we played after the Knicks took down the Cavs, and there was like a random Amazon driver who popped up in the middle of the video, and he was wearing his Amazon outfit, and he said, "Donovan Mitchell, no more packages to your house."
Okay, good.
So I'll take it. It's more organic.
All right, is this organic? Remember we told you about Algeria and Lawrence, Kansas. This is now getting more and more traction. The University of Kansas band learned the Algerian national anthem, and when they went to their workout and played it, and you know the slogan, Rock, Chalk, Jayhawk? You know that one?
I do.
Well, here's a fan going to watch Algeria workout. Do you have a video or just the audio here? Just the audio? Tell me, is this pure? Just a white bread dude in Lawrence, Kansas walking to an Algeria workout?
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
That was quick, too.
He's just walking past the camera.
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
This is great.
Dude, you want to talk about things you never thought you would ever hear your entire
Rock
life?
Chalk, Algeria.
See? This is what's still pure about
Is
America.
that still pure?
This is the melting
That's
pot of
still
the world,
pure?
baby.
Okay, so we're still good.
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
It's making you laugh.
It's good.
As
it's
is
making me chuckle.
UPS. As is UPS. So, all right, we got a couple.
Rock Chalk, Algeria.
UPS.
UPS.
Okay, shout out my guy Derek Scobie from Mill Valley, California. He's a Scot.
Scobie.
He's a Scot. He's the president of our TAM Boosters. He's a stalwart at the Mill Valley Golf Club Winter League. He's Scottish, and he was at graduation yesterday running TAM TV. You know, they put it on YouTube. I'd recommend you go to YouTube and look up the TAM TV graduation and watch the landslide. It's very beautiful. You can go check it out. Also watch my kid walk across the stage. All 6'5" of him. But anyway, I said to Derek, I said, all right, good stuff, man. He goes, gotta go, mate. I said, where? He goes, off to the airport. I said, why? He goes, off to Boston. He's flying to Boston is being invaded by Scotland.
I've seen some of these videos.
This is what's next here. So this is some guys, they rented an Airbnb, and at 6:30 in the morning, started cracking brews.
Oh, of course.
Wearing kilts and playing the pipes. Yeah, imagine you're in your neighborhood. If you saw it, it's just like a Airbnb you'd rent on like a family vacation. And I'm going to say this: full support. Bagpipes, hell yes.
Now you
Hell
say
yes.
this as a man that still wakes up at 6 a.m. on a Sunday morning during the weekends.
If somebody in my neighborhood started playing bagpipes on a weekend, and I'd be like, hell yeah, buddy, let's go.
I don't know, Murph. If I'm
you hear the traffic going by,
if I'm hungover and I get woken up by bagpipes, I might be pissed off.
Where are you with bagpipes in general?
In general, I don't really have a hot take on bagpipes.
Man.
I don't know. I don't come from a bagpipe culture.
Roy's at Spanish Bay.
I've got bags and I got pipes, but I don't have any bagpipes.
If I gave you a pipe, you'd use it.
Yeah, I would. I would indeed.
Where are you with bagpipes, Walt?
They're okay, actually.
Okay?
Yeah, they're all right.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
you guys.
All right, John Joe Curley, bring in the Irishman.
Bagpipes,
He's got to have a take
100%,
on
You know what's
yeah,
funny
he's for
is
it,
that
yeah.
they're 100% associated with Scotland, but there are Irish bagpipes. They are. They're so Scottish that people are like, we do have the Irish bagpipes. I'm like, yeah, but it's really Scotland's thing.
Yeah, well, we saw some bagpipes live at the Irish Cultural Center when John Joe Curley brought me
it
over
makes sense.
for St.
Well,
Patrick's
it's
Day.
a Gaelic thing, It's an anti-English thing,
Oh, then I support it.
There were bagpipes during the opening series right there in front of Frankie's. I was doing my video, and the guy wouldn't stop playing them.
Bagpipes in San Francisco.
So if you go to Spanish Bay Hotel or just go for a cocktail, Roy's at sunset, it's very famous. You get your cocktail, you sit at the fire pit, the sun is dipping into the Pacific, and here comes the bagpiper walking up the dunes. It's epic. It's epic. So my dad was a bagpipe guy. Do you ready for this? He had bagpipe on vinyl records.
Oh.
So like it was like 25 straight minutes of bagpipes,
Huh.
Bagpipes and culture. So I married an axe murderer, right? Mike Myers, didn't he? Yeah.
Now, here's a question. Have you ever attempted to play the bagpipes?
No, God, no. I mean, I wouldn't.
I wouldn't even know what
honestly
to do.
wouldn't know what to
Yeah.
do. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You know what the Irish have is called the Uilleann pipes, and it's a similar thing. You kind of have the elbow and you press on the bag, and you do. That's more of a Uiella. Anyway, I digress.
Okay.
Let's move on. Here's Scottish fans in a bar in Boston singing. So what they do, they sing. Cut F here, Walt. No Scotland, no party? Is that what they're saying? Where does America do the best? Like, I've always envied and enjoyed the European sports singing culture. It's awesome. I gave you guys the singing the other day from the Italy-Ireland match in '94. I think is it Southern SEC football? Like at Florida games at the end of the third quarter, they play Tom Petty, Won't Back Down.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And at Alabama games, they play Dixieland Delight.
Mr. Brightside in Michigan, right?
Michigan, yeah, that was kind of brief.
Okay.
It wasn't, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Anything on the West Coast? We got nothing, do we?
I don't think we have any fight
lights?
songs.
Giants game when the lights go
but
down
like
in the
those
city?
are more like karaoke sing-alongs. Like it feels like in the hooligan soccer culture, they're the ones starting the chant. They're not waiting to scan a QR code on the scoreboard to be told
100%.
what song to sing.
I know, and so man,
They get after it in San Jose though. They have the chance.
Oh, the
for
Earthquakes
the
too?
Quakes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, shout out the Ultras down there.
Quakes fans. All right.
Which, by the way, I saw some videos yesterday of down in San Pedro Square for the watch party for the Mexico game. It looked like it was cracking down in San Jose.
Yeah, man, very, very good. Now, a great text has come in. 559 said, "You guys are talking Scotland. That means kilts, and kilts are hogs out."
Oh my God!
Which leads us to
easy access.
the next chapter of the Cooler of Content. Mike Krukow made national news right before the Bryce Eldridge Grand Slam. The tarps were off. Kipe was excited, talking about tarps off, and this happened on the broadcast Wednesday.
I mean, it may be more than tarps off if Eldridge knocks one out of here.
Well, I'm going to hold you to it. Time to drop trowel and hog out.
Okay, this thing went majorly viral.
Yes, it did.
Majorly viral. How much was it? Millions of impressions on the KNBR hit?
Just from our tweet alone. But John Boy Media, Barstool Media, everybody took this clip.
So, like good reporters, we had Mike Krukow on this morning, and we went right to the heart of the matter, asking him the serious questions. Mike, what did you mean? Here's what he said.
I mean, back in the day when we had Kangaroo Court, I mean, that was one of the fines. I mean, after the game's over and you've got a big spread in the middle of the clubhouse and everybody has a bite to eat. I mean, that's when you have your meal. And, guys are going in and out of the shower. Well, if you go from your locker and you're heading to the shower and you got nothing on and you walk by the spread and you reach over and pick up a piece of salami or something, well, that's a fine. And, the fine is, drop trowel, hog out, that's $50. So... And I mean, some guys would go to the shower and they'd get fined. Well, at least they'd get written down the fine. Then they'd come back and do it again. So dropping trowel and hogging out had everything to do with how you approach the spread after a game. But it kind of found its way into the game. on Wednesday, and it just felt appropriate. That's all I can say.
And as many people texted in right after that, Mike Krukow is a treasure.
Yes.
Drop trowel, hog out. That's $50.
And a sharp listener said you might want to add that to the win package, what I think Walt might be doing.
Oh, consider
Drop
it
trowel,
done.
hog out. That's $50.
Now they just got to win a game.
Yeah, that's $50. We needed a win, but yeah, you can't be going to the spread with hog out.
Incredible, man.
That's more than a fine, in my opinion.
All right, a lot of reaction. 925 says on the plus side, bagpipes probably keep the turkeys away. We do have wild turkeys near our house. 707 says bagpipes give me the chills, especially at a funeral. Well, that's nice, too. 916 says, yeah, if that bagpipe guy's outside my house, I'm throwing a dart at the bagpipe. All right, dude. 775 says, play a bagpipe, go to jail. It's the law. 48 says, I'm with Waterboy. Bagpipes are annoying. I'd be pissed.
Oh, dude, if I'm hungover and I hear bagpipes, dude, I'm throwing a fistful of pennies at that guy.
949 says, we sing Rocky Top in Tennessee.
Nice, that's a good one.
Oregon crowd says, we sing Shout at Oregon football games. 415 says, how about Boston, Sweet Caroline?
Oh, I hate that one.
And then 650 says, you guys suck today.
Oh,
That's what he
thank you.
said. So there you
Just
go.
like
Thank you very much.
everything else in America that's been ruined by capitalism.
Drop trowel, hog out.
So
That's
has the
$50.
Murphy Marcus show
All right,
been
very
ruined.
good. We got a great 9 o'clock hour coming for you. Michael Zagaris, the legend, who says that Dusty Baker is cooler than any of the blues artists that he hangs with. And then Dusty Baker to talk about his memoir at 9:30. What a way to end a Reggae Friday on The Sports Leader.
Drop trowel, hog out. That's $50.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, let's talk about Kalshi and the soccer. That's right. The world's biggest soccer tournament is underway. It's arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. You guys know how it is. We are in love with Bosnia since the banger we found, and they play today at noon against Canada. And if you go on the Kalshi app, man, it's live. It's like changing by the second here right now. A tie, which could happen, is paying out at 3.52x. So, $50 pays out $176. It changes, though, constantly, because on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm from Bosnia, take me to America. I really want to see Statue of Liberty.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, our last hour on a Reggae Friday. Sounding good. What you got, Wall?
Got a little slightly stupid here, Murph. This joint, a little bit of California reggae thrown into the rotation.
Sounding good on a sunny June Friday. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You know how kids in the final, last couple weeks of school, senioritis? Your boy with 1 hour left before a 2-week vacation.
Dude, yeah.
Senioritis.
We've been getting loose today. We've been taking tarps off, dropping trowel, and pulling hogs out.
Oh, man. Mike is a treasure. He truly is a treasure. Hey, speaking of hogs, you like pork? You like, do you like a little smoked pork? What do you do? You put the pork butt? What do you got?
Some pulled pork. You
There
can
you
go
go.
pork
There you
butt, pork shoulder. Don't matter. If you're looking for some of the best pulled pork in the Bay Area, you should check out Smokin' D's Barbecue. And make sure you call in right now for your chance to win, because Father's Day is coming up, and we've got a great deal for you. This year, skip the grill and bring home the smoke. Smokin' D's is serving up Father's Day takeout and catering all across the Bay Area. We're talking slow smoked brisket. We're talking slow smoked hog, a.k.a. pulled pork, homemade sides, and family-style barbecue packages that are perfect for getting everyone around the table. And here's the move to make. Pre-order now and save 15% on select barbecue packages, but don't wait. Pre-orders close Thursday, June 18th. So lock in your Father's Day feast right now at SmokingD'sBarbecueSF.com. That's SmokingD'sBarbecueSF.com. And right now we are taking one winner. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win $100 in a gift card to Smokin' D's Barbecue. Prize furnished by Smokin' D's Barbecue. Find official rules at thesportsleader.com.
Well, Marcus, I am a father, and, Father's Day's coming up, so, want to get me that Smokin' D's?
Let's plan this feast. I might just pre-order, not just for Father's Day, I might just pre-order just for the boys to get those brisket bows back in studio.
Yeah, any way we can do it, any way, any shape, any time. So
sign me up.
That should be
and
awesome.
By the way, anybody out in the Sunset District tonight for the Sunset Night Market, regardless if you win this gift card or not, swing by Smokin' D's Barbecue for some of the best Smokin' D's Barbecue in the Bay Area.
Yeah, so that's fun stuff, man. Final. Like I said, we have Dusty Baker coming up on 9:30, and Mike Zagaris is going to lead in. He's just so great, such a vibe. But I got a couple minutes here. I got some just terribly sad news, and I'm going to try not to get emotional here. The Bay Area sports writing community and the American sports writing community and the world lost a great guy Wednesday night, and it's just been made public by his family this morning. Neil Hayes has passed away from cancer at his home in Naperville, Illinois. Some of you say, I don't know that name. Some of you say, I do know that name. Contra Costa Times columnist for many, many years. But most importantly here in the Bay Area, the De La Salle guy, the man who came to the Bay Area from Chicago, where he grew up, as one of the purest reporters I've ever met in my life. Like, notebook out, notebook in the back pocket. Hey, that's a story. Hey, that's a story. Hey, that's a story. Hey, I'm going to go talk to that guy for that story. I'm going to go talk to that guy. Hey, Neil, hey, Murph, are you going to do this story? Because I talked to these 4 guys for this story. I'm like, man, you can report, buddy. And this leads to a little story between me and him. But he went to the Bay Area. He moved to Contra Costa. He saw De La Salle and said, that's a story. And he wound up asking Bob Ladouceur, the great, legendary Bob Ladouceur, the coach of De La Salle, arguably one of the greatest high school football coaches in the history of the country, and earned Lad's trust implicitly and he embedded with De La Salle for this entire year at all those Thursday night meetings. Hopefully you've all read the product, When the Game Stands Tall. Epic book that if you're a sports writer, you're in awe of the reporting and the details and the life that he brought to that program. If you're just a fan of writing, if you're a fan of reporting, and if you're just somebody who admires somebody who's great at what they do, you read When the Game Stands Tall and you're like, damn, Neil Hayes, he's good. Then they made it a movie. Yeah. They made it a feature film. And Neil was on the set. He'd be like, what am I doing? What am I doing? I'm a reporter. This is like Hollywood, although he had some fun with it. So in 2004, he called me up and said, hey, I got a book idea. I want to do it with you. I was like, me, Neil Hayes, I getting the tap. No joke, Marcus. My first thought was, damn, I'm not good enough to do this with Neil. I'm not good enough. And I go, what's the idea? He goes, it's about college golf. There's a joke there about, if you think a book on college golf won't sell, you're right. It won't. As we like to say of our book that ultimately came out, well-reviewed. Well-reviewed is what we say. Read by few. But anyway, he had an idea. He had been pitched an idea by somebody about Tiger Woods' freshman year at Stanford, in which Tiger Woods joined the national champion Stanford golf team that was already interesting because it had Nota Begay, a Native American guy from New Mexico. You just don't get Native Americans playing golf at a high level. And Casey Martin, who was famously had a debilitating leg injury that required the use of a cart, a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court. And now Tiger Woods, who was one of the most revolutionary figures in American sports for his demographic, his talent, his rock starness, going to Stanford and joining this team. And they were guaranteed the national championship. Spoiler alert, there was a team in Oklahoma called Oklahoma State, the Cowboys, that had a dynasty, a UCLA basketball type of dynasty, a Duke basketball type of dynasty that was on a collision course with Tiger Woods and Stanford. And he said, let's write that book. And I said, okay. So we split it up. I did the Stanford side. He did the Oklahoma State side. And what resulted was I got to spend 18 months at the side of Neil Hayes watching the best do it. I was like, I'll confess this. I think he knew this the whole time we were together, but he was such a pro and such a nice guy. He never said it out loud, but damn, Murph, you can't report like I can. I mean, I was in awe of his reporting and his writing. I just tried to keep up. And there's multiple stories along the way. I went to his house in Pleasant Hill all the time. He had a little writing shed out back. He would just school me. Yeah, I got this note. I got that note. I found this. I found that. I interviewed this guy. I interviewed that guy. I'd be like, damn, Neil, you're good. And we would write and kind of getting the goosebumps, man. And he turned me on to Geneva. There's a small detail. Geneva Delicatessen on the East Bay. You guys know it? You guys know Geneva Deli? No.
Say I do,
Oh, Marcus, you're a deli guy. Oh. He's like, we're getting sandwiches. And where are we going? He's like, we're going to Geneva. That's right. He also turned me on to Kinder's. You guys know Kinder's?
Oh, yeah.
So we would get sandwiches from Geneva or Kinder's, and we would feast, and we would write and feast and write. And then Neil was such a smart guy. And I know I got to wrap this up, man. But he had a young family, and he knew that living in the Bay Area was hard. And he was from Chicago, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna move. I can get twice the house in Naperville, Illinois. I'm gonna move to Naperville, Illinois, and I was like, damn, Neil, I'm going to miss you, man. And we're all going to miss you. Everybody in the Bay Area, we're going to miss you. He's like, yeah, but this is the right thing to do for my family. And he bought a beautiful house in Naperville, Illinois, raised a beautiful family in Naperville, Illinois. The damn thing is he had tongue cancer. He got tongue cancer. And it affected him for a long time. But Neil just kept writing and reporting and writing and reporting and writing and reporting. And then it got to the point where he goes, hey, you're flying out to Naperville. We're going to do some writing. I spent a week out at his house in Naperville, right again, schooling at the feet of Neil Hayes. I just end it with this. Do you know the famous story about my laptop getting stolen out of the Sutter Stockton garage on Tim Webb's birthday?
I do, of course.
And I lost 25,000 words the day before our book was due. And I had to tell Neil, dude, you know how much I felt like I was letting down the ultimate pro, Neil Hayes. He would have saved everything. He wouldn't have had his laptop stolen. I had to say, hey, Neil, I got news for you. He's like, you're returning in the manuscript tomorrow. I'm like, no, we're not. My 25,000 words is gone. It was the worst thing that ever happened to me in my life other than a death in the family. And you know what Neil said to me? He's like, he's just stayed stoic. I know what he was thinking in his head, like, what an idiot, right? But he was like, well, let's get to work. Let's go. Wow. And he was the greatest worker you ever met, the greatest reporter you ever met, wonderful writer, human being like you read about. Charlie, his wife, Nick and Riley, his kids, great friends with so many of the people you know, Matt Mayoko and Killian, Susan, everybody loves him. And the cancer came back. And he died Wednesday night at home in Naperville, surrounded by his friends and family. And the world is a lot lesser place. It's a lot lesser place. So thank you, Neil, for just being in my life. The book was called The Last Putt. If you ever want to read it and maybe increase our sales by 500% if one person reads it. He was the best, man. De La Salle, he'll always be linked with De La Salle. And I know Coach Ladd's hurting right now. I know everybody at De La Salle's hurting right now. He's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful guy. It's unfair, man. It makes no sense. So we love you, Neil. Rest in peace, brother, man. Whew. Wow. All right. Wanted to say that stuff. And we'll talk to Z-Man and Dusty to end the show on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined us earlier this morning to talk about dropping trow and hogging out. If you want to hear that full podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, yeah, more Reggae Friday. Last night's memory. Is it Diana Sutherland? Is that who it is there? Yeah? Nadine Sutherland. Yeah, deep reggae pulls I'm getting from my Sirius XM channel. See what I'm holding up here right here? A guy who liked reggae, Dusty Baker, or likes reggae. We'll talk about that in a second. I'm holding up his book, and the cover photo is beautiful because it was taken by our next guest. One of the all-time greats, Michael Z-Man Zagaris. Saw him at the book party on Wednesday. Don't get much cooler than Dusty and Z. We have a photo of the two of them together. It's up on our YouTube, taken by the great Brad Mangian. Looks like two guys you might want to have a hang with right there.
No question.
Z, good morning.
What's up, Z-Man?
I'm still waking up. I keep wondering how Murph gets up every morning at 5 to do this.
4:15, Z-Man, 4:15.
Oh, my God. You know what? If that were me, and it was back in the day, I would just go from the club I was at to on the air.
Yeah. Well, like you're the 1980 Raiders, right? From Bourbon Street to the locker room?
Exactly. With Coos leading the way.
Were those true stories? I mean, I don't know. Was there ever evidence that they went from Bourbon Street to the Superdome to beat the Eagles?
You know what? It's actually... truth is much better than fiction with those guys. and I'm not even exaggerating on that one.
Well, in the Z-Man's book, Field of Play, not to get off of Dusty here, everybody thinks of the 49ers and the Joe. The first half of that book is all his Raiders pictures, which are incredible. Oh, my God, Z. I think you could have done a whole book on the Raiders. So truth is better than fiction with those guys.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, without a doubt.
All right, Dusty.
If I did a book on just the Raiders, it would have to have asbestos pages.
All right, man. Hey, Dusty Kettman and Dusty asked you to take the picture for the book, and you drove up to Sac. And listen, man, I mean, you guys, you captured him. You captured the spirit in his eyes and everything. It's beautiful. My question is, when did you and Dusty begin this wonderful friendship?
You know, I'm trying to think. I remember when I was first starting to, take pictures for real. He was in his last year with the Braves with Eddie Matthews as the skipper.
Oh, jeez.
And I had talked to him a couple times around the cage, but it was really once he got with the Dodgers, I started spending more time with him. And it's, from then it went from baseball to music to culture. All of those things mix up. And that's why we've stayed tight all these years. Dusty, above and beyond being a great ball player, he's an amazing human being.
And Z-Man, it feels like everything we hear about Dusty, it sounds like he's the coolest dude on the planet. Now, you've hung out with a lot of cool guys on the field and off the field. If you had to put together a Mount Rushmore of the coolest dudes you've hung around in your sports career, where would Dusty rank on that Mount Rushmore, and who would join him?
Well, you know what? If it were just 4, like on Mount Rushmore, Dusty for sure, Ricky Henderson, Now here's where it gets crazy. There could be 5 or 6 other people, and whoever you put in, the other people are going to be like, "What? He's there and not me." But I mean, those two for sure.
We'll just put Dusty and Ricky there and let the other two revolve like a revolving door here, man. Like Dwight.
Jason Giambi would be one.
Dwight Clark.
Dwight Clark, although Dwight was married, so, we had to actually go and knock on his window and have him climb out the window at 2 a.m. to join us. Which, as he once told me, he said, Z-Man, I never chase women. Sometimes they chase me, and I sometimes slow down and let them catch up.
Oh, man, so good. So back to Dusty, man. I mean, listen, the baseball resume, whether it's playing with Hank Aaron or managing the Astros to the World Series or, there's two sides to Dusty. There's the baseball, and then there's the, John Lee Hooker, Jimi Hendrix, all that. It's like almost like if you had to choose which Dusty had better stories, which one would it be?
You know what? It would be a tie because being into both music and sports, he went above and beyond in both of them. And, you were talking about Dusty being the coolest guy on the planet. I remember this had to be early to mid 80s. I'm at DNA one night and I'd come out of the bathroom and I bump into this guy and it's Bake. And I said, Dusty, what the hell are you doing here? He said, come on, Z. You're not the only cool cat in town.
Oh, man. Incredible. And you said on one of your comments to me that he's cooler than all the blues guys he hangs out with. Like, he's legit with the music and the blues connections, right?
Oh, he's amazing. I mean, and it's not just music to him. It's culture. And he's into it. You know what? If he played an instrument, he would have been in any of the great blues bands, and he could have hung out on the Chitlin circuit and beyond. And his book, he kind of goes through some stories of his first couple of years in the minors. He was in a place, this club in Richmond, that they actually had to stay if you were a brother, because Richmond, even though it's Virginia, you don't get any deeper in the South than Richmond in the mid to late 60s. And it was, like he said, the place he stayed, it was pimps, players, all those people. And I remember his last year with Houston, he had a dude that was in his office, and it was this guy, Stu, a bunch of people, and they're just chopping it up, telling stories. And it was about that time in Richmond when they were all there, and I thought, damn, that's where I want to be. I want to be in Richmond in 1968 or 69. This is happening. And that was Bake then. It's Bake now.
And Z-Man, I've heard people refer to Dusty Baker as the Forrest Gump of baseball, with all of his historic connection and how it always seems like he's around for these big moments in baseball. But big picture, getting back to what you were just saying about culture, what do you think Dusty Baker has meant for the culture of baseball in the black community here in America?
Well, you know what? Not just the black community, for the whole sports community. Mm-hmm. He's a uniting figure. He's one of these people that he's kind of walked through not just baseball, but America in that time. And most people would gravitate to him. And Dusty probably has no idea how it's happening because he's one of those people. That's his energy as a human being. I mean, people gravitate to him. He's always upbeat. He has a smile. And, for lack of a better word, he's just cool. And you can't learn to be cool. It's who you are. And he's into living. He's into life. And you know what? There are very few people on the planet in each lifetime we all have that are really like that. And for anybody that's a fan of sports or a fan of people, to know Dusty is to kind of bask in that kind of energy, which is more and more rare these days, as we all know.
Oh, there's no AI with Dusty Baker. No AI,
No.
man. No. It's all real. It's all blues. We're up against it. He's going to call us at 9:30, so we're going to just, on the way out, just seeing him win a World Series. Z, it's like he didn't need that to validate his already legendary life and career, but it sure was a nice cherry on top, huh?
You know, it was, and for him to win with that crew, with all they had been through, he was the perfect guy. And everybody in that clubhouse loved him. And I mean, truly loved him. And so I was happy for all those players, which I knew a number of them. I was really happy for Dusty and his coaches.
Yeah, so great. And listen, the book is called Crossroads. You know, Robert Johnson, right? That's what we're going with, right, Z? Crossroads.
Crossroads, Robert Johnson, and get Dusty to talk about Aunt Lorena.
Oh, Aunt Lorena. Okay.
Aunt Lorena was his aunt, and she was an entertainer in Oakland. And that's another person. I would have given anything to meet her.
Aunt Lorena, man. From Steve Garvey to Aunt Lorena, the Dusty Baker story. Oh, that's awesome. Well, Z, the cover photo is awesome. The picture Brad took of you two, throw that one up there again, Walt, is so great. And you just the perfect guy to sort of intro Dusty for us. So we will see you soon, my brother. Always great to catch up.
Yeah, thanks, Z, man.
Hey, listen, kill it in Ireland and give Declan my best when he hits Annapolis.
Hey, man, you, me, and Joe Baloney, right? Is that his name? Joe Baloney?
Joe Bellino.
Joe Bellino. Oh, my God.
With the big calves.
I got to learn my Navy Heisman guys. I got his name wrong. Joe Bellino. My bad. Joe Bellino with his calves and the short. Because the short Navy pants, he won the Heisman in like 60. Do you know the year, Z? 60? Something like that?
I think it was 61 or 62.
Yeah. And
Eddie Erdelatz was the coach. And his son later became one of the big homicide detectives in San Francisco.
Yo, that's incredible.
Yeah.
All right. And then,
but hey, enough of that. Get to Dusty.
Get to Dusty. Take care, Z-Man. You're the best.
You got it, guys. Later.
The Z-Man is the best. Dusty Baker next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So here's a classic case of where a Friday vibe is perfect, because we booked Dusty Baker to talk about his fabulous new memoir, Crossroads, and I'm reading it, and I read that he's a fan of Steel Pulse and wore red on his wristbands for the A's to represent Rally Round by Steel Pulse. And then we had a Reggae Friday. It all made sense. So Dusty Baker is welcome to By the Sounds of Steel Pulse Rally Round. Dusty, that's a great way to start our conversation. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, congratulations on the book. And how's Steel Pulse sound, Dusty?
Morning, Dusty.
It sounds great, man. I tell you, I didn't know about, Reggae Friday. That's pretty cool, man.
Hey, buddy, you got to start tuning in. We're here, Dusty. You got to start tuning in on Fridays. We've played some old roots reggae from Jamaica and some new California stuff too. So, do you even do the new stuff, the new bands, or do you go old roots?
No, I mean mostly old roots, but hey, I'm open to anything. You know what I mean? And it helps when you have nieces and nephews and a son that'll keep you up on the new stuff.
Hey, speaking of family, we just had Z-Man on, and he said we got to ask you about Aunt Lorena. Let's start there, Dusty.
I know Z-Man. He said he saw my Aunt Lorena in the Lorena in the book, and he goes, man, she's good looking, but see, she was an entertainer, and she sang all around Oakland, and she was the coolest aunt that any one nephew could have. And that was my mom's older sister.
Oh, man. So many great influences in the book. Crossroads. Everybody should get it now. We should tell everybody you can go see Dusty tomorrow at the Ferry Building Book Passage with John Miller, and Sunday with Monty Poole in Oakland. I'll get you guys the exact details on all this. But so there's going to be appearances in addition to this conversation we're having. He'll be hanging out with John and Monty on Saturday and Sunday, which should be awesome. Dusty, the funny thing about having you on about this book is, where do we go? I mean, we could go anywhere with you. Let's start with the Giants, because even though you were a Brave and a Dodger, and you won the World Series with the Astros, it was such a big moment in your life to be named manager of the Giants in 1993. Tell us about going through those memories with Steve Kettman, your co-author, getting hired as the manager. Barry Bonds is on your lineup card. Will Clark is on your lineup card. Matt Williams is on your lineup card. What do you take us back to that time where you took that job and were in that dugout and clubhouse?
Well, I really didn't want the job. Al Rosen is the one that wooed me, and I said, no, man, I don't want to be a coach. And he goes, hey, man, you got to try it. He goes, I think you'd be a great field manager someday. And I said, well, I don't know. And I was getting divorced, and things worked out where I saw Bob Lurie down in Lake Arrowhead, and I was there to pray on and about my decision. He tapped me on the shoulder, and I said, what are you doing here? He goes, well, it's my first time here. And I said, mine too. So I went back to the room, and I called my dad. I said, Dad, is that a sign? He said, son, that's a sign that you didn't want to see. And so I came up to San Francisco. Like I said, I was getting divorced at the time myself, and I had a meeting with Al Rosen, and he said it would take 5 years to get the player out of me, and 5 years and 1 day on my sister's birthday, December the 16th, I was named the manager of the Giants. And it started a great run for me. It was necessary in my life, necessary, at the time I didn't know what I was going to do. And, that was a great beginning. And a lot of times, that's why I talk about being at a crossroads. You don't really want that choice sometimes, but the choice is made for you. And, that was, perhaps one of the greatest moments of my life. It started my career and got me back on track in my life. And, I'll be forever grateful to Al Rosen, Bob Lurie, and Peter McGowan for hiring me as a coach, and then eventually as a manager.
Dusty, when you sat down with Steve Kettman and the Z-Men and started to reflect on all these stories throughout your baseball career, Did it almost feel like a full circle moment for you to be sitting down doing this book, but also to be back with the Giants organization after you started off your managerial career here in San Francisco?
Well, you know something, I almost, I think, I always felt that I'd end up back here because this is where I started as a kid, you know, going to concerts and going to, you know, Winterland and going to, you know, Golden Gate Park, you know, Haight Ashbury and Berkeley. And my heart's always been here in Northern California. And it was just a natural thing, I think, for me to come back home.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, you say Northern California, Sacramento, what it means to you. I mean, I know Riverside's where you're from originally, and Bobby Bonds, we can get into that, but you know, it's such a big part for you. You go back there, you have your wonderful home and yard and the warm weather, and I heard you told our producer, John, you're going to be working out in 100 degrees today. I mean, what is Sacramento?
No, I'm going to try to get out there before the 100 degrees. I'll just say that right now.
What does Sacramento mean to you, that whole area? What does that mean to you?
Well, you know, when I came up from Riverside, I didn't like it because I was, you know, I thought I was going to be the big man on campus like Bobby Bonds was in my junior year. And it was perhaps one of the best moves that ever happened to me. I like to fish and like to hunt with my dad. And, you know, the river was just, you know, a few blocks away, you know, so I was always outside. And when I came up here, I thought we had great baseball in Riverside, but we had even better baseball, I think, in Sacramento because we had some stars in baseball. I was the main sport, you know, up here. And so it means a lot to me. I left for a while. I went to Atlanta. I lived in L.A. You know, I lived in San Francisco, and then my dad got sick with dementia. And so my brother came up from L.A. I came up, you know, out from San Francisco back home. And, you know, that's what brought me back home. And so I found a piece of property, you know, built a home on it, wanted my son to go to school here. And so, you know, it's been great since I've been back here. And it's a good thing I did. My daughter got married here in my backyard. You know, my brother passed, my mom passed, my dad passed, and I was around for all of that. And I was, you know, so happy that I was.
So awesome, and it's such a part of you now, and you're so identified. By the way, you are right. That Sacramento baseball tradition is so underrated. You know it, Dusty, but people around the nation don't know how good Sacramento baseball is. By the way, all these stories can be heard in a very relaxed in-person setting tomorrow at 2 p.m. John Miller and Dusty at the Book Passage at Ferry Building. What a great thing to do. I mean, the Giants play that night, so you can go to both. And then Sunday, the great Monty Poole, man. Monty is awesome. Sunday in Oakland at Marcus Books at 1 o'clock. Okay, so those are two things you can do this weekend to go see Dusty with two great voices, John Miller and Monty Poole, Saturday and Sunday, San Francisco and Oakland. I mean, again, Dusty, there's like a million things I want to squeeze into these few minutes we have with you here. We just talked about. But I want to ask about Bobby Bonds. Just in what you wrote about in the book. Going back, so, you know, when you sit down to do a book, maybe you find things in your memory that you hadn't thought of for a while, or maybe an image comes. Yeah, tell me about, because Bobby, man, such an important figure in your life. What a player. And so when you sat down with Steve, what came to you? What came to you?
Well, what came to me was the fact that Bobby was the best that I had ever seen in everything. And, you know, my dad was Bobby Bonds' Little League coach, and I used to follow Bobby around because I was, you know, 4 years younger than Bobby. And I used to watch him play football, basketball, baseball. You know, he ran track at the same time as a baseball game. Sometimes he ran track in his baseball uniform. I ain't lying. This guy was the best, and we all wanted to be like Bobby Bonds. But you know, but Bobby's sister might have been even a better athlete than Bobby, Rosie, you know, who went to Olympics and she used to babysat us. And at the same time, you know, everybody in town was in love with Pat, Bobby's girlfriend, because, you know, she was the prettiest girl in town. You know what I mean? So it was great. You know, once we got Barry here, we had Bobby. I mean, it was like, you know, homecoming, you know, for all of us. And my dad really loved it because my dad loved Bobby. And my dad would come to the games and act like he was coming to see me, but I know my dad was really coming to see Bobby.
It's true, man. I'm in awe of his career, and a guy like you who has accomplished so much, that you treat Bobby like this tells us how good he truly was.
No, hey, man, one time, okay, I thought I had Bobby thrown out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would have been big bragging rights because I come in from center field, I was on the Braves. I had Bobby out at third base. He was going first to third, and I was going to tell him, hey, man, don't run on me, man. But he ran right in the flight of the ball. It ricocheted off his shoulder, went down the left field line. He scored, and I got an error. And so after the game, I said, Bobby, man, what'd you do? Where'd you learn that from? And he told me that he learned that from Willie Mays. And so,
such a great story. He saw the ball coming in his peripheral vision, moved his body. That's legal.
Yep.
That's legal. Yeah, ball hit him.
I know, and I got an error.
So he was always the big brother all the way, even on the highest level. That's really funny, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he used to tell me about, hey, you got to run some more. You can steal. And then I hurt my hand. You know, he tried to tell me, to sit out because he had hurt his hand. And I didn't do it. And my batting average went down like 40 points. And I should have listened to Bobby, but at the time I wanted to play. And at that time, Bobby was with the Cubs. And wherever Bobby went, we'd always get together after the game and talk and talk baseball. I mean, that's how it was back then. So it was a special time, with some special guys.
I'm holding up the book on YouTube right now. It's called Crossroads. It's an awesome memoir, and it's by, of course, Dusty Baker and Steve Kettman. We had a book event Wednesday at Perry's. He'll be at the Book Passage tomorrow in San Francisco at the Ferry Building with John Miller at 2 o'clock, and with the great Monty Poole in Oakland Sunday at 1 o'clock. So you can get even more extended stories then. A few more minutes here, Marcus.
Yeah, and Dusty, so many stories to squeeze into such a short time, but a question that I've always wanted to ask you. Are you really the man responsible for inventing the high five?
Not really. Everybody wants to give me the credit, but all I did was reciprocate to what Glenn Burke did. Mm-hmm. I mean, he threw his hands up and I hit his hand. So Glenn Burke invented the high five. I mean, they gave it to me, but I mean, we didn't even know we were inventing anything. We were just celebrating. We were just happy. And then the next year, the Dodgers ran with it, like high-fiving with the Dodgers. It's on the cover. They have me and Garvey on the cover, one of my main men. But I got to give Glenn all the credit.
Oh, that's good stuff, man. Hey, we can't end without mentioning Henry, Hammer, and Hank Aaron. You have in the book when you were a teenager and you signed and he told your mom, I'll look out for you. I mean, Dusty, you've been in the presence of a lot of greatness. I don't know if it ever is greater than Hank Aaron. What you can tell us in the book and what you remembered about Hank when you and Steve Kettman sat down to write the Hank Aaron chapters and the passages, what came to you?
Well, the fact that I could go on forever talking about things I learned from Hank and talking about Hank. And as a manager and a coach first, I bet you some of my players are asking me, hey, man, did you learn anything other than everything from Hank? Because I talked about Hank all the time. But there was always something on and off the field that would remind me of Hank. And, he conducted himself with honor and dignity. And but he was a humble man externally. He was extremely confident internally. And I remember one time I asked him, I said, man, who's the best pitcher you ever faced? And he told me Sandy Koufax without hesitation. And then when I got to the Dodgers, I was sitting in the bullpen in spring training. Me and Sandy Koufax were down there. So I said, Sandy, who's the baddest dude you ever faced? He told me without hesitation, he told me Bad Henry. That's Henry Aaron. So I was like, well, damn, man, how's both of you guys say that you're the best that they ever faced? And so, that's the presence of greatness. And people ask me who's the best, Hank, Willie, Barry, and to me, are there degrees of greatness? Great is great, and how do you determine exactly who who the greatest. Is it on stats? Is it on wins? Is it on their how they present themselves and how they carry themselves? But hey, man, when I think of greatness, I think of the last three guys that I named, and also I think about Cepeda, and I think about the Willie McCovey, all the great players that I grew up idolizing, that I end up playing with, and end up being on the same field as all these guys.
It's such great stuff, Dusty. I know we can let you go. Once again, I want to plug this tomorrow. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock at the Ferry Building in San Francisco at John Miller. Sunday, 1 o'clock in Oakland at Marcus Books with the great Monty Poole.
Right.
Hey, you set it up. You talk about great. I can't let you go. Then you're going to have to choose then. John Lee Hooker, Muddy Waters, B.B. King, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Jimi Hendrix. Come on now.
Yeah, go ahead. Memphis Slim, yeah. Bobby Blue Bland. See, I might have to choose. Mud. I might have to go with Mud.
The Mud Man, Muddy frickin' Waters. Yeah, there you go, buddy. There you go, buddy. Well, Dusty, listen.
John Lee.
What's that?
Yeah, go ahead. No, that's okay. We could talk music for a long, long time.
Oh, I know. We could do a whole other podcast on that. Well, you can do that tomorrow on the book events. But anyway, listen, if there was anybody that had to write a book called Crossroads, Robert Johnson, it's Dusty Baker. Congrats to Steve Ketman on the book. And Z's cover photo is awesome. And you're the best, Dusty. You have love everywhere you go. So get out there and beat the heat out in Sacramento in the Garden, all right? And then have a great weekend. We'll see you around the ballpark, okay?
All right. Later. Bye-bye.
Dusty Baker on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Whew, what a Friday, huh? Krook with the, what was it? Trow down, hog out.
Dropping trow and hogging out.
Into Z-Man and Dusty Baker. Wow. All right,
Drop
Marcus.
trout, hog out. That's $50.
All right, buddy. Do the Dr. Boucher. We'll see you now.
That's it. The doctor is in the building because it is time for today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare. And we've got an injury update on Willie Adames, who is dealing with a lower body injury, which explains why he was not in the lineup on Wednesday and explains why Bunny Kennedy was used as a pinch hitter instead of Willie Adames. Now, it's being reported as a lower leg injury. Tony Vitello described it as pain between the knee and the hip. Stay tuned to see if he's back in the lineup tonight, but that is your Stanford Healthcare Health Update, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare on Willie Adames.
I will not hear those for 2 more weeks, buddy, as I shove off for a couple of weeks. You actually are just doing 1 week, and then you have a vacation too, right?
Yes, indeed.
I will miss your birthday, so early happy birthday.
Thank you, and an early happy Father's Day to you.
Thanks, buddy. Do I get that Smoking D's thing?
Yeah. When you come back, I'll have those brisket bows ready to go.
All right. And Walt, by the time I come back, baby Christian will be he'll be in 3rd grade.
Yeah, make sure Christian buys you something nice for Father's Day, Walt.
Yeah, you're free. Happy Father's Day to you, buddy.
First Father's Day, Walt. Hell yeah.
Man, you know what you're supposed to, you don't play golf, do you?
I can start learning. You know what I mean?
Do you grill? I mean, you just got to it's like get the grill going, get the beer going, get the tunes going.
Yeah, kick back on the couch. Yeah, just chill.
Well, it's your day, buddy.
Yeah.
You're going to go see your pops?
Yes, I'll be up in Sacramento hanging out right next to Dusty Baker's hometown. Hopefully taking the boat out right next door.
In fact, that's, I think, time for us to learn, right? Right here. Let's go.
The ladies want to know.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
What did Waterboy learn today?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
I love that soundbite from the Warriors Victory Parade. Back when the Warriors had Victory Parade.
Wow, back when I was marching down Market Street.
Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What we learned is that Dusty Baker, right? You learned this.
Oh, yeah.
Is a fan of Reggae Friday.
I didn't know Dusty Baker was down with the reggae rotation.
So, he has this great book, Crossroads, and I was leafing through it to pick out passages to ask him about. And there's a passage with him in the A's, and he was wearing green and gold wristbands, but because he's such a fan of reggae, when he saw green and gold, he thought about the song Rally Round by Steel Pulse. Rally round, you know that one, right?
Of course.
Here it is right here. And so he started wearing black and red wristbands too. And one of his teammates, Steve Henderson's like, hey, man, red and black are not our colors. He goes, yeah, but they're reggae colors.
Yeah, they're my colors.
Because they're Steel Pulse colors. And then, of course, he's like, I caught Steel Pulse at, here it is. This is about as anthemic as reggae gets, right? Yeah. So, and then Dusty goes, hey, man, we were crushed, of course, to learn that Dusty doesn't tune in every Friday. But he goes, hey, man, you guys do Reggae Friday? Oh, you got
I
it?
didn't know about, Reggae Friday. That's pretty cool, man.
That's it, dude. Dusty thinks we're cool. My life is made.
If Dusty says we're cool, then we're doing something right.
Pretty cool.
I didn't know about, Reggae Friday. That's pretty cool, man.
Oh, man. So when you, listen, for you, a puppy like you, Dusty Baker, when you hear him telling the stories, which are the ones that grab you?
I mean, he's an icon. Hearing him talk about Bobby Bonds, Barry Bonds, talking about Hank, the fact that he was on deck when Hank broke the home run record, there are so many stories to dive into. I felt like a kid at a candy shop just listening to Dusty talk.
Man, I don't know. There's something about Bobby Bonds. And, he just didn't have the entire career that the pundits thought he was going to have for any number of reasons or whatever. I think he was a pretty headstrong guy, and he got traded around a lot. Let me tell you his stats, bro. I mean, Bobby Bonds, first of all, was 3-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glove, All-Star MVP. I mean, the guy's, career OPS 824, hit 332 career bombs, stole 461 career bags. I mean, he was a 450 guy in 14 years in the big leagues. I mean, Barry basically was just trying to be like his dad the whole time.
And I had no idea that Dusty's dad was Bobby Bonds' Little League coach.
I mean, dude, can you imagine? There's just certain little pockets of talent that just blow you. It's like those Western Pennsylvania quarterbacks, where there's like a 10-mile radius where all these Hall of Fame quarterbacks came out of, like Johnny Unitas and Joe Montana and people like that. It's like that, like just a little town in Riverside that you got Dusty Baker and Bobby Bonds and Rosie Bonds. Dude, I want to say that Bobby Bonds still holds a California State high school track record. I'm going to try to look this for you real quick, dude. Do my last second research here. That's how good of an athlete he was. Wow. Bobby Bonds still holds the all-time long jump record at his high school, All-American in track and field. For a time, he had the California State long jump record. So anyway, it's all very cool.
Unreal.
Man. Okay, bud. Off we go.
You're out of here.
Yes.
Enjoy the homeland. Enjoy Ireland. Make sure you buy Declan a pint on me.
That sounded pretty good. Yeah. That's a good way to end the show. Yeah. Walt, Curls, I'll see you guys in a couple. Everybody, Papa and Silver's next. Krug is in. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I didn't know about, Reggae Friday. That's pretty cool, man.
Drop trowel, hog out. That's $50.
Well, as he once told me, he said, Z-Man, I never chase women. Sometimes they chase me, and I sometimes slow down and let them catch up.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Heodorichi Akabundu Ehioku.
What do you say?
We're all just mofos at the end of the day.
And whoever's available on the middays.
You okay, Tim?
4 hours starts right now.
Find your inner Greg.
Excellent.
This is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
The pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive down the right field line, deep into the corner. It's a grand slam! I can't believe it! The 21-year-old Eldridge has electrified Oracle Park. It's a game-ending grand slam. The Giants were down 9-1 into the 8th inning. They were still trailing 10-6 into the last of the 9th inning. And somehow they have turned it all around with one of the great turnaround victories in the history of this ballpark. And we've seen a lot of great history in this ballpark over the years.
Unbelievable. I know, I think it was yesterday or 2 nights ago when he struck out to end the game. And he was frustrated, but, he's a confident kid, and I was talking to him, and I was like, you're going to get so many more opportunities to come up big for this team. And then sure enough, his next opportunity hits a walk-off grand slam. The quality of his at-bats and his demeanor and how confident and mature he is for his age doesn't surprise me. So it's been fun to really watch him grow this year.
Happy Friday. We're going to close out the week with a bang. Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger. DJ Webb is in the back. He's not tipsy just yet, but I could tell with all the soccer festivities, the sports calendar, Team USA playing today, he's getting ready to have a fantastic weekend. Yeah, why not run it back? Why not just ride high from Wednesday's Grand Slam and the walk-off and the 9-1, coming back to win it 11-10 because the Giants didn't play yesterday. And so, Krug, we've been joking all year that the Giants have been winning the off days because they can't lose, but truly, they won the off day because they were on the verge of getting swept by the Washington Nationals, erasing any of the positive momentum on the back end of that road trip. And then all of a sudden, Bryce Eldridge happened. 11-10's your final score. And yeah, they're 28-41. All right, we're not going to freak out about the larger picture of the record, but they got to win Wednesday and then carry that into an off day yesterday, welcoming in the Cubs, who, by the way, as we saw last week and as we might have seen for those watching them play the Colorado Rockies, they've been a team that's still reeling. So a chance for the Giants to continue just pushing positive steps one day at a time. That's going to start 7:15 tonight. What's up, my guy?
What is going on, man? I'm fired up to be here. Been a warm couple days out here in the East Bay, and fired up to talk some ball with you. Yeah, you know, for the first time all year, it's like we're not talking about Tony V. We're not talking about the Giants and how disappointing they are, or this issue or that issue. We're daring ourselves, or we're giving ourselves an opportunity to dream the biggest dream, right? That Bryce Eldridge could be their next awesome player. And, man, the numbers are there, and he's backing it up. Quality AB after quality AB, and that majestic down-the-line home run for the game winner. Got to be one of the most improbable comebacks in the history of the ballpark. And this kid's here, and he ain't going back, and it's really for real. The only rookies, I saw this today, the only rookies, Greg, with a WRC plus above 150 this year, Murakami for the Chi Sox and Eldridge.
Yeah,
that's pretty good. That's pretty good company right there. Murakami's having a really, really good year. So Eldridge is for real. I'm shocked. I got to be honest. I am totally and utterly shocked that he could, accelerate so fast through the farm system a year ago and then back it up this year with more continuous growth. And I thought it was a bad idea when they brought him up, and they seemed to hedge with the way they played him. But then once we got about a week or so, 10 days of watching this kid's at-bats, Greg, he knows the zone better than anybody. His strike zone is huge, but he knows the zone, and that's the beginning. And as long as he just keeps grinding out quality ABs, he's not, there's a lot of tall hitters. They're either minor leaguer. I mean, history tells us they're either minor leaguers, 4A guys, or Hall of Famers. So I'm not saying this guy's Dave Winfield. I'm not saying he's Frank Howard. I'm not, fill in your tall hitter, Dave Parker or whatever, but he probably ain't Damon Minor. Probably isn't, Dave McCarty, some of these other tall hitters we've seen. This guy looks like a keeper, which is exciting.
No question. I mean, for the first time all season, the Giants really had some kind of hope with that one swing. And the point that I made yesterday on the show, and that's been talked about all over our airwaves for nearly 48 hours now, is that one swing, Krug, had more value than any individual result, including Wednesday's win and the remarkable comeback that was, including any individual win that the Giants are probably going to have this season, because your hope for somebody like a Bryce Eldridge is, can he be the best hitter on the next good Giants team? And what we've continued to see with him is that when he's gotten consistent reps, he's continued to get better and better and better. And it's happened really quickly. I mean, I was talking about yesterday. So Mike Krukow, love him, goes on Murph and Marcus Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right? And there was a lot of talk when Eldridge first came up before the Ramos injury about, okay, well, he wasn't going to start against a lot of lefty pitching. And then he was in and he was out, and his numbers weren't all that great. And then there was a lack of consistency. Then Ramos gets hurt, and all of a sudden Eldridge is playing more. And I remember Krukow said, there was a time where I thought it would be better for him to get sent down to AAA and just get more everyday reps. And then he's like, not anymore. He's an everyday player. And we were laughing about how this Giants season has felt so long at times that the difference in the amount of time between takes from Kruk was like 5 days, but you can't blame him because it felt like it was about 3 weeks. Once Eldridge has been able to get consistent at bats, you see that he goes the other way. You see that he's able to draw walks. He's got the best takes on the team of pitches, as Tony Vitello said last week. And so, yeah, you had it right. You had it spot on, Krug. We are not talking about Tony Vitello or how bad the bullpen is. And trust me, the pitching, we don't need, we'll get into that over the next 4 hours, right? It's not all sunshine and rainbows. But we are talking about something of a positivity that's beyond just something of one game, or hey, they hit a bunch of home runs at Wrigley and, they scored 18 runs. That's always fun when it happens. This is something that could really have meaning when you talk about the rest of the season, when you talk about when baseball is played, if baseball is played in 2027, and everything beyond that, because what you invested in your 21-year-old prospect, it's a good thing that when you made a move like the Rafael Devers trade last year, you made sure you kept him in-house.
It's like your amusement park just added a killer new roller coaster. You know what I mean? It's like, you had Marriott's, they had the tidal wave, and then they said, hey, wait a second, we're going to bring in the Demon. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, man, you got to go to Marriott's. This is back in the day. You got to go to Marriott's. You got to ride that Demon. Have you ridden the Demon yet? That was like a big one for years and years. And that's what Eldridge is. It's like the Giants, it's like, hey, you finally get. I'm not sure. Do I buy a jersey? I don't know. These guys are coming and going. You never felt good about buying any jersey. You never felt like any guy during the Farhan regime had any life or any kind of long-term, staying ability. But this guy's going to be here. And it's like, if you're sitting there going, I'm not sure. Which jersey should I buy? Bryce Eldridge. Go buy it in number. The jerseys are going to be, going to be very popular, I'm sure, during this weekend. If they can come up with the Bryce Eldridge jersey, which is like the shirt jersey,
yeah,
those things are going to sell like hotcakes this weekend.
By the way, I said we would talk about the pitching and the bullpen at some point in the show. That some point is right now. We do have a little bit of news here as we get going on this Friday morning. Ryan Walker was recalled from AAA Sacramento. And Carson Seymour.
He was pitching well.
Was optioned post-game Wednesday. Yeah, so Seymour down, Walker up. And look, we've said this when I was with JD. As much as Ryan Walker does not need to be pitching in a high-leverage ninth-inning situation, and you look at this bullpen, he's probably one of your best 8 arms. So the fact that he was able to get right and have the strike zone, and yeah, you look at the numbers, we can list them off in a second. But once he went back down and he got right, he's still probably one of your best 8 bullpen arms. Doesn't mean he needs to come up and be the closer. We've seen how that's gone.
Well, I mean, this is an issue. I think if you want to say what is Buster's biggest gaffe, I think it's probably on a team like this that they was going to be involved in a lot of low-scoring games. Most likely, they were going to be involved in a lot of close games. That he didn't get more of a rock-solid closer, because, let's be honest, every loss is not like every other loss. If you lose 8-5 or whatever, okay. But, man, if you got a 3-run lead in the ninth and you cough it up, man, those seem to linger, right? They hang with you. And I just feel like if they Sabes at one point in 97 had Roberto Hernandez and Rod Beck. If anything, I think Sabes was always a believer in kind of the double-barrel closer and shortening the game. And I really think that if you're really gonna win games at a high level, you got to be able to nail down that ninth inning. And I don't know, there's expensive ways to do it, where you're trading for an established guy. There's inexpensive ways to do it, where heck, the A's invented Dennis Eckersley. He was a 5-inning starter who had beaten alcoholism, and suddenly he turned into the greatest closer of all time. Mariano Rivera, I believe, was a starting pitcher in the Yankees minor league system. And then they said, hey, this guy's got one nasty pitch. Let's make him the closer. So Giants still have to find that closer. Hopefully they can. It's going to be a rotating deal until they find the guy.
Well, 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627, your number to join the conversation all throughout this Friday. Busy day for you. We'll tease a lot of it when we come on back. But YouTube chat, always say good morning to our regulars. What's up? Pine, 49er Red Zone, Riddy, Sunset, Herb, EB here, Rockin' New Era, Matt, Crackerjack. I could go on and on. We love you guys. Bottom line is, a lot of reaction coming in immediately off the Ryan Walker getting called back up. So let's see. Sunset Herb, Walker already shaking like a leaf. Pine Needle, Walker, I like him. I like his stuff, but he makes me so damn nervous. Welcome back, dude. And then Rockin' wasting no time, no love lost. Walker
Greg,
gave up a run traveling to San Francisco.
Did you say it's Sunset Herb or Sunset Herb?
I'm going to say Herb, but maybe his name's Herb. I knew.
Well,
a Herb.
in
Herb
the
Brown,
Sunset,
the great coach.
I grew up in the Sunset, and anybody who's a native San Franciscan who grew up in the Sunset, on Terraville in the Sunset, 32nd and Terraville, next to Sherba's Auto Parts, there used to be a Herb's Deli. And when we were doing football two-a-days for freshman football at SI, we used to go have the first morning practice, then we'd go get a gigantic Herb's Deli sandwich, load yourself up, and then come back and afternoon practice it. Good memories. I don't think Herb's is there anymore, but Herb's meatball sandwich was, I think it was Tuesday meatball, maybe it was Thursday. It was either Tuesday or Thursday. He had a meatball sandwich. Let's just say this. You don't see lines outside anything in the Sunset often, but you saw it back in the day for Herb's Deli.
There you go. Shout out to Herb's Deli. You're making me think of Sub Center right now. I might have to go and get some Marucci's in honor of Papa at some point. Wow, a lot of good spots. Went to Mario's Bohemian Cigar Store the other week with an old East Bay buddy. So that was fun and love that place. Italian sausage, panini, always going to get the job done. So 808 KNBR is your number to join the conversation. How are we feeling about the Bryce Eldridge Grand Slam? How are we feeling about Ryan Walker coming back up? A lot of mixed reactions, a lot of funny comments as well. It's Papa and Silver with Krug. A lot of good stuff coming your way. We'll talk all about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After a 3-game series at Wrigley last weekend, the Giants welcome the Cubs into town tonight. 7:15 first pitch, Landen on the mound for the Giants and Javier Assad for the Cubs. It's a bonus dirty work as they'll take you up to 6:15 for the start of pregame. First pitch at 7:15, only here on the Sports Leader. Steve Moskowitz on a Friday. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Steve, we've talked about the ERC a lot. What's the latest you can give the listeners out there?
We want to get your listeners their money. There's so many of your listeners been literally waiting for years. That's because there was a bunch of scammers, the government did a big investigation, and now there's an incredible glut of paper forms sitting in the IRS. There's multiple ways for us to hurry them up. We've done so many of these cases. We want to get your money before the government changes their mind and ends the program. Twice they've taken ERC pieces away. We don't want that to happen a third time. Or if you've got a nasty gram saying you don't qualify, a lot of those are wrong. We want to appeal them, get your money. Or if you're being audited and they want the money back. That's the big three. One, you've been waiting and waiting and waiting. We want to get your money. Two, you're denied. We want to appeal that and get your money. Or three, they want it back in an audit. We want you to keep your money. The bottom line is the only thing you have to do, call for a free consultation and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Give Steve Moskowitz a call if you want your ERC money. You can collect it today. All you got to do, first step, easy step, dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAXDEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Good to be with you. Happy Friday, Papa and Silver. Larry Kruger, geez, God, you can tell where my mind is at getting ready for the weekend. We're getting you ready for 2 o'clock, and we got a good 4 hours or so coming your way. Talking all things Bryce Eldridge, a little bit of hope for the San Francisco Giants. My goodness, does he need to be in the lineup every single day moving forward? And Krug, I think we learned a valuable lesson, which I say with a nice touch of sarcasm. Bryce Eldridge can indeed hit lefty pitching, as we learned with the Grand Slam.
Yeah. By the way, it's Roger Clemens Assad on the mound today. Did you see Javier Assad? He came out of the pen the other day and was just dirty. I mean, it was like he pitched like 7 innings out of the pen. He gave up like a hit, right? I mean, it was totally dominant. He struck out guys. He was looking amazing. So they're going to have to conquer the righty known as Javier Assad tonight. He starts.
Yeah, and you get Landen Roop going for the Giants tonight. I don't think they've won a Landen Roop start since late April. I would have to go back and check that, but it was kind of a long-standing streak. And so, not saying that's all Roop's fault, but he started the year red hot. Dude was looking like an all-star candidate for the San Francisco Giants. And then the pitching as a whole has really scuffled. In the case of Landen Roop, a lot of it hasn't necessarily been he has gone out there and delivered poor outings. It's been that he has had a lot of strikeouts. He has worked guys deep into counts and vice versa. And so his pitch count gets real high before he can go too deep into a game. And we all know with this bullpen, Krug, I've been doing this thing. It's called the crap pack of stats that Tim and I sort of co-named when I come up with all these numbers just to illustrate how frustrating this Giants season has been. And one for you that I got from the Athletics Wind Up, the newsletter that comes daily to your inbox, is in the month from May 10th up to the first pitch of Wednesday night's games, the Giants led baseball in WAR by position players at 6.6, batting average at 278, slugging, OPS, and WRC plus. They also were second in home runs, 42, which was one behind the Nationals and one ahead of the White Sox. And they went 12 and 17 during that stretch. And so you can imagine that the pitching numbers weren't all that spectacular, and a lot of that falls on a very, very shoddy bullpen that has the makings of a rebuilding team.
Yeah, it's frustrating because, when they've hit, they don't pitch. When they pitch, they don't hit. They had those games early in the year where they pitched really well, but they couldn't score any runs. I mean, they were just so dead offensively in April. It was like, what is going on here? And then the bats heated up, but unfortunately the pitching has tired out. I don't know if tired out, but it's let them down. My diagnosis when I looked at them in spring training was that I thought their hitting was really questionable, but I thought their pitching depth was also questionable. And whether I didn't think they were going to win this year because I thought they weren't going to score enough runs. But then I also thought even if they do score enough runs, by the time they get to the middle of the year, they lost Doval and Randy Rodriguez and Rogers, and it didn't add anything significant to your pen. I mean, that's a lot of appearances. Those are 3 rubber arms in your pen. You needed all of them and then some last year. You lost all 3 and didn't replace them. I mean, so I'm very concerned about the depth in their pen. The back end of the rotation, very concerned about that as well, as far as, if you want to contend. But I'll say this, the offense has been a pleasant surprise. And when Ramos comes back, it will, hopefully continue to be. It was terrible early, but it's getting better. And I'll say this, they're a much more entertaining show.
Oh, yeah.
With Bryce Eldridge in there every day. And I love his plate discipline. He is like, I mentioned it to Krug last week. I said, hey, he reminds me of Jack Clark. Jack Clark really knew the zone. I guess for younger Giants fans, I could say he reminds me of Brandon Belt, because Brandon Belt's a tall hitter who really knew the strike zone. Some people thought he was passive, but that's what you got to do if you're going to take, corner pitches. You're going to be called passive sometimes. But I love what I'm seeing with Eldridge. And the beautiful part about it, Greg, is none of it appears like accidental. Like good strike zone judgment, a good strike zone. That's not a lucky thing. That's been honed over time. So I think there's some foundation to what we're seeing with Eldridge, and that is exciting.
It has to be organic, right? Any young rising star, whether it's someone that comes out of nowhere like a Brock Purdy, or whether it's someone that has all the promise in the world like a Macklin Celebrini, it has to be organic. When they can be the star, they can embrace being the face of a franchise, and Eldridge has a ways to go. We understand that. But Wednesday was the first time we really got that Bryce Eldridge moment of having fans say, this is what we have been building up for 2 years. This is what all the talk about development and prospects and a first-round pick and a lefty hitter and the best hitting prospect developed in years, like all of that, all the talk around it. Because, look, we went through the dance with a Luis Matos or a Marco Luciano and other prospects that were highly touted. Elliot Ramos was a first-round pick. He just took a long time to finally break into the majors. So Eldridge to go and have that moment and do it organically, that goes a long way. Because going back to what we said about Kruk and saying, look, maybe he should be sent down where he can get more consistent at bats. It was at a point where I thought, man, Krug, it almost was like Eldridge got brought up to be more of a distraction in a way of like, hey, we're going to shake things up and we're going to push a button because the offense is so poor that nothing's working. And you just went 0-6 on a roadie, right? Where all this stuff, and you're thinking, okay, but now for Eldridge to have come up, and it clearly is not just a distraction. He is getting everyday reps and earning those everyday reps. 17 games in a row, he has found a way on base. And by the way, that's not nothing, because I don't know if you knew this team couldn't walk for the life of them. Now Eldridge comes up and he's able to draw walks and instills fear in a lineup. And other guys are starting to hit better. And Jung-Hoo Lee is helping with that when those two are hitting back-to-back. And now Matt Chapman, who was hitting around them, has come around. So it is the case of it's organic, and he's also making other players in the lineup around him better. That is what is really going to count in the long run.
No question. And we should mention Jung-Hoo Lee is just hot as fish grease right now. I mean, he's just ridiculous. He's hitting, what is he hitting, 5 bills in this streak?
Mm-hmm.
He is just absolutely having the best stretch that he's had in the orange and black. And it's great to see. I mean, he's not a base stealer per se, right? He's not a power hitter per se. He's playing a power hitting spot. He's playing a corner outfield spot. All right, that's fine. If you're playing a power spot and you don't have power, that's fine. But you got to hit for an average. And he hasn't been able to do it. Well, now he's doing it. And it's great to see. And it makes you wonder, can it continue? Can this guy win the batting title? Can he hit 300 for the year? Could the Giants, between Arise and Lee, have 2 guys hitting over 300? I wouldn't mind seeing a Lee, Arise 1-2 every day. I know Tony likes to juggle the lineup and, give it a bunch of different looks and mix and match. I get that. But I know Jung-Hoo's been better, he's been hotter down in the lineup. But, I mean, to me, it's like if this lineup's going to really cook, you got to get those 2 guys on base. They got to be your table setters.
Yeah.
And they are setting the table, but you got to put them 1-2.
Yeah, no, Jung-Hoo Lee, if he can be like this, that's the ideal leadoff hitter for this team, especially if Arise is going to be off the roster by the trade deadline, which I would say is much more likely than not. I know a lot of fans have had very polarizing opinions on that one, and I don't want to trade Luis Arise, for the record. I love watching him every single day, but I'm just being real with where the Giants are at in the standings, and it's more likely than not that unless they go on an all-time heater, which is also hard to believe because their pitching's not reliable, that they're probably going to sell the most tradable contracts they have at the deadline. That starts with Ray. That starts with Arise. Great show ahead for you. We got Matt Mayoko joining us at 11:50. Tim, I don't know if you knew this. When Krug's in, we're actually the aspiring bilingual show on the station because not only are we great with our American English, go Team USA later today.
Thank you.
We also attempt to speak Ayuk, which is really hard. We're learning. And Krug tried to get David Lombardi to help us out, but Ayuk's delivering a lot of messages now that we got to decode. So we'll get to that. We've also got a mailbag for you at 12:50.
Excuse me, stewardess. I speak Ayuk.
And then,
where's Barbara Billingsley when you need her? Damn it!
Yeah, right. And then Mark Kestisher of ESPN Radio is going to come by at 1:30. Amazing call that he had in the atmosphere of OG Anunoby's game-winning tip, and the Knicks coming back from down 29. So we got a full steam ahead for you. Bob in Reno, I see you on the phone lines. Hang on there. We'll get to you coming back. 808 KNBR to join the conversation on the Sports Leader.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
That's right. We're doing All America rejoins here with the 6 p.m. kickoff. Team USA taking on Paraguay in the World Cup. Speaking of, by the way, as we talk a lot of Giants here to open up this Friday with Larry Krueger hanging out with us, the world wants a Giants soccer jersey. You can get one tomorrow. The first 20,000 fans will receive a soccer jersey presented by StubHub as the Giants take on the Cubs. 7:05 first pitch tomorrow right here on YouTube. Get a nice look at it. Here we go. How about that? How about that?
We need to bring back Larry Bear. We need to bring back Real Bat Day. Remember when they used to have Real Bat Day? And that was amazing. It was a little dangerous, but you know what? It was awesome. Yeah, as a kid, we used to play Strikeout, Greg, in the sunset throughout the summer.
Yeah.
And I still have my, Chris Spires bat, my Chili Davis bat, my Darrell Evans bat, somewhere in the garage. I didn't let my late mother get rid of those things, so I still have some giant bats from Bat Day. They would give out Adirondacks. Not a real popular brand anymore, but Adirondack was the bat they used to give out.
Do you see a Giants soccer jersey, or do you just see another tarp to take off and wave around?
Which is a great tradition, by the way. I mean, anything where a bunch of people take off their shirts and just start waving them. Come on, man. That's good times. That's good.
Dude,
the whole thing kind of makes me laugh every time I see it. But what cracks me up is like when you'll see like a little kid, he's like 5 or 6, and you look around, you'll see all these adult men with taking their shirts off, spinning them around. It's like, I'm doing it. And the 5-year-old's doing it. I mean, it's awesome. Some of those things are just amazing.
I'm with you, man. And we kind of joked about it yesterday when Tim's like, hey, shout out to the tarps off people. It finally led to a comeback win after doing it for 5 or 6 times and nothing happened. But no, we give them the credit. And as far as I'm concerned, not that anyone needs like my individual take on tarps off, but fans are paying their money. If they want to go in there, do it. They're not harming anybody. Then yeah, go for it. I got no issue with the tarps off movement. And now we could say at least it's not just in these blowout losses. It's what seems like blowout losses, 9-1 in the 8th inning, and then miracles do happen when you have great prospects like a Bryce Eldridge.
If you got back hair that's like wall to wall carpet, maybe just sit this one out. That's what I would say. But other than that, man, let it fly. Let it fly.
Let's go out to the phones. Bob's in Reno. We appreciate your patience. Bob wants to talk about Ryan Walker getting recalled and to support the guy. Bob, what's on your mind? You're on the Sports Leader.
Good morning, guys. Nice to talk to you. I wanted to say before I get to Ryan Walker, there were a lot of people on social media.
Oh, Bob, we lost you.
Social media?
Give him a sec. Give him a sec. Oh, he gone. All right, Bob, give us a call back. Man, I feel bad. He was waiting for a bit, and then the phone gods just decided, nah, it's not going to happen after that. So I do feel like the message he was going to go with Walker, based on our description of the call, is that they got to go and support the guy coming back up. And look, this is where I stand on Ryan Walker. Yeah, he shouldn't be the closer. All right, we get that. Also, you don't have the luxury of having a bullpen where Ryan Walker is not going to be one of your 8 best arms. So if he can just command the strike zone to a normal degree, then sure, have him be a guy that you could put in the 6th or the 7th inning, and maybe that can help out. Because this bullpen kind of needs help all around, and it's a real issue now where not only do they not have a closer, when you don't have defined roles in general, it makes it really hard on a staff. And Murph and Marcus have had Rob Nen and Javi Lopez and Sergio Romo and maybe not Sergio, but Brian Wilson all chime in this week about the need for having a closer and also what it's like with a bullpen being kind of creatures of habit and needing those defined roles. It's essentially been an open tryout, and that's done nobody any favors because I've read you all the offensive stats as they've started to get it back, Krug, but the pitching has been so poor that it doesn't really matter if you're going to be able to put up 4 runs or 5 runs or 6 runs sometimes.
Well, I mean, okay, first of all, you got to have guys who have command. You just can't say, oh, this guy's throwing 103 in the minor leagues. We're going to promote him. You know, they did that with Peguero. He was really raw. I mean, he couldn't throw strikes. You know, you can't walk guys out of the pen. The one thing I would love to see is I'd love to see Boch, pull Tony aside if he hasn't already, and just talk to him about a few of the basic tenets of what was successful for him. Because I think Bruce Bochy, in all the years I've watched baseball, he's as good a handler of the bullpen as almost anybody that I've ever seen. And one of the things I thought him and Rags did incredibly well is they had a zero tolerance policy for walks out of the pen. If you walked a guy, if you were 2-0, Bruce looked itchy. If you walked a guy, he's hobbling out there and he's yanking you. And I think, it's like when you set that kind of example, when you have that kind of standard where it's like, hey, man, if you walk guys, you're coming out of the game.
Yeah.
I think your pitchers respond to that. I think that's a real basic, real easy to understand motivational tool. Don't walk guys. I'm not saying put it on a tee for them, but don't walk guys. And if you do, you're coming out. And Tony, I would love to see him adapt that same philosophy. I don't see that nearly the same way right now. And I thought it worked for Bruce. I thought it was a major part of why his pens were consistent. He didn't always have the greatest arms, but he had guys who threw strikes. He had guys who had command. And if you walk guys, you were coming out of the game.
We've got Bob and Reno back with us. Bob, let's give it a take two. I'm sorry we dropped the first time. I'm hoping for better results. What's on your mind, my friend?
Good morning, guys. I want to talk about Ryan Walker being brought up today, but before I do, I wanted to say that there were a lot of people on social media who were talking about trading Bryce Eldridge for, a pitcher or somebody that's got a little bit of years on them. And I was always opposed to that, and I'm just very grateful that the Giants did not get rid of him. He's going to be a great player for us for years to come. With regard to Ryan Walker, I think that, I was terrified when this guy used to come in. And he had about a year and a half of real good success. But, boy, the last year or so, he was just terrifying. That being said, with the Giants calling him up today, I think it's time we rally behind this guy because he's obviously a bit on the fragile side emotionally. And these guys are human beings, They hear the chatter, whether it be in the newspaper, whether it be online. And I think that this guy is vulnerable, and I think we probably need to be supportive of him because it's really in our best interest that we do. We want him to pitch well.
Hey, love the positivity, Bob. Appreciate the call, and thanks for calling back. And yeah, look, sometimes it's not just the things that you see or encounter. You sometimes can't really get away from it. Like something that I've done as someone who's a younger radio host, Krug, I don't really go and seek out comments. I don't push the comment button. I don't go look to see what people say. But that doesn't erase the fact that sometimes people are just in your mentions or it gets shoved in your face or you get the direct message or whatever, right? And so Matt Chapman talked about it with Susan Slusser, like the threats he was getting and the horrible things people were saying about his family. And obviously that stuff is way over the line. But guess what? You don't have a choice to embrace Ryan Walker or not because you got to take anything you can get right now. The joke I've been making is that as much as I love my hometown of Davis, I wouldn't say it's like spectacular on the food front. So my family and I have this thing that every time there's a new restaurant that is going to come to Davis and it's like opening up in 2 months, we're like, that's our new favorite place, right? Who's your favorite closer on the Giants? The one that hasn't gotten trotted out there yet. Who's your favorite guy for the 7th inning role? Oh, the one that we could theoretically say, yeah, maybe that works in the long run. And they do have guys that have done well in some of the high leverage situations. A Keaton Wynn, a Caleb Killian, Eric Miller, more so before he was off the when he had that stint on the IL. You just got to have a little bit more of a defined roles and structure. I think they have guys, but yeah, guess what? The bullpen needs to be a little bit supported, and you're going to get support. Like with results also is going to come that support. It's one of those positive feedback loops when things are going well, and it's a quick negative feedback loop when the bullpen looks like it has for the Giants this year.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. I will say this, the one thing about Walker, just looking at his splits, I mean, you never know, and this is a small sample size, granted, but look at these splits. When there's nobody on and the league's hitting 160 off of him. So maybe bring him in to start an inning as opposed to bring him in when runners are on. Why? Because The league's hitting 160 off him with nobody on base. When runners are on and he's in the stretch, 417 is what they're hitting. When runners are in scoring position, the league's hitting 435 off him. And when the runners in scoring position and 2 outs, which is the ultimate, pressure situation, the league's hitting 500.
Yeah.
So maybe don't bring him in with 2 guys on. Maybe if you're going to spot Ryan Walker, Tony, maybe you spot him to start the 7th, to start the 6th, to start, you know what I mean? As opposed to, and let's see if he can have a clean inning, because those numbers are pretty, 160 with nobody on base and 417 with runners on. Maybe he's got an issue either with tipping or from the stretch. I'd have to really break it down, but that's a pretty dramatic split, is it not?
Yeah, I would say so. You're talking 500. That's like Jung-Hoo Lee numbers as of late, if we're going to go back to some of the positive side of this. We'll continue this discussion at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. YouTube chat is active today as well. We love it on a Friday. And Wavy Davy bringing up all my favorite Old Davis spots. Borders Bookstore, man, that was the best. It's Papa and Silver. And I want to get your thoughts on something else coming back. John Morosi said something about Logan Webb. Since we didn't have you in earlier in the week, Krug, I want to get your thoughts on the Logan Webb game, the 8-inning masterpiece, not going out for the 9th. Who are we putting that one on? Let's talk that next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All-American, all Friday. Team USA kicking off at 6 o'clock, a little bit later. We got a little World Cup action going on at noon. Canada, Bosnia-Herzegovina playing in Toronto. We'll have that one probably up in the studio. It is Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger on a Friday. 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. A lot of Giants highs and lows this week, and I would say it's like any other week, except haven't always had the highs to go with it. And then Bryce Eldridge, of course, the big story after the off day yesterday and the walk-off on Wednesday. But I did want to get your thoughts on the Logan Webb situation where the Giants are starting to play better baseball. They had their low point of 15 under. They get back to 12 under. The offense certainly wakes up on the road trip. Matt Chapman is looking like a very different hitter after a horrendous first 7 weeks to the start of his season. And Logan Webb has not looked like himself at any point this year until he came off the IL. Thought he was pretty good in Colorado, going 4 1/3. Then he was fantastic in Milwaukee, going 7 innings to get the 1-0 win on the Victor Barracoto solo shot. And then comes Washington on Monday when he goes 8 innings, gives up 5 hits, 1 earned run, which could have been avoided if ABS challenge was used at the right time. 7 strikeouts, 99 pitches. Then he goes out. The Giants have a 3-1 lead. And after the game, he said, I was talking to Tony and said, it's more or less up to you. In that kind of situation, it really highlighted the flaws of the bullpen. Also made you realize that you're fortunate to have Logan Webb looking like the ace that he has. How did you take that one, Krug, in the larger context of what this season's been?
I mean, I didn't like it. I didn't like it from Logan. It's like, dude, tell the guy you want to stay in or tell the guy you want to come out. Don't say, well, it's your call. It's your call. It's your body, bro. It's your career. And you're the pitcher. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. Well, it's up, that seems like, well, if it works out, I guess it'll, I mean, this is a big money guy. This is a guy you've invested in. This is one of the faces of the franchise. He was at 99 pitches.
Yep.
I didn't like the fact that it seemed like Logan was like, well, it's your call. It's like, where's the conviction? Either tell him that you want to stay in or tell him that you want to come out. But your call, I don't know. That seems kind of like, well, I don't know. I've got no conviction here. You can do what you want. It's like, I'm going to second guess it either way. Well, are you? Because if you are, let's get you out of here. Or if you want that ball and you want to finish, then tell me you want that ball and you want to finish.
They were fortunate to have him go 8 innings in the first place because you already knew that Miller wasn't available and Killian wasn't available, and you had 1 inning to get through. Were you surprised they did go with Keaton Winn after Logan Webb gave kind of the ambiguous answer? Because, by the way, I'm with you that I'm not blaming Logan Webb at the top of the list, but I did find it unusual and not very much like him to not give an answer one way or another.
I mean, it's like you got a first-year manager. He's only been managing for a couple months now at the big league level. The norms and all that of these decisions are, I'm not saying lost on him, but he's dealing with college pitchers and a different schedule and a different deal. And obviously that right there, the schedule itself changes the whole dynamic of this thing. But I didn't like that. I'd rather Logan have said, hey, you know what? Hell, if you're taking me out of this game, or you know what? Let's lean on our pen. But then you were running to a reliever and Winn who was flat gassed, right? I mean, he had been used a lot. So if you had a for sure thing, I mean, the Giants got to nail down as many wins as they possibly can. If you had a for sure 9th inning guy, then yeah, come on out. But if you don't and you're at 99 pitches, I want a little bit more conviction from my starter. Not, well, it's on you.
Yeah, and if I get that answer and I'm Tony Vitello, I'm probably making the same decision to not send him back out there. Because what you don't want to do is send him out there, be like, well, Logan kind of said 50-50, then it doesn't go well. Or I would have liked to have Logan say, yeah, let's give it a go. How it goes through a couple of batters, see if he gotten 1, 2, could have finished the game on 3 outs, and then you don't have to stick with him for the entire inning. Keaton Wynn clearly didn't have it. Like, there were flaws in that one that I would have said not the best managerial tactics, where after Wynn hit, who was it, Curtis Mead, and that was his third batter, I would have taken him out, right? He clearly did not have it, and he was gassed from pitching 24 hours before and then 24 hours before that on his third straight day. And then walking CJ Abrams to load the bases, I would have done that as well to try to set up the opportunity for a double play. But something that we've talked about on the show throughout the season, particularly with a young manager like Tony Vitello, something that can make a manager look worse than they might actually be is not having a great bullpen. And while I don't think Tony Vitello is entirely blameless for what the Giants season has been, we can sit here fairly and say he hasn't really been dealt the best hand. And 650 brings up the point on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line about the bullpen. How can you have defined roles when none of them could do the job? Please enlighten me on this. Well, yeah, that makes it all the more difficult too, particularly when the most important job, finding someone who can pitch the ninth, no one's been able to do that for more than one, maybe two games at a time. And by the way, Tim, is Ryan Walker still tied for the lead in saves on this team? Because last time we checked, Killian had 3 and Walker had 3, and he was sent down. I don't know if Killian got a 4th. I know Wynn got a couple more. Anyway, the point being is that a guy who is just recalled today, Krug, is either still tied for the lead or really close to the lead in saves because no one's been able to make it stick for more than 2 days.
Well, they don't stick with anybody for any period of time. It's like you're the closer until you blow one, and then we're going to somebody else. I don't like. I don't like that either, because it's like, well, pretty soon you're going to be 2 months into the season and you're going to have nobody that you believe in the ninth inning because you've kind of cycled through all of them trying to hope that somebody would do it. I mean, don't you got to ride with one guy for at least 3-4 weeks? I mean, this rotation of closers, I think, is a big part of the instability in the pen. Now, I get it if you don't have guys, but I mean, all the more reason to not be satisfied with your roster and to try to add more bullpen. I mean, if Buster did anything, he left this team, that's clear. He left this team woefully short on the mound. They're short in the rotation. They're short in the pen. So, we're not even in the middle of June. You have all of June, all of July, all of August, all of September. Those are hot months. You had incredible pitching bullpen depth last year, and you went through it. I mean, literally in spring training last year, I'm like, you know what? This is one of the deepest bullpens I've seen. And then Rodriguez had that amazing first half where nobody touched him at all. And yet at the end of the season, your bullpen was done. You'd used it to death. So this year, it's like we're supposed to be optimistic about this pen that's like quite a bit thinner than last year's pen that we saw be not deep enough. So, it's just, to me, I knew this was coming. I didn't think it was coming in June. I thought it was maybe more like July, but they're woefully short in the pen. You can't say goodbye to Rogers and Doval and Rodriguez, 3 rubber arm guys that you used to death, and not replace them. That's what Buster did.
808 KNBR, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, as well as the phone lines. Let's go to El Camacho in Los Angeles. Wants to open up that can of worms that John Morosi had with audio we will be playing coming up shortly. Time to trade Logan Webb. El Camacho, what's on your mind, my friend? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, dudes? I called maybe 3 weeks ago or texted or something, and I said that we should trade Webb. And JD totally poo-pooed it, which I understand. But for 2 reasons. Actually, it's a statement and it's a question. He gets Matt Cain to death all over the place, right?
Yeah.
And he deserved to be traded. He deserves to play for a winning team, right? And why not get a haul for him? And that's the second part. What could we get for him? And who would want him?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's everything, El Camacho. Like, what is the return that you could get? And I do believe that Logan Webb, in addition to Arise and maybe Ray, if he puts together some better starts here, could get a haul. But Logan Webb could bring you back the most by far of anyone that you'd be willing to trade on this roster. I made the point yesterday, Krug, going back to that point.
Are you sure about that? Because his deal is backloaded. So he only made $8 million in 24. He made $12 million last year. But he's making 23 this year, 23 next year, 24 in 2028. So it's a backloaded deal, and I don't know. I think the time to trade him was a year, 6 months ago in the offseason. I don't know. I don't know that you're going to get this King's ransom. I don't know. I think we all should temper our expectations because it's a backloaded deal on a pitcher that's not pitching all that great.
Well, I hear you
he
on the
just pitched great in
backloaded
his
contract
last game, but
it's totally fair game. The backloaded contract. I guess for me, I'm thinking about Logan Webb starting to look just within a couple of starts much more like the ace we have come to know and love in San Francisco. And because he has the track record of everything previously in his career, adding on to his game, getting a Gold Glove, becoming a strikeout guy last year, I don't think he needs to have a large sample size of productive starts coming off the IL to have teams interested. And you'd have to think that any contending team, whether it's someone that is looking to hold him for a few years and try to continue to compete, or someone that even really wants to go for it this year, why would you not want a guy like that on your staff, especially if you're already competing to where he probably wouldn't even be the number one, or maybe if it's a really good team, not even be the number two on that roster, on that staff?
In this era now where you can challenge these corner pitches, I think that works against him too, because I think he's so good at pitching off the corners. And now if you challenge those pitches, they're balls. So I think that's impacted his situation a little bit. Yeah. I mean, this is a tough one because he's been a Giant since they drafted him in 2014. It's now 2026. He's one of the faces of the franchise. I understand why JD's first response would be like, I don't know, because it's like you're tearing down you don't have a huge foundation, but you're blowing up the foundation that you do have. And you're also getting rid of a guy that theoretically, if you don't want this guy, who do you want? This guy's from Rockland. He's grew up an A's fan, but I mean, he's been grown in this Giant organization. He's a homegrown guy. He's rooted here. He'd like to stay here, I'm sure. He didn't seem like the kind of guy that you'd want to rush and trade. And also, he's not old. So you're talking about a guy who's in his 20s still. So it's like, theoretically, he could be still very much, a very useful part on a team, when the Giants do get good, even if that took a year or two. So, there's a lot of factors, here. And I personally, you could make an argument, Greg, that every non-young player, you could trade those guys and try to, accelerate some kind of bigger rebuild, because obviously you're not good enough right now. But, the Giants are always they're always caught in between. It's like, we want to put butts in the seats, and we want to have a good show in August and September, and we don't want to give up hope. But the standings say you should do exactly that. Sell off some of your key pieces and go young, but do they have the nerve to do it? I don't know. I get the sense that the answer to that is no.
Okay, that's interesting, because that's what I wanted to get into, right? Here's a question for not just you or Tim, but anybody out there. Is the only way out of this mess for the Giants to just embrace the youth movement? Does it make more sense for Tony Vitello? Ultimately, will Buster and Zach Manassian ultimately be defined by this next batch of players anyway? I understand it's not as simple as doing the whole rebuild at once. You don't have that financial flexibility. It's going to be difficult to trade Devers, Adames, or Chapman, especially this year at the deadline. But at the very least, and the way Bryce Eldridge has come along, the way Casey Schmidt has had a career year, the way that Jung-Hoo Lee is playing as of late, what you can do, Krug, is you can acknowledge the direction. You can make it so that you acknowledge the players that you're stuck with while not doing anything to impede the development of your young players for the rest of 2026. And trading Logan Webb, if you just take the emotion out of it, that would be an acknowledgement of the direction and a commitment to what you're doing moving forward. It would also probably make life a little bit easier for a first-time major league manager who would now have the breathing room to have a team that doesn't have the expectations of having to compete, while some of the elements of the way this team constructed is more the makings of a rebuilding team.
I mean, you got to have a conviction, and you got to have a vision, and you got to stay with your vision. Does anybody in this organization have any of that? Is there anybody that has any conviction? Is there anybody that has any vision? Because I don't see it. I see them, oh, you know what? This guy's playing bad. Oh, God, we'd love to move all these guys. but we can't. And then suddenly Jung Hoo Lee hits 500 for a stretch and has this near 20 game hit streak. And now you'd be like, hey, you could probably move Jung Hoo Lee. And Giants fans are like, no, don't move Jung Hoo Lee. Look how, so that's the Giants in a nutshell. The Giants literally run their team like their fans run social media. When they're disappointed in guys, they'd like to move them, but they can't, and they don't want to trade them at a loss. But when those guys start to play well, it's like, oh, we can't trade this guy. He's playing great. So it's like you got to have some vision. You got to have some conviction. They should have moved off Rodon. They should have moved off Bumgarner. They should have moved off Gosman. They should have moved off of these guys and accelerated their rebuild. Snell probably at the top of the list. You're right. You got to stick with your plan. And if the plan is to be good in 2026, then go for it this year. But if the plan's for 27 or 28, then have some discipline. But you can't just be like every time somebody plays well for you, we can't trade that guy, because then you're never going to make a good deal. You're always going to sell low, and you don't want to sell low. It's like you want to buy low and sell high, not the opposite.
Well, I think
Giants are doing the opposite.
They are, but the plan was to compete in 2026, right? Like, that's what we were all sold on. That's why you took on the contract of Devers, and we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of that on Monday, so we can talk about that as well. But I think their hand has been forced by the way it's gone so far this season. I'm not saying that it's time to give up on June 12th, but you at least need to acknowledge where you're at and understand that at 28 and 41, this is the time where you can pivot toward giving a little bit more leeway to the guys that are going to help you in the youth. And by the way, in the case of letting Lee have extra run, letting Eldridge get everyday reps, that's also been helping your team in the short term as well.
Totally. But it's like if Robbie Ray has 5 good starts, are the Giants going to delude themselves into thinking, well, yeah, we're the 9th team in the wild card, but if 3 teams planes collide in midair and we might be able to, what are we talking about? Are you going to move Robbie Ray, or are you going to wait till you've run him into the ground in July and August? He gets hurt, and now there's nobody wants him. Some of these guys, especially these pitchers, you're an elbow twinge away from getting nothing. So I would like to see them be a little bit. I know it's June, but we see the way this year's gone. Robbie Ray's 34 years old. He's had arm injuries in the past. He's could really be a kind of piece that would help you fetch maybe something very, very significant that could really help you this year, or maybe as soon as 2027. I just think you got to really stay disciplined and focus on the building aspect of this, and not oh my God, we're not going to have Robbie Ray for this big series in August. Who the hell cares? Keep building your franchise. You're not there. You're 15 games behind LA. You don't have a prayer of running with them. I'm sick of that. And I think most Giants fans are as well. You're rich. Stop acting like you're not, and stay disciplined on your rebuild. They don't do that. They fall in love with their guys as soon as they do well, and we can't move this guy. No. When guys do well, that's when you got to shop them.
Let's go to Scott in Marin, who wants to weigh in on both Bryce Eldridge and Logan Webb. Scott, appreciate the call. You're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing? How are you doing, Larry?
Hey, Scott. What's going on, man? How's things in Marin?
Not too bad. Hey, I just wanted to talk about, first of all, the Logan Webb thing. Yeah, I'm shocked that he would say something like that. It doesn't seem like that's him. You can't say it's up to you. The up to you means no. I'm not going out there again. What the heck? Something isn't right with that one. But anyway, he knew the state of the pen, and Wynn was toast from before the previous few days. Estes really laid it out pretty well. But just getting back to S, I wouldn't trade Logan Webb, though, at this point. I don't do that. But the other part, the other guys, Adames and those guys, of course, those contracts are around your neck too. So who's going to take on that? But Eldridge is the only thing, the bright spot. And I was thinking about it, Larry and Greg. Listen, there hasn't in all the time I've been a Giants fan, you can literally count on one hand the number of everyday players that were stars to come up this young. It's Jack Clark. Chili Davis was a borderline pretty good player at that point when he first came up. But then there's Will Clark, then there's Buster Posey, and Eldridge. That's it. Seriously, in all these years, I mean, obviously they had the pitching, Madison and Lissico and all those guys came, but
don't forget
everyday
Panda.
players,
You had
they have
Panda.
never produced them.
They produced Panda.
I know, but I don't care. Panda's okay, but I'm just saying a true star. It could be this guy just from the eye test, him going the other way. He looks like the game is slower for him than it is for most of the other guys. That's the key, and that I think the only problem is where do you put him? He's not. I guess he's not ready to play every day at first base. I don't know, but that's solvable. His stats got to be in the lineup, but. You know how the Giants are, how they operate, Larry. You've been discussing it. You know, they got to have something to promote, and hopefully this kid at 21 can be that guy. I mean, it's tough to put that much pressure on a kid, but it looks like he can handle it. He seems pretty mature when they talk to him, so something to build around anyway. And from what I understand, there's some guys in the minor leagues that are pretty decent players, going to be on the come here in the next couple of years. So maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's just the problem is you're stuck at this point. What are you going to do? And they still, like you said, they should have won 7 out of 8 games if they had had somebody who could get somebody out in the bullpen. And so, but they're not going anywhere. It's just going to be the only thing you can watch this year is Eldridge and see how he does and blossoms. But
well, here, a couple quick thoughts, Scott, on what you just said. One. Kruk said it the other day, and I agree with him, and I'll even go further with it. He said the Giants and Tony ought to flip-flop Eldridge and Devers in the lineup. Hit Devers down in the lineup and hit Eldridge higher in the lineup. I would definitely do that, and I would make that a regular deal, right? I want to see Eldridge gets on base. He's got better at-bats. Devers is got the baseball card, but he swings through every pitch there is right now. I'd hit Devers like 6, and I'd hit Eldridge up high. And here's the other one. Let Devers DH and put Eldridge out there. The fans want to see Eldridge. Devers is not a good defensive first baseman. He was a third baseman who's trying to do what he can over at first. His glove's too big for his hand. He's just a pretty average, and that's not really defining average well. He's a pretty thoroughly mediocre defensive player. And I just think just for the optics, I would like to see Eldridge. I think the fans want to see Eldridge. Eldridge is the future. This guy's the future. If you put him out there, it's $1,000 to go to a baseball game. I don't know. I don't want to see the guy come up 3 times and then go back to the dugout. I want to see him on the field. And I think the fans do as well. So I want Eldridge at first. I want Devers DHing. I want Eldridge hitting up top, and I want Devers hitting down lower. And I hope Tony makes the adjustment.
Appreciate the call from Scott in Marin. We can continue this. Coming up, we are due to take a bit of a timeout. Also want to play that John Morosi sound about Logan Webb from MLB Network, and we can continue to dive into these topics. 11:30, we'll do a little pivot to football. Matt Mayoko at 11:50. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Dusty Baker joined Murph and Marcus earlier this morning to talk about his book, Crossroads, that's out now. It's the story of a baseball lifer opening up about his triumphs and tragedies. And you can catch that interview with the morning guys available now on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get the station's podcasts.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
The America theme continues with Bruce Springsteen, born in the USA. Larry Krueger hanging out with us. We got DJ Webb in the back. We got a lot coming your way, including some football talk before the end of the hour. Krug, how have the Niners Nightlies been lately? I mean, we've had a lot of Giants news. I know Wednesday, the Dirty Work boys were giving you a hard time. They're like, oh, so you're talking Eldridge or what? And you're like, what are you kidding me, dude? Sincere McCormick just signed a 1-year deal.
Well, it's a little Eldridge, actually. We did about half of Eldridge because it was just such an amazing home run the other day. And we were on right then, and there were so many lines lit with people that wanted to get in and talk Giants. So we did mostly Giants that day. But yeah, things are, the 49ers story, Ayuk's making it juicy, that's for sure. It's going to be interesting to see, this is the ultimate downtime for football. Mayoka will join us in about a half hour, but basically this is the only time of the year that the coaches go away, the players go away, and you could go down to the facility and there'll be nobody there pretty much. And it's important that they get that vacation and just get that quality family time because these coaches grind like no other. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting year for the 49ers. I think Brock Purdy's going to have a spectacular year. There's a lot more speed at receiver. They're pretty deep on the defensive line, but they can use a little bit more edge rush. So will they get that edge rush? They're talking about Alex Highsmith. They're talking about Joey Bosa. I do think they'll add something before training camp.
808 KNBR is your number to join the conversation as we are talking San Francisco Giants. Want to hear from John Morosi on MLB Network as we get back into the Logan Webb discussion. Morosi says he's got his eye on the Giants as a team to watch ahead of the trade deadline. Would they consider really acknowledging, turning the page, a change in a direction, and getting younger by seeing what they might be able to get for their ace?
It is June the 10th, and I think we can officially rename this segment as Trade Deadline Central.
That's
we are
rough.
now less than 2 months from the trade deadline, August the 3rd, and the San Francisco Giants have my eye because they've got a very interesting collection of players headlined potentially, and I'm using the word potentially, by their ace, Logan Webb, who we saw in March pitching for D-Row and Team USA. Logan Webb is still under contract through 2028. Robbie Ray, Luis Arraez, they are the more obvious candidates to be moved. But Logan Webb, when you look at the big picture of this team, you have to ask yourself, based on the National League West, how likely is it that the Giants are competing for a World Series title right now? Look at your screen. The answer is no. The Dodgers lead the division. D-backs, Padres are both better. The Giants still have a pretty hefty payroll, and their performance is not lining up.
All right, so that's the first part of it. And there's a second part as well. He lays it out. The Giants are not anywhere close to contention, Krug. We know this. We've known this for months now. Now, there's the emotion of it. That he's a local kid, that he is the ace of the staff. He has so badly wanted to get back into postseason play wearing this jersey, which he got to do in 2021 and has not touched since. Here's the thing, though. I don't believe that if Logan Webb puts together a handful of productive starts moving forward, because they wouldn't trade him today, I don't think. You got 2 more months till the trade deadline, a little bit less. I don't think it would be selling low if he starts to look more like the guy we've seen since he came off the IL, rather than the guy that was there in that first handful of 7 to 8 starts.
Well, he's a proven arm. As long as he's healthy, you're going to get something significant for sure. To me, it's more about what are you getting in return? Because if you're getting special players in return, then I'm willing to move just about anybody. But it's all about the return. Are you getting if you're just getting nominal prospects. And you got to remember this: prospects are just that, prospects. I've been a prospect guy for years, but you get to a certain point in your life and you realize, you know what? A lot of all these guys, you can't trade Kurt Ainsworth. You can't trade Jerome Williams. You're going to trade Gary Brown? What? It's like, what? It's like comical looking back at it. And yet that's kind of how this whole prospect thing works and how these trades, you can't possibly. So most of these prospects don't make it. And so I'm willing to trade prospects for players, but I'm also willing to trade players for prospects if you can get the A's made that trade with Mason Miller and the Padres. Well, the A's got Leo DeVries, right? DeVries is just this awesome little infielder who's going to be a tremendous bat for years and years. Padres got Mason Miller. Well, the Giants right now they've got 3 different shortstops, really, and then the draft's coming up. Who knows what they're going to get in the draft? But I mean, they've got 2 really high-end, low minor shortstops, and then they also have that kid who's playing shortstop in the Cal League, who could move to second. So they got 3 guys there who look like big leaguers at shortstop. Maybe you move one of those guys for, an awesome closer. So I just think you got to keep building, but I think you also got to have an open mind. Prospects are just that. They're supposed to be used. Nobody cares about your organizational record. The only record we care about is at the major league level. So, what's the goal? To win a World Series or to be Baseball America's Organization of the Year? You know what I mean? So, always use your prospects to trade, but also always, look at what you could potentially get for established players. If there's somebody who's willing to give you a difference-making type player or two, I think you got to keep building because you're not there yet, and you're not one piece away.
Prospects are just that, but if you're not going anywhere this season, we don't know what the timeline of baseball will be for 2027, then prospects are still highly valuable capital. It's so funny that you brought up the Mason Miller thing because Tim and I off the air have had the discussion multiple times of, well, what's infuriating about what Milwaukee does? They develop players so much better, and when they know they're going to lose someone like, say, a Willy Adames or a Freddie Peralta, they have ways of plugging those gaps. What's infuriating about another team in your division, the San Diego Padres? Well, because they did so well with prospects, how were you able to get Juan Soto in the first place? and then you end up flipping him for more. And then you've got this guy, Leo DeVries. So then it allows you to get Mason Miller, who's a freaking Cy Young candidate as by far and away the best closer in all of baseball. So I totally get what you're saying, but I look at it differently if we're talking about, say, a team like the 49ers when it's like, oh, draft picks. You got to trade down. You got to get more draft picks. It's like, yeah, okay, but at the same time, Krug, you're trying to win your very difficult division. You believe you have a window that you're in that short list of teams that could get the Lombardi right now while a lot of your best players are older. If the Niners were 6-11 year after year and just hurt by injuries and you couldn't rely on anyone staying on the field, that's a different conversation. The Giants right now sold you on this unintentional two timelines where in some ways they were going to get younger and they brought in this young manager. Yeah, but in others, they have also been trying to win, and that's why they were willing to take on so much money for Devers and the left side of their infield. But if you're 28-41 anyway and you don't have flexibility, prospects is the kind of thing that could make a lot of sense here.
There's a lot of different ways you can play your hand, right? If you want to trade for a starting pitcher, Scooble's out there. Sonny Gray's out there. Reed Detmers for the Angels has had 4 good starts. He's got a 1.73 ERA. He struck out 36 in 26 innings. He's a lefty. I can't imagine the Angels want to trade pitching, but he's got 2 years of control remaining. If you wanted a bullpen arm, Aroldis Chapman has been freaking amazing. I mean, I kind of – that was the offseason move I didn't get. Why not go after an Aroldis Chapman? You so desperately needed another bullpen arm. Instead, he goes to Boston. He's got 17 saves and a 0.46 ERA. That guy was available for relatively little. I don't think he got a ton of cash. So I don't know. I think maybe they don't like him as a guy. I don't know. He's had some issues off the field, but I mean on one hand, you could say, hey, they should go for a closer and try to win as many games and go for the wild card and this and that. Or you can pivot and send a couple pieces elsewhere and tuck tail on 26 and start building for 27. I mean, it's a tough call. There's nothing though about the Giants this year that screams that they're going to win the World Series. So to me, it would have to be. Any additions that you make, it would have to be low-cost additions that make a lot of sense and don't cost you big-time prospects. I don't think you can trade big-time prospects at this point if you're the Giants. You have to trade for big-time prospects. You should not be trading away big-time prospects. You got to consider all options.
Yeah, and if you get to a point where you might be ahead of schedule on this rebuild or reset or whatever term you want to use for it, the retool, if you're ahead of schedule where you feel like you could compete sooner rather than later, and this trade deadline allows you to get an abundance of prospects, then maybe you could do something like trade the prospects you have and go and get a player that might be able to help you compete sooner rather than later if that window opens quicker than you would have expected. But in the year of 2026, I don't see the value in not trying to load up while you can when you're going nowhere. And unless that changes with a 10 to 13 game win streak or you're close in on 500 right before the All-Star break, I just don't see the point.
You're beating the Rockies. That's it. In the entire league.
Yeah, and even for a moment on the road trip, that wasn't the case.
Right. I mean, you almost got swept by the Rockies recently, and the only team that you're outplaying is the Rockies. So, I mean, it's really probably not feasible or plausible to think that the Giants should be, making anything with 26 in mind. And since anytime you've got money tied up in arms, to me, that's a nervous spot, right? So I would consider moving Logan Webb just because of that, because you got big money tied up in an arm, and those arms are always, it's like you're one little, he's done for the next 2 years. And all that money's gone, and that guy's untradeable. So Robbie Ray, you want him, come get him. Logan Webb, you want him, come get him. I mean, if I were the Giants, I think that's the approach I would take. You're 28-41. You're playing 406 ball. If you win 10 in a row, you're still under 500.
Yeah.
It's just I think to force feed anything this year would be really stupid. Because like Johnny Level, I think is a really exciting young player. I've been down to San Jose. I've watched him. I think he's going to be a really, really good player. And the Giants have a few young players coming through their system right now that are really exciting, that are going to be really good players. I think it's reasonable to say that the Giants, on paper could contend in 27 or 28, or maybe 28 or 29. It's a year off. It's 2 years off. Why don't you sell off some pieces and try to get as good as you can get in those windows? Because I think the fans here want to see a postseason at some point. I mean, this run of mediocrity, this endless run of mediocrity, is tired, and I think the fans are really enthusiastic, and I couldn't believe how much joy there is in the stadium. But that's the goodwill of 10 and 12 and 14. But it's been almost a decade, so that goodwill is going to wear off, and it's important that the Giants build up a team that's ready to be a playoff team before that wears off.
Well, not to mention their biggest ticket seller is now the hottest hitter in baseball right now with Jung-Hoo Lee. And then their probably soon to be biggest ticket seller and probably already number 2 on the list, Bryce Eldridge, is coming into his own over the last 3 weeks as well.
No doubt. And Bryce Eldridge is the kind of piece that is a centerpiece for the middle of your lineup. It's something the Giants have. To call Bryce Eldridge the elusive, prospect. I mean, the Giants have been waiting for Bryce Eldridge for decades. I mean, a long, long time. So it's awesome to see. At first I thought, man, he's a tall hitter. He's got a gigantic zone. But you know what? Aaron Judge is a tall hitter, but he's a great athlete, and he bends the knee, and he just looks more athletic. He doesn't look just like a tall hitter. He looks like an athlete at that size, and so does this guy, and that's super encouraging.
Let's go ahead and change gears over to the football side of it. George Kittle had a positive health update, and I know that's something we've talked about. You were concerned about Kittle coming back a little bit too early. He said on the Pat McAfee show he's still not ruling out week 1 in Australia. Ooh, let's get into that before Matt Mayoko joins us at 11:50. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
I feel like this was a fitting one. A little party in the USA as we talk some George Kittle and the 49ers. Krug said it earlier. This is the time of the football season where it's all relaxed, and with the World Cup coming in, it's really going to be all the action right there around Levi's. Everyone's taking their vacation time, and then when we get back for training camp, well, should I say it in Buster Posey's words, it's time to go?
Plus, Krug has always been a huge Miley Cyrus guy.
He's not a Hannah. I thought he was more of a Hannah Montana kind of guy.
Definitely. I mean, are you kidding me? Hannah Montana was a staple of the Krug house when the kids were young.
Little Uzi Vert and Miley Cyrus is big on the Krug playlist.
Yeah.
By the way, Krug, everyone root for Krug's Uzbekistan in this tournament. I know he's really into that too, so we're all riding with Krug's Uzbekistan.
I drew
Go Becks.
I drew
Go
Cape
Becks.
Verde. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Cape Verde.
Let's hear from George Kittle, who was on the Pat McAfee show earlier this week. Gives a positive health update. Yeah, he tore that Achilles in the playoffs, which was in January. He's aiming for a September return in the Southern Hemisphere, possibly. Here's what he had to say.
You know what? My goal is to be healthy for week 1. I'm slightly ahead of schedule. Everybody that's working with me is super pumped about where I'm at. So, no setbacks. So we're just going to keep plugging away, checking boxes, do whatever I can to be back out there. The Niner boys, we are very excited. It's fun. We've got a lot of fresh faces, very talented players like Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, Osa, the D-line we got from the Cowboys. I'm so pumped about him.
Yeah.
He's massive.
Yeah.
He is a large human being.
Yeah. With balls.
Yeah, very intimidating. So I'm excited that he's on my team. Nick Bosa looks great. Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, they have their, best friendship back. They're excited to be playing together. The boys are buzzing right now. And I'm very excited about Raheem Morris. The music's cutting me out like my Oscars speech. I hope you all have a great and blessed day. I love you all. Go Hawks.
All right, you're done. Yes, thank you, George. Thank you, George Kittle. Thank you.
Only one George Kittle. But look, I see this as much more of a positive than a negative, Krug. Now, I'm not saying he needs to be out there week 1. But how often is it that we get injury updates on the 49ers where either it's negative or it's ambiguous and we're not really sure what to make of it? This is something where Kittle's saying, I'm ahead of schedule, and it's a target to be out there for week 1. Now, do I want him out there for week 1? Only if he really feels like he's good to go. And he's an older player who plays hard. He blocks harder than any freaking offensive lineman for the most part. And that's why you saw he had the torn hamstring in week 1. He's a guy that's gotten beat up because he plays this uniquely physical and at the same time joyous style of football. Tight end is among the weakest position groups I would have on this roster as it states right now without George Kittle. So, of course, you need to get the most out of Kittle in a season. But if we're talking about a world in which, even if it's not week 1, we could be talking back in the States week 2 or week 3, rather than maybe missing the first half of the season, gosh, that does wonders for a team that couldn't really run the ball in his absence last year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get this plan at all. I don't understand what the Niners are doing at tight end at all. This is the face of the franchise. The guy ruptured his Achilles, and you're going to try to have him come back 7 months later at tight end in the NFL, where you have to be rooted in the ground with your cleats on every run play, every pass play, everything. And then the way they've not attacked this tight end position in the offseason is, I think, negligent at this point. Jake Tonjes is a receiver only. Luke Farrell was a colossal disappointment, and he looked horrible at the minicamp. Horrible. I mean, dropping passes, jogging, just bad. I mean, he's not a receiver, okay? Braden Willis, not an NFL tight end. Hayden Rucci, not an NFL tight end. Khalil Dinkins, he's an undrafted free agent who had 40 targets in 4 years at Happy Valley for Penn State. So he's not a receiver. He's a blocker. So, I mean, you don't have a lot here. And George, there's no way George should come back in week 1. There's no way George should come back in September. I mean, what are we talking about here? Google ruptured Achilles and see what it says. It says 9 to 12 months is the typical return time for the average NFL torn Achilles. This is the face of your franchise. You're going to put him in harm's way. There's a million tight ends out there. There's all kinds of tight ends. You can get tight ends today. Jonnu Smith is still out there. There's going to be tight ends available at the cut down. There's all kinds of tight ends floating around. Go sign one of them. I mean, they're bad at tight end. I mean, if Kittle can't play, Tonjes can't move anybody on the line of scrimmage. Farrell can't catch. The other guys aren't really even NFL. So what are we looking at? I don't get this at all. The Niners have like 16 defensive linemen. They've got all kinds of contingency plans. They got no contingency plans at tight end. They got nothing. And they use the tight end. And Brock Purdy likes to throw to the tight end. So I don't get it. I'm not sure what they're thinking. The Rams have like 5 tight ends on their roster that are better than every tight end the Niners have that's not named Kittle. So I'm not getting there. You know, everybody's leaning into 12 and 13 personnel, except for Shanahan. They use the tight end and they don't have one. So there's no way George Kittle. I wouldn't give George Kittle. I wouldn't even let him touch his helmet until Halloween. You know, seriously, I'll put your helmet in front of your locker with a big ton of candy inside of it, and you can have it on Halloween. You're not getting it before Halloween. You're not going to play. You're not going to Australia. You're not going to play in September. And they should dictate this to him and be strong about it, because what's important? Is it important that George Kittle is healthy in September? No. This is a team that has ambitions to play in middle of February. So dust him off in November, get somebody else to fill in until then, and do the right thing by one of your best players.
See, one thing I wonder, and we'll talk about this with Matt Mayoko coming up shortly, is there something to the 49ers not doing much to address tight end in the offseason that has to do with their inside knowledge of how George Kittle's rehab is going? That's something we'll get into, along with the mysteriousness of Brandon Ayuk and him probably needing to stay off social media, and much, much more. We'll talk to Matty next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, Silver here again. Did you know that DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states? And yeah, that means you too, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos started yesterday. We'll have some knockout drama. There will inevitably be stoppage time heartbreak. And the DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching an early kickoff before work or maybe during work, as we got one going in about 15 minutes, or a late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with code TheSportsLeader, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code TheSportsLeader. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. It ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we're getting to that dead zone of the NFL offseason before the 49ers look to find the red zone in training camp and beyond. We welcome in our good friend Matt Mayoko, as we do every Friday on the UMA guest line, as well as YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, where you can watch us on the video stream. Before we get to any Niners matters, Matt, you were at the Wednesday game. Bryce Eldridge, did you stay for that entire thing?
You darn right I did.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, and if I didn't, I wouldn't admit it. But no, I was. I stayed till the end. That was, all the years of going to baseball games. I've been to obviously more important games, probably better games from start to finish, but nothing as unexpected and dramatic as that comeback down 9-1 in the 8th inning. So that right there is the reason that I'll never leave a game early, because that was just so memorable.
Did you think it was off the bat, or did you think it was gone off the bat?
I don't know if I knew it wasn't going to get caught, but I thought it might be off the wall. And I was just hoping that, let's see, who was that on third? That would have been, or on first. That wasn't John. Yeah, it was John Lee. Yeah, I was thinking that, okay, I think this is going to tie it, because I think that, the runner on first will score. So I didn't nose a home run, but I didn't think it was going to be caught.
Matty, the Ayuk thing, I mean, God, it's so tired at this point. But what's interesting to me there's a lot of intelligent people that cover this team. And, Nick Wagner from ESPN believes the 49ers should have released Brandon Ayuk several months ago. He thinks that's the right move. Barrows, who I think is also pretty sharp, says that he believes to this minute that the 49ers are going to ultimately wind up trading Ayuk to the Commanders, and that they're going to get something for him, that they've made it clear that they want something for him. I don't know what to make of this at this point. Some people said the Niners are being petty. Other people are like, hey, you know what? I love the team being petty. They should be with Ayuk. There's a lot of Niner fans that are kind of singing that song. What do you think here? Do you think, is Wagner right that they should have released Ayuk months ago? Or do you think Barrows is right, that you think that ultimately there'll be a trade? I mean, how do you see this?
I think they're both wrong. Here's what I think. I think that they shouldn't have released him. I think there's probably stuff that we don't know about as part of this. If the 49ers had just released him, then there might be some gray area about being able to go after his signing bonus money. $23 million that they gave him essentially up front to sign that deal, which is basically a 5-year deal, right? It was a 4-year extension beyond the 1 year that he already had on his contract. When a player receives signing bonus money, it's seen as in advance on future availability. And if the team releases a player, then the player keeps all that money. But if a player retires before his contract expires, such as Frank Ragnow, who by all indications is like the perfect offensive lineman and the perfect player for the Detroit Lions, but when he retired, guess what? The Lions went after that signing bonus money because he didn't live up to the terms of the deal, which was to finish out that contract. And so with Ayuk, he defaulted on his contract. The 49ers voided it. And so I don't know, it's tough to kind of find out because there's no paper trail yet, but I'm sure that's part of it. The other part is, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, who are you competing against? You're competing against every team in the NFL. Whether that team's on your schedule or not, in some way you're competing with them. You're competing against the other 31 teams. Why would you just gift one of those opponents, one of those competitors, a player who the last time we saw him in a full season was a really good football player? Why I don't think the 49ers will end up trading him is because if you're the Washington Commanders, that's the team, right, that everybody's talking about, myself included, you guys, everybody's talking about the Washington Commanders as being the potential next home for Brandon Ayuk. If you're the Commanders and you've been given permission to speak to Brandon Ayuk's representation to try to figure out a trade, why wouldn't you just tell him something that he should have been told 2 months ago, which is show up in Santa Clara, knock on the front door, insist to come in. And if he's on the reserve left squad list, well, if he reported on April 20th, that would have forced the 49ers' hand. They didn't want him talking bad about the team in the locker room the way he's talked bad about the team on social media. So they wouldn't have allowed him in the building. And so they would have been forced to make a decision on him then. They would have been forced to release him. And so why would a team give up any assets, conditional 7th-round picks a year or 2 years from now or otherwise, when you know that the 49ers don't want him on the team and he doesn't want to be on that team? And I think it's incumbent upon Brandon Ayuk to force the issue. Maybe his pride is such that he doesn't want to be seen as the guy who's groveling to go back into the building, but everybody would know what's up. So I would think that would be the most likely thing, is that no team has any reason to give up any assets for him because the 49ers have no use for him. And eventually, as long as if Ayuk stays away, the 49ers don't have to do anything to that contract because he's on the reserve left squad list. But he needs to force the issue, I think, in order to put the heat on the 49ers to do something.
Yeah, Matt, I was reading Matt Barrow's column about it, and just help me understand something procedurally. So he's on the left team list, so he has to request reinstatement by the NFL. Does that mean that he can't just show up at the facility anytime he wants and force the 49ers' hand that way? Like, how does that work with this left squad and requesting reinstatement? And since he doesn't really count to the roster, then he doesn't have to get paid. So what's it all work like? I've never dealt with a situation like as of you with the Brandon Ayuk like this.
Yeah, no, none of us have. That's the thing. Well, in order to ask for reinstatement, you have to show up, or at least affirm that you're showing up. So that hasn't happened. So I would think that those kind of go hand in hand. Is I'm asking for reinstatement and I'm here ready to be reinstated. I mean, he's on the reserve left squad list, so he needs to be on the reporting to work list. But I mean, I don't. A lot of the intricacies of this and the actual protocols and how it works, I'm privy to either. But he got put on that list because he wasn't showing up at all, beyond the fact that he wasn't adhering to the terms of his contract as far as the rehabilitation, and that prompted the 49ers to void all the future guarantees. And Brandon Ayuk did not fight that. So he did not take that to arbitration or file any kind of grievance or anything of that nature. But I mean, if he shows a willingness and the act and follows through on the actual act of showing up and saying, here I am, I'm ready to play football again, then I don't think anything could stand in the way of him being removed from that list.
I kind of wonder if he's ready to play football. I mean, he said the other day, I'm going to play on another team in 27. It's like, well, wait a second, bro, it's 26.
Larry, do you think he misspoke? Do you think he missed?
I thought maybe he misspoke, but
yeah. Do you?
But
think
also, we're not seeing any images of him working out
here. Well, that's true. That's true. Here's my thing: is that I think for a long time, you and me and everybody wanted to hear from Brandon Ayuk, but what he's talked about in the past couple of social media posts, I could not care less about. What I'm curious about, I don't want him projecting, the 49ers are mad at me. I want to find out why Brandon Ayuk is mad at the 49ers. I don't care what he thinks the 49ers are thinking about him. I mean, it was kind of a self-own, wasn't it, when he said they're mad because they paid me $50 million, for over 8 months?
Yeah, it was like, yeah, they are.
Yeah, and they have reason to be, but they also have reason to be thankful that Brandon Ayuk gave them the out so that they don't have to pay anywhere near that $120 million on the 4-year deal that he signed. I mean, this turned out the way nobody wanted it to. But once it started to turn dramatically and the 49ers felt immediate buyer's remorse, the absolute best thing that could have happened to the 49ers did happen to the 49ers. And that was Brandon Ayuk did not adhere to the terms of the contract and allowed the 49ers to get out from under the weight of many, many millions of dollars, the $27 million guaranteed that just evaporated into thin air. So my bigger question isn't, are the 49ers mad? I'm sure they are, but they're also pretty happy that he saved them a lot of money. What I want to hear is why Brandon Ayuk is mad. What prompted him? What inspired him to stay away and not fulfill the terms of his contract? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear Brandon Ayuk say why he stopped reporting and showing up.
Well, if you can understand that, stop acting like a little cat or a female dog, you might be able to get some insight into that. But beyond that, Matt, I can't.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. I'm like, I don't know. We're dealing with the kids who they bring their ball and they don't get picked, so they take the ball home. And Krug and I are working on deciphering Ayuk. It's one of our weekly projects.
Yeah. Well, he said that. The boy takes his ball home because he doesn't get picked.
Yeah.
I guess he was talking about the 49ers, but when you watch that situation unfold, it kind of seemed like that was more appropriate to him. He's the one who didn't show up.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm with you. I'm with
that,
you.
He's also very. He literally sounded like he was about to cry. He sounded like at the beginning of the thing like he was literally about to cry. Enough on IU because I think we're probably
one thing I do want to say though. I like Brandon Ayuk, and of course I haven't talked to him in more than a year, but I always found it enjoyable to go over there in his corner where his locker is, and there were times when he would just sit down on a stool in front of his locker and talk for 30 minutes about deep football stuff, and I always found him really interesting to talk to, and myself. Not that I'm the judge of this, but I found all this stuff just kind of out of left field. It always seemed to me like, he enjoyed playing for the 49ers and he was a good teammate and everything else. So I'm saddened that it took this turn for him because, man, he left, and I'm sure he still has generational money, but man, to just forfeit $27 million, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Talking about Mayo, go ahead, Krug. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, I was just going to say that I'd like to know what happened. Was it October? He was there every day, and then suddenly he wasn't there. So I got to think that something happened right then and there. Whether he said, "Hey, I'm ready to go."
That's what I want to hear from him.
Yeah. Exactly. He seemed like he was building towards something, and then all of a sudden, Larry, poof, he was gone.
I think it fell apart. It fell apart long before that because the 49ers voided that contract in July. No sooner had the 49ers reported to training camp than he continued to violate the terms of the deal, and so they voided that thing so early on. But I would suspect it fell apart the previous year, after his injury, maybe even before his injury. I kind of go back to, what was the first thing reported after Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers agreed to that extension was Adam Schefter had a tweet saying this was the same deal that the 49ers had presented to him 17 days earlier. His hold-in did absolutely nothing, and it's very rare that after a contract is signed, whether it's a contentious negotiation or not, it's very rare that any kind of negativity comes out immediately after a contract is signed. And I don't know this because Brandon never told me, but I just wonder if just that news getting out there kind of rubbed him the wrong way to the point where it was tough to get over that.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, though, that usually when a contract is signed, no matter how contentious the negotiation, you don't see the relationship sour within weeks, as it did in the case of Brandon Ayuk. So just to pivot over to someone that we do hope plays a lot of snaps for the 49ers this year, that is George Kittle. Before you came on, we were talking about the health update he shared on the Pat McAfee show, where he said he's legitimately targeting week 1, and he's been ahead of schedule. People are really pleased with his rehab. Just your thoughts on Kittle saying that, because we don't get a lot of positive injury updates when it comes to this team. Obviously, he's someone that is a central figure to their offense. They're going to need the most they can get out of him for the long run. But an injury that happened in early January to be maybe ready to go 8 months later, that's a shock. It would be a pleasant surprise, but maybe one that also makes a lot of 49er fans nervous.
Yeah, George is a very positive guy, so he's always going to put the positive spin on things. And, he did mention that, it doesn't help starting the season, 3 or 4 days before the rest of the NFL or the vast majority of the teams in the league. The complication of a week before the game, flying 16, 18 hours to Melbourne, coming back after that game. It makes all the sense in the world for him to rehab with week 1 as the circled date. It makes all the sense in the world. What also makes all the sense in the world is for the 49ers to simply take no chances. And it very well might be that he hits all of his markers and he feels great, and there's no reasonable reason why the 49ers shouldn't suit him up and have him go play football. But I would say that if there's anything that gives anybody associated with that situation any pause, then it makes a lot more sense to sit him out week 1, maybe even week 2, and get him going week 3. So I understand why George is pushing it. I understand why the 49ers are keeping that door open, because they want to keep that positivity going. They love how George is working and everything else. And I think George has said it too. Like if it makes sense to sit him, then that's what's going to happen. But I don't think he's wrong at all for trying to push it a little bit. Doing nothing reckless, of course, but trying to push it to the point where he gives himself the opportunity to be ready week 1.
I really don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. He had the surgery in mid-January. That would be 7 months. I don't want to see 7 months, George. I want to see George at like 9 months, 10 months. And he means so much to this franchise, and he means a lot to their ability to win games. I want to see them be more conservative. It's not about week 1. This is a team that wants to play in the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl's in February. I'd rather him be out until November and then find another tight end in between than see him rush back. That's just my own personal thought. Yeah. What about Alex Highsmith? There was Jason Lockenforth saying the Niners are one of the teams kicking tires on Alex Highsmith. There was some talk about Highsmith coming to the Niners around the draft as well. The Steelers are paying Watt a ton. They're paying Nick Herbig over $100 million. And they're paying this guy 17.7 cap figure for 26. Pretty good player, too. And he's pretty scheme versatile. What do you think? Lockenforth, hard to know if that's a legitimate report or if it's just he's just throwing names around. Do you have any info or any intel at all on the Niners' interest in Alex Highsmith?
I would find it hard to believe that they would add another high-priced player. They already have Bosa and Osadezua. They have Fred Warner. They have Deommodore Lenoir. That's just on the defensive side. I would, and then what do they have to give up? I'm assuming the Steelers wouldn't be asking for a huge price, but I think the 49ers like where they are with their draft picks. Not that they wouldn't give up, a third, fourth round pick, whatever case may be, fifth round pick for a player. But I think right now My best guess is that they would see what they have with Romello Height when the pads go on, and see if he's somebody that they feel confident that can get up there. Well, I don't know what the number would be, 6, 8, 10 sacks, something like that. I mean, you take a guy where they took him and really no real resistance keeping him off the field. Could Flyers use another edge rusher? Absolutely. It depends on the price. And you didn't ask me about Joey Bosa, but listening to Joey's brother, Nick, talking about basically football, his golf game. Joey's golf game is on his mind more than his football career. It kind of led me to believe that, that Joey's working from a position of strength where he doesn't have to play football again, and his mind isn't there. And so, if your mind isn't on football in late May and early June, I'm not sure how difficult that is to flip that switch, or if it kind of sounded to me like retirement was a very reasonable and logical option for Joey. So the one thing I would say with the Alex Highsmith is very rarely have we heard even rumblings of a trade before actual trades have happened. I didn't hear anything about Osita Uzua. Basically all the rumored or speculated talk of any 49ers trade has just never come to fruition. I mean, even the Christian McCaffrey trade just kind of came out of nowhere, other than George Kittle apparently predicting it. But I don't know that. I mean, it wouldn't shock me if Flyers ended up making some sort of deal or signing somebody who's still out there who could make the 53-man roster and be a rotational player. But I wouldn't necessarily expect it. I think the last time Kyle Shanahan was asked kind of about the roster, his answer was basically, what you see is what you get. The guys on the team now are the guys he figures will be out there when the season starts.
Well, before we know it, it's going to be training camp time. We're going to be talking to you all about Carver Willis and Vidarian Lowe and Robert Smith and who's going to fill that left guard hole, as well as is Kittle going to be ready to play in Australia, and a million other questions.
Don't forget Connor Colby.
I would never forget Connor Colby, the second year out of Iowa, of course. George Kittle's alma mater.
I'm sure. Did Larry elbow you when you didn't mention Connor Colby?
Well, he definitely did through the screen. And I know Greg Papa somewhere was like, yes, the second-year guard out of the University of Iowa, same place as George Kittle, Noah Fant, and other tight ends.
By the way, guys, it should be noted that the 49ers have several players who you could flip their name around, and he could be Colby Connor, he could be Connor Colby. There's lots and lots of players on this roster that kind of have two first names.
Yeah, I think that sells tickets more than anything.
Yeah, it's the Jung-Hoo Lee effect. I've never met a Mayoko first name, though. I got to say, never met a Mayoko out in the wild.
And you probably
there's no Mayoko
met one. You probably only met one with the last name of that either.
Yeah, Mayoko and his family, of course. Matt, you're the best, man. I'll actually be gone next Friday, so we'll catch up with you at some point. But hey, enjoy some World Cup, enjoy some travels, and we'll get you ready for training camp when it's coming around fast.
All right, gentlemen. Always my pleasure. Have a good one.
Thanks, Matt.
Mayoko Matt with Kruger, Larry, Webb, Tim, and Silver Greg on the Sports Leader.
There are
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, so American. Yeah, I know Tim's probably pumped about the new Olivia Rodrigo album that just came out. That's my biggest guess as he's sitting behind the glass. Actually, we're also Bosnian for the time being. Dude, Bosnia in Toronto just took a 1-0 lead over the Canadians. This is big, man. North America is rocking here with the World Cup. Team USA takes on Paraguay at 6 o'clock tonight. Nice little in-swinger off the corner kick. Ricocheted off a couple of heads. Ooh, oh, that was nice. Wow. Hey, shout out to Bosnia. Tim, do we have the Bosnia song anywhere? The morning show uses it all the time. We'll dig up the Bosnia song. Krug, always good to talk to Matt Mayoko. And one other thing I wanted to talk about from George Kittle was not his own personal injury update, but it was the fact that he gave advice to rookies, and he talked about just the importance of showing up, not saying a whole lot. And we all know the personality that a Kittle has, but he said he was noticed his rookie year at OTAs because of how good his reps were. And he said, I always try to tell rookies that the only way you want people to know who you are is what you do on the field and not because you tell jokes and you're funny. We don't need that, especially at the start of your career. This has been like the quietest rookie class I've ever been around. And his point was not shut up, but the point was you have to understand that you're coming in to be able to work, because it is a huge change to go from the college level into the NFL. And even someone as vibrant as George Kittle showed up as a pretty quiet guy and turned it into a damn good NFL career. So I know you have been out there a lot, watching a lot of the rookies, and you kind of told me off the air, you think this could be a year where, for all the talent the 49ers have among their veterans and older players, this might be one where the rookies take it to a level of carrying the team that hasn't really been there in some of the past few years.
For that, Greg, I really do. Because, I mean, like Deshaun Stribling looks like a very precocious, ready to contribute right away receiver. He's big, he's long, he's making plays in the minicamp down the field. He seems pretty polished, and he was very, very good for Trinidad Chambliss in that playoff run that Ole Miss had. So I think Stribling could wind up being their best receiver. It would not surprise me. I mean, he's very, very talented, and he's already shown it. Kalen Black, Christian's coming off a 450 touch season. Kalen Black can do all of the things that Bobby T needs you to do. He can catch it. He can block. He hits the hole hard. He doesn't dance in the backfield. He's strong. He's powerful. He can move the pile. I think Kalen Black is not just going to be a bit player. I think Kalen Black's going to be a major component. And then on the defensive side, I mean, Romello Height, Grayson Halton, some of those D linemen that they got are really impressive. Mikhail Kamara, Bryson Easton, James Thompson. We're going to see these guys this summer, and I think a couple of those guys, if not three, I could see Height and Halton and Kamara all contributing. And maybe the biggest wild card factor is Jaden Duggar, the linebacker out of Louisiana, who's looks like a defensive end, but he's really a off the ball linebacker, and he had 125 tackles last year, and he's got really, really amazing athletic traits. And they kind of took a big swing with some guys with high level athleticism on at the end of the draft, in this last draft. And Duggar, according to Ryan Fowler from the Draft Network, he says that Duggar's been the most impressive guy at camp. I don't know if I would say that, but if this, the ability to have a guy that looks like he's playing linebacker in a 4-3, and then all of a sudden Raheem walks him up on the line of scrimmage, and you've got a 5-man front, and you can get into different personnel groupings without changing the personnel. When you can make them feel like you're giving a 4-3 look, but you're really giving more of like a 5-2 look, and it's a 5. It changes the way offense wants to attack. And I think that he's going to give them great flexibility, and it'll be interesting to see if Raheem utilizes some of the hybrid players that he has this year.
I'm really, really excited for Raheem Morris. I got to know him a little bit when I was interning with the Rams, the enemy, back when he was the defensive coordinator in 2021 and hanging out at their training camp down in SoCal. I want to go back to what you said about wide receiver. You think Deshaun Stribling could be the best wide receiver? What do you mean by best? Are you talking about most yards, most all-around reliable? Hell, maybe just the most available?
Best. Best any way you want to mark it. Mike Evans is coming into a new team, and he's past his prime. Pearsall's hurt always. Christian Kirk is on a new team, and I think he's going to have some special teams responsibility. Cowing and Watkins are, 4th-round picks in the last 2 drafts who run in the 4-3s. But, Demarcus Robinson was their best receiver in the playoffs. You got some other guys there. It's a pretty deep, loaded group. But Stribling has shown ability to separate, and he's got size. He's got 10-inch hands. He can block. He was great at the highest level of college football, the SEC. He was greater in the college football playoffs. I think there's a chance. Most receivers are raw. For every Randy Moss that comes out of Marshall and kicks ass, there's like a ton of guys who come into the league and don't do anything for a year or two. So most rookie receivers are not good. But I think he's got potential. I think he's wired right, and I think he's needed. I think the ball skills are there. He's already kind of flashed. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Stribling and Black were key cogs in this offense this year.
It's funny, right? We talked about this with Matt Mayoko moments ago. The 49ers are mad about paying Brandon Ayuk. He called that out on his Instagram, and I'm like, yeah, I would be too if it turned into this. But then Mayoko added that they should be happy that they got off of a lot of money. They should also be happy that despite that disaster, they landed on their feet by going and getting an ex-wide receiver in Mike Evans in free agency. So I think Mike Evans, if you can get the maximum of availability out of him, or at least say 3/4 of the regular season games and hopefully any playoff games to come, that would be huge. I think he easily would be the best wide receiver. But if Stribling can come in, as advertised, to use Ted Wynn's term, a supercharged Jawan Jennings, and do some of those things in year one, gosh, that'd be everything. For Brock Purdy, for third down offense, for a guy that can catch balls in tight coverage, be a blocker on the outside, and help the run game. Because I found this stat yesterday. How much has Brandon Ayuk's absence hurt Brock Purdy? Well, if you looked at a lot of the numbers, you'd say probably not a ton, given how well he was playing. But Ayuk put up a career-high 1,342 yards in 2023 when he was second-team All-Pro. The Niners' top yards by a receiver last season was Jennings with 643. He's gone. Kendrick Bourne with 551. He's gone. And Ricky Pearsall with 528, who was really talented, but just always dinged up pretty much ever since the PCL surfaced on that deep ball in week 4 against Jacksonville. So now you're telling me you could get Pearsall, you could get Evans, and you could get Stribling to fill some of that reliability factor. That's why when I asked you about best, I thought, man, Jawan Jennings maybe wasn't the quote-unquote best wide receiver that they always had, but he was called third and Jawan for a reason. He always was reliable and knew how to fill a bigger role when other guys went down.
Yeah, all really good points. I will say this about Evans. The plan is for him to be the number one guy, and he'll get all the red zone looks, and he'll probably have the most touchdowns in the red zone, and he should make an already really good red zone offense borderline elite. I just think that there's a chance that Stribling is ready to roll, that he's like one of those rookies that actually is ready to play right away. And as you said, I mean, it's look at those receivers. I mean, those guys that you're talking about, Pearsall's the only guy who can run. The rest of those guys are slow. Bourne's like 4.7. JJ was like a 4.8. And now you've added all these guys who run in the 4.3s. And I'm telling you, just from being at the minicamp, the look of the Niners offense is going to look different because the receivers and you play to the strengths of your receivers. If you've got Juwan Jennings, you're not sending him on posts and go routes. You're just not. He's going to run those bang sixes in the middle of the field, and he's going to take big hits, and he's going to be these ins and outs, those intermediate cuts. But with some of the receivers they have now, they've got much more down the field potential. And I just think it's just watching the minicamp. Brock Purdy, either the Niners safeties are not that great, or Brock Purdy is going to have a big year because he went up top to Cowing, to Watkins, to Robinson, to Evans, to Stribling. I mean, they're going right down the middle, down the field, and completing ball after ball. So, it's a much different wide receiver skill set. And because of it, I think you're going to see I think you're going to see them stretch the field vertically with their wide receiver speed. And I think they're going to stretch the field kind of horizontally and slow down the pass rush by throwing it to their backs quite a bit this year.
408 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line's like, wow, what happened to Cranky Krug? And I said, no. This is lovable Larry. We're changing the tone after Eldridge went deep and 49ers rookies have shown out at OTAs. I got to tell you that it is time for the Bay Area Sports Calendar. That's right. The Giants 7:15 first pitch tonight against the Cubs. You got Landon Roop on the hill, Javier Assad for the Cubs. And then tomorrow, we got our soccer giveaway jersey. Oh, man, 7:05 first pitch. You can check it out right here on the stream. Goes to the first 20,000 fans. And then a 12:10 first pitch on Sunday. That's the Hello Kitty keychain. I don't have any right here at my disposal. They're so popular that Marcus must have walked away with all of them, or Murph took them on his flight. Whatever's going to happen. We got giveaways. That's the Giants. Then we also got the Valkyries in Seattle tonight, taking on the Storm at 7 p.m. At 6 o'clock, USA versus Paraguay. No NBA Finals, no Stanley Cup final, but you got a little World Cup soccer coming your way. That is the Bay Area Sports Calendar brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer. It's a Surfside, John Shea's favorite drink, and it's a proud partner of Giants baseball. And we've also got something that's going to be in our lives for the next month. It's time for the World Cup date, brought to you by insert favorite sponsor and asked for by nobody except for maybe Tim. Yeah, Bosnia, bro. 1-0 lead over Canada right now in the 33rd minute. And then yesterday, Mexico 2, South Africa 0. We're getting British over here. For those who like it when there are more red cards than goals, this game was for you. I'm telling you. Julian Quinones, not to be confused with former Warrior Lester Quinones, had the first goal of the tournament in the 9th minute of yesterday's opening match in Mexico City. Raul Jimenez doubled up the lead in the 67th. And for those who like when theatrics turn into punishment, we had not 1, not 2, but 3 red cards. But hey, they are still 5 away from that USA-Brazil women's friendly the other day. If you missed it, dude, that was crazy. And then for the nightcap, South Korea 2, Czechia 1. First 45 minutes happened 0-0. Then Czechia struck in the 59th minute from throw-in to noggin to the back of the net. Not even 10 minutes would go by before South Korea answered with a cheeky right-footed touch. Czechia thought their domes would damage again, but what looked to be their second goal was called offside, and the Koreans got the last laugh with an 80th minute game winner, a left-footed redirect to touch the strings and break some European hearts. That is our World Cup date, brought to you by insert your favorite sponsor or deli that we mentioned in the opening segment, and asked for by the Midday Mids. We'll continue with this discussion, and dude, we got to get into it. What Kruk said, drop trowel, hogs out. Is that going to be the new trend? Because that might be taking it a step far. Let's get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Hogs out. Oh.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
A lot of beeps. I'm just going to let this one play out. That's about right. Yeah. I was like, how can they do the censored version of this? This feeling like a little too few beeps. This little Team America World Police. It might just have to be an everydayer. And maybe that's the new World Cup date bed song. I don't know. We can get creative with all of this. We are having fun on a Friday. Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, Tim Webb hanging out with you.
A lot of beeps.
A lot of beeps. I mean, dude, if you let that thing play out, I feel like we're probably only halfway through the damage at that point. Yeah. So we'll catch up with Krug in a second. I don't know what's going on. He might be scouting the tape of Sincere McCormick, the newest 49er running back edition. But we wanted to get into the phrase of the season. That's right. Drop trow, hog out. And when Bryce Eldridge is going to hit a grand slam, it'll make it all the more memorable. So first, let's just play Mike Krukow on the broadcast saying if Bryce Eldridge does more than just get a hit, he might have to go more than tarps off. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, it may be more than tarps off if Eldridge knocks one out of here.
Well, I'm going to hold you to it. Time to drop trow and hog
out. And this is where we are so fortunate as a radio station to have Mike Krukow on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So that was Wednesday afternoon. Today was Friday morning. Murph and Marcus had to revisit the topic everybody wants to know about. Here's Kruk, the context behind the phrase.
I mean, back in the day when we had Kangaroo Court, I mean, that was one of the fines. I mean, after the game's over and you've got a big spread in the middle of the clubhouse and everybody has a bite to eat, I mean, that's when you have your meal. And, guys are going in and out of the shower. Well, if you go from your locker and you're heading to the shower and you got nothing on and you walk by the spread and you reach over and pick up a piece of salami or something, well, that's a fine. And, the fine is, drop trow, hog out, that's $50. So, and I mean, some guys would go to the shower and they'd get fined. Well, at least they'd get written down the fine. Then they'd come back and do it again. So dropping trow and hogging out had everything to do with how you approach the spread after a game. But it kind of found its way into the game on Wednesday. And, it just felt appropriate. That's all I can say.
I mean, it aged about as perfectly as it could have. By the way, that's a good reminder. Like, all of us on the show did our HR training that we had to do by the end of, the month, right? Because I feel like that it kind of is making me think it might be a good example for the next video instead of recycling the same one from the previous 3 years. But, I'm just making suggestions.
I did do the training. Let me just tell you, if you see somebody there at the office, a young lady working at a computer, don't go and give her a back rub. It's against the training, or was in the training. Seems like common sense, but I was in the training.
I'm always a little bit alarmed that when you do the multiple choices, it's like, which of the following is an example of inappropriate behavior? And then it lists two really innocuous things and then something that is just so overtly creepy to where I'm like, I really hope that the goal here is not to stump people up on this, because if this is what our boundaries need to be, I'm a little concerned for everybody's common sense at that point. But
drop trow, hog out. That's $50.
I've never, well, I don't want to go into the training, but I've never really had any issues with any of this stuff. But I wouldn't mind. I never really wanted to be an actor, but if I could come back in the next life and be an actor, I'd like to be an actor in the training videos that these corporations use. Because the acting is just the level of acting that it takes to be in the video is really, really low. And I think I could do it. I think I could do it. I think I could star in the next corporate, either training on sexual harassment, maybe fishing. The fishing trainings are always fun as well. Let's see. I got this email. What do I do with it?
I don't even think you got to wait for another life. Like I would get Krug's agent on the phone right now and be like, listen, here's the deal. Side hustle, give him some extra money, some travel for the football season. And we really need someone to play the employee who is just causing a little bit too much trouble and thinks he's complimenting the woman in the workplace, but, instead saying things that would be bleeped out in Tim's Team America song.
Exactly. By the way, the drop trow,
$50.
drop trow hog out. There's a lot of, sometimes you get the feeling some of these baseball players kind of get off on some of this overt nudity, but I will say the crew comment there. My friends, when we used to play golf, we used to have a rule that if your drive for whatever reason didn't get past the women's tees, that you had to drop trow and hit your next shot.
Oh, okay. So
that was the rule that we had for golf. If your drive, you take the big swing and it doesn't get past the red tees, you're dropping trow on that second drive.
Well, Krug, you played youth sports at a different era than I did. Did you have any interesting superstitions or team rules that were unwritten, but kind of putting people up for embarrassment after a poor performance?
Yeah, in the fourth grade, we used to have this one superstition. You had to down a 6-pack before. No, it wasn't that different of an era. Nothing that I can recall. But if I can recall anything, I'll share it.
Well, hey, whatever works for the Giants. I mean, someone said to me the other day, they're like, maybe it was my presence being at the game that deserves credit. And I'm like, honestly, man, I'll take as good an explanation as anything. That was the first time trailing after 6 innings that they had won a game, and it was on Tim's favorite game of the season, number 69.
69. 69.
Okay, I'm done.
I was like, are we doing the whole package for Dirty Work back on June the 9th? Yeah, that we did. That was part of the reverse crap pack. So we had the crap pack, which I teased a little bit earlier in the show. Then, because Bryce Eldridge hit the grand slam, we had the reverse crap pack. Like, they finally won a game when trailing after 6. His home run was a homer in 1 out of 30 ballparks. He got reverse oracled. Just all these other crazy things about how wild that comeback was. So, look, here's the thing. When you play 162 games in a baseball season, no matter how bad you might be, you're going to have a couple of moments throughout a year that just don't make any sense for better or worse.
Well, that was one. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a game, because not only that, they got another run in the 8th, the bottom of the ninth, the top of the 9th, I should say. They got another run in the top of the 9th to make it a 4-run deficit, and right there you're like, oh yeah, so they've got the momentum, right? But no, Giants came back anyway. It was incredible. It was a great comeback. It was the kind of thing that Giants fans, I mean, we need that. We needed that one. We needed that one as an affirmation that Eldridge is really special. We also just needed that one because this first half has been a kick in the teeth, and it's just been rough. So it's, to me, to get a joyous, maybe this isn't cranky Krug, but I did love the joyousness of that day. And in a lot of ways, it's what the fans really need. Just something. Just give us a little something to bring us along here.
If you're watching us on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, Tim's got the Cranky Krug Friday back up. I mean, we need the lovable Larry where we maybe get a sketch of Cupid and a bunch of hearts and, I don't know, some rainbows or something like that. Because I think that's what we're turning into with this one. But you're right. And we were talking about empty calorie home runs, like when the Giants are down to their last out and they're down 9-3, and then they hit 1 to make it 9-4. Well, Eldridge had one of those on Tuesday, only I pushed back and said that does not fall in the empty calories category, because any and everything that he can do that shows you he is furthering his development and he can hit in this ballpark and the power's on display and he can go the other way and he can work counts, that all counts for so much more than 2026. But how cool is it that he was able to continue that development and turn it into the most meaningful moment of the season just 2 nights after he struck out for the final out?
It was awesome. It was great to see. It's amazing. I'm truly amazed. I really am. I mean, this guy rifled through the, rocketed through the minor leagues last year, and then, somehow is still on this unbelievable trajectory. I mean, his improvement curve is really something to watch. I mean, And the fact that he's 21 years old, it just makes it all the sweeter because, baseball, you talk to baseball scouts, Greg, and I know you have through the years. It's like your skill level and your talent and what you're displaying is always in relation to your age. And like you'll see guys like Jonah Cox was ripping it in AA, but people were like, yeah, but he's one of the older guys in the circuit. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, it's not as legit because he's a little bit older. Where Eldridge, you're talking about a 21-year-old guy who is doing this at the major league level right now and having the best, most professional at bats on the team pretty consistently. So more so than any stat line, it's the quality of his at bats. And that's why Kruk, I think, jumped on before, we got this moment, it was about a week to 10 days before that where Kruk came on and said, hey, look, Eldridge is here to stay. He's having great at bats. The guy knows the zone. He's putting together quality AB after quality AB. I think that more than, this highlight is really the reason that he's kind of shown real baseball people that he is real and that it's not, he doesn't need a lot more seasoning. He can stay.
Did you hear the clip with him and Kylan Mills in the dugout from a couple of days ago where she asked him about who he goes to for advice outside of the organization? And he talked about his brother, Ben, who was a pitcher in high school, being so nerded out with baseball savant and a lot of the metrics. And he studies this thing to a degree to where he will give him specific pointers about like how to adjust his hips and the swing angle and all that, to where I'm thinking, man, that's pretty cool. Like you talking about baseball scouts just made me think of his brother, Ben. And actually, we'll play the clip right here because Tim's got it.
Who do you call for baseball advice that's not someone that's on this Giants roster? Like when you need an outside perspective, who's the first person you go to in your phone?
Honestly, like recently it's been my brother, and I'll give my brother props because he wants me to succeed more than anyone else in the world. And he was a PO in high school, so he was a pitcher only. He didn't even hit in high school, but like he's kind of into like all the weird stats and all that, and like
really
he's just been like filling me up on the whatever the baseball savant or whatever the
Right.
stats pages are. He's been giving me tips. He's been filling me with confidence, and like I said, he has like not a lot of baseball experience, but he's been helpful for me, and like he cares a lot about me, and I'm very appreciative of him.
So does he like dig up your stats and he's got like stuff ready for you?
Yeah, he's like digging up like where I'm standing in the box and like how deep I am in the box, how close my shoulders are, like how much I'm chasing. Like he's been all over it. And honestly, like since we started talking about it, my at bats have gotten better, and like I've started to really like get a groove and get moving at this level. So shout out to Ben.
Shout out to Ben, indeed. And as a father
Wow.
for Krug, I think you need to show this to your children anytime they're starting to bicker with one another. Be like, hey, why don't you help each other out like Ben helps Bryce Eldridge?
Bryce Eldridge will literally spit on a pitch that's 2 inches off the edge. I mean, he's got a real good feel for the strike zone. And to me, that's a big part of it. He also doesn't, not a lot of lunge. He's not a lot of off balance. He puts together quality ABs, and it's impressive to watch.
Let's react to this coming up in a bit. And Bryce Eldridge also saying he wants to be the face of the franchise. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger. More Eldridge next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After a 3-game series at Wrigley last weekend, the Giants welcome the Cubs into town tonight. 7:15 first pitch, Landen on the mound for the Giants and Javier Assad for the Cubs. It's a bonus dirty work as they'll take you up to 6:15 for the start of pregame. First pitch at 7:15, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you on this Friday. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we move into our final hour of the week. Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, Tim Webb with you. We'll get a little mailbag questions in coming up before Mark Kestisher joins us. Had a lot of them and could continue that into next week. But before any of that, I want to continue to react to Bryce Eldridge and just how bad he wanted that moment. Here's what Eldridge had to say about wanting to embrace being the face of this franchise moving forward after his walk-off grand slam, becoming the youngest player in Major League Baseball's history to do so.
It's everything. That's like moments you dream of as a kid, and I've always, I think about it every day that I'm just going to keep working hard because I want to be the face of this franchise, and that's something that motivates me every day. And like I said, I want to be in that moment. I want to be that guy. So having my first kind of big moment like that is very special. I don't know what other word to use for that.
Did it feel natural at that moment?
Yeah. I mean, at this level, it's obviously a little bit different. It's a lot cooler than hitting a walk-off and sack on a day game on a Wednesday or whatever my last walk-off homer was. But it was cool. I guess that feels natural just because I envision those moments all the time.
Yeah, it's one thing to envision it. It's another thing to hope for the potential. And then it's a third thing and entirely different to see it manifest out there in real time on Wednesday. But going back to the earlier statement about if you're going to become a star and a face of a franchise, it's the kind of thing that can't necessarily be forced on you. It has to be organic, whether it is someone with all the promise, like the number one pick, Macklin Celebrini, or whether they come out of nowhere, like the 262nd pick in Brock Purdy. Bryce Eldridge fits closer to the Celebrini category. Baseball's different where you don't play at the bigs right away after the draft. But that was something that we would have hoped for a long time here in the Bay Area and finally got it. So does it write the story of his career? Of course not. Is it the first big step in what you hope to be a long, successful career of a left-handed power hitter right here in the Bay Area? Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he's fun to watch. He's fun to watch. I mean, the bat speed, the fact that he's foul pole to foul pole. He can hit it out down the right field line, but you know what? You pitch him away, he can hit it out down the left field line. And just the improvement is just astronomical. And it's amazing to see. I also really love to see the guys who are they expect to be in that moment. They expect to be in that, this is what he wants from his career, and he's embracing it. And it's this is the first moment, but it's not the last, it's going to be one of many. And it's exciting. It's an exciting time for the Giants. I mean, the World Series in 10 and 12 and 14, they were special. But you know what? There was victories along the way. When Sandoval came to the big leagues, you knew he was special. When Buster came to the big leagues, you knew he was special. You could see the formation of Timmy and Mad Bum and Kane and, these guys all coming together. And I don't know about you, Greg, but I enjoy, as a sports fan, yeah, I mean, you want to win every year, right? But I mean, come on, we all know sports is cyclical. You can't win every year. Some years you win, some years you develop. In an ideal world, you win and develop at the same time. But, watching foundation pieces come in, and that's what Johnny Level is, and that's what some of these young infielders are, and that's what this kid is. I mean, it's they're foundation pieces, and it's really cool. I watched last night a little bit of the Mets. That the four-parter, he had 30 for 30 on the Mets 86 team. And, you forget, that team came together in the early 80s. Frank Cashin came over from the Orioles, where he had a lot of success building them in that organization. And then he drafted Darryl Strawberry, and then he drafted Doc Gooden, and then they drafted Lenny Dykstra, and then they picked up Ron Darling. And all of a sudden, you've got the makings of the 86 Mets. And I don't know, to me, I love that aspect of sports, seeing the teams built, especially since we're all kind of so heavily invested in the thing.
Well, there was a time around spring training where we were in a little bit of a dead zone with teams not playing a ton of games. And the Warriors were still going, but they didn't have Steph back, and we knew they were headed straight for the 10 seed. So at that point, the day-to-day, night-to-night didn't really matter a whole lot. So we got into this whole philosophical thing about young foundation. And you would say the 49ers, yeah, they have a quarterback, so that's enough to say they have a young foundation, although you would like to have these last couple of drafts be ones that age into complementary pieces around Brock Purdy. You hope that this draft is someone, as you noted earlier, a lot of rookies that could make an impact right away. The Sharks obviously have that young foundation. They also had to be down in the dumps for a good 6 years before they could build that thing back up. And now they got the number 2 pick again, hoping to add to it. But because they have a generational talent who you would think, as long as he stays healthy, could be a great player in this league for the next 2 decades, that goes a long way. The Warriors, they do not have a young foundation. It's part of the problem why their best player is 38 years old, going on 39 next March, and still has these flashes of doing magical things, but they haven't been able to build a young foundation where you can really operate on everybody's favorite term, the 2 timelines. And that leaves the Giants, where going into the season, I would have said they don't necessarily have a young foundation, but they had guys you certainly would hope for breaking out into that kind of role. Landen early in the year looked like someone, man, I hope this guy could be a top 2 in a really good pitching rotation. Jung-Hoo Lee, you paid him $113 million, and I'll say I'm guilty too. How many times did the two of us call that a massive overpay, even when he was producing at reasonable levels? Now you're looking at this version of Jung-Hoo Lee, and you're like, whoa, this could be a player for the future. But is Jung-Hoo Lee going to be a best player on a good team? Is Casey Schmidt going to be a best player on a good team? Well, in the case of someone like Schmidt, we kind of seen what it's like when he's your best player and other guys are underperforming. But could Bryce Eldridge be the best player on a good team? That is where I think you talk about the potential, the ceiling, the power, the fact that he's 21 years old and how quickly he's picked this up. And you could say, yes, he absolutely could be.
I mean, it's hard to say what year, but I would say, 2027, 2028, probably. I mean, Joshua Gonzalez, they say he's coming up in 2029. Luis Hernandez, they're saying 2030. Those are the Giants' 2 top prospects. They're both shortstops in the low minor leagues and the rookie level. But then you have Johnny Level, who, is 19, but he may be up. He's in the Cal League right now and ripping it. There's Gavin Keelan. There's Dakota Jordan. There's Bo Davidson, who's had a good week. He's actually in Double-A and could be up later on this year. The Giants, the cupboard is not completely bare. They have some prospects in the system, not as many as they need. Hopefully they'll have a big amateur draft. I'm really eager to see what they pull out of this amateur draft because they do have a top 5 pick. And do they go for a pitcher, that Santa Barbara pitcher? Does a top position player fall to them? Seemed like for years and years in the Dick Tidrow era of Giants baseball, the Giants always had minor league pitching, but they never had minor league position players. It almost looks now like they really have more minor league position players and may need to, kind of discover the Canes and the Bumgarners and the Lincecums of tomorrow.
No question. So good to see Bryce Eldridge do that. And because of the off day, we essentially got 2 days out of it. And I got to say, it's a little funny where it's like, yeah, right. Sometimes you get on topics and there's only so much you could say on the day-to-day of baseball. And when you have an off day after it, it's like, all right, time to reset. You're still 28-41. But if there was ever a time for a win like that to do the Giants a favor, have it be on a day game that leads into an off day so that we didn't spend another 2 days essentially talking about a new low point of being right back to 15 under 500. So Cubs coming in. They've obviously had their own stumbles. Took 2 out of 3 at Wrigley. And Krug, the offense was looking better on that Friday game when they had the 7 home runs and 18 runs. Outside of that, though, that Friday, Saturday, kind of more Oracle Park-like games, defensive battles. And they got it done on Sunday with McDonald starting. They just had the big issues surface on Saturday. Pitching to Pete Crow Armstrong when you don't really have someone that can close. That was another one of their 8 blown saves of the season. So you hope to continue stacking series and wins, but if you're going to do the 2 out of 3 thing over and over and over again, well, first of all, you can't be losing series like you just did, and that's a long, slow climb back into 500 and not one that's going to get you there by the trade deadline.
I mean, Giants ought to kick butt this weekend against this Cub team. This Cub team is hemorrhaging. They have 6 wins since the middle of May. They've got 6 wins in a month. I mean, they've just done nothing but lose and lose and lose. I watched that whole series at Wrigley. It just felt like I don't even know that I would credit the Giants for winning 2 out of 3 as much as the Cubs for losing 2 out of 3. I mean, the Giants won 2-1 and 18-3.
Yeah.
And then lost that 3-2 game on Saturday. That's when the pen blew up. So, you scored 3 runs or you scored 2 runs in one game and 2 runs in another game. I mean, you scored 18 in the first game. But this is the inconsistency that we're talking about. I kind of feel like this Cubs team's in a bad way. I don't know. I'm not saying Council's on the hot seat or anything, but they got off to a real hot start, and they've just been circling the drain for a month. So the Giants better really kick some butt this weekend.
Yep. 7:15 first pitch tonight. The Cubs are coming into town, and Copes and Depop will be out at the patio where we'll send it to them in about 50 minutes. We'll do a little mailbag questions to get that going coming back, and then Mark Kestisher of ESPN Radio joining us at 1:30. Before we know it, we'll be out of here on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Sound right, boys.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, we've gotten to that time on Friday where we're going to break out the mailbag. And we'll make it quick because Mark Kestisher of ESPN Radio is going to be coming up at 1:30. So, Tim, you deliver the goods. It's not the NBA grab bag, and it's not this potato sack looking thing, so don't worry. We're not going to go and steal Dirty Work's weird old bits. We just have a general old mailbag, and Tim is our classic mailman who breaks out the letters, reads them, and we get a chance to answer them, Krug. What do you say?
Let's do it.
Let's do strawberry letter 23. That was the best I could come up with on the fly. All right, we did open up the mailbag, and there was a lot of people that wanted to ask Krug some questions. So SFG Soccer on Twitter wanted to know, who wins first? Who wins a championship first? Is it Brock Purdy, Macklin Celebrini, Bryce Eldridge, or Brandon Pajemski?
Krug, have a way.
Wow. Well, it's, you can take Pajemski off the list, and that's for sure. And the Warriors are a freaking miles away from anything. So I'll say Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy has got a real shot this year.
Brock Purdy's a good pick. I will go with Macklin Celebrini in the sense that winning a championship is so freaking hard. Think about all the people that get to the finals, they get to a Super Bowl, and then they don't ever get back sometimes, or if they do, it takes a long time. And so just off the basis that Macklin Celebrini is projecting to be one of the best players in all of hockey for the next 2 decades if he can stay healthy, in that sense, and what the Sharks are building with the young foundation around him, you would think that they're going to continue to get better and better and better. So I think they'll have more cracks at it. So I guess I'll go Macklin Celebrini, but I would be pleased if Brock Purdy is the answer, and they do have a window to take advantage of in the short term, Krug. So, yeah.
What level is Macklin? What level is he? Is he Connor McDavid level?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You think he's as good as Connor McDavid?
I think he's already a top 10 player in the NHL and certainly could be on that level real soon.
Wow.
The Olympics, man, he came in as a 19-year-old, and him and McKinnon and McDavid, the triple Mac line, that was beautiful hockey. I got to watch more coming around the season, but Stanley Cup playoffs have been great.
McKinnon for the Avs?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, Nathan McKinnon for the Avs.
Yeah,
all right.
good.
Tim, what else we got?
Well, Jeff in Livermore had a good one that I thought. He says he loves it when Larry joins the show, but as you know, in the East Bay, it does get a little hot. How do you stay cool during the show or during the Krugcast?
That's a great question. I just, I have a fan But I also I have a fan. I also have like one of those ice cube kind of air conditioners where you can like load up some ice cubes and it kind of gives you like some air conditioning. And then I usually go, gigantic, tumbler full of ice water, and then I just pound it.
Yeah, sometimes the forehead's a little shiny. Sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Tim,
man. It's been some rough days. That we had a heat wave a few years. What was really rough is when Rod and Tommy and I were doing the TKB, and we were in the middle of in the pandemic. We were home. There was a heat wave, like a 3-day heat wave in there that was just absolutely brutal. I can't exactly remember. I think it was a June heat wave, if I remember correct.
That's not a Daly City question, I'll tell you that. We just had the air conditioning go out and break for the first 3 hours of our show the other day, and it wasn't that bad. It was just weird because in the 2.5 years that I've been working at this company, well, now 3 years, and about 2 of doing any kind of work behind the mic, I've always been at the very least temperature neutral with 3 layers or just freezing cold. And it was weird. Yeah, it was weird to be kind of, I didn't quite get the pit stains, but another hour had gone by and we did the full show. I probably would have.
Nice. Pit stains, 808 KMBR. Brett Katati wanted to know, Krug, who are you rooting for in the World Cup?
I'm a big fan of Morocco. What do you mean, who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for the U.S.
Well, I guess I would say non-U.S. Is there a team that interests you?
You know what? I was so taken back. When the World Cup was here last time, I remember watching it with Kate Scott, and it was Germany's, was it 7-0 over Brazil?
Oh, yeah. That was the semifinal game in 2014.
It was an unbelievable thing watching the German team. Now, I know they're not considered to be one of the favorites, but I kind of like the precision passing of the German national team in the past. I don't know how good they are this year. I think they're like 15-1 or something like that to win it. But I love the passing. I think Germany's, they pass incredibly well. They get these open looks. I kind of like Germany. Very precision-oriented.
Yeah, that game he's talking about was 7-1. Brazil got one back in like the last minute of stoppage time just to salvage it, not being a shutout. But that was a miserable day for a lot of Brazilians. So
Yes,
remember that one. Wait, so he's not a fan of Uzbekistan? I thought, what happened to Go Becks?
Yeah, go Becks, exactly right. Go Cape Verde, is what I'm saying. How about one last one here? Craig in Mountain House. We're big in Mountain House, as you know. Craig wants to know, do you prefer the physical play that is being displayed in the NBA Finals or more of the finesse style like OKC and the flopping that comes with it?
Oh, wait. I mean, I'm a NBA fan of the 80s. I can remember Tommy T battling Anthony Mason and, the carving out of position on the low block in the day in the 80s. I mean, you had to just be so physical. Now, I love the emphasis on skill, right, that we've seen during the last 20 years or so. But if I got to go one or the other, I'd rather have a little more physicality, and I really can't stand the flop. Oh, my God. Shea was killing me, absolutely killing me as this thing was going on.
So, unlike Kevin Love, I don't get really high and watch lobs from Jason Kidd to Richard Jefferson and Kenyon Martin of the Nets of the early 2000s. But what I will do sometimes is, crack one of my 100 beers that I have over the weekend. Tim and I have the counter every single Friday afternoon through Sunday night. Maybe into Monday morning if we're really feeling it. But I will watch some old highlights of like Bill Laimbeer and the Bad Boy Pistons and them getting into fights with like Larry Bird and the Celtics in the late 80s and all that. So maybe they don't need that degree of physicality, but no, I love the level of physicality that comes with the NBA playoffs because, guys, I love basketball, but the product of NBA regular season has gotten so much worse, and it's a shame. They need to shorten the season, first of all, eliminate some back-to-backs. Guys are getting hurt. But when the playoffs come around, it's a different kind of game, and even the play-in games was a level of basketball that I just thought, man, I've been watching a lot of basketball over the last few months, Krug, but I hadn't been watching this kind of basketball. That was what I missed. So easily the finesse rather than, the physicality over the finesse of, say, an OKC. Even take away the flopping, physicality over finesse always.
I love skill, but there was something about McFilthy and McNasty going way back. I mean, this is like this is pre-Pistons, We're talking about Jeff Ruland, Rick Mahorn on the Bullets back in the day. These guys, they were called the Beef Brothers, and they were just the dirtiest tandem ever. But I did kind of enjoy that brand of ball a little bit. I mean, I wanted Steph to be able to do his thing, and I don't want all this hand checking and stop muscling him and that kind of thing. But there was something really cool about the guys who battled inside in the 80s.
Totally. Yeah. And as a fan of Steph Curry, we don't need excess physicality, or if you're like tugging him around and knocking him down on every shot, you call the foul. Doesn't mean you need to take the physicality out of the game, however. Favorite text of the day to wrap this up, 707, Larry drops trow and hogs out when gets hot.
No, I don't.
And to quote Gary Radnich, keep both hands above the table.
Nobody cares.
And that'll do it for the mailbag. We'll continue the questions we didn't get into and store them for next week. Mark Kestisher of ESPN Radio next on the Sports Leader.
Here's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Knicks down a point. We mentioned earlier, largest comeback in NBA Finals history was a 24-point comeback by the Celtics in 08. Knicks were down as many as 29. Anunoby gets it into Brunson. Brunson pulls a quick three. Off the front rim, no. Tip in, good! For the lead with 1.2 seconds to go. OG Anunoby flying out of nowhere. And this place is rocking at the Garden.
Oh my goodness. How about that for a Wednesday night in sports? Locally, we had the Eldridge walk-off grand slam, and then nationally, the world was taken by storm by OG Anunoby's tip in. The New York Knicks 29-point deficit erased, and they have a 3-1 series lead. The guy on the call you just heard right there is the very own Mark Kestisher of ESPN Radio. He joins us on the UMA guest line. Mark, Greg Silver, Larry Krueger with you. Thank you so much for working your busy schedule with us this week. And in a way, it worked out for the best that we had to keep kind of moving times around because how about that? I mean, you got to live one of the craziest moments in NBA Finals history in real time, and hell of a call, so hats off to you.
I appreciate that. Greg and Larry, good to be on with you. Yeah, we kept not finding a great time period to make this happen, kept kicking the can down the road. And, after coming here to San Antonio, it was a good day for that. We just had our interviews about an hour or so ago, and we were fortunate to have OG Anunoby, and I tried as I might, to get something out of him regarding, the tip in, and he's, he does not like to talk a ton. He's very quiet and reserved, and I really couldn't chisel it out of him except to say that he enjoyed the Mike Breen call. I almost wanted to be self-serving and say, well, there was a national radio call. How do you feel about that? But I know how much Mike Breen means to him as the Knicks regional announcer, and then obviously the longtime finals announcer. So at least he gave me that he listened to the Mike Breen call a few times.
Did the Knicks win that thing, or did the Spurs lose it? The Spurs had 30 points in the second half. I'm sure there's all kinds of areas where hardcore Spurs fans can point to, this sequence, that sequence. But you were on the call. What do you think?
It's always going to be some combination of the two. I think the Spurs, in my estimation, definitely helped out enough to make it possible. When you have a lead that big, and I know in the NBA now with the three-point shot and certainly the proliferance of three-pointers taken, that those, you could have a 20-0 run in a heartbeat, and that's, we had a 13-0, to get it close, but they needed just enough help from San Antonio, early shot clock three-pointers taken, fouls that didn't need to happen. Just De'Aaron Fox at the end of the game, to not just take some time off the clock and get fouled. So, but the Knicks still have to, make shots. They have to make big shots. They did. And even with all that said, for OG Anunoby to come from the three-point line, fly down the lane, seemingly soar past two different players, and he really wanted to dunk that basketball, but he couldn't quite get to the ball, and he guided it just enough to go. And they needed all that to work out perfectly. And Karl Anthony Towns to partially deflect an inbounds down at the end of the game. So New York needed everything to go their way to win it. But I think if I'm truly answering your question, I would say San Antonio did more to help the Knicks get in position to win that game.
Yeah, it's funny. You mentioned Karl Anthony Towns, Mark. I was talking about the game yesterday with my girlfriend, and I was like, the hero of that game was kind of Karl Anthony Towns. And I paused and I was like, well, also OG Anunoby and also Jalen Brunson and the many mistakes that the Spurs ended up making. So you brought it up, right? Large leads like 15 to 20 points aren't what they used to be in the NBA. At what point in the game did you start thinking the Knicks had some real action?
I think, truthfully, I thought when Steph Castle picked up his fourth foul in the third, and I want to say the Knicks scored maybe 10 straight there, but, they got it from 29 to 19, and you're like, okay, this is now doable, because we know the Knicks came back from 22 down against Cleveland in game one of the Eastern Finals. But every time I say that, I'm like, San Antonio made just enough plays. Like Wemby had that double offensive rebound tip, and on the third chance it went in, and the Knicks had expended so much energy, and you look up and Wemby gets that bucket and it's back to 20. And you're like, there's just not enough time to do this. So I thought that was the start of it because it gave them some momentum. But I think definitely in the fourth quarter, Mike Brown was just looking for a lineup. I mean, he was searching hard as he could, and they came across Jose Alvarado coming into the game to team up with Jalen Brunson. And that was the first time where you started to see the dividends of it. San Antonio just couldn't get out of its way and, settling for three-pointers, and they just made them pay time after time. So once it got down to single digits, whatever time on the clock it was in the fourth quarter, and I think there was a lot of time left when it was 9. When it was at 9, that was truly, truly the point where it was like they got a legit shot to win this game because 9 points is not a ton.
Mark, if the Knicks win this thing, I'm going to credit their bench and Mike Brown. I love Mike Brown. I think he's really done a great job there. It's a tough team to coach. It's obviously the ultimate media market in the country. I think Mike's done an amazing job. But I would say the Knicks bench has been integral in this whole playoff run for them. I don't know if you heard the anecdote, but supposedly Miles McBride, who was a great collegiate player, had a lot to say to kind of fire these guys up, at halftime of the last game. Did you hear any more anecdotes on McBride? Because it sounded like he had a role in this thing.
We didn't really hear. I hate to say that. We had so many different discussions that we never got to that point. But I think your point's well taken because statistically, maybe points per game wise, it hasn't been off the charts bench like we saw from the Oklahoma City Thunder, let's say, in the Western Conference Finals. But I think individually, Landry Shamet, who's had a good season, but at one point I think was shooting like 90% from three over a long stretch. Mitchell Robinson, who comes in and, gets his chance to take on Wembanyama. He's had some, good moments in this series. We mentioned Jose Alvarado, what he did the other day. Jordan Clarkson even had one game where he contributed a bunch. And Deuce McBride, who was, incredibly important. I remember one game against Philadelphia, I think it was the closeout game, where he had, it felt like 6 or 7 3-pointers in the first quarter. Statistically, hasn't done as much since, but have heard rumblings about him in the locker room. If the Knicks get this win, and I know only one team, I know nobody wants to hear that on KMBR land that has blown a 3-1, but if the Knicks get this done, you're going to look at a team effort. I know Jalen Brunson's going to get the lion's share of the credit. OG Anunoby with his great heroics the other night. Karl Anthony Towns, as you mentioned. But this feels like a true team win, and that trickles down to that bench as well. And it's interesting and I love Tom Thibodeau. He's one of my favorite coaches. He was a teammate of ours at ESPN. If there was one thing that people will draw a line with a potential world championship for the Knicks, it's the fact that Mike Brown came in and opened up his bench and gave his guys, deep to 10, maybe even 11 players, plenty of chances to play during the regular season. And when they tightened those rotations in the postseason, when those guys got called upon, it wasn't like, they didn't have the experience. They did because of Mike Brown. So I think it does draw a line to the bench for the Knicks if they get this done.
Mark Castasher, the great voice of ESPN Radio, joining us on the UMA guest line. In terms of Victor Wembanyama, has this series said more to you about his youth and some of the mistakes that he's made late in games, or maybe more so about the team's overall dependence on him to do so many things both on offense and defense?
I think I'd go more over youth because he's come on so fast and so far. And I love his approach to the game. It's so cerebral. And then you add the physical skills that he's been blessed with. And then you realize that he's 22 and he's just scratching the surface. And regardless of how much better he gets as a ball player, I just think of how much stronger potentially, his body will get. And he's already, difficult even at this age. And so as much as, he's kind of a man-child in those ways, or just way ahead of his years, it's just eye-opening to say, oh, yeah, hold on a second. This is very big, bright lights. It's a lot to expect. The 3 best players on this team are 22, 21, and 20 years of age. And that's scary for the rest of the West. So I think I would lean more toward we've seen a little bit of the youth. They spoke a good game today with the media and with us that game 4, didn't really affect them, or at least Mitch Johnson told us we had a chance to, talk amongst ourselves, have a period of honesty, accountability, and now we're moving forward. And if there's any team out there that may be able to put it in the past and forget about it and just try to get this back to New York. It might be this team, but in the end, we know they're capable. We know they get double-digit leads in every first quarter so far, but the one thing we really haven't seen is them close the game, and a lot of that is youth, I think.
We're talking to Mark Kestisher on the UMA guest line. NBA Finals. Spurs, down to their last loss. If they lose one more, it's over. Mark, you had this amazing career. You've been doing this for 30 years, and you've been on ESPN for a good chunk of that. We get a lot of people that reach out to us. A lot of college kids. They want to be us. They want to be you. They want to be sports announcers. You went to Syracuse. That's one of the great spots in the country for sports announcers. But would you have any advice to the young broadcasters that are listening and saying, "Hey, man, this guy's been doing it for 30 years and doing it well at a pretty high level on a national scale"? Any advice for the aspiring broadcaster?
Yeah, it makes it easy for me to give advice because I went to this great university that has this world-renowned broadcast program. And it's probably not as well known that I was a chemical engineering student at Syracuse University who wanted to be a broadcaster, but I don't even know if I could have gotten into Newhouse out of high school. I'm not sure if my grades were good enough for that. So I guess the advice would be that once I decided that's the path I wanted, I wavered into as many courses I could get. I got a great internship doing AA baseball, and then I met the broadcaster there who was the broadcaster in the CBA, the Albany Patroons, which probably nobody's ever heard of, but they're a legendary Eastern minor league franchise. And I guess my point is no matter what your age is, no matter what your skill level is, go out there and get the reps, find any job you could get. People may tell you you're not good enough. Just put your head down, do the work. I know it sounds very simple, but to me, it's like any other job. I know a lot of kids. I talk to a lot of kids who go to 4-year broadcast journalism universities, and I'm not denigrating that at all. I'm just saying it's an art form. Everything we do, you do, I do, it's an art form. You got to get out there and you have to make your art. And unbeknownst to you, the more years you do it, the more reps you get, the better you get at it. And then it's really like the old Branch Rickey line, it's preparation meeting opportunity. And you never know when that's going to smack you in the face. And I was very fortunate at an early age to get all my minor league work in, do studio work. That got me to ESPN, and then bang down enough doors to, get a chance to do studio work for our NBA and other portfolios. And then you want to talk about getting lucky. I have no idea how I ended up getting this lead gig 10 years ago, but this is my 10th finals. And I'm just going to lay low under the radar and make sure that nobody notices me so I can do this hopefully for another 10 more.
Yeah, right. We're talking to the NBA Finals radio guy. Forgot what his name is, and we're just going to have him keep a really low profile here for the rest of this interview. But no, in all seriousness, Mark, for the sake of this question, let's say that the Knicks get it done in one of the next 3 games. What are the most fascinating teams to watch this offseason in terms of how it could shake up the league for next year?
Yeah, oh my goodness. We got to look forward to next season. I mean, San Antonio is in the way right now. That's the biggest thing that I'm finding. I think, the Giannis Antetokounmpo trade, potential trade, I would assume, is the one to me that kind of changes everything up depending on where he lands, if he lands. And, it's so much youth in the West. It feels like OKC and San Antonio have a bit of a lock there. I think Minnesota is always one of those teams that is right there on the cusp and is always going to be very competitive. But to me, I'm keeping an eye on, I don't know how everything changes with Giannis moving, to whatever location he goes to. Got to give something up to get something. So I think I'm going to reserve judgment until I see everything kind of settled down right now.
It's funny. The Warriors had Draymond Green out of the second round, and I'm looking at Brunson. I'm thinking, wow, this guy fell to the second round. NBA draft is coming up here in a few weeks, and if the draft has changed. In the 80s, it was like if there was 15 good players, they went 1 through 13, and maybe there were 2 in the 20s. Now it's like, you can find a great player almost anywhere in the draft, and there'll probably be. Jokic was a second-round pick. It really is amazing how that thing has changed through the years.
It is not an exact science. I know that. And I work with PJ Carlesimo, and I always ask him, about Kevin Durant and Seattle. It's like, it's easy when you have the number 2 pick. You just have to take whoever the team in front of you doesn't take. And legendarily, Greg Oden went number 1 to Portland. But you're right. It's a great point. We just talked to OG Anunoby today, and you're like, how does this guy end up the 23rd pick? He had some injury issues at Indiana, and he kind of slipped in that draft. Josh Hart, who was the last pick of the first round. I mean, this guy is indispensable. And the one thing I struggle with, and I don't do as many college basketball games as I used to, but back in the day when I did, I would just kind of squint my eyes and say, is this an NBA player? And that's why I would never be a great player personnel or a general manager, because I can't see that. And the guys and ladies who make that decision are so good at seeing how they'll translate to our roster, how their talent will work, the growing trends in the NBA, where it was length and strength and, guys who could defend 1 through 5. So it's tough. We all know or think this draft coming up is incredibly deep. That's why, half the league tanked for it. Last year didn't seem like as great of a draft. And then when you look at some of the players who were taken and how they, played this year, I thought this past year's draft turned out to be a pretty good draft. I don't know how deep it was, but it was much more than just Cooper Flagg, that's for sure. And so it's an incredibly inexact science. And then I'll go to Summer League, next month, and we'll hype up all those games because, it's first and second year guys playing against each other. But the reality is these guys are 3 good developmental years away. But you pick the right guy. San Antonio, I know they had 4 lottery picks in the last 3 years, but it feels like they hit on all of them.
Well, Mark, I'm laughing at your point about the number 2 pick from PJ because I'm like, don't bring that up on these airwaves here. That's the James Wiseman flashback and everything. But no, I hear what he's saying, and PJ's great, man. So go enjoy it, whether it's 1 more game, whether it's 3 more games. I know you're going to do great on the call, and we'll carry it right here on our KNBR 1050 as always. So thank you so much again for working around your busy schedule. You are the absolute best, and I'll keep your name under a low profile so we can make 10 finals turn into 20.
Yeah, let's do that. See if we can get me to 10. If you need any chemical engineering advice, there was a reason why I switched. So I can't help you with any math and science anymore. Don't come calling there.
Sounds good. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, see you guys.
Mark Kestisher, voice of the finals for ESPN Radio. We will wrap this up when we come on back. Tim, gonna go out with a bang on some trivia like we always do. How many beers this weekend? Say it.
100 beers, of course.
There you go. That's the Tim Webb special on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Dusty Baker joined Murph and Marcus earlier this morning to talk about his book, Crossroads, that's out now. It's the story of a baseball lifer opening up about his triumphs and tragedies. And you can catch that interview with the morning guys available now on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get the station's podcasts. Oh, great. More me. As we're going to get you ready to send into the weekend here, let me tell you about the Dolan Law Firm, because many of those attorney ads that you see or hear out there, they're not local. You know the deal. Chris Dolan and his team have been here for more than 25 years. These are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys that fight for you where you live. So if you've had issues in the workplace with wrongful termination, sexual harassment, discrimination, all the things that our HR training we were riffing on actually can tell you about in a very meaningful way, your rights matter. Go to dolanlawfirm.com for more information. And then when it comes to no-fault injury accidents, Chris and his team have seen an increase in those over the past couple of years. So with all the people, motorcyclists, pedestrians out there, weather's been a little bit nicer, means more people are out and about. Let's do what we can to make the Bay Area and your community a safer place. And if life gets in the way, you can be in the best of hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients like you. Don't stress about the hourly rates or any kind of upfront fees because they're not getting paid until you're getting paid first. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Award-winning.
I'm proud to be an American, cause at least I know I'm free. Got a triple-double from LeBron, 36 from Steph Curry, and I proudly stand up next to you as we beat every other country. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless USMET.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Nicely done. Nicely done to finish it off. The 2024 social media crazed U.S. men's national team at the Olympics for basketball. That was after the semifinal game when they came back and beat Serbia after being down 17. And that guy put that out there. So God bless USMNT today. 6 o'clock kickoff between U.S. and Paraguay. By the way, our final World Cup date, as a lot of these noon kickoffs are going to be coming like right down to the end as we're closing the show. Canada equalized it We got a little, about 1 more minute of extra time between Canada and Bosnia-Herzegovina. So anyway, root for Krug's Becks in Uzbekistan and Morocco, and of course his Team USA coming up later tonight.
Who's going to win tonight? Is U.S. favored, or are they dogs against Paraguay?
They're favored, but I was looking at all the models too, and it's like if they can win this one, there's a 97% chance that they can get out of the group and get into the knockout round. So take that for what you will with all of our favorite stats, our Manny Machado win probability and such. But you hear that earlier when Manny Machado was like talking about too many analytics because he was asked why he was hitting 169. I'm like, Manny, that's a pretty basic metric, bud.
Yeah. What are all these numbers for? Yeah, I wouldn't like the numbers either if I had crappy numbers.
Yeah.
It's like the radio guy that's like, I don't believe in ratings. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Murph made that same joke. He's like, why is that even a stat with the ratings? And I know you guys did the show together
exactly
earlier this week in the
Why
mornings,
would you have that stat?
Yeah, amen.
Why would you have that stat?
Giants don't have a starter with an ERA below 4. Why would you have that stat? Landen Roop has the low, and he is at a 4 flat. He will be going tonight against Javier Assad. And it's going to be a little bonus dirty work because those guys will be out at the patio where we'll send it to shortly, and they will take you up to the start of pregame at 6:15. So, Krug, good to be with you as always, man. And Monday marks the anniversary of the Rafael Devers trade. At best, if they sweep Chicago, they would still be 20 games under since that acquisition. I'm not putting it all on the shoulders of one player. I'm just saying that if you had told me that 365 days ago, wow, the amount of shock I would have felt.
I was so happy the day that trade was made, and I'd still make that trade again. I don't know about other people, but I would make that trade again. I know Harrison's having a hot year, but you know what? I mean, you can't be creatures of the moment, and he, is that going to continue? Is he going to be like one of the great pitchers of this era? If so, maybe I wouldn't do the trade again. I just don't think that's the case. So Devers, I think, is eventually going to get it going. I mean, he swings through a ridiculous number of pitches, especially with 2 strikes. Like, there's not a pitch that he hasn't swung through. He swings through a fastball. He swings through a slider, a curve, a change. So there's frustration there for sure watching him. But, man, the track record was so lengthy, Greg. I have a hard time believing that he's not going to, eventually get it rolling.
Well, and perhaps to tie it to the way that we started it, remember Craig Breslow originally was like, yeah, well, give us Bryce Eldridge. And they were like, nah, we're not going to do that. And then eventually he was like, all right, fine. So could you imagine if they had ended up doing that? Because we're seeing Eldridge succeed here. I think all the Giants fans have trauma of when they go other places, how they'd be doing. I mean, Bryce Eldridge would be like an MVP candidate in Boston, right? It'd have to be something like that.
I mean, that would be almost as bad. Obviously, Ruth being sold for $120,000 or whatever it was to fund the Nanette or something like that, some ridiculous failed off Broadway thing. But yeah, I mean, that would just been an absolute nightmare if Bryce Eldridge was just peppering the pesky pole with jacks and we're watching this guy on national TV for the next decade in a Red Sox uniform. That would have been tough. That would have been tough to stomach.
We're going to enjoy him wearing number 8 in orange and black tonight. I know we got to get it to Dirty Work, but Tim, you are a part of Dirty Work. You are still a member of the Filth, so hit me with some dumb trivia on the way out.
Well, I know the boys down at the yard have been living Moss today, and I got it on good authority of what Josh's order was. So the question is, Josh ordered 2 bean burritos, no cheese, and what kind of sauce?
Oh, geez. I'm not really a Taco Bell eater, which I know is a disappointment. So, I don't know. Give me.
Well, the answer I was told was red sauce. So whatever that is.
Red sauce?
Red sauce?
Like,
is that sriracha? Is that
like the enchilada sauce that comes in a can?
It's just simply red.
Oh, geez. I don't even want to know what that is.
Yeah, the flavor is red.
Enchilada sauce will stain, by the way. Be careful. Be very, very careful.
Okay, well, on that note, well done to Josh. Thank you to Tim. Thank you to Mark Kestisher. Thank you to Matt Mayoko. And thank you to Larry Krueger. Let's get it out to the yard. 58 Social, Copes, Depop, and some red sauce as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work starts now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh boy.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn is back in our KNBR studios, but we are live from the patio of 58 Social, getting ready for the Giants and the Cubs, a 3-game series to wrap up the 6-game homestand. Giants, of course, won it in extremely exciting fashion on Wednesday. A walk-off grand slam by Bryce Eldridge to cap an 8-run comeback, and really the Nationals tacked on a 9th run to extend the lead at the top of the 9th, and the Giants put up 5 in the bottom half. Off day yesterday, and back at it tonight with Landen Roop at 7:15 against Javier Assad. This will be a good test for the Giants after seeing the Cubs a week ago, especially for guys like Landen Roop, who will have back-to-back outings against the Cubs. Trevor McDonald is one I'm excited to see how he fares after pitching really well against the Cubs on Sunday. Assad came into that game on Sunday against the Giants, went 6 1/3 in that game and pitched really, really well. 6 1/3, 1 hit, 5 strikeouts, and 1 walk issued.
Yeah, that's when the starting pitcher, Tyon, left the game with an injury. And we'll also see 2 pitchers that we saw. You said Assad, and we'll also see Ben Brown, who will pitch tomorrow for the Cubs. So interesting series where you'll see 2 pitchers.
Sounds like a Virginia, like a senator who ran for office in like 1840.
Yeah, but you'll see two starting pitchers that was in the last series with the Giants and Cubs on the Giants side. The same thing with the Cubs. So interesting series. Can the Giants win the series once again? Where last week they won in Wrigley, can they win it at Oracle Park?
Now we love a Ska Friday on Dirty Work, and we love Ska because you get the horns when the sun's out. It's a beautiful weekend and a beautiful day like it is across the Bay Area. You put here in our rundown in our notes. I did not see this. Sublime. For this Ska Friday, they're releasing their first album. Actually, I think I did.
30 years.
In 30 years, it comes out today, Until the Sun Explodes.
Yes. So Jake Norwell is the son of Bradley, who tragically passed away 30 years ago after the self-titled album Sublime came out, of course, with their big hits. Loves What I Got and Doing Time, Santeria. So
just What I Got there, right?
Well,
stick to rapper legal names.
Either way, it's part of the chorus. So, yeah, this is their first album in 30 years, and listen to it a little bit on the way over. Sounds just like Bradley, so I'm very interested in the album.
Yeah, nice, dude. So Sublime with a new album out, and I said this to you, I think I said it last week, or I said it earlier this week. I definitely said it on Wednesday after the Giants game with the walk-off by Bryce Eldridge. I said, dude, everybody get ready. Ryan Walker's coming back at some point.
Yep, he's here.
I said, he's throwing the ball really well in AAA, and that was their hope, is he's on the 40-man. He's a guy still with closing experience. I said, it's not going to make people happy, considering how he pitched this year and throughout most of the second half, and really kind of just, he was pretty good, I think, early on, and then he kind of lost his command, and then this year really struggled. 6.46 ERA in 15 1/3 innings pitched this season. Blew 3 saves, I believe.
Yep.
14 strikeouts and 10 walks. Command was an issue. Now, he goes down to AAA. He pitches in 8 games. He goes 9 1/3 innings pitched in those 8 games, and just 7 hits allowed. He did have 3 walks issued, so 10 total base runners in 9 1/3, but his whip was only 1.07, so it's a base runner an inning, not bad. Pretty good. You like a reliever to be even lower maybe, but 2 earned runs in the 9 1/3. He had 1 save opportunity, and he converted it. He gets called up today. Carson Seymour goes back down to AAA, and he was just kind of here in an extended mop-up role anyway. That's what they were kind of making him wear it a little bit on Wednesday. Got it in a hand, and it's just like, we need you to save the pen. We just don't really have anybody. Luckily, they get back into it, and they walk it off, because I don't think they had much more pitching after that anyway.
No,
if they had to go extras on that Wednesday after how many consecutive days they played, 11 or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. And Sam Martin came in and
it might have been more.
And got the win there. But, yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to happen with Ryan Walker, and obviously the Giants front office had bigger expectations than fans did. A year ago, he had 7 blown saves. This year, 3. And we knew it from the get-go where he came in for, I believe, that first game where he made an appearance where it was in San Diego. He got the win, but I should say the save. The Giants preserved the win there, but you still, I mean, Mike Krukow talked about the next day. He still looked off, and that was the case for most of this season so far. So beggars can't be choosers when it comes to the bullpen. Ryan Walker, he's been better in AAA. He's got a 1.93 ERA, 7 strikeouts in 9 innings. So, I mean, I don't want to see him closing games, but I wouldn't mind if he was a setup guy.
Well, here's the thing, and I don't think they're going to throw him right back into that role. The issue is, again, if you have a save situation tonight, who's the guy? Do they go back to Keaton Wynn? Do they go back to Killian? Do they It
seems like Tony's got the most confidence in Keaton Wynn right now, even though he put him out there on Monday night.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if we saw Keaton Wynn today after not pitching Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday, I think. So we had 3 days off now in total with the off day on Thursday. So that wouldn't surprise me at all. But that's what's so bizarre about it is we've seen him pull him into situations in the 5th. And I understand the logic. There's that baseball adage where sometimes the save doesn't happen in the 9th inning. Sometimes the most important 3 outs are in the 7th. And I'm like, I agree to an extent, but you still have 6 outs to get after the 7th. And so I'm like, because you still have those outs to get, don't you want to make sure you have somebody else to close the door? I don't totally agree with the notion of throwing your best guy or your most trusted guy in a high-leverage situation earlier than the 9th just because, especially when you don't have a closer. But as I said, they don't have anybody to trust in those innings either. So you'd like some guys to fall into some comfortable positions. We'll see what Reaver San Martin brings. He's like a 30-year-old. He's not a young dude. So we'll see how that shakes out. We'll see what happens when Jason Foley gets here after he was shut down last week. Or I think they were giving him a rest after working back from shoulder surgery because he'd had some tightness. So we shall see. But, again, for me, it's all about the future with this team, and the future is bright, seemingly, with Bryce Eldridge. So we'll talk more about that as we go through the show today. We do have a full show and more. Dirty Work with you until 6:15 today from the patio of 58 Social. We are going to be joined by Joe Cannon, former U.S. men's national team goalie, won an MLS Cup with the San Jose Earthquakes. So we'll talk to him a little bit later about USA Paraguay going down tonight. You getting into it?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to watch. I'm getting the World Cup, man. I had a lot of fun watching. I'm feeling a little patriotic when it comes to sports. I did enjoy watching the Winter Olympics. Obviously, the WBC this year didn't go in our favor. But, yeah, I mean, we got the NBA Finals going on right now. Stanley Cup's been great. But I want to get into the World Cup. I'm going to watch not just the USA games, but I want to watch everything.
There's some really good group play matchups as well. USA has Paraguay. Also, Australia in USA's group and Turkey, and then also
I hear Turkey's the stiffest competition we got.
Yeah, Turkey, Australia. I think they're tomorrow. What's interesting, dude, is because all these games are being played over Canada, USA, and Mexico, right? So they opened it in Mexico yesterday.
Yep.
There's a bunch of matches across the United States, dude. Get this: England is going to play Ghana next week, or I think it's next week in group play. In Boston, dude. England returns to Boston.
Oh, okay.
The Redcoats are coming, bro.
All right,
They're marching into Boston.
And all these are taking place at NFL stadiums. I'm sure that's Gillette.
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
I haven't seen exactly. Actually, you're probably right. I haven't looked at all the.
The game tonight's at SoFi. I don't know which games Levi's has, but yeah, I'm sure they're going to be all at football stadiums.
Yeah, and then I think at one point Australia plays at Levi's, and then also
the irony.
Well, the game
Niners go to Australia.
Yeah, Australia came to here.
Yeah,
2 Niners. Also, the game tonight, dude. I'm pretty sure it's a 9 p.m. local time kickoff in Vancouver for Australia-Turkey.
Yeah, it is.
So, get you a pop and settle
Enjoy
in for some soccer.
Lock in tonight,
9 p.m. kickoff in Vancouver. But my buddy is English. Yeah, he's rooting for them.
No, of course.
The colonizers.
Yeah, why not?
I was like, dude, I'm pulling for Ghana, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, dude, the Diamond game, bring them home.
All right.
You know what I mean? Take them down. Take down the Redcoats. You know what I mean? They always say they're going to bring it home, England. I'm like, bring it. You can never win it.
They haven't brought it home in a long time.
It's like the Knicks.
I got a lot of friends that are rooting for England, and they've been heartbroken for quite some time.
I used to say it's like the Knicks thinking they're the center of basketball, but I'm like,
now they are.
Now they are.
Yeah.
It's like the Cowboys thinking that they're the center of football.
There you go. There you go.
The media would like you to think so, but I'm not into it. I'm not buying it. Not for you, for Skip or nothing. Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. It's a Ska Friday. Sublime drops their first album in 30 years today. We got Ryan Walker back in the Giants bullpen. Carson Seymour optioned out after an off day. Giants open a 3-game series tonight at 7:15 against the Cubs with a 6:15 pregame. Danny back in the studio. It's not on my rundown, but we are still doing tickets today, right? A giveaway?
I forgot to include it in the rundown. He sent us that email.
All
so
good.
we'll do that.
We are giving away tickets to go see Anthony Jeselnik, who is coming to San Francisco to the Masonic. You know when he's coming, Danny? He's coming. Do you know the day? It's November 21st. But do you know why that's significant, Danny?
Ken Griffey Jr.'s birthday.
Yeah, you're right, dude. But I got a note to add, dude. Found out yesterday. It's also Stan Musial's birthday, dude. Stan the man. And apparently, Ken Griffey Jr. and Stan Musial were born in like the same city or town.
Okay.
How about that?
So which one's more important to you?
Well, I only saw Ken Griffey Jr. play.
Right, of
You know what I
course.
mean? But dude, Stan Musial, one of the
Stan the
all-time
man,
greats. One of the all-time greats. Anyway, dude, you can celebrate Stan Musial and Ken Griffey Jr.'s birthday, November 21st this year.
With some chuckles.
At the Masonic with some laughs with Anthony Jeselnik. I don't think there'll be anything tied to either of
Probably
those guys.
not. Probably
we'll tell you
not.
how you can win those tickets a bit later. Come on by, hang out. We'll be here until Giants pregame at 6:15, and then I'll do some Giants pregame, so we'll be here even after that before the Giants take on the Cubs. When we come on back, can the Giants, repeat any of the success they had against the Cubs in Chicago? We know about, of course, the 7-homer game on the Friday.
Yep, 18 runs.
They blew the Saturday game and almost blew the Sunday game in the same fashion. They pulled that out, but they definitely need more offense than they had in those final 2 games. We'll talk about that next. It's Dirty Work on a Ska Friday. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park, this is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
The 1-0 pitch, a swing, and a pop-up. Left side of the infield, it's Adames. He's under it. He's got it. And the game is over. The Giants have won it in 10 innings as Dylan Smith comes in out of the bullpen and strands that tying run at third base.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon from the patio at 58 Social, getting ready for the Giants to open a 3-game series, the final 3 of this 6-game homestand against the Chicago Cubs. And that was the win against the Cubs on Sunday. That won the series for the Giants. An explosive game on Friday. It's kind of how things are going. I said it like a month in. I said they sort of feel feast or famine to me. Like they don't lose a lot of close games where they come back and, it's a back and forth battle. And most of that's because they're kind of a one-sided team right now, and that's all on offense. Like, they're capable of putting up runs. They'll also run into big stretches where they'll put 12 guys on base and are runners in scoring position, like we saw a day after that win on Monday against the Nats. They out-hit the Nats. They were 2 for 12 in runners in scoring position. They scratched 2 more across after a great Logan Webb outing, and they end up losing the game because they don't have the pitching to close it out. So for this team, really, I mean, you want to see some of this bullpen develop, of course, and these are going to be the dog days of summer when you don't have the pitching. I mean, really, that's why I think Seymour was out there for as long as he was on Wednesdays. They were kind of you kind of got to concede the game to save the pen. 13 consecutive games at that point. Right. You're losing whatever it was, 5-1 when Robbie Ray leaves the game. You bring in a long guy, and he kind of gets out of hand, but he's just the dude who has to wear it. Krug has talked about that forever, and sometimes you need that guy because even for good teams, there's going to be those days throughout the course of a season where dudes are tired and you gotta get fresh arms and you need that day of rest. So that's why they bring Ryan Walker up a little bit more fresh, and he was throwing the ball, as I said, really well in AAA. We'll get to your thoughts on that a little bit later, but can they repeat the success they had against the Cubs? It's funny because after Wednesday's game, my thought now is, I mean, because of what we saw from Bryce on Wednesday, how exciting it was, and again, Monday he strikes out with the runner on base to lose the 2 runners on to end the ball game. It's not his fault. He had a great knock in that game anyway. Then he hits a bomb the next day, and he had a double earlier in the game on Monday. So for me now, I'm looking at his at-bats. I'm looking at Jung Hoo Lee's at-bats. We were talking about young players yesterday.
Yeah.
You kind of know what the best of Chapman looks like. It's great. You kind of know what the best of Devers looks like, and it hasn't been the best this month.
Nope.
It was great in May.
Same thing with Adames.
Same with Adames, but Adames, you know what he can do, but he's not a guy who I look to carry the offense. He's a guy who I look to keep things going in high pressure or intense moments, but he's also a guy who strikes out a lot. He's hitting a lot of doubles, but it's about a rise for me and seeing what his value could be if they decide to trade him. It's about Casey Schmidt at bats. It's about Bryce Eldridge at bats, and it's about Jung Hoo Lee for me. Like that. Those are the guys I want to see what they're capable of in terms of consistency for the remainder of the year. Because if Jung Hoo Lee continues to hit, and I don't think anybody believes it's going to be at this clip, but he's hitting 340 coming into today with an 18-game hit streak. If he stays a reliable hitter for the remainder of the season, that allows you to believe, okay, this is something this guy was doing as his skill set in Korea. And maybe now he's figured out how to do it at this level. This is why you signed him, right? So if that's the case, you go into next year thinking better about where you are in the lineup, because there was a lot of questions even with the lineup this year. Was he going to be able to get through a season and hold it together as an everyday outfielder moving over to right field? Elliot Ramos, can he repeat any of his all-star form from a couple of years ago? All of these things came into question this year, but we still thought the offense would be good. I think we're starting to see flashes of that now, and I think the more we see those four guys, Jung-Hoo Lee, Bryce Eldridge, Casey Schmidt, who was the last one I just said? Well, Luis Arise is more of a value play, but those three guys, I think that, and Arise getting on base ahead of him, I think that's going to be more instrumental to how I'm looking at the season, or more of where my focal point is. Because, like, do I want to beat the Cubs? Yeah. I want to win ball games? Of course. But if they're developing and these guys are still hitting, that's going to come. It's more about they don't have the pieces in the pitching side to compete. So how do I find success this year? I'm looking at Eldridge and Jung-Hoo Lee and Casey Schmidt.
Yeah, and I'm the same way. We talked about it last week when they won that game 18-3. It's really about the offense going forward, and that was the mentality coming into the season. Was, yes, we loaded up, and, you know, not really loaded up, but you added Luis Arise, you get Harrison Bader in center field, trying to shore up that position, put Jung-Hoo Lee in right field, and really the bullpen's going to suffer. We've seen that a lot this season, where Buster Posey thought to himself, you know what, I got a really good catcher in Patrick Bailey, but I want to see the offense with Daniel Susac and Jesus Rodriguez. So I think that for the rest of the season...
Oh, yeah, Susac, dude, I want more of him, too. That's another guy who's... I mean, he's over 300. He's not hitting for power, but he's hitting for average, and I think the power is going to come because he's a big dude.
That's what this whole...
I think that's where I'm looking at the future, man, because, again, we know if...
It's all about the future right now.
If you hit with... If Adames and Devers and Chapman all play to the level they have in their careers, and these guys develop, then you're like, okay, now you've got to build a bullpen and a rotation. That's a lot to do. But having the offense and guys who are controllable is a thing. We're starting to see what we believe they could do at the start of this year, and Jung-Hoo Lee's exceeded that. Right. Bryce Eldridge, in my mind, is already... I mean, it's been a very short period of time, but he's doing better now than I anticipated, and we've seen him this year start off on a little rough a spurt when he came up, and then find his groove. And now, not only does he look comfortable, he's drawing walks, he's attacking certain pitches, and that's why that Monday at bat that ended the game is so crucial to me in context, because he's come up a couple of different times, looking breaking balls, swinging first pitch, even if he fouls it off, he looks like he knows where he's going. And on Monday night, when he struck out with the runners on to end the game, and I'm not putting this on him at all, because this was a bullpen mishap or a Vitello mismanaged with bringing in with pulling Logan Webb. He took two fastballs down the middle, and I was like, okay, I don't think he was looking fastball. Right? That's kind of my thought. These were two right down the middle groove pitches, and he could have hacked that, and I think he was probably looking something else. So he's 0-2, and then I think he takes one more. Maybe it was a ball, or maybe foul went off, and then it was a high fastball, and he swung and missed. So I felt like, okay, he came into the situation the other day looking for something specific, gets ahead in the count 2-0. He's already been in a situation where a home run would have won the game for him on Monday, didn't come through, and then he does it on Wednesday. These are the types of situations that even Rich Aurelia talked to us about yesterday are invaluable. It's what we say with, like, NFL coaches. You can't know if a guy's never been an NFL head coach and you hire him, you have no idea, and there's no way to test if he knows how to manage the 2-minute drill.
No, we saw
or the 4 minutes.
Nathaniel Hackett.
That's a perfect example where you're like, dude, the guy's a good offensive mind. And he had good offenses, and he was a trusted guy.
Right.
And then you get into a head coaching spot, and even Kyle Shanahan said that to us. I'd asked him about that. Like, you don't know how your heart beats. You don't know how fast things move to you in real time versus, and Kyle grew up with it. It's a little bit different. Probably had some hardline philosophies as coaches do.
Right.
But it's why when you have the hardline philosophy, instead of knowing how and when you should manage it differently based on the situation, that's when you're like, okay, this guy gets it. This guy understands the intricacies of this. You can have a philosophy and then say, we're going off path because this is what calls for right now. We're going for the win or whatever the case may be. But there's no way you know that a coach is good at that until he's there. And there's no way you know if a guy's good under pressure or against lefties or day game after night game until you do it, right?
No, absolutely. So that's why that moment was so huge for Bryce Eldridge. And we talked about it. Like, that's what this season's all about now, is the growth and maturation of Bryce Eldridge. And you can see what you can get from Casey Schmidt in that position.
Yeah.
And also the same thing from Jung-Hoo Lee. Luis Arise building up his trade value. For this series, though, like, you know you could put up runs against this team. So it's also on the Cubs. They've been the most inconsistent team in all of baseball.
Dude, they haven't
this
won a
year.
series in a month.
Since May 7th. They just lost 2 out of 3 to the Rockies. They've lost 10 in a row. They've won 10 in a row.
I was going to laugh at him for losing 2 out of 3 to the Rockies,
hey.
but you know.
Yeah, that happened to the Giants as well. That 1986 game doesn't really matter when you blow the game on Friday and then get your ass kicked on Saturday night as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you want to see the Giants grow from what you saw on Wednesday. That'd be fantastic if they went on a run and build up upon that. But honestly, it's really about the growth of these young players. And we'll talk about more about what they could do at the deadline. We talked about Logan Webb a couple weeks ago. John Morosi brought it up. This really is trending in the direction of trading off of Luis Arise and Robbie Ray and maybe even Elliot Ramos. But Yes, I mean, you can hang with this team. Let's see what happens, but it really is Bryce Eldridge, how much that moment meant and where we could go forward with that.
808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We are live from the patio at 58 Social, where the Giants are taking on the Cubs tonight at 7:15, a 6:15 pregame. 831 checks in at 808 KMBR on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 831 says, Copes, you wanted Jung-Hoo Lee traded for a long time now. Do you now see him as someone that you really want to stay now that he's showing what we expected, not at this level, or do you still want it to trade because he has high value? I think it's better business to keep him. He's the only player with his own fan base section, only guy who gets his name chanted before his at-bats, looking like the guy we wanted to see and then some. Here's the thing. Dude, I don't know that I said I'd want to trade him. I think what I said is I don't see how you could trade him.
Yeah, you said that.
Because his contract was fairly large. It's like 3 more years or 4 more years on it. He has an opt-in. And I don't think he'd opt out because my point was, I think what I was saying was I couldn't understand why there was more fanfare for a guy who had less success or sustained value for the team than Jung-Hoo Lee. This is what we hoped he'd be. Like, I'm happy to say, dude, thank God he became something else, like developed into what he is right now. This is incredible. Is it sustainable? I think maybe he's figured something out, and I think maybe after, don't forget, 37 games 2 years ago his rookie year.
Yeah.
Before he has to come back from a major injury. He had to put on weight. He's definitely bigger and stronger than he was. But he started this year okay. Last year he started red hot and then fell apart. Remember, he was like leading the league in extra base hits.
He had that great series
in New York.
Yep, absolutely.
And he was hitting for power. And Dave Fleming said to us the other day, I think maybe he understands that doesn't have to be part of his game. That he can be a doubles guy. He can be a guy that plays defense at a position that maybe he's more comfortable at in right field, which is where he was in Korea. I think what I said was, yeah, if you could move him, that'd be great. Because we weren't seeing this.
But the contract would have made it too hard.
The contract would have made it too difficult. Now I'm like, dude, if he's doing this, the contract's valuable, and this is a piece you want in the middle of your lineup.
Yeah, I brought that up a ton last year. Like, I thought, and even this year, I was like, maybe can move off of Jung-Hoo Lee.
I also don't even call for trades that often where I'm like, trade this guy. You got to trade this guy. Like, because usually I look at it and I'm like, if it's a guy who's not succeeding, I don't know who's going to trade for somebody with multiple years, money, and hasn't reached the potential. If they're not a minor leaguer, right? But that's not expensive.
But other GMs see potential in somebody that's not really thriving in another club. So I get that sometimes. Like, I bring that up all the time just because the team was failing for the most part, and Jung-Hoo Lee was not performing very well. So it made it difficult with that contract. That's why you're not going to trade him, obviously, now. You're not going to trade Devers. You're not going to trade Adames. You're not going to trade Chapman. But you had to be open to some ideas. I just thought that maybe that was on the table with Buster Posey not signing him to that contract. He was a Farhan guy. But, no, you're seeing that Jung-Hoo Lee's he's one of the best hitters in all of baseball right now.
Dude, he's one of the Farhan 4.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look at that, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are my guys, dude. 3 of the Farhan 4.
So now you need to build the team around him and Eldridge and Casey Schmidt and the young guys. And the bullpen is what it is. I know some fans are going to say, like, well, make some additions before the trade deadline to get some bullpen arms. You're not going to do that.
Yeah, well, again, that doesn't happen unless you play out of your mind and you get back to 500 and then you sort of force the hand. Then you say, okay, it makes it a little more difficult because if you're back to 500, you're not in, but you're in the mix in a better way. But to get to like 86, 87, 88, 89 wins, to get in potentially, that's, I think, a tall order. But I think it starts with continuing to do what they've done offensively. But they've got to do that again more consistently, dude. I said it still hasn't been like 6 weeks of that. They've gone through slumps where, again, 1 run before the 8th inning on Monday, and they scratched 2 across. They got a few hits, a couple of hits to get them going. But then it was 2 bunts. It was a sacrifice over, sacrifice fly. Like, it was good that happened. You got to find ways to win games, but they haven't been consistent enough in their offensive output.
I'm not denying that they're playing better of late, but also
they're hitting better of late.
They are. But the bullpen has been the same for the majority of the season, and I just can't bank off of that. That's going to change. Yeah. So for them to go on a significant run, like I said a couple days ago, they have to go on like a 22-9 run before the trade deadline to be above 500. I don't see that happening. I doubt they'd add another arm at the deadline.
I can't. Like, we can't forget it was 9-1.
Yeah, exactly.
And they still forget, like, it was still 10
Great
runs
moment.
Awesome
Great moment.
Game, awesome
but
game.
As you have been saying, Copes, that game was really the last 20 minutes where is what we'll remember for the long run.
And I'm not taking anything from it. I'm saying it was amazing to see, and it was a lot of fun. In the grand scheme of this season, it doesn't change all that much for me, except for where my focus is on the players on this offense. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. They were talking about it at the end of Papa and Silver, Krug and Silver, where we gotta get into this red sauce thing because we lived Moss earlier and Josh with an order that even Derek frowned upon.
Well, it's more so just the beans.
Well, again, we'll get into it in a minute, but
Yeah.
Derek, how about this? What's the order from Taco Bell that even Derek would frown upon?
Wow.
That's what we'll do next. 808 KMBR is the number to call and to text. Also, what's more important, Bryce Eldridge's development or being competitive for Logan Webb? We'll talk about that next, and the weird Taco Bell order from Josh. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon for 58 Social is as the big voice of the show said right there.
The big voice in the sky.
The big voice. Live
from
that
58
big voice,
Social.
He just says what we're doing right before I say what we're doing.
Yep.
We are live from 58 Social. Giants and the Cubs tonight. 7:15 first pitch. Excuse me, 7:15. Yeah, first pitch, 6:15 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. Landen Roop against Javier Assad. They did not face each other last week. Assad came in in the Sunday game after Jamison Taillon got injured. He on the year is 3-1 with a 4.73. He only has 19 strikeouts and 32 1/3 innings pitched. But 5 of those came against the Giants last week when he went 6 1/3 and gave up just 1 hit.
He looked good, man.
And 1 walk. He was sharp. So we'll see how Landen Roop fares facing the same team in back-to-back starts. 808 KMBR is the number to call and to text. So real quick, we're Liv Moss. You know what I mean?
As we do.
As we do when we're on the
Friday
patio.
on 58 Social.
That's always nice, too, to Liv Moss. Also, the food here at 58 Social is great.
Always.
You got to try that when you come on out as well. But so I texted the guys to see what they wanted. Our guy Joey over here working promotions for us today. He wanted a crunch wrap with no sour cream.
Mm-hmm.
No harm, no foul there.
Normal order.
Yeah, dude. Hey, dude, Joey, congratulations, man. Graduating college, bro. Good for you, dude. Good for you, Joey.
Going
Props
from
to
Joey
you, brother.
to Joe.
Nice work, dude. Yeah, now you're Joe.
Yeah.
Look at Joe over there, dude. Look at him. Looks like a man now. Derek got himself a chicken quesadilla.
As I usually do.
Nice work. I got myself one of
Or
those.
a Mexican pizza.
Got myself an avocado chicken wrap is what I got. It was nice, dude. It's refreshing. And then Josh over here, I'm like, what do you have? And he goes, 2 bean burritos, light onion, extra red sauce.
Yes.
I said, do you want no cheese? I had to confirm with him twice.
Yeah,
I was like, no
I
cheese.
saw,
Like,
yeah.
no, not a bean and cheese, just a bean. And I was like, this is something out of a straight out of a 1980s Taco Bell menu.
You're saying it wrong.
What?
It's 2 bean burritos, easy onion, extra red. All the cool kids say it that way.
Easy onion, extra red, Josh. Huh? Josh, our engineer today.
There we go.
Dude, so my favorite is just
I need more Josh on the radio.
My favorite is just red sauce. What flavor is that? Red?
Yeah.
By the way, I looked it up. I was like, what is Taco Bell red sauce technically? Like,
What is in it?
Well, it calls it Taco Bell red sauce is a mild, tangy enchilada style condiment.
Okay, so you got it right, yeah.
It's the signature flavor behind the classic menu item, bean burrito.
Well, there you go.
And the enchilada.
Maybe it's not as weird as we're making it out to be.
I don't know. It just seems like it's a lot of bean and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, I want to do that. You know me and my stomach before a show, so I'm not going to dive into a bean burrito with just extra red sauce.
I'm not going that heavy. Yeah,
me neither. But, hey, man, we don't like to yuck everybody's yum, but we kind of do on this show.
We do. I mean, it's kind of our thing. We say we don't, and then we do. It's not. It wasn't for me. You know what I mean? They didn't make it for me. They made it for Josh. Josh, in case you didn't know, you can add red sauce to any item in store, online, or via the app for about 45 cents.
That's too complicated?
Too complicated.
Okay. just give me extra. Just give me extra. 808 KMBR is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go out to the phone lines at 808 KMBR. Big Mike is in Hollister. Big Mike talking some Giants ball as we get ready for a series opening game against the Cubs. You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, Big Mike?
So here's the deal.
All right.
Arias, the only guy who had a lower strikeout ratio than Arias is Tony Gwynn in history. Okay?
Yeah.
He's a free agent. You've got to give him go after him. See it at Phil's side. If he won't, then you trade him. And here's why you keep a guy like that. He's in the middle of your lineup. He's going to hit 340 every goddamn year. Okay, that's why Jung Hoo Lee's having a good year now. But more importantly, he's at 1,200 hits. You want that guy on your team when he gets to 2,000, and you want him at the end of his career when he gets to 3,000. That's how you build equity in the team. That's how you make statues. You do all that because he's going to do it. He's going to get 3,000 hits for someone. And he doesn't need to find a bigger ballpark, a smaller park, because he's not a home run hitter.
Hey, Big Mike, dude. Okay, I want to tell you, like, when people were frowning, and like, I want to ask you something about Arise and how they make that happen. But when people were frowning on it, or the analysts were like, dude, I don't think this is a good move. He doesn't play great defense, yada yada. I'm like, dude, he had a down year last year and hit like 280 or 290 or something. The guy is one of my favorite dudes to watch. To your point, Tony Gwynn, one of my all-time favorite players. Loved watching Tony Gwynn. Love those types of guys. There's something to that type of player at the top of, or to your point, in the middle of the lineup. He'd also be great, and I know they could get value for him from a team that's trying to make a playoff push. We've seen it here. The additions that you can make and guys who can get on base. Look at Marco Scutaro and how he hit down the stretch, and Arise for his career is exponentially a better hitter. The question I would ask you, Mike, Big Mike. The question I would ask is how they make that happen. Because does that mean, because I was bringing this up yesterday saying, hey, there's a case to be made that, like, you could get value for Elliot Ramos from somebody potentially at the deadline. He's a controllable player. You could maybe try to get some pitching in return, and then you can go into the offseason or hold on to Arise and try to sign him, or decide this offseason, is Casey Schmidt our second base? And we won't bring back Arise, or we bring back Arise and put Casey Schmidt in left field. I just wonder, like, how do you make that happen? Because I don't see them locking themselves into second base with somebody, even if it's Arise right now, if they don't have a solution for what to do with Casey Schmidt or Ramos beyond this year.
Yeah, but last year they traded half of our minor leagues for Devers, and that didn't work out. There's no guarantee you're going to get value for Arias. We may trade him and get nothing.
Well, right. But if you right. Hold on. What I'm saying though is, Luis Arias, if I were him, and if you were him, we wouldn't sign an extension right now. We'd say my value is as high as it's ever been, and now I play second base at a high level. I'm going to hit free agency and let the Giants pay me if they want. I'll be open to that. But if I'm Luis Arias and I'm his agent, I'm like, we're not signing an extension. We're going to wait and see what everybody else wants to offer us. And if he has an opportunity to play on the biggest stage in the playoffs, I think he'd like to do that and raise his stock even more when you're playing in clutch situations. So I'm not denying that the Giants would be better off with him. I'm saying I don't see how logistically they make it happen unless they move off of somebody like Elliot Ramos and give themselves that option. But even then, you're rolling the dice because you've got to convince him to come back this offseason. So I don't disagree with you at all in wanting to keep him. I just don't think they have the luxury of that right now based on their construction, dude.
For the offseason, offer him a fat contract next week for 4 or 5 years.
I appreciate the call,
Big Mike contract.
Big Mike, I appreciate the call. Dude,
A Big Mike
I don't
contract.
disagree, but I'm like, I don't think they're going to do that.
I don't disagree either.
It's not good business to paint yourself into a corner that way, and I don't think he would do that. Most players don't.
It makes no sense for Luis Arias to sign a contract.
Why
right
would
now.
he? Why would I? If I were him, I'm like, dude, I'm just going to keep hitting.
He's playing out of his mind right now, and his agent's probably telling me either we're going to get a contract at the end of the season with another team in free agency, or the Giants give you a contract.
Maybe they trade me to the Rays, and then I'm on national TV winning games in the playoffs.
Exactly. So it does not make any sense for Luis Arias to get a contract. I haven't heard anything about that. Susan Slusser, Andy Baggerly, nobody's reported that right now. So it makes no sense for him to do that. I go back to a couple years ago where Blake Snell was pitching well for the Giants, and it was a missed opportunity not to trade him at the deadline.
I don't like the idea of, like, just the blind, like, I don't care, just give him a contract. Like, dude, okay, but this is the issue. Like, Elliot Ramos is going to come back, and this was the issue before. Are you going to sit Casey Schmidt down? No. They're not going to sit Chapman down. They're not really going to sit Adames down. They're not going to sit Devers down. You have to play Eldridge. So, like, there's an issue here. You've got to figure it out, right? It's not the NFL where you can, like, rotate guys on snaps. You know what I mean? Or have plays for certain guys. It's just not. It's not you've got to have. You want everyday guys. That's great. I do too. But when you have some that are locked up and you want to alleviate that, or you want to lock somebody else up, to give him a one-year deal, his value is exponentially higher this offseason than it was coming in to this season if things continue the way they've gone, because he's proven he's the same hitter, and now he's playing second base again at a really high level.
I never thought I would say this, but I like the potential more of Jung Hoo Lee at this point than Luis Arias. I think Luis Arias is a great player. But if we're going forward, like you're not
we just know who Arise is. He's the known commodity.
Exactly.
Is what I'm saying.
And he's bounced around the league at this point, and I know a lot of people this offseason were like, he's terrible defensively. He's been one of their best players this year. But I think you got to capitalize on what you have with him when it comes to doing a trade. So I think it'd be a missed opportunity if you just let the trade deadline go and you didn't trade him. I understand that fans love him, and I get it. You were thinking about the here and now, and you want to win. But Buster Posey needs to think about the big picture here for the long-term success of this team. I think you do need to look at trading Luis Arias, and there's no way in hell that he would agree to a long-term contract before the trade deadline.
808 KBR 415 808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. We will get to your calls and your thoughts throughout the afternoon. Rick and Hayward, Chris in Santa Clara, JT in Oakland. I see you guys waiting on the line. When we come back, we will get to your calls, your thoughts. Something else I want to throw out there, too, and ask about, if it's a safe situation tonight, who do they go with? Ryan Walker's back. I don't think they're going to throw him in that situation immediately.
Not tonight.
Because I think they believe he needed to gain some confidence in going down to AAA, and I believe he has, considering what he's been able to do down there. A 1.07 whip in 8 games to go with a 1.93 ERA, 1 save in 1 save opportunity. So I think at some point, if he's throwing well, he probably gets another shot at that. But if he's the closer tonight, or if there's a save situation tonight, who do you think Tony goes with, and who do you want out there? Plus, more on this offense. 808 KMBR, the number to call and text. It's Dirty Work. It's Friday, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Dusty Baker joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss his new book, Crossroads. Listen to the interview on thesportsleader.com or the Sports Leader app.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon from the patio at 58 Social Giants and the Cubs. 7:15 tonight for a 3-game series. By the way, Pride Night tonight. Pride fireworks show after the game tonight. I know they got an event. I think they're doing soccer jerseys.
Nice.
Tomorrow
For the World Cup.
For the World Cup. And Joe Cannon's going to join us at 3:50 today, talking some World Cup and USA Paraguay tonight to kick off their 2026 World Cup.
He's going to the game. He's he's in Los Angeles right now at SoFi Stadium.
Nice, dude. I was kind of miffed this morning. I was getting my haircut and I was in the barber chair and they put on like the pregame for the Bosnia match.
Okay.
And was it Canada Bosnia? Is that who it was? Yeah, Canada. Yeah. The announcer, this woman's going, and when we come back here, we'll be live from Los Angeles Stadium. I was like, damn, dude, that's not what it's called. That's
no. And the way they say, too, Los Angeles.
Los Angeles Stadium. 808 KMBR is the number to call, talking Giants baseball. The return of Ryan Walker. Who do you want to see tonight? Want is a strong word. Who do you think
Who are you okay with?
Who do you think you'll see tonight in the ninth inning? And
who are you dreading?
I just think Ryan Walker, after a few outings, if he can gain some of that confidence back here, they'll probably give him another crack at it because he's a guy with that experience, but they don't really have anybody else. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if he threw tonight, if he was one of the early guys out of the pen in this one.
But not a high-leverage, ninth inning situation.
I'm thinking, maybe they'd want to even get him in for the first time in a situation they were trailing. You know what I mean? Low leverage, just to get him greased.
I would
back
agree with
up.
that, yeah.
808 KMBR is the number to call. Let's go out to the phone lines. Our guy Rick is in Hayward. He's waiting on the line. Rick called yesterday, dude. Rick forgot my name yesterday, man. He denies it.
He'll probably forget mine.
He denies it, but he did, man. Rick, what's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, Greg. How's it going?
What's up, Rick? How you doing, bro? Happy Friday, man.
What's up, Rick?
Adam. Coach City, Coach.
Yeah, okay. All right.
We got it.
Would you write it down? Yeah.
Hey, Derek, after I hung up with you guys, I heard you talking about how you spent yesterday or Wednesday with your dad. Yeah. And I just want to say a shout out to your dad. We want to all hear him on the 49ers this year. But Greg, your team choked.
Yeah, no. They definitely did.
That was an ultimate choke job. I thought Washington's job was bad on Wednesday, and then
Nationals.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Anyways,
thank you, Rick, for the kind words.
Yeah. We love Greg. Okay.
Yep.
Getting on to the Giants. Buster is responsible for 19 of the 26 players on the team. 19. It isn't like he just came in and he doesn't have the players. He's responsible for 19 of the players right now. The team is 68-91 since they traded it for Devers. This is on him and ownership. There isn't no denying that now. You can't say it's because he's got to work his magic. He needs time. No, he has 19 of these players that he either chose or signed. That's it, or traded for. This team is a fail, and it's been a fail all year long, and it's been a fail since they got Devers. Now, am I totally blaming him? No, I'm not totally blaming him, because no sane baseball person that knows baseball can think that he wanted to come into this season with a bullpen of what they have. That's ridiculous. They spent $150 million on the players that are on that field right now. They spent $60 million on the pitching staff, and they spent $8 million on the bullpen. You only have to know that starters only go 6 innings. They need to cover at least 500 innings for the bullpen, and to have that garbage trotting out there nightly, and then turning around and trading your best piece last year in Tyler Rogers, and then not going out and getting somebody of equitable quality and saying, we think there's still meat on the bone there with Walker. And to talk about a rise, the Giants don't have the money. If they were going to sign a rise, they would have done it for more than 1 year at $12 million. This was a make-good contract that is typical of the Giants. It's just like the one and done with Farhan and Scott Boras. Sorry.
I appreciate the call, Rick. We got to run, dude. I would tend to agree with a lot of what he said, but also, like, to the Arise point, this is the other side of this coin. If the Giants are gonna if the cost benefit is a Rise offense, or like if you let's hypothetically say they are going to spend that money.
Okay.
If you were going to poll fans, do you want them to spend that money on Luis Rise, or do you want them to spend that money on the pitching staff? Because I want them to spend it on the pitching staff.
Yeah.
Right? And like, I was okay with trading Tyler Rogers. I just really thought you should try to sign Tyler Rogers back. And I would have been okay with 13 a year or 12 a year, whatever he got. Like, got an expensive reliever contract because he's a really, really good reliever. And you'd have a ninth inning guy right now. And then if you believe in Randy Rodriguez and he comes back and is the closer and is what he was going into the All-Star game and pre-All-Star game form last year, then you've got an eighth inning guy in Tyler Rogers. And now you've got two of those spots set, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't like totally upset with the Rogers trade last year because I'm a big believer in if you don't use him, you're going to lose him. If you don't plan to bring him back or extend him, then you may as well get something for him.
Yep.
They did get two pitchers in return. It was Tidwell, I think. They get Tidwell in that deal, and Jose Buto.
Yep.
Right, so I thought Buster did pretty good in the trades he made last year. I was okay trading Doval. It's funny because we've talked about this in frustration at length. I didn't really have a problem with any of the moves Buster made, with the exception of the rotation ads in Molly and Hauser. I don't think anybody was excited about that.
No.
And I thought that was kind of a pipe dream. And then to not really add, as he mentioned, Rick did, anybody of significance or importance in the bullpen or with established trust. Like, I'm okay with trying to figure it out with some of the other guys. You just don't want 7 guys out there that you're trying to figure it out with. And that's the situation they're in now, in addition to dealing with some rotation pieces that because you bought a retread broke down, it's not running right, and now you need to go to the bullpen more frequently, to the point that Rick is making. So outside of with the exception of those additions, I've been happy with the trades he made, guys he traded away. We had Big Mike say earlier he gave away half the minor league system for Devers. Not remotely true.
No.
But he gave away 2 good pieces in Kyle Harrison and James Tibbs, but that's what it takes to get a guy like Devers in return.
Absolutely.
So, again, they've committed the money to Devers. If they're going to commit more money, I'd prefer it be on the pitching side because I'm okay with Casey Schmidt. That's found money, right? They didn't really have a second baseman coming into the year. That's part of the other reason they went to Arise. Yeah. It was a cheap deal for 1 year, no long-term commitment, and they didn't have to figure it out now.
It's still just funny to me, the reaction when he was initially signed. Everybody was like, "Oh, this guy sucks." I mean, like, he doesn't play defense very well, and he's not a power hitter. So what is he going to do for our team? And now everybody wants to keep him.
He hits, yeah.
I get it. I totally understand it, but I think it makes the most sense for the Giants to at least listen to what the market is saying about him. So if you don't trade him at the deadline, I think it's a missed opportunity. At least see what you get in return. If it's not a lot, then hang on to him and see if you can sign him to a long-term deal. But yes, they need to put more money into the starting rotation and the bullpen. So I would prioritize that more than keeping Luis Arraez.
At 5:15 this evening, Maria Gordado is going to join us from MLB.com. We'll talk to her about where the Giants need to be or how things could shake out come deadline time. It is starting to get talked about around Major League Baseball as well because teams have either rounded into form or looking at their identities going, is this who we're going to be or do we need to add? Chris is in Santa Clara. Chris, you're on the Sports Leader. What's up, dude?
Hey, man, statistically, I don't think we're recognizing how far back the Giants really are. And I'm certainly not advocating for a tear down. I think it'd be great to keep Arraez on the team. But right now there are only 3 teams in the NL playing above 561.
Oh, yeah,
the Cardinals are in that fourth place team that's at 561, right? If the Giants exceed the Cardinals for the rest of the season, that's what they're going to need to get back to 500 at the end of the season. If they play 550, they finish 2 games under 500. So I think in terms of kind of asking for you guys when you're doing the analysis about where to go, because even if they played 600, they win 84.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sold. Yeah, Chris, I'm pretty sold on where to go. Like, I've been saying for a while, like, I don't think they have the pitching to compete anyway. So anybody that wants to keep Arraez, my point is, like, it's not even a conversation unless you're 500, like, before the trade deadline, and that's August 3rd. To get to 88 wins, Dieter put this note out a week ago, to get to, like, 88 wins to be, like, in contention for a wild card spot, you got to play, like, the pace of a 100-win season. So, Chris, I'm with you. I've taken that all into account. Where to go? My thought is there's no question you've got to sell the pieces you have. The question that are expiring, the question I have is there anybody else that's under contract that you could net more for like you did with Doval last year, Chris?
No, and maybe that's where I'm pushing back on you guys. I think the expectation that this Giants team is a playoff team in the next 2 or 3 years, I don't think that's reasonable. I think consider this a team that's really more of a Rockies team. And, I was at the game Wednesday. And, heck, I mean, to have been there for that kind of walk-off was just crazy, right?
Incredible,
it was
right?
fun to watch the the way, I don't know if you guys saw when the Nationals were walking off the field. Oh, my God, it was just priceless. It was like a death march.
No, I saw Franny's face in person. That's what I did. I went to the booth to see him.
It was funny. Yeah, so there's going to be days like that, but I think to maybe lean in to the players that are there because, I think the fan base likes a rise. I think they see that there's some fun about having some offense, and they realize that the pitching is like, maybe something happens to come up. But rather than trying to think, hey, what can this team do to get to the postseason, maybe be glad to be a mid-level team for a couple years that could be competitive and be a spoiler.
I appreciate the call. Completely disagree. The goal is playoffs. I don't think any fan is like be a middling. Like what I said is if the goal is to rebuild, sure. But if you're saying lean in, then I'm like, okay, well, where can they rebuild? And what I'm saying is smart decisions on the baseball ops side of things could mean giving up a guy like Doval. Like, does anybody believe the bullpen would be that much different this year if they had Doval? No. I mean, he's not pitching great in New York at all. Like, it's been a problem. So for me, I think they came into this year thinking originally when they make those trades, they've got Randy Rodriguez, they've got Jose Buto at least. They think they went cheap on the bullpen. We all know they went cheap on the bullpen, but they were hoping some things were going to hit, and clearly none of it has. And in fact, it's gone the other direction with injuries and whatnot. So, no, I don't agree. I don't agree. Be a middling team. What do you mean be a middling? They've been a middling team for like the better part of a decade. So I could not disagree more that like. Yeah, I think when you say lean into these players, they're in on these players, but you don't just not develop or trade for things that could help you more when you have a deficiency. Like, also, you can't just they haven't recklessly spent, really, but they've spent to put themselves in a spot where you're like, well, they like a rise, the fans do. Why would you? Yeah, there's a lot of players that fans like, but you got to make sure it's the right business move for you. And if the right move is to trade him to get something for him or lose him entirely, I'll take a low-level minor leaguer if he's going to walk anyway. You know what I mean? And if he's not going to walk, you've got to pay him. And people are going to go pay him. We like him. He hits. Dude, the team's in fourth place. They're 12 under, 13 under, whatever it is right now. Like, that's a great piece to have. They need more. You got to go get pitching as well. You got to have pitching. They have an ace, but they don't have really much anything else in terms of depth. So I would rather spend the money that people are suggesting they spend on a rise, which, again, they're not going to extend him unless they blow him out of the water. And why does everybody want to do that? They already don't have the flexibility in other places. Forget the roster crunch then, which is a problem with Ramos and Schmidt if you sign a rise. But, like, then what? So they go into the offseason and don't spend the money that we want them to spend to go get any more pitching, and we're here again? That's not be mediocre and develop. That's running back the same thing you just did for no reason at a more expensive price.
Yeah, I mean, we're realistic about expectations for the season. So.
I don't think anybody said, by the way, I don't think anybody's like, I expect it. Like, we
no.
want it. Like,
has anybody at the station said I expect them to make a run for the postseason?
I don't know about this expectation that they're going to do that. I was like, I don't think anybody's
No. I'm just talking about, can you build upon this win that you had, this great moment, and maybe, play some lively baseball here for the remainder of the season, but I don't expect them to turn it around. No. They've been too inconsistent. Every time they have a great win, we're like, well, they lost 18-3 to the Brewers or pick a team. So as far as a rebuild, yes. I mean, I'm sure they would love to trade some contracts off this team, but they can't do that. Being a mid-league team, I don't know how you accomplish that. I don't think that's something that Buster Posey wants to do.
I think 500 is
let alone from when he was introduced. So I don't think that's part of the plans.
No, I don't think so either. And again, I know people would be upset and frustrated, and they'll be very mad if they trade a rise. I still think business-wise, if this is where they are, or incrementally better even. I mean, if you're 7 under, 8 under, you're not in. You know what I mean? At that point, you still have you got to get to 500 to even make it a conversation. And at that point, you're putting it on Buster to say, good, that's a good problem to have, where you're like, we're in or we're out. But here's the thing, standing pat is also not something that's an option. If you get to 500...
No, you got to make moves.
You get to 500, you either need to add or you got to sell pieces off and say, we're waving the flag. Because you can't just stand pat with the rise for the end of the year and say, maybe we get... I don't think you have the pitching to do that.
And to the point the caller was making, you got to look at the National League right now. I love our guy Dwayne in Stockton, but yesterday he was
stacked, dude.
The point that he was making yesterday was like, well, they're only 8 games out of third place as far as the wild card. I'm like, yeah, that's still a lot though.
If they go 8-0 in the next 8.
But they haven't done that.
You're still 500.
I know. Exactly.
That's
why would I believe they're going to do that?
It's a long way to go. It's a long claw
Especially
back.
Especially with that bullpen.
Yeah, it's a long claw back.
It's not happening.
I don't see it happening. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. The number to call and the number to text. Quick check of the Golden State Lumber and showroom text line at 808 KMBR. You can always get involved in the conversation there or with the great members of the Filth on the YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have our Tackies, our Pat H's.
Haven't seen any H today.
I guess Dwayne is. Yeah, I need some H on a Friday. I think Dwayne said he was coming by potentially. Our guy George.
I'm going to hold you to that, man.
I'm hoping, man. Hoping I get 3 for 3. I'll tell you what, there's going to be some H. If Pat H says he's coming, he'll be here.
He better.
He's not a flake, dude.
And also, George of Frisco just living life, man. Living life, man. You see yesterday him with those 2 dogs on Twitter?
Yeah, dude.
Beautiful.
One of our great members of the Filth and a great San Franciscan, George in Frisco. Nobody enjoys life, I don't think, more than that guy.
No one more brutally honest on Twitter too.
He'll also just post things like sitting next to a grill, and I'll be like chugging this PBR while listening to Lasky on sports phone next to my grill.
Yeah.
He'll have meat on the grill. Dude, it's great. He'll check out like a cafe in San Francisco, and he'll tweet out like, this is my steak and eggs for breakfast, under $20 with tip. It's my guy, dude. Yeah,
I love it, dude.
Yesterday, did you see? It was, like you mentioned, it's him with up close of our guy George in Frisco, 2 puppies on him, like really cute-looking puppies.
Yeah.
And it's an up close of him and the puppies, and he goes, hanging with my nephews.
Just living life, man, to the fullest.
Dude, that's my
George
guy.
of Frisco.
Yeah, yesterday it was like, dude, it's hot. I'm taking my ass to the beach. That was one of them. I was like, dude, this guy's my favorite dude.
Tweet every little thing you're doing in life,
One
man.
of my, but also just he's the most positive. I love my guy, George.
You gotta
in
be
Frisco.
positive.
You gotta be, dude. Unless it comes to the Giants, then he does get frustrated.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
That'll irk him a
You
bit.
can be negative about your sports teams. Be positive about life.
808 KMBR, the number to call, and the number to text. 925 says, could you trade Jung Hoo Lee and get something back?
No, you're not gonna do that right now. No,
Yeah, he's making $23 million a year.
No.
For like 4 more or 3 more after this. I don't think they're.
He's under contract. No,
I don't think they're going again. Yeah, I don't think they're going to
trade Luis Ariz. He's expiring contract. I understand fans love him, but it makes sense.
Also, trading Jung Hoo Lee accomplishes what?
Nothing.
What do you?
He's playing well right now.
That's not where the roster crunch is. It's the infield problem. What does trading Jung Hoo Lee do?
Okay, I know I said the other day.
I know he's hitting 340
yeah.
and he's got 18 games in a row with a hit, but what do you think about not having him anymore?
I know I said the other day that anything's on the table with this team. You're not trading Casey Schmidt. You are not trading Jung Hoo Lee. You are not trading Bryce Eldridge. I mean, you can't trade Rafael Devers. You can't trade Willie Adames. I know fans want to. You can't trade Matt Chapman. No, I'm not doing that. Trade away the expiring contracts.
4 and 5 says, I still think they should look to trade Devers or Chapman to a team making a playoff run.
Doesn't make any sense.
Keep Ramos because I think he's going to become a serious power hitter. Maybe. I think, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Matt Chapman has a full no trade clause, everybody. I don't know how many times I have to say this. And then people just go, convince him to not do it. I'm like, dude, he signed that because he didn't want to. Like, there's got to be a reason to go, and somebody's got to pay the rest of that $100-something million contract. Devers also, I don't think that's going anywhere. But
I think it's more the contract.
By the way, if you trade him, are you getting more or less than what you gave up for him at this point? His value is not higher than it was when you traded for him.
You're getting minimal assets.
Why do people want to trade guys at the lowest point, too? You're not getting the best you could.
Because, as I said, sometimes GMs look at a guy and says, like, well, they're not thriving in that opportunity. Maybe they'll play better with us. But I don't think the no trade clause is stopping that. I think it's just Matt Chapman and his contract. Teams are not going to be like, well, let's pick that up. It have to be where the Giants have to eat a lot of that salary. And why would they do that?
209, people checking in actually at 209, 707, and somebody else in the 510 are all saying, I heard on the World Cup match this morning, the woman said from Los Angeles Stadium, apparently there's legal things where they can't use it.
Our guy, our World Cup expert, Rick Tittle, said that for every stadium, it's just a generic title of the city. So it's going to be LA Stadium, I guess Santa Clara Stadium. So that's the way it's going to be going for the World Cup broadcast.
It's funny. There's some teams. There's my guy Pat H. There are some teams in the NBA that used to only have the arena in Oakland.
Yes.
You know what I mean, the same.
I love those days.
We're here from the arena in Oakland, bringing you wonderful World Cup basketball. Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Dan Dunn with you. Danny Dunn's back in our Cambiar.
And we got some H on a Friday, baby.
Danny Dunn's back in our Cambiar studios. Derek and I hanging out with you from the patio at 58 Social. You can tell because they're getting set up for the game tonight. 7:15.
Love the sound of those chairs, baby.
7:15 first pitch, a 6:15 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, there's some stuff out there in terms of where the Giants could go trade deadline, since we were talking about that. John Morosi of the MLB Network, also the NHL Network, Derek. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, yeah. He does it all. These chairs? I know.
Yeah,
it's a little louder today.
Yeah, I know, dude. I don't even know where I was going, dude. Oh, John Morosi was talking about Logan
Paul.
was talking about the potential of the Giants trading Logan Webb. You talked about this a couple of weeks ago when we were here on the patio. I said it doesn't make any sense to me at all with the way they're constructed. Morosi is now talking about it, and after the game the other night, people are like, man, they're letting Logan Webb down. Would he even at some point ask for a trade himself? We'll talk about that next. Would you be open to trading Logan Webb, or is he completely off the table? John Morosi had some thoughts on that. We'll do it next. Dirty Work from the patio at 58 Social, only here on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Dan Dunn hanging out with you. We are live from the patio at 58 Social. We're going to be joined by Joe Cannon talking some World Cup soccer. He's live from SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, where the U.S. men's national team will take on Paraguay tonight in their first action of the 2026 World Cup. Maria Gordado joins us at 5:15. Moira. At 5:15 from the MLB Network. She covers the Giants. We'll talk some ball with her. And then how about this? This will be a fun one. Peter Hartlaub. Haven't talked to him in a while.
One of my favorites, man.
Pop culture critic from the San Francisco Chronicle.
Yeah.
We'll join him with all the summer movies coming out.
We got Disclosure Day today.
Is it out today?
I think so. And then we got Toy Story. We got The Odyssey coming up, Jackass. So.
Toy Story 5, Peter. How many is too many?
Yeah, I mean, I thought...
Those are the three you went with, huh? Disclosure Day, Toy Story 5, and Jackass. That's the...
Well, wouldn't you say that Toy Story 5 is kind of a big deal?
I'm wondering where Toy Story 5 will rank among fifth iterations of movies.
How many are there?
Like
There's Rocky 5.
Rocky 5 sucks.
Which one? Oh, that's with Tommy Gunn?
Tommy the Machine Gun,
Yeah,
who was a real boxer. Good acting, big stretch.
One of my favorite moments in that movie is where Rocky goes like, "Hey, Adrian will make you a sandwich, Tommy. It's all good." No, I'm not going to make a sandwich.
My favorite part's at the end when they play all those names of the people who made the movie.
Yeah.
When it's over. That's my favorite, the credits. Dude, it's a Rocky movie. His only fight is that street fight.
Yeah, it's a terrible movie.
That's a terrible one.
It's worse than, Rocky Balboa?
Yeah, definitely worse than Balboa.
Yeah.
Fast 5.
Fast 5 is where the series turns.
That's up there, dude. That's where Vin Diesel becomes like superhuman.
Oh, that's where the movie kind of gets goofy. The series gets goofy. I mean, all-time moment in comedy history is when The Rock has a cast on his bicep and he just breaks through it by flexing.
There's also that one where Vin Diesel like cracks the pavement when he jumps on the street.
The thing about the street fighting is sometimes the street fight's back.
The Buster brought me back. For a guy who lives his life a quarter mile at a time, he's sure making a lot of these movies.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? He's got hours of content.
No, but Fast 5 was fantastic. I mean, yeah, I wish that Toy Story ended at Toy Story 3, but
you wish?
Here we are.
You wish it did? It was a good ending. That's where I associate with it because I'm like around the same age as Andy, the owner of the toys.
Mm-hmm.
And he leaves to go to college and he gives all the toys away. So we get like Fatso or Lotso.
Lotso.
Fatso, dude. Lotso. So, I mean, we also got Spider-Man, brand new day coming out this summer.
All right.
That's another one. The Odyssey.
Yeah.
We can get to that. A lot of big ones coming out. So we'll talk to Peter Hartlaub, pop culture critic of the Chronicle at 5:30. Stay tuned for the Q to Call. We're giving away 2 tickets to see Anthony Jeselnik at the Masonic on November 21st. That's Ken Griffey Jr. and Stan Musial's birthday.
Yep, you said
when
that.
you hear the Q to Call, be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win 2 tickets. I'll tell you when to do that legally a little bit later. Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at thesportsleader.com. All right. Derek brought this up a couple weeks ago, and I was like, get this out of your mouth. Just stop. He said, would you be willing or think about trading Logan Webb if things continue as poorly as they've gone record-wise for the Giants? John Morosi of the MLB Network talked about this very thing after the Giants lost the game that he started on Monday where he was fantastic. They go into the 8th. He goes 8 innings, gives up 1 run, and was really efficient in his final few innings. After the game, apparently during the game, Vitello apparently goes to him in the 8th. He sort of thought he was done because he said he got a handshake from Justin Message, the pitching coach, and Vitello asked him if he wanted to go back out, and he said, it's up to you. And Vitello went to Keaton Winn. Giants lose the game. The rest is history. But there's been some talk this week about, like, man, they're letting Logan Webb down a lot. Here's John Morosi on the Giants potentially listening on Logan Webb in a trade.
It is June the 10th, and I think we can officially rename this segment as Trade Deadline Central. We are now less than 2 months from the trade deadline, August the 3rd, and the San Francisco Giants have my eye because they've got a very interesting collection of players headlined potentially, and I'm using the word potentially, by their ace, Logan Webb, who we saw in March pitching for D-Row and Team USA. Logan Webb is still under contract through 2028. Robbie Ray, Luis Arraez, they are the more obvious candidates to be moved. But Logan Webb, when you look at the big picture of this team, you have to ask yourself, based on the National League West, how likely is it that the Giants are competing for a World Series title right now? Look at your screen. The answer is no. The Dodgers lead the division. D-backs, Padres are both better. The Giants still have a pretty hefty payroll, and their performance is not lining up. So Logan Webb, who grew up around Sacramento, grew up rooting for the Giants, Lauren. This is his team. You remember covering that great playoff series, Giants-Dodgers, several years ago, but the Giants have not been able to get close to getting back to that point. So when you imagine the trade deadline, let's say hypothetically, the Tigers go on some kind of a run and are still competitive and can't quite move Tarek Skubal. Well, very easily the Giants can say, hey, look, Logan Webb is under contract for 2 more years. Those prospects you were thinking about giving to the Tigers for Skubal, guess what? Here's Logan Webb. He's under contract for 2 more full seasons. Send us the prospects.
Oh, I see.
That scenario could be in play by the later part of July.
So, yeah, I mean, when I brought this up a couple weeks ago, it wasn't just me. People were talking about this, and John Morosi brings it up. And obviously, Logan Webb is the biggest trade asset they have on the team. You can get a ton in return for him. But it's the same thing with trading Myles Garrett or Max Crosby or Giannis. Like, you're not going to be the one that's going to be shopping. It's going to be where teams call you with offers for Logan Webb. Do I think that the Giants are in a position to do that right now? No, because, I mean, yeah, it probably makes a little sense to do it right now, but for the grand scheme of things, you're going to have to replace him with another ace, and you think that Landen Roop's that guy right now? I don't think so. So I would wait a little later. I would wait maybe in the offseason, and you still have him under contract for 2 more years. Like, again, they're not going to go into a full rebuild here. And I know that Buster Posey has kind of valued offense more than defense at this point, so they invested in the obviously the lineup more so than, the bullpen and the starting rotation, Daniel Susak over Patrick Bailey. But I haven't heard anything about this right now, and I just want to do that at this moment. Maybe in a year from now, where if the team is still struggling and Logan Webb voices his frustrations with the team, then maybe you make that move. But I don't do that right now. But I wouldn't stop the Giants from listening to offers on Logan Webb.
Here's what I'd say: like, if you're up on the Giants' offense right now and you feel good about where the offense is going, and we all talked about before the season that needing to be the element that carried the Giants, then I think you can afford not only to trade Luis Ariz. I think it gives you flexibility. Again, I just think, if you were open to moving Elliot Ramos potentially, and I'm not advocating they do that, I'm just looking for places on the roster if I were going to get creative and think about where they could alleviate something.
Luis Ariz.
And decide to go elsewhere. Thank you, John Morosi, and thank you, Danny Dunn. But like I said, like, that would mean, okay, if they're confident in the offense, and they have to sort of be committed to what they have, because again, 3 of these guys, 4 if you include Jung-Hoo Lee, and somebody on the text line brought up an interesting point. He does have an opt-out. And early in this year, I was like, yeah, but is he going to get more than like $23 million a year or whatever he's getting? Even if he opted out, is he getting more than that, or he'd be looking for more years? And if he was just looking for more years, maybe you can work something out with him. I don't know. But if he's that hot, that's a really good problem to have. If he remains, I'm Jung-Hoo Lee, the 340 hitter for the next year and a half, I'm like, great, that's a good problem to have, right? You can cross that bridge when you get there. My point is, you're committed to 4 guys with big money contracts right now. Logan Webb would be the 5th. And you're going to trade Robbie Ray and alleviate some of that. What I would say is the hardest part about building a rotation or building a successful team is the pitching staff, right? It's having a good bullpen with depth and a deep enough rotation to get you through a season. Having an ace or finding an ace that you yourself create, get him to sign an extension, that doesn't happen in many places. It happens in San Francisco a lot. It happened with Lincecum. It happened with Kane. It happened with Bumgarner. It's happened with Logan Webb, who's the first ace since then. It's not easy to find aces. There are teams every year that are looking for that. And we know Logan Webb is a big game pitcher. We have seen it against the Dodgers on the biggest stage. I would say no. I'm not looking to trade Logan Webb. If he wants out, and there's nothing to suggest that's the situation, I think he would rather be here near where he's from, the place he calls home, the place he came up, got a contract. I think he wants to be the ace of this team. I think he wants to win. I think he's a bulldog. He's a guy that I want to go to battle with, and to be the ace of the staff of the team that I root for. Would I listen to calls? Yeah. Because if somebody calls and says, I want to talk Logan Webb, I'd say, it's going to cost you a lot. Yeah. And I think the asking price needs to be astronomical to where you are seemingly in 3 years or 4 years have hosed the team that you gave him up for. This means you need to get like 2 top pitchers. I mean, you need a lot of the other team's top 10 prospects. And they'd be taking the money, they'd say. You'd say, yeah, you're also getting a very team-friendly contract for an ace of your staff for the next 2 seasons beyond this one. So would I shop him? No, because I don't think it makes sense based on how you're constructed. If they didn't have any other expensive deals, if there was no Devers, Adames, or Chapman, I'd be like, well, okay, then you need to start over anyway, then just get cheap. And yeah, get even more pieces. But you've got all these guys here, so then what are you doing next year? You need 4 starting pitchers? or 3, and McDonald and Roop are your top 2 right now. Like, that's not a situation they want to be in. So I think, yeah, if somebody makes the call, you listen. But I wouldn't go shopping him. I don't think that's the situation they should be in or are in based on how the team and the roster expenses are put together.
No, I wouldn't do that right now. And again, yes, like make me say no. Like come up with an offer that's so ridiculous where I'm like, well, I got to do that. No, I don't think that Buster Posey wants to make that move. Again, Buster Posey does value starting pitching. I mean, he also values the bullpen. That's why this offseason was so head-scratching.
It's a funny way of showing it. Yeah.
Well, I know, but again, I don't really think that's him. I really think it's ownership.
It's like maybe the full sink of dishes. Like, no, dude, I love doing the dishes. It's my favorite.
I know, and that's why, like, it's, yes, we can blame Buster Posey for the lack of moves he made this offseason, but I really think
the
it
pen,
is.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And the pitching style, yeah,
exactly.
rotation.
So, yes, I understand why some people bring up Logan Webb because Logan Webb is one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, and, you know, he struggled to start things off. He looks better of late, but no, it would have to be something ridiculous where
shocked.
Buster Posey was like, I can't pass up on that offer.
I'd be shocked. I would genuinely be shocked if
Would
it
you be
happened.
shocked if they do end up trading him in the future?
Well, no, man. I wouldn't be shocked if anybody
answer
gets
is
traded
no.
in the future. Give me one more, Dan. One more again, yeah.
The answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no. I wouldn't be. No, dude, you never know what the future holds. And we never
Yeah.
know, I'm just saying, as they're I'm talking about all I know about this team right now,
Yeah.
how they're constructed financially. Like, why trade away a player that you have a good deal on, who's one of the best at his position, and you've got him for 2 more years, and he seemingly wants to be here just because things haven't gone right this year, and you don't blow it up for that reason with a player that is, like, he's the guy that you want to keep. Everyone's like, sign Luis Ariz, and you can't be open to both. I'm just like, I don't understand how that would be, unless you were getting, like, the Hall of Halls, because he'd be seemingly, next to Skubal. We'll see what happens, as Morosi said, the best pitcher available.
Yeah.
Potentially.
I think that Buster makes moves.
But that's a controllable piece. Like, if somebody called and asked you about him, you'd be like, yeah, but you've got to offer. I'm not going to go through your system. Unless they say, we'll give you anything you want for him, then that's a different call.
No, I was just saying that I think that Buster always strikes when it makes the most sense to make a deal and does not make. I mean, I guess you can make the argument that does make sense right now to trade Logan Webb, but not for the Giants. Maybe for, like, the people that will cover the team every day. For John Morosi on a national level, it makes sense. But for the way this team is constructed, they need Logan Webb in the long run. So, no, I would not make that move.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Dan Dunn hanging out with you on a Friday. Pat H is here, too, getting some H on a Friday on the patio of 58 Social. Giants and the Cubs tonight, 7:15. First pitch, Landen Roop against Javier Assad. A 6:15 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on The Sports Leader. Still giving away those Jess-only tickets, so stay tuned for those. And when we come on back, we'll get into a little more World Cup. Day 2 of the World Cup started this afternoon. Right, we had Canada against Bosnia in the earlier afternoon game. Couple of games yesterday. Joe Cannon is down in Los Angeles getting ready for Team USA. Not Team USA, that's Olympics. U.S. men's national team against Paraguay in their first World Cup action. We'll get into some Cup and then some Cannon. Only here on The Sports Leader.
Let's get back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you ahead of game one of a 3-game series between the Giants and the Cubs. What you got, Derek?
We got a new lineup tonight. Gonna look a little different.
The lineup is out. The lineup is
out. We got Luis Arraez leading off. Bryce Eldridge batting second.
Let's go, Eldridge up in the lineup. I love to see it.
We got Casey Schmidt then batting third. Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Drew Gilbert, and we got Daniel Susac batting ninth.
All right, and then Landen Roop on the hill tonight. So that's the news, is Bryce Eldridge up in the lineup batting second. They're going 2 lefties to start it off. And what number is Jung-Hoo Lee batting? Is he still 6, 5, 6?
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, hold on. He's batting fifth.
Fifth. All right, Jung-Hoo Lee up to 5 in the lineup. So, and then where's Devers?
Devers is batting fourth.
So they're going back-to-back lefties to start the game, and then at 3 and 4. And who's hitting third? Casey Schmidt hitting third. So lefty. They're going Arraez and then Devers and then Casey Schmidt and then, Arraez and then Eldridge, then Casey Schmidt, then Devers and Jung-Hoo Lee. I like that.
Yep, and then Adames, Chapman, Drew Gilbert, Daniel Susac.
Group of guys who have all seen tonight's Cubs starter Javier Assad, who entered the game on Sunday after Jamison Taillon exited with an injury. First pitch 7:15, pregame at 6:15 right here on the Sports Leader. Tonight, though, Team USA at 6 o'clock gets going against Paraguay in Group D play.
Yes.
In the World Cup. USA,
D.
Paraguay, Turkey, and Australia are the 4 teams in Group D. Joe Cannon's going to join us in just a few minutes to talk about it. Where do you want to go with this, Derek?
Well, I'm just excited. I'm excited for the World Cup. And I don't know a lot about it. That's why we had Rick Tittle on to talk and give us his expertise. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of fun with everything with the Winter Olympics this year with Team USA winning on the men's and women's side. I think it was Connor Hellebuck, the unbelievable goalie that had an unbelievable performance. And then things carried over to the World Baseball Classic. We didn't, things didn't end the way we wanted to with Venezuela winning that thing. But
took down Italy, though, didn't they?
Yes, they did. Ron Wotus was crestfallen with that one, unfortunately.
Well,
but,
Ron Wotus was coaching for Italy. I forget. What did you say? What was your line?
I forget.
Your Italian impression?
Oh, no. That makes me sad.
That's it. That makes me very sad.
Yeah, with a little espresso machine in the dugout.
Yeah, that was good. Then he
yeah.
passed Cantino.
And again, I don't have the same expectations for USA. I don't think that they're probably. I don't know. We'll find out from Joe Cannon. I really don't know. We asked Rick Tittle about it yesterday, and they're a better team, I guess. But the heavy favorites are Spain and France. So I'm just excited, man. We got. Honestly, a good year of sports where you got, the Winter Olympics and I should say the World Baseball Classic. The finals have been unbelievable. The Stanley Cup finals have been great. Right now, the Carolina Hurricanes leading that series. So, yeah, I'm just excited for the World Cup. This goes on for the next month or so, late in July. So, no, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, Christian Pulisic, I wonder, he's obviously the best player on the men's national team, but as the roster matured, or does he have to be the best player? I think it's probably a little bit of both. What's always sort of, I think, been challenging for Team USA when it comes to world soccer or soccer on the world stage outside of, CONCACAF and Gold Cup play is can the youth of America doesn't play soccer in the way it does around the rest of the world.
No.
Is where I'm at, right? The NBA is here, Major League Baseball's here, the NFL is here, whereas globally soccer is the biggest game. It's the easiest sport to play in any space with any amount of people. You can go one-on-one, and between that T-shirt and that rock is a goal. So the way it also, academies work internationally are much different than here, right? If you're going to be a pro soccer player here, you're up against kids who at times have been 4, 5, 6, 7 years old in academies in Europe or in England getting ready to play professional soccer or hoping that they end up on a club. So the growth of soccer has certainly been bigger, and women's soccer, women's sports in the Bay Area, but this is an all-time event, and this is cool that this has gone down. You got to get out of group play. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
Without a shadow of a doubt, you get out of group play and you give yourself a shot. But I wonder what has to happen here for Team USA, because you see teams like Croatia went on a run 2 World Cups ago, and then last year, France is unbelievable with what they've done. Back-to-back World Cup appearances for them, and they faced Argentina 4 years ago. But this will be exciting. I think there are people who follow this year-round, and it's their favorite sport, and I think everybody gets protective of their sport. But what's exciting is something like this that brings so many different people together in so many different places, and the fact that it happens in the middle of summer. Last one was in Qatar, don't forget.
Of course.
Or as Klay Thompson would say, Qatar Clay.
Either way.
But that was in November. It was too hot to play there in the summer. So great to have it back in the summertime. And I was wrong earlier. I said there was a 9 o'clock game tonight.
6
There's
o'clock.
not. 6 o'clock game tonight. A 9 o'clock game goes down tomorrow night, I think somebody said. So
Yeah.
Joe Cannon will join us here in just a few minutes. Thoughts on the Giants lineup on Bryce Eldridge being put into the 2 spot?
No, I mean, I like it. We talked about it a couple weeks ago with Andy Baggerly, where he was suggesting maybe he would, be leadoff. So I think that's a good spot. And also, like we were talking about it, I like Casey Schmidt as a leadoff guy, but I mean, traditionally you have a guy that gets a lot of hits. So
this is what I wanted. I wanted to rise in the. I didn't want Eldridge in the leadoff spot. I wanted to rise there. I'm like, I know he doesn't walk a lot, but let him get on base and let the guys after him do some damage.
Exactly. So when Luis Arraez gets on base, if Bryce Eldridge hits a home run, then you got 2 guys. It's a
2. Yeah, it's
a 2-run homer.
Attaboy, yeah.
So I would say that I mean, I'm in favor of it. I like Casey Schmidt in the 3 spot. I like Rafael Devers being clean up. So yeah, this is a traditional kind of old school lineup. I like it that way.
Yeah, I mean, Arraez isn't traditionally Arraez would be like the 2 hitter. That's kind of what you'd go with. Now, often you see the best power hitter, the best all around hitter hit second in lineups. I just want to see Bryce Eldridge earlier in the game. I want to see if you can get him more at bats. And it's so funny how fast we've gone from Tony Vitello saying he's a bench guy, he'll fill in at time from time, he'll be a pinch hitter. And we all kind of lost our minds about that. And then it really never happened. That's what's been sort of frustrating with stuff this year, too, is when questions have been asked while things are going wrong, they kind of give you an answer that you don't like. And then they don't really do what their answer was, and they kind of do what we all suggested anyway. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah.
For example, I mean, that's a good example. It never really happened. But a better one is when they came back from the 0-6 road trip against Philly and against the Tampa Bay Rays. That's when they called up Bryce, right? And he was tearing the cover off the ball in AAA. He really had been on fire, and he'd been really good for a majority of the season and then found his swing again. Wasn't striking out a whole lot less, still about a third of the time. But bottom line was it wasn't unreasonable to call him up. It didn't seem like a stretch. Although, to your point, you're like, it seems like maybe this is a bit of a way to appease what the fans are asking for,
Absolutely,
where the offense has been so bad. Neither here nor there. But remember, right after he comes up, Buster says, yeah, we're not going to punish Casey because he's been hitting, so there are going to be some guys who maybe get uncomfortable and have to take a seat. There was like one day that Matt Chapman sat down in that opening series after they came back from the roadie, and then Luis Arraez got hurt and missed a couple of games or got banged up at second, stepped on or something, and he missed 2 games, and then that was it. So they never really did what they were saying they were going to do then, and then it didn't really happen again either when they said Bryce would be coming off the bench and be a pinch hitter. He's basically played every day. And you can tell me, yeah, he turned things around and he's starting to hit well, but I'm like, that's the opportunity. You got to give him a chance to do that. So making him a bench player never made sense. I'm just thrilled he's going to get an opportunity to hit in front of Casey Schmidt, who then has Devers after him. When guys start to hit, the lineup, I mean, obviously it looks deeper, but it makes the guy in front of him sometimes see better pitches. I mean, what is Rafael Devers going to see hitting in front of Jung Hoo Lee tonight? That's the hope. As a guy who's that hot, you're going, this guy, hottest guy in baseball, hitting 340, leading the National League. What are we going to do with that guy? We can't put Devers on and let him come up and rope a double, right? So maybe Devers sees something better to hit, which is a bad proposition for an opposition, is having to face one of the best hitters in the league with stuff that's in the strike zone because you're afraid to put him on.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is the right lineup, and we've been talking about it for a while now. So, yeah, I think Bryce Eldridge are in this spot to be in the 2 spots. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
808 KMBR is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go out to the text line at 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. As soon as it loads for me, Derek.
Gotcha.
I'm waiting for it to load. And it's loaded. All right, 209 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says, this is what I'm talking about. This is the lineup I've been wishing they had. Arraez in the leadoff spot, Bryce Eldridge with the top 3, or in the top 3. I think this is going to work. I am sort of intrigued by the idea of going like Eldridge 3 and Casey Schmidt 2, because then Schmidt still sees pitches to hit. The issue you run into then is then you've got Eldridge and Devers and Jung Hoo Lee, and you can't go 3 in a row left-handed.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think that's in play as well. 805 checks in and says, I don't know how all the financial stuff works with the MLB. Can you explain if ownership could do less trading this time of year and more purchasing? From what I've heard, the team is 5th in revenue, yada, yada, yada. Can they buy some pitching and keep Arraez? I mean, yeah, you can get a team to give you a player for cash considerations. You can. That actually does happen in baseball. It doesn't happen at the stage of the types of players you would want. You'd have to give something up.
Right, but I mean, I don't think just for cash considerations at this point.
No, that's what I'm saying is, how does that work financially? That's not something that happens. You don't just buy players off other teams.
Right.
Cash considerations is usually something that happens in a trade for a lower level player. Like, for example, let's say Patrick Bailey gets traded. There might have been cash in that. There was a pick. But instead of getting a player back, you send some money to help cover part of a contract or something in that regard. But it's not like free agency where you just go and add a player. Hey, we've got $20 million we're willing to spend. And if you were going to do it now, why wouldn't you have just done it in November and December and January and February? 408 says if the team backs up a Brinks truck for Logan Webb and he can go to a contender, it might be worth it to trade Webb. Webb has been a good soldier. And I think that all of us want him to compete in October, but Ray and Arise probably first up. I'd rather trade Ramos and keep Arise, but the numbers may not work that way. I would say
that makes sense.
I'm with you too, but I think if you trade Ramos, you still have to deal with Arise in free agency. Like, there's no way he signs an extension, right? I wouldn't.
No,
if I were him, I wouldn't. I'd wait until see how many bidders I get.
And then I heard John Shea earlier this week where Greg Silver asked him, like, could you, this happens in baseball, quite a bit, but like, could you have it where you trade him and hope that he comes back in the offseason, and you just can't bank off of that. So I think that it makes the most sense to just trade him, and I get it. Luis Arise is a fan favorite right now, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to let that go by and not get anything in return for him when it makes no sense for him to sign a contract. And I don't think the Giants should be in the business of signing contracts right now. There's so many on this team, and yes, Luis Arise is playing great right now. Again, he's bounced around the league. He's been a fantastic hitter. He's been consistent, but I just don't want to do that right now. I don't want to sign him to a long-term deal. This team is not winning enough to sign long-term deals.
Real quick here, just give me a second. I'm trying to get our we got to do a dugout health report on the Giants. Giants did make a roster move today, by the way, where they called up Ryan Walker, sent down Carson Seymour.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they did. Ryan Walker coming back, 3 blown saves this season and 7 last year, and I don't anticipate him being in the 9th inning as a closer right now. So, if we're in that situation, or if the Giants are in that situation again, you probably will see Keaton win. You might see Caleb Killian, but not going to be Ryan Walker for the foreseeable future. He should probably just be the setup guy for now in the 6th or 7th innings or the 8th innings.
Yeah, so not an injury that sent Seymour down, but Ryan Walker back from AAA where he's pitched really well. Time now for the Dugout Health Report, sponsored by Kaiser Permanente, a better idea for health care. The Dugout Health Report today, they did shut down Jason Foley, who's coming back from a shoulder surgery. And it wasn't like shut down. I think they said they were going to give him some rest. He had some shoulder fatigue after having a couple of really good outings. I think he had 8 or 9 outings pitched in AAA Sacramento before he's getting ready to return. Also, you saw Reaver San Martin came off the injured list. He's a 30-year-old lefty. He came in, got a win for the Giants. Did give up a home run, but he came in the other day for the Giants on Wednesday before Bryce Eldridge hit that grand slam. And that is your Dugout Health Report, sponsored by Kaiser Permanente. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll get back into some World Cup talk. Joe Cannon, former MLS champion, former goalie for the U.S. men's national team, is down in Los Angeles getting ready for the USA and Paraguay tonight. We'll pick his brain about this World Cup. What are the chances for Team USA, and how important is getting 3 points out of this one tonight? Joe Cannon joins us next. It's Dirty Work on a Friday, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The San Francisco Giants are looking to build off their best moment of the season in Bryce Eldridge's grand slam with another series win against the Chicago Cubs. It's Landen versus Javier Assad. Pre-game at 6:15, first pitch at 7:15, right here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon on the patio of 58 Social. Beautiful day out here as we get ready for the Giants and the Cubs on Pride Night. A fireworks celebration tonight. First pitch at 7:15. Landen Roop against Javier Assad. They did see Assad, the Giants did, on Sunday, on that Sunday night baseball game where they get the great save from Dylan Smith. They end up winning it in the 10th inning after almost losing it the same way they did on Saturday, following a 7-home run day where they put up 18 runs on Friday to open that series. Their most previous series win after losing the series to the Nats, but ending it with an exclamation point. Assad against the Giants came in relief after Jameson Taillon went down 6 1/3, 1 hit. What's interesting about him is he's not like a put-away pitcher. So I think the Giants today, we were telling you a few minutes ago, their lineup is stacked with lefties at the top. They've moved Bryce Eldridge up.
Yep.
They're going to Arias, Eldridge, Casey Schmidt hitting third, Rafael Devers hitting fourth, Jung-Hoo Lee hitting fifth. So 4 lefties in the first 5 hitters. This is not a guy who gets a lot of strikeouts. He's got a 1.08 whip. He only gave up 1 hit to this offense on Sunday. And he's got a 4.73 ERA, but he's got 5 strikeouts against the Giants last week. Only 19 total in 32 1/3 innings. We had like 26 innings pitched or something like that coming into the game last week with 14 strikeouts. So he's not a guy who can blow you away. So the hope, I think, is to swing the bats early, jump on him early, make the Cubs go to their pen because, as you said, Derek, they haven't won a series since May the 7th.
Yeah, and maybe you saw something last week when you went against him. Again, he had a good day, but it's an interesting series where you see 2 pitchers that you saw just a week ago in Javier Assad and Ben Brown for the Cubs, and the same thing for the Cubs when it comes to the Giants when you got Landen Roop tonight and Trevor McDonald tomorrow. So, yeah, I like what they did with the lineup today. We've been talking about it for a while now with Bryce Eldridge, maybe, either leading off or getting close to it right now. So we got Joe Cannon.
All right, the other action tonight is we got 6 o'clock U.S. men's national team going up against Paraguay in Group D action to start their 2026 World Cup. Joining us on the UMA guest line is Joe Cannon, a Bay Area and MLS soccer legend. Of course, made a couple of caps for the U.S. men's national team, a Earthquakes Hall of Famer. Joe, what's going on, man? Good to talk to you.
Yeah, great to talk to you guys. I'm actually in L.A. I'm looking at the Forum, and we're just about to get to SoFi Stadium here in a few minutes to watch this game. So I'm happy that we could connect, guys.
Yeah, man, this is exciting, man. So, I mean, how special is this? I mean, I watched the opening ceremonies in Mexico yesterday. That was really, really cool. Canada got going earlier today, and then USA gets to cap it off in terms of the host countries tonight. But to have the World Cup back in the USA, how cool is this, man?
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. I was a security guard for Team Brazil and at the games at Stanford Stadium in 1994, so I'm super pumped. I mean, that iteration of the World Cup launched Major League Soccer, gave me a career. This iteration, and to your point, I mean, I was watching both games in Mexico and Canada, and I'm actually, to be quite honest with you, maybe most excited about the national anthem in front of a packed house at SoFi with a bunch of American fans. I think that's going to be a really special moment.
So, Joe, tell us about the matchup today. We got, USA against Paraguay. How do you think this goes down today?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, if you watched Canada earlier today, they were a little bit nervy. I mean, you have a huge home crowd. You've got a lot of expectations of the entire country. But I think the U.S. is they're a little bit more prepped. They've got a lot of depth. I think, whether it's in the middle with McKinney and Tyler Adams, I think, and it would be amazing to have a quick early goal, get the crowd right behind it. But it's going to be a cagey game. I think Paraguay is going to come in, get in a low block, and really force the men's team to do something special. And, I'd say the real big tactical decision, if you're a soccer nut, is whether Mauricio Pochettino goes with 3 or 4 in the back, and that will set up the attack. But, yeah, I think it's going to be a cagey affair, but I definitely think the U.S. is going to pull it out on top in front of this big crowd here at SoFi.
We're talking to Joe Cannon on the UMA guest line. He's in Los Angeles, outside of SoFi, getting ready for the U.S. men's national team against Paraguay tonight at 6 o'clock. So when the draw came out, and there's some really fun groups, but I can't wait to see Ivory Coast against Curacao. That's going to be a really, really fun match. But when you saw Group D come out, Paraguay, Australia, USA, and Turkey, what was your immediate reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I think at first, we have played all 3 of these games in the last year or so. I mean, outside of Turkey, we've beaten both Paraguay and Australia. It's all been close games, but it really hasn't been our full team. So that's why I think a lot of people are optimistic. The other thing is just really the kind of how this World Cup is formatted with 48 teams. I mean, 8 third-place teams get to go. So a little bit more relaxing than in the past, but certainly you're pumped. I think you're going to create some special memories, and I'm super excited. I think there's going to be a name out there, whether it's, in the U.S. team, that's just going to resonate, go viral, and I'm really hoping for one of those moments tonight.
What's the biggest trap for a host nation team? Is it emotion or pressure? Like, what do you look for them to avoid in the group stage?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think exactly what you saw from Canada today. Guys that are just overhyped, over emotional, trying to do too much, not trying to do enough, just feeling pressure right from the onset. And I think you kind of have to really enjoy the moment when you get out there. I've been lucky enough to be on the bench and in those national team camps and big-time qualifiers and playing against teams like Mexico and Trinidad. But you just got to go in and you have to execute. It's going to be it's not going to look pretty at times, and you have to be okay with that. But I think for the U.S., it's about channeling their emotions and everything into the execution part. But early goals help, guys. I think goals are going to change games. You saw Canada get behind, and that's when you really start to press. I think for the U.S., they need to have a good start.
Talking to Joe Cannon on the UMA guest line. So what do you think it means to have the World Cup here in America, where obviously a lot more kids are playing soccer these days, but to have it at SoFi Stadium, at Santa Clara and Boston, other locations, what do you think it means, for this year to have it here in the United States to grow the game a little bit more?
Yeah, I think what you're seeing is this bridge from, this is a potential game that's going to be big in the U.S. to it's now arrived. I'm hoping this World Cup and its iteration and, the market leaves. There's a flight going right over us. But the market leaves but the market leaves is really that of, hey, this game has arrived. The sport has arrived. We're creating American players and American memories, and people really get behind the team and the program and everything American soccer. I'm hoping the game will proliferate from these. You'll see more minor league teams. You'll see more teams in communities so people can express themselves and really just have this beautiful game bring communities together. And that's what I'm hoping it does, guys. I think, everyone's going to get a little taste of it. Like you mentioned, we're in Levi's. It's in Seattle. It's all across the country, and we're hoping this World Cup really does that and brings soccer to the forefront on everyone's mind.
6 o'clock tonight, Paraguay and USA as they start their 2026 World Cup play. Joe Cannon, the voice you hear. Christian Pulisic, we got to ask about him, face of American soccer. Does he need to be the best player for them to make a run, or has the roster matured beyond that?
Yeah, no, I don't think he does. I think he needs to be himself, though, whether he's scoring or setting up goals. We certainly have a talented roster. You're going to see Balogun and Florian. He needs to get involved. You're going to see guys like Dest and Robinson get into the attack, and I think we're going to see somebody else. I don't know if it's like a Claudio Reyna type. Gio Reyna. I'm aging myself there with his dad, but I think for me, the biggest thing is is Matt Freese or whoever starts in goal. Are they going to come and rise to the occasion? I think the U.S. It's kind of a upper middle tier national team, and I think your question is if Pulisic is going to play well, if the national team is going to advance as far as they want to, yes, Christian Pulisic is going to have to play his game.
So who's your dark horse to kind of win the World Cup, Joe? I mean, right now the heavy favorites are France or Spain. Do you have a dark horse that you have in mind?
Yeah, I think in the Western Hemisphere, I look at the South American countries, and I think Brazil is someone that I think could come out of nowhere in terms of obviously they're a very good team. A lot of people know about them, but I really think that's a dark horse team. If you ask my wife, it's Japan. She's half Japanese, so I think we'd love to see that. But yeah, for sure, if I had to kind of look at the odds and look where maybe something that could sneak in, I think this Brazil team's talented enough to win this World Cup.
Is it important to pass the eye test early on? If they win tonight, if USA wins tonight 1-0, and they don't look great, is that concerning?
Yes and no. I think the U.S. men are always battling this optic, right, in the country, and for so long they've really they've followed the women's team in terms of just success at the highest levels. So I think However, though, this country, they like winners. So I think it's really just about getting the results. I think people, if you're a soccer nut or, you're someone like a Euro snob, if they call them, and you really look at the game, I do think they're going to overanalyze it. But I think for the general American fans and for this country to get behind this team, it's all about results. Sorry, guys, we're here at SoFi now.
You're good,
and-
dude. No, you
You're
sound good, Joe.
yeah.
Just another minute or two here with Joe Cannon getting ready for kickoff at 6 o'clock tonight for USA and Paraguay. What do the first 15 minutes of this game tell you? What do you want to see?
Yeah, it's funny. I was telling my wife when I was looking at Canada, and I think you're not going to see as much. You're going to see them try to build out of the back, but I just don't think it's going to look super confident. I think it's going to be really difficult for both teams, to kind of come out. I mean, everyone's got so much emotion riding on this. So I think you're going to see a really cagey affair. I think, the thing I would say, just from my opinion, and what this World Cup, I think, and already you've seen it, is just how many opportunities and how many goals are going to come from set pieces, whether it's corner kicks, throw-ins, free kicks. I think you're really going to see a lot of opportunity, and most of the goals come from those types of situations.
Do you believe that a tough game early is good for a team in the World Cup?
I think there's I do think there's part of it that you kind of need to go through this moment of, I don't know if disappointment or these emotions where you need to do something else, and you're just not playing your best. So you kind of get over that hump, and you're just really focused on the results. So, yes, I do think it's important to get a good challenge right in the beginning, and I think, it really helps your team kind of ease in. And this is a World Cup. This is something that I think it's going to be cagey. Results are going to be on a fine line, and it's going to just moments are going to determine this. Not who's better, who's worse. It's just individual moments.
Just last one for you, Joe. Just a thought on the Earthquakes and the season they're having this year.
Well, yeah, the Earthquakes. I would love to talk about them more, but Bruce Arena has just done an excellent job, and I think if there's some excitement in the Bay Area, and I'm really looking forward to after this game. After this Cup, watching them play, watching the crowds come, and they are playing some of the best soccer they've played in the last decade. So I think the fans are going to come out and watch them, but got to give full credit to Bruce Arena. It's a mainly American team, and in the year of the World Cup, those themes really resonate with me, and hopefully they'll resonate with our community in the South Bay and the broader Bay Area.
Joe Cannon, the voice you hear, he is at SoFi Stadium getting ready for the kickoff of the 2026 World Cup for the United States against Paraguay. Joe, appreciate the time, man. We will talk to you soon. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, guys. I just saw Nico Shakiris here. I'm going to go say hi. You guys enjoy this World Cup. Don't be a stranger, and have fun with the game. All the best, guys. Have a great weekend.
Much love, Joe. There you go, dude. The great Joe Cannon, a Bay Area soccer legend in the Earthquakes Hall of Fame. Was the keeper for the Quakes when they won the MLS years ago. Made 2 caps for the U.S. men's national team. So Joe Cannon, one of the all-time greats. 86 career shutouts in the MLS.
Ooh,
don't you
nice.
know? Across a long career. And as a broadcaster, I believe, for the Quakes with Ted Ramier, was for many years on KBR.
No, absolutely. So what are your early memories of watching the World Cup? Mine are exactly 20 years ago when it was Italy.
Zidane?
Yeah, Zinedine Zidane with the headbutt.
I can tell you wholeheartedly, that is the first World Cup final I ever watched.
Same here.
That's the first one I ever watched. I was in New York. My dad was doing a show in New York off Broadway, and we were there for a couple of weeks in the summer. And it was funny because I had just been told by somebody about, you got to root for Zidane. This is his last World Cup. He's a legend.
Yeah.
You love this guy as a sports guy. So I was, rooting for him. And then I was like, that's the guy?
Yeah.
I was like, that dude?
The guy that went crazy?
Yeah, I was. And then I realized after, I was like, dude, that was a major event.
Well,
Crazy.
it was. And then you hear about the trash talk that happened, and terrible, obviously. But, yeah, I remember, I think I was in L.A. My father was doing Dodgers and Giants, and... Yeah, I remember watching that.
Did you see Zidane headbutted that guy?
Well, I remember being in the booth with Kruko. It was Kruko, my pops, and me watching that. And he goes, and Kruko's like, "Oh my God, he's headbutted that guy!
Yeah.
It's ridiculous."
And that's a fastball outside, Mike. For ball 2. Anyway, Dirty Work with you from the patio of 58 Social as we're getting ready for the Giants and the Cubs tonight. We are going to catch up with Maria Gordato of MLB.com. Talk some more Giants with her at 5:15. Bryce Eldridge hitting second tonight. How about that? It's going to be a rise in the leadoff spot. Eldridge second, Casey Schmidt third, Devers fourth, Jung-Hoo Lee fifth. I love that. So 4 lefties out of the first 5 hitters tonight. We'll get a pregame for you at 6:15. Also, Peter Hartlab, the pop culture critic for the San Francisco Chronicle, joins us at 5:30. We'll talk some Bay Area pop culture and summer movies coming up, as he used to review movies.
Yes, he did.
For the Chronicle.
I think he gave a great review for Smurfs back in the day.
No, dude, I was looking at Metacritic at his all-time reviews. Yeah, his worst review he ever gave on Metacritic was a 0 to Smurfs 2.
Seems appropriate. Never saw the film, but I'll take him at his word.
Danny, you ever seen a Smurfs flick? I know you're a guy that'll see a movie.
No Smurfs flicks for me.
Don't blame Dan on that one.
I just love the idea of Hartleb seeing the Smurfs and then ripping a movie that parents know they're going to have to go see with their kids.
Well, you know what?
Are you sure you want to see that one, honey?
I mean, that's a hard thing for critics, where obviously it's not for them.
But you can enjoy a kids movie.
Of course, like there's great kids movies as an adult. Like I remember
Toy Story 5, maybe.
Maybe. Honestly, dude, like I'm hearing a lot of good reviews where like it kind of applies to today's youth and
people know Cars, but they don't remember the lesser-known flick Planes.
That was a thing?
Yeah, see?
I don't even remember that. I don't remember that at all. No, but dude, I like when we were growing up in the 90s with the Disney movies, our parents loved Lion King, Aladdin, all that stuff. And I think that now it's like, I mean, I don't really know. Like, I don't watch kids' movies these days, but I can imagine, like, Smurfs is a hard watch for adults.
Based on the last movie you see in theaters,
Marty
Marty
Supreme?
Supreme, you don't see a lot of movies in general these days.
I'm going to see some summer movies.
Okay. I'll believe it when I see it. We're trying to get back to the theater, dude.
And we need to, including me.
What happens first? Does Derek see a movie in theaters, or do we see Aaron Rodgers' wife?
I may check out Disclosure Day this weekend.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Get in on some Disclosure Day.
I
Well,
might.
you've got plans this weekend, but the people out there, the community, the people who listen to Dirty Work, The Filth, they clamor for ideas for how to spend their weekend. And that's why, once again, we bring to you the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Friday, that's today. Get ready. We're talking soccer to catch soccer with the Sea Lions, Derek.
Ooh,
at
Sea
Pier
Lions.
39, starting today, June 12th through July 19th, your waterfront headquarters for maximum soccer fun. The most iconic way in San Francisco to celebrate your favorite teams during the tournament, assume that's World Cup, with your whole crew. From high-energy watch parties to theme photo ops, beat the heat at this breezy waterfront destination. Also going down today, Derek, is Blankets and Blockbusters.
Say what?
Thrive City is rolling out the red carpet and invites you to BYO Blanket for the Bay Area's biggest movie screen experience. Feel the nostalgia of the 80s.
All right.
As you watch Back to the Future from our Plaza board. Snap a pic at our photo op. Everybody loves these photo ops. And explore our other movie-themed activities. Real specific. The movie will begin at 6 p.m. So you got Friday covered.
Okay.
Pat H is sitting here. He's like, yeah. I'm here for the ball game. What am I doing Saturday? Well, Pat, look no further. The Phantom is The Phantom is back to thrill audiences once again. Cameron McIntosh presents a revitalized new production of Andrew Lloyd Webber's legendary musical. That's right, Phantom of the Opera.
One of my favorite.
The Orpheum Theater in San Francisco. That's tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Also, Jim Gaffigan, Everything's Wonderful
Oh,
tour,
yeah, we love
comes
him.
to the Masonic in San Francisco at 5 o'clock. What? Also, 8 o'clock showings, Derek. What do you mean, what? We gave away tickets.
For Gaffigan?
Yeah.
We should have him
What
on.
are you talking about? We mean what? It was a giveaway
Dude,
on our show.
Sometimes I forget about these giveaways, man. The only thing I care about is, Shockfest, whatever the hell we gave away months ago?
So you can't bring up the riff if you don't know what it is.
I forgot it.
Aftershock Festival,
Aftershock,
dude.
my bad.
Slipknot and Tom's mom hanging out in the pit. Remember
There
that?
we go.
All right, so now you got your Saturday's not done. There's one more thing, dude. You can catch Bob Dylan, not Chalamet. That's right, Bob Dylan is still performing. At age 85, he'll be at the Greek Theater in Berkeley. Show starts at 7. Danny actually wrote, still performing at 85.
Good for him, man.
Yeah. Sunday, by the way, the bridal fashion show by Janine's Bridal, a luxury bridal runway experience at the Palace Hotel, San Francisco, for modern Bay Area bride, groom, and fashionistas. Step into this unforgettable afternoon where fashion meets history with the Palace's iconic 150-year-old setting. More than a runway show, Derek, this is an immersive journey into a world of timeless romance, refined craftsmanship, and elevated wedding inspiration, brought to life with one of San Francisco's most legendary and architecturally rich landmarks. It's 11 to 1. Do we need that? It's a 2-hour event. We got that whole experience, that whole explanation for that. And also, you can catch Derek. You're going to be pissed we didn't get this. Dana Carvey and David Spade at the Mountain Winery. Derek wouldn't dare in Saratoga. Doors open at 6. The show starts at 8. And that is the unsponsored Bay Area KNBR Dirty Work Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside.
I'll probably see Dylan.
We'll take a I'll probably go see Phantom of the Opera.
Times are changing.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, featuring Larry David was on the Rich Eisen show talking hoops. Wemby checked in after the Spurs fell down 3-1 in that all-time comeback. And Rich Paul has something to say on the Pat McAfee show regarding LeBron. We'll do all that next in the Sound Soiree. It's only here on The Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon from the patio at 58 Social. Beautiful day. Couple beautiful days in the Bay Area. Dude, I saw this this photo from space yesterday.
A photo from space?
Yeah. If you're to believe we've ever been to space.
All smoke and mirrors.
They took it was like a photo of like a photograph that was taken over the United States and over California. And, dude, there wasn't a single cloud over, like, almost any of California.
It felt that way the last few days, man.
It was pretty nice. A little breezy in the city today, but beautiful day, not a cloud in the sky.
Hopefully the ball flies tonight.
If you're coming on out to the ballpark for a Pride fireworks night, and Pride night here at the ballpark should be a fun weekend. Cubs in town. I already see a bunch of Cubs fans. They always travel well, and the Giants did a good job taking over that ballpark last weekend.
Yep, they did.
They'll return the favor, and you always welcome visitors that aren't Dodger fans to the ballpark.
No, Cubs
I don't
fans
really
are fine.
I don't really like Padre fans flexing either. I'm like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I mean, Cubs fans have beef with Giants. I mean, it goes back to, what, the 2016 series where Cubs won that in, what, 6? Yeah, I remember that. Or no, it would have been 5.
He's talking about the 2016. That was the divisional series. That was
divisional series.
It was in 4.
Was it 4?
It was in 4. It felt the Giants blew it late in Game 4. We all thought they were going back for Game 5.
Oh, yeah, it felt
and Johnny
that way.
Cueto was
Yeah.
ready to pitch Game 5, and Theo Epstein said after the game, I think when they won, I didn't feel good about going, but like Cueto had shoved. And I remember Baez in Game 1 hit a home run off of Cueto. I think it was Cueto against
I do remember that now.
Jake Arrieta, and Javier Baez hits a home run, and it went into the Cubs have that like basket. It's like they've got the brick wall, they've got the ivy wall, but their fence doesn't just go straight up over the wall. It's like a little basket, and he hit it into the basket, and he pimped it. And he was like hopping and like pimping and bat flip, and it landed in the basket, barely got out. That was a tough one.
Yeah.
I want to see Arrieta did something too. He might have gotten yard. I think the game was like 2-1, but
Yeah.
the Giants did not have a bullpen.
Same problems 10 years
At
ago.
the end of 2016. Yeah, not really. They were in the division series.
Well, yeah, different.
They'd won that wild card game, dude, against the Mets. Remember that?
Yes.
That was a good one. Bumgarner started that game.
Yeah, I do remember that. Who hit the 3-run bomb? I want to say
Connor Gillespie.
Connor Gillespie, yeah.
And then he also had a big rope against, a walk-off hit again in that Cubs series, I want to say, against Aroldis Chapman.
Right.
And that's when the Cubs went on and won the series, right?
Yes.
Is that 2016?
2016.
They went on and won it against
the then Indians, yes.
Whoa, careful. You can't say that, dude.
It's the name of the team.
Yeah, it was back then. They were the Redskins back then, too.
Yes,
that was
they
the name
were.
of the team.
All right.
Don't come at me.
I'm allowing you to say
808 KMBR, don't come at me. That's the number to text. At Adam Copes on Twitter. Don't come at me.
That's our slogan. Don't come at us.
Yeah. Our slogan is we don't get your yum unless you're Josh and you order from Taco
Red
Bell.
sauce?
2 bean burritos, extra red
You
sauce.
freak.
What's your favorite flavor? Red? Yeah. What are we doing here? Oh, yeah, it's a sound soiree. Danny,
Let's do that.
why don't you open it up, dude?
This is
Dirty Work.
Down Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Your sound soiree for Friday, July 12th. Is that right?
That is correct. That is the date.
2026. By the way, Danny, 3 weeks in after today, I believe.
Oh.
As our producer and board operator.
Happy 3-week anniversary.
Happy 3 weeks, dude. Danny, 3 weeks, I believe, is the, I don't know what
I think it's 4 weeks. You're
Is it
3 and
4
1 in
weeks?
the dips.
All right, all right, Danny. Don't be.
But who's counting?
Who's counting?
It feels like 3, I guess.
Yeah, it feels like 3. So you're 4 weeks in, Danny. How you feeling about a month in, huh?
Feeling good. How are you guys feeling?
We'll do that off air. Yeah, we'll
let's
talk.
take our thoughts
We'll
a
give
little
our we'll give our opinions off
Well,
air.
now that you mention it, buddy.
Yeah. And Danny's also, dude. How about this? You ready for this, Derek?
Yeah.
Danny's on the show for a month. He's on vacation next week.
Oh.
You see,
You know what?
he gets here. He's here for
You
a
picked
month.
the wrong time, my friend. We got 1-hour shows all next week except for
dude,
Monday.
Danny, what a waste, dude, that you took out. Well, here's the thing. They wouldn't be 1 hour for him.
That's true.
He'd still have to run
That
the game.
is true.
He'd be on the board.
I
till
always think
6,
about
though.
us.
Yeah, it's always about us, dude. That's how I think about it. Danny, but you're off until we're not even going to see you until next Friday, huh?
Yep, I'll be back next Friday. The old 1-day work week.
Are we gonna dip next Friday?
Yeah, we
On a
can.
short show?
If you want.
Maybe we do a little Jacob dips. No, we'll save it for Danny.
Jacob's in.
Jacob or Raph.
The same Jacob that, speaking of conspiracy theories, claimed we didn't land on the moon.
Yes, I remember that.
Says we didn't. He's like, well, how'd they video it? I'm like, well, if they had tech to go to the moon, wouldn't you think they had video cameras?
They had some video. They had some video back then. We had movies back then.
I was like, we had movies with sound and color.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? I saw that back then. Incredible. Anyway, I guess we're doing sound soiree.
Yes, we are.
You want to set this up? Why don't you do it, Derek?
All right, let's do it.
You do the soiree.
All right, let's do
I
a
do
little,
everything else.
Yeah, let's do a little Larry David, one of our favorites. He was on the Rich Eisen show and talked about the Knicks' epic comeback against the San Antonio Spurs. And he always says that he's kind of the guy that misses that moment, but he was glad to be at MSG.
You know, I'm still recovering. Yesterday, I was spent, completely spent. I'm sure it shortened my life. That whole experience, which I can ill afford at this point. You know, it was insane. Never experienced anything like that. And by the way, I'm not supposed to be at stuff like that. I'm supposed to miss stuff. I'm the kind of guy like when there's a party and I go home from the party, I'll get a call the next day. Yo, why'd you leave? Women were taking their clothes off and jumping in the pool. You know, so that's my life. I'm not supposed to be a part of it.
Mm-hmm. And
so
yet,
the whole thing is so. Not only is the comeback shocking, the fact that I witnessed it it's a double shock.
No, I mean, that'd be a very Larry David thing to do, is to miss that moment. But his expression when OG Anunoby tips the ball in was unbelievable. Everybody in that place was just flabbergasted. So, yeah, I mean, you know, Larry David, diehard Knicks fans, or diehard Knick fan, I remember him bringing that up on the episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, where he goes to the Lakers game, he trips Shaquille O'Neal. Everybody thinks that he had it out for him because he's a Knicks fan. So, yeah, Jerry Seinfeld was also in attendance that day, too. So, yeah, it should be where Larry misses that moment, but I guess
it should be.
What's up?
Well, it should be. I just, the more I hear that and the more I hear, like what you're saying is, I'm like, I kind of feel like, because I know what he's saying, it immediately makes me think, every time I hear more from Larry David, like realities, like things that have happened to him, or like when he's on Curb,
right?
It's like, dude, it's so evident that he is George Costanza, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because that, to me, I hear that and I'm like, what? That's such a George thing. And if you think about instances of this stuff, he's like, I'm not supposed to be there for that. Like, that's a George Costanza thing, leaving a party and then all the women take their clothes off. You mean I went home?
I missed it?
Yeah, dude,
why didn't you call me?
That's where I'm just like, dude, I know Jerry's the guy, and it's the Jerry Seinfeld. He's the worst actor on the show.
Oh, by far.
He's the least funny character on the show. He breaks character all the time. I mean, it's all Elaine and George and Kramer, of course, but George is the star in my mind of what makes Seinfeld.
They carried that show, and Larry David was instrumental in the success and the writing and everything. And I saw a clip last night where Jerry Seinfeld, I think, was on Howard Stern years ago, and he talked about he didn't want to continue the show after Larry David left because he didn't know how to run a show. So, yeah, I mean, it was fun seeing Larry David in that moment last night. And, of course, he'd be the guy that would be like, I shouldn't be here. I'm usually the guy that misses these moments.
Yeah, well, a lot of it, too, is like he was always working. You know what I mean? Like, he's not in the middle of anything right now, except for that
new
show with
coming
Obama,
out.
right?
Yeah, that's coming out, I think, later this month. The history of I'm not going to pretend like I know the name of it, but
yeah, it's you're right. It's like
it's very like History of the World with Mel Brooks.
But I think it's also sort of like Drunk History / that.
Yeah, a little bit. Yes,
might not identical, but I think it's somewhere in between.
Right.
I'm intrigued by it because there's a lot of big actors in it, but also Obama, which I think would be big fan of Seinfeld.
Yeah, but you know what's funny?
Love that marine biologist.
I mean, Larry
the episode Soup
yeah.
Nazi.
Yeah, exactly. He's
no soup for you.
He's a huge fan of the show. Like, but what's funny to me is Larry David discontinued Curb Your Enthusiasm because he was like, no one wants to see me on TV anymore. And then again, he's doing this right now.
We see him more than we used to.
Yeah, exactly.
No, he's on Eisen. I see him at the Knicks game on Eisen.
Right.
By the way, the one where he trips Shaq, the episode that people don't know on Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David sitting courtside at a Lakers-Knicks game, right?
Yes.
And a crucial play, and Shaq, he has his feet out and he trips
He has his
Shaq.
foot out, he trips him. People think that he had it out for him.
My favorite episode, though, where he goes to a Laker game is where they're trying to get him to do a Seinfeld reunion.
Mm-hmm.
And he and his manager, Jeff, who's Jeff Garland, right?
Yes.
The CEO or whoever it is of NBC tells him, I'll hook you up with Laker tickets tonight.
Right, yeah.
So then Larry goes and gets the tickets, and he thinks they're going to be sweet, like courtside seats, and they're in like the way high nosebleeds at Staples Center or Crypto.com. Staples
They're up in the rafters, like
and he borrows binoculars, and he's looking at the court, and he sees the dude who was supposed to give him the tickets.
Yeah.
He's sitting courtside with David Spade.
Yeah. And then he calls him.
He calls him, and he sees the guy.
My call.
He sees the guy look at his phone and put it back in his pocket. He goes, "He screened my call."
The best thing.
He calls him out
Yeah,
for it
yeah.
after the game. Dude,
Yeah.
He sees him outside.
It's one of the best cutaway moments where Larry goes up to the CEO of NBC and he's like, how'd you like the seats? And he goes, well, and then cuts to Jerry Seinfeld, a different scene. You told the president of NBC to F himself?
I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty good. Here's more from Larry David. They asked him on the Rich Eisen show where that Knicks win ranks among all-time New York sports moments.
For me, I'm ranking it 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There've been some other great ones, but yeah, that's one for me. I'll put Bucky Dent.
Oh,
2.
Good one. 1978 play like last game 163 against the Red Sox. That's up there.
That one.
Okay.
And
yeah,
let's not forget Aaron Boone.
That's a good one.
Off the knuckleballer.
Yeah, off of Wakefield. Yeah, to put the Yankees in the series.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that one. That was great. Matteau.
Yeah, that's another one. The Rangers and the 94. Run. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. And Tyreek, the helmet.
The helmet catch.
So, even though Larry David said 1,
he was there
he
also.
lists off like
He missed-
5 others.
He missed all the others.
Exactly.
So at first I thought he was just being like, recency bias, of course. It's a disease, as medium impact Brian would say.
Right.
But also, he's clearly a New York sports fan, obviously. And by the way, so much of it in baseball is written into Seinfeld that obviously it is, even on the Mets side of things.
Mhm.
I would say New York sports moments, you got to go. The Buckner play is obviously a bad Red Sox play, but it leads to the Mets winning the World Series.
1986,
In
yeah.
86. That's an incredible run, an incredible season.
Yep.
69 Mets is nuts. There's a variety of Yankee moments that he mentioned. He mentioned
Aaron Boone,
because that's a Game 7 walk-off home run to win the pennant at Yankee Stadium.
Right.
Hits it and puts his hands up. Oh man, that was 03, and then that's what's so incredible. And the next year it's 3-0 Yankees, and they get come back on by the Red Sox. So back-to-back years they meet in the LCS.
Yeah, you were talking about this being a franchise-defining moment for the Knicks.
I think really for generations, including Larry David, who was alive for
Willis Reed
coming on injured again. That wasn't like he played the whole game. That was like a moment.
But it's not even like a play. Like to your point, yes. Like this is a moment in history that you can like take a snapshot of.
It's maybe the greatest New York basketball moment ever.
There've been some other great ones.
That one made me laugh, dude. And then he names like a bunch of really, really good ones.
Well, just
Bucky,
like this-
Bucky F and Dent.
Just like the circumstances of the moment where they were down. They were down by 29 points and down 27 at halftime. They come back and have this unbelievable victory. And yes, you can say that the Spurs blew it, and they did, but just that shot alone of everybody up in the air, Wembanyama and all the Spurs players, all the Knicks players, and OG Anunoby tipping the ball back in, and the fact that he was there, all of New York was there. I can understand that. In time, that may be the greatest New York moment of all time. But of course, Larry David goes, "Yeah, number 1." Of course, there's others too.
That's the thing is because this has been bubbling for so long, and there hasn't been a moment that fans could experience like this. This is going to feel like that for a lot of people. And again, there is the divide. It's why I always say to you, Steph Curry is the greatest athlete, or the most, I don't say greatest, I said most beloved athlete this region has ever had, because it's the only basketball team. The same goes for New York. Nets be damned. They're New Jersey.
They're
in my
never
mind.
embraced the same way.
They're
no.
not. Again, there are diehard Mets fans in New York. There really are diehard Mets fans.
Jerry
They've been
Seinfeld's a
around-
diehard Mets fan. Yeah,
They've been around for a long time, but the Yankees reign supreme.
Right.
There's 2 football teams, really 3. Buffalo's further north, but there's Jets and there's Giants, right?
Right.
There's a divide. For years, we had Raiders and Niners here. We had Giants and A's. Niner fans will tell you, and Murph did. We got into a debate about it one time. He said it's Joe Montana. I said, dude, but there were Raider fans here. There are people who love the Raiders, and they might respect Joe Montana, but they don't beloved him. Steph Curry is the only guy for that. Macklin Celebrini has a chance to be up there, too.
I think so, man.
We'll see what happens. But again, when you're one team in one region that has this much love, and there's a case to be made that the Knicks are like the team in New York. Because, again, it's what everybody unites around.
Yeah, I heard someone, I forget who it was, saying the other day, like, people love Giants football.
You've got Rangers, Islanders, and don't forget about the Devil.
Yeah, exactly, the Devils. I think people in New York would say Yankees are number 1 and then Knicks are number 2, because Yankees are just love. It's baseball. It's America's pastime. The biggest star in New York, sports history might be Derek Jeter, but
Babe Ruth?
You think so?
Just cut that, dude. I just need that cut, dude. Derek Jeter might be the biggest icon in New York. Babe Ruth?
I mean, still alive. Still alive, I would say.
Oh, living, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, dude, that's what we were saying is like, and Marcus Thompson said that to us this week, was I said, where does Jalen Brunson fall in New York sports icons and legends among the greats if they win this? And he said he's not like number one necessarily, but he's at that table.
Yeah, he will
He
be.
was like, we were joking about Allen Houston's in there like serving drinks.
Do you think he's at the main table, though?
That's what Marcus is saying. He said if he wins it, he's at the main table. I'm with that. That was the point I was kind of making. Was like,
I would love to hear the perspective of
Patrick
Larry
Ewing never got one. Like, I'm not saying he's
I
Hall of
know,
Famer.
man.
He's Hall of Famer, and Brunson's different. But dude, you bring a title to New York for
It's
somebody
different.
for
I
they
get it.
haven't had one.
I get it. But I think you ask people of a certain age that love the New York Knicks, you ask Larry David, you ask Ben Stiller, other fans, like, Patrick Ewing was the man. Even though he didn't win a championship, he is beloved. I think, like I grew up with him being like an all-time Knick, and he's still going to be that guy.
Did you ever meet Patrick Ewing?
I did not. I did not have the same encounter I had with David Robinson. No. But I don't know. I think that it's different with Jalen Brunson because he wasn't homegrown. He was brought from the Dallas Mavericks, given the big-time contract. So I think it's different.
And
But
he
yes.
did it kind of dirty, don't forget, too.
Yeah, a little bit. But
A little tampering.
I still think that obviously he would be beloved, but it's different.
I don't know. I disagree. I think Knicks fans would be like, all
right.
I think it's what Marcus was saying. Marcus
Yeah.
Thompson. He said, like, it's because again, like the living ones. To your point, it's like it's Jeter, it's Eli, right? It's dudes like that. So I'm like,
right.
If he's at the all-time greats table, like he's up there. Again,
Yeah.
dude, if Namath is at that table,
Namath's always going to be at that
if
table.
Namath is at that table, then Brunson's at that table.
Dude, well, Namath had that charisma, man.
Namath just. Dude,
I know he threw more interceptions than touchdowns, but people love Namath, bro.
Didn't he lose more games than he won?
Yeah, probably.
If people love Namath, then how could they not love Brunson in the same way?
You got to love Brunson a little bit more than Namath.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Yeah.
But Namath's a legend in his own right.
No, I don't get
Yes,
it, man.
he is.
I don't get
Yes,
it.
you don't.
Yeah. It's Stones. Come on. Like, there's no reason Namath gets the love. If Namath was in Cleveland, he'd be Kozar, you know?
It's different.
Anyway, Cambiar. If Namath were in a not New York, I mean, he wouldn't be Broadway Joe.
Of course.
What's the biggest street in
Well,
Cleveland?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not acting like I know. But, like, we know with
Guardians Joe.
Yeah, thank you. But with Namath, like, it was the fact that he went to New York. It was the fact that he had the biggest upset in NFL history. So I hear you. The stats don't back it up, but come on, man.
No, dude, that's my point. If the argument was, come
Who's
on,
making
man.
out with Raquel Welch? Come on. The guy's a boss.
And you know, if they're kissing babes, Derek likes it.
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
just
man.
like Clooney. That's what he's looking for, dude.
I need more than the movies,
I need
Clune.
my quarterbacks and my Clunes kissing babes, dude. Dude, okay, I'll put it out to the listeners. What do the listeners want next? Do they want more Sound Soiree, or do they want what reporters are saying about Brandon Ayuk?
I think they want more soiree.
Yeah. So what should we do?
But
Should we
could
do what
still
Derek
a little-
wants, or should we do what the listeners want?
By all means, let's see what people react to on the text line or the YouTube chat.
How about we give it up to all the listeners here? It's like Pat H.
Yeah.
and
Pat
Robbie.
H, what do you want?
Yeah, Pat H, what do you want? You want
soiree or Ayuk? You're not even listening. You're not paying attention to the show. All right, soiree.
Dude, see, Pat H says soiree for sure. All right, then when we come on back, Brandon Ayuk, how does he leave the Niners? That's what people are saying. Just kidding. We'll do the soiree next on the Sports Leader. Babe Ruth? Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Tony's Pizza Napolitana. No joke. I was sitting at the studio yesterday. I told you about Tony's. I did this very exact read. And I went home and was like, I think I want a slice, dude. I sold myself on Tony's Pizza, Derek. I had Tony's for dinner last night because I was like, you know what? Tony's Pizza sounds good. I'm going to go get a slice. And you know what? You should too. Friday night, pizza night, dude. That's what you're thinking about. You're thinking about Friday, the weekend. You don't want to cook. You want a pizza. And that's where Tony's comes in. Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach, the gold standard for pizza. Tony Gimignani is a world-class pizza champion, is a world champion, literally. They've got tons of styles. Everyone they do is spot on. Something for everybody. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit Sicilian, grandma style, whatever you're into, They do it to perfection. Not just the pizzas, by the way. They've got great other menu items. The honey fried chicken sandwich, the penne alla vodka pasta. Plus, if you're looking for a pie, they've got a variety of different options. The New Yorker's one of their most popular, big, cheesy. That'll fill you up. Plus, if you like the spicy kick, the Diavola is one of my absolute favorites. It's so much so my favorite. I told them they should include it in this read, and so they wrote it down. It's right there.
Nice.
It says it on the piece of paper, the Diavola pizza. Check that out. Seriously. Let me know what you think. Here's the best part about Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. It ain't just in North Beach. You don't have to be there to get it. They've also got a location inside SFO, so you can grab a world-class slice before you fly out, or for that taste of home, hit up Slice House. They're all over the bay, including inside of Chase Center, Oracle Park, where we are right now, and at Levi Stadium, if you're going down there for some soccer action. If you've never been, you got to make it happen. Just trust me. Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry. You're going to leave happy.
I could have a slice of pizza every day of my life.
Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Everything that guy said was true. That voice in the sky, dude, everything he said was real. We're at
Ain't
Oracle
no
Park.
lies.
We're at 58 Social. We're getting ready for the Giants game. 7:15, Giants and Cubs tonight. Javier Assad for the Cubs, a righty they saw on Sunday. Landon Roop gets the go for the Giants, which means you got Jung Hooley in the lineup. He's hitting fifth tonight.
Yep.
You've got, who else am I looking for here? You got Casey Schmidt in the lineup. He's hitting third tonight.
Yes, he is.
You've got Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. He's hitting second tonight. And you've got Landon Roop on the hill tonight. That means all four of my Farhan four are in action tonight.
There you go.
Going for the Giants.
The Farhan
I
four.
love the way they've set up the lineup tonight against Assad. They're going to try to jump on him early, a righty, and I'd imagine then they'll counter pretty quickly with a lefty as soon as Assad gets in trouble. But 4 of the first 5 hitters for the Giants, lefties, are going to rise. Eldridge hitting as high as he's ever batted. Second in the lineup tonight for Bryce Eldridge. Behind a rise, you get Casey Schmidt third, Devers fourth, Jung Hooley fifth. And then what's the rest of it there? Susak, I know, is hitting 9th. Drew Gilbert's hitting 8th.
Yep.
And who am I forgetting? Willie Adames hit 7th?
Yeah, hang on. Let me get the lineup for you. Sorry, I was looking at something else real quick. Go ahead.
I got it all there.
No, I didn't. Sorry, I was looking up something else with Brandon Ayuk. You got Luis Ariz leading off, Bryce Eldridge second, Casey Schmidt third, Rafael Devers fourth, Jung Hooley fifth, Willie Adames sixth, Matt Chapman seventh, Drew Gilbert 8th, Daniel Susak 9th.
I just gave the lineup in the stupidest way. I gave the first 5, and then I went 9, 8, and then I was like, wait, who's 6, 7?
Let's do it backwards.
Yeah, no, let's start with the top, and then we'll go to the bottom. 808 KMBR, the number to call and to text. We didn't finish it, so why don't we get into it? The rest of today's Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Work.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
It's the rest of your Sound Soiree for Friday, June 12th. Not 10th, 12th, 2026. We're working Juneteenth, I think. That's a week from today, yeah?
Yeah, it's only a 1 hour show.
Sort of feels like I should be free from work.
All right. By all means.
Yeah. I just won't show.
You know, I mean, it's a 1 hour show.
Oh, no, I'll be there.
Okay, yeah, I figured.
Danny will be there, too, after Danny takes 4 days off. We just found out Danny taking a vacation next week. He's been here a month on the show, and now he's like, I need some time. Where are you going, Danny? What are you doing?
Going down to SoCal with some cousins.
Nice,
There you go.
Nice. You going to party?
Yeah, hang out a little bit. I don't know how much partying we'll do, but
a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay. All right, Dan, take care of me. Don't get too wild, man. Don't color outside the lines too much, dude. All right, let's get back into the Sound Soiree here for Friday, June the 12th. We left it off with Larry David on the Rich Eisen show. The Knicks came back, greatest comeback in NBA Finals history against the Spurs, who fall to 3-1. Game 5 tomorrow night in San Antonio. Derek, I'd call it a must-win for San Antonio.
I would say so. De'Aaron Fox did the same thing today. So, yeah, they got to win.
So here's Wemby. Wemby is talking about coming back in the series. I mean, Sam Amick said to us yesterday, it's only happened, a couple of times in the NBA Finals, but it's happened 18 times or something in NBA history.
Only once in the NBA Finals.
So, but 17 other times total it's happened. It's not like out of the realm of possibility. I would wonder and question how many times it's happened in a first round or a second round. Yeah. Conference semis and finals, usually those teams don't allow that stuff to happen. The one time in the finals, of course, we know it all too well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it twice in one postseason where the Nuggets did in the bubble, and of course, there was no home court advantage in that. So I think with the way the Knicks have played in the last few rounds where they've stepped on people's throats after, being up, whatever it was, that's
29 points. You're talking about this game?
No, I'm just talking about the previous series where in the Hawks series they were
right.
They're up 59 points in that closeout game. They won by 51. The same thing with the Philadelphia 76ers.
And the Cavs. They handled them.
And the Cavs. So I'm hoping the Spurs extend the series, but at the same time, I've seen what the Knicks have done. They're going to San Antonio. They've done this before, so I would be very surprised if the Spurs were able to come back down 3-1.
So everybody's high on the Knicks. Wemby says, not so fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everybody knows we're going to do it. But I don't know if I agree with you. I feel like we need to isolate that one game and take it one game at a time. I think it'd be a mistake to waste our energy on different, on multiple games. It's one game at a time.
So I think he's referring to the team knows everybody knows we're going to do it. So you got to have that mentality. Obviously, you can't say, well, this series is over already, and it's going to be tough. I think that they get it done tomorrow. I think this thing ends in 6. But, yeah, like I said, the way that the Knicks have dominated in closeout games this postseason on the road, I would not be the least bit surprised if the Knicks just end things tomorrow. But I'm hoping it goes a little longer.
Dude, who was that coach? Was it Nick Nurse who said last year? I can't remember who it was. They were down 3-0. And they're like, you got to win 4 games down 3-0 to come back and win, and nobody's ever done that. And he said, well, no, we just got to win 1 game, and then it's 3-1, and teams would come back from that. We're like, dude, just doesn't matter how you frame this. At some point, you were down 3-0.
The way coaches
like, what are you talking about?
The way coaches think about things with their backs up or their backs are against the wall.
That's some politicking like I've never seen.
Well, it's the same thing like just a couple weeks ago when Kenny Atkinson says they're down 3-0, and he's like, well, analytically, we would have won 2 out of 3 games already. So,
but you didn't. You lost. The points are what matter.
Yeah, exactly. I understand what he's saying. You got to take it 1 game at a time here because you got to win 3 in a row to win this series. But the Spurs inexperience showed, it's the same thing almost 10 years ago or more than that when the Spurs blew that game 6 against the Miami Heat. They weren't able to come back from that. You just saw it with the Cavs when they were up 22 in the 4th quarter with 6 minutes left. They blow that game and got swept. I think it's going to be really hard. I'm not saying it's out of the realm of possibility for the Spurs to win tomorrow. I think it's going to be really hard for them to win this series.
Okay, Game 6 wouldn't surprise you at all.
No, Game 5 wouldn't surprise me.
No. I'm saying seeing a Game 6 wouldn't surprise you.
No.
That's what you're saying. Sorry, you're saying if the Knicks, you wouldn't be shocked by
that happens all the time where a team's up 3-1. You go back home, back to your home court. You get one win, and your fans are like, could they actually pull this off? And then
the Warriors know it as a gentleman's sweep.
Exactly.
Where you'd win 2 at home, then you'd go up 3-0, you'd lose game 4, come back and just win.
We saw just last year where they were up 3-1 on the Houston Rockets, and then they kind of like forget about a game in Houston, game 5. They come back to Oracle for game 6. They don't show up for that game, so it blew up in their face. But we see it all the time where. This is the finals, and the Knicks want to perform tomorrow. But if it gets out of hand early, I'm sure the Knicks are like, let's go back to MSG and close this thing out.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see the Knicks win it at home.
Yeah,
it's scary, but cool.
It would be crazy. It would be definitely scary.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there.
No.
But
I want to be outside of the arena.
It'd be cool if Marcus Thompson was there and told us about it.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
I'm looking forward to that.
And Amick, too.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about Amick. I'm worried about Marcus.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I know Amick can handle himself. Marcus,
Marcus, not so much.
Marcus played it smart. Did he wear that red hat when Trump was there for game 3? Remember he said he walked in a straight line. He's like, I'll follow orders. Yes, whatever you need me to do.
TSA was best friends with him.
Yeah, Secret Service.
Not so much Sean Sarania, though.
Yeah, dude. Wouldn't let him get his air ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Real quick, you mentioned the comeback in the bubble. You mentioned Nuggets and...
so it was the Nuggets against the Jazz, round 1.
What I remember about that series, because Jamal Murray went off for 50 in a game, and I want to say, Donovan Mitchell did also, or went off for
Yes, they did.
And remember, they were in the bubble in Orlando, so they're staying in these hotels or whatever.
They saw each other after the game.
I remember Donovan Mitchell's walking up
nice game, bro.
after they beat him in overtime. And dude, it looked like they were on a high school quad, a quad. And Jamal Murray.
You want to play some hacky sack later?
He's got a backpack on, and he's just sitting there on literally a picnic table bench on his phone in his sweatsuit. And he walks up, he's like, "Yo, good game, man." I'm like, they just played, and they're gonna walk back to the same dorm.
Exactly.
He's in the NBA. But don't forget, LeBron told you, so you have to believe it. That's the most difficult title anybody's ever had to win.
Yeah, I mean, I get it from mentally from that standpoint where you can't see your friends or family, you're just there. But I don't know.
You're in the NBA. How often are you seeing them anyway?
Yeah, that's true.
You know what I mean? You're in the NBA, Doug. What are we doing anyway? Moving on here in the Sound Story, more from Wemby. Wemby gives his thoughts after the game that they lost game 4. They go back, the Spurs did, to the team hotel. They're all walking from their bus into the hotel, which, by the way, whatever this setup is terrible. They have to walk along a railing of thousands or hundreds of Knicks fans.
Everyone can see
Somebody
him.
threw an egg and it hit Wemby. He's a big target. Here's Wemby on getting hit with the egg.
I mean, I didn't really think much of it. I just saw that one video of the eggs. I didn't see any other one. But it's okay. I don't dislike it. Obviously, it's not good at all. But it doesn't bother me.
Wait, he said he doesn't dislike it?
Yeah, that was weird.
I think you meant it doesn't bother me, which is, dude, right answer, man. Just take the high road and don't say anything about it.
Exactly.
If he responds at all, Knicks fans are going to chew him up. But also, I like his response being like, so how about how that egg hit you? He's like, I only saw one video of it. I was like, you lived it.
you felt the yoke on your body.
I mean, that's a question where it's like, what's he supposed to say?
Exactly.
What's he supposed to say? I prefer
Bottom line is,
I want it scrambled.
Yeah, I'm I don't know how he's supposed to respond in that moment, but it's just a jackass move. Again, you can separate the Knicks fans that were in attendance, having a good time, the celebrities, the true Knicks fans that enjoy that moment, and then there's the guys that want to be big on social media, the streamers that go around beating up people in Spurs jerseys.
Whoa.
That's true.
So, no, I know. I'm just reacting to it in real time.
Yeah, so I don't.
I was pretending like I didn't hear about it.
I think that we can equally say that there's good Knicks fans and also there's the jackasses that do that stuff and throw eggs at Wembanyama.
Yeah,
it's
dude.
ridiculous.
I won't forget that. We set a city bus on fire after 2012, but just have a good time. You don't have to do all that.
That's fine.
I mean, that's not necessary. Yeah. Moving on here in the Sound Sport, De'Aaron Fox. He's dealing with a lot of criticism, obviously, after Game 4. He's better off playing for a team like San Antonio in the criticism than he would be playing for the Knicks. Can't imagine what would have happened if the Knicks lose by 1 and Josh Hart missed that layup, dude, that open one.
You kidding me, Hart?
Why didn't he throw it down, by the way? That could have been a disastrous turn of events. There was still a minute and change left or something around that when that happened, but that was a sort of, it could have been his moment that where he was the GOAT.
Absolutely.
Here's De'Aaron Fox of the Spurs talking about the criticism he received for not dribbling it out and missing that layup.
It's not like people have my phone number and can call me. I don't watch those shows. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. Can't change it now. And no one's just coming up and yelling at you in your face about it. So it is what it is. We're trying to move on from that. Obviously, continue to learn from the mistakes that we made and how we lost the lead or how we finished the game poorly. But we think about the next game.
No, I mean, that's a good mentality to have, but it was a dumb mistake. And again, I think Charles Barkley went too crazy in the post-game show where he said
That's the dumbest team I've ever seen play basketball.
What are you, Kendrick Perkins or Charles Barkley?
I haven't decided yet. I'm still working. I should have taken Kelly Ender's advice. I got to work. I shouldn't just unload one, you know?
No, I hear you on that one. Never unload one. When it comes to this and De'Aaron Fox, he messed up, but it's a good response to have in that moment where, yeah, we obviously people are going to say what they say on the sports talk radio shows or the sports debate shows, but yet
people, us.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, no, I guess us, but like
we're different, dude. Not us. Not like us. We're better than that.
No, we understand what De'Aaron Fox is going through,
Yeah,
but.
dude.
And again, like what Sam Amick told us yesterday, where he's just so used to scoring in that moment.
That's why that's a great way to put it, dude. The guy's been the fastest guy in the league that Sam said, and it's true.
Yeah.
Since he was at Kentucky, he's the fastest guy in college basketball, one of the fastest guys in the NBA, if not the most. His logic tells him, or his instinct, when he gets that ball that he picked and nobody's in front of him, the issue was it wasn't necessarily the smart play. Even if he makes that bucket, it's not the smart move.
No, it's not. He should have
That's
dribbled
an
it
NFL
out.
score too early.
Exactly.
Make them use that foul that they had to give, because they did have one.
That would be me every time when someone scores when they're not supposed to, just like kneel down like Brian Westbrook years ago, but people don't do that. So if you're De'Aaron Fox, the natural instinct is to go up and score, but you probably just dribbled it out and got fouled. Whatever. It is what it is. You move on to the next game, and, you are facing elimination now in every game you face, so... Yeah, it's tough, but I'm
glad.
glad
People have my phone number and can call me.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he handled it pretty well there, and we'll see how they perform tomorrow night.
All right, as a guy who notably waffles, do you trust your gut?
With
or
this?
your instinct in real time when things happen?
I like to think so
You
sometimes.
like to trust your gut guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you and I both, we share this, we're both impressionable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can be knocked off my block. Like, you can.
You come up with a good argument on something, I'm like, all right, I see your side of things.
Yeah, you can. I more mean like you can, what would you say, peer pressure me into something. You know what I mean? Like, not that I can't be. Like, there are things where I'm like, just because you bought me a shot of whatever that is, I don't drink that. I'm not drinking that.
Oh,
That's
I'm not. I'm too old for that these
like,
days.
Just you're like, well, I bought this. I'm like, I don't care. You should ask me.
But
if
I
you're
do
gonna buy
feel
me a shot.
bad. Like someone says, like, I bought that for you. I'm like, man.
I'm like, I'm not taking a shot of that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
It's more. You bring me a shot of gin. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
I don't do that.
I feel more guilty that someone spent money on me.
Yeah. See, you got that.
Yeah, I do.
You got that. I won't say it. Guilt.
Oh yeah.
I'll be like, you got that guilt.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I got you.
I know where it comes from. I get it too.
Well, I think with De'Aaron Fox, like, yeah, he's not going to feel guilty. Like, I mean, yes, they lost the game, but he's not going to put it on himself.
No,
yeah.
and he's like, dude, it happens, dude. It happened.
Right.
And it could have been Josh Hart. It
Right.
really could have been. One more here in the Sound Square. Let's pick one. You want to go to the Rich Paul one, or what should we do?
Let's do Rich Paul, I guess.
Rich Paul here, the last one, Danny. Rich Paul, believe nothing that's out there about LeBron, he says. Here's Rich Paul.
Believe nothing that's out there, because I haven't had one conversation with him. At the end of the season, I made it clear that I would respect he and the family, because this is going to be a family decision for him. This is not, look, I went on to build a business that will do great long after LeBron retires. And so whatever decision he decides to make, that is his decision. He don't need to make a decision for anybody but himself in this regard. But there's been no conversation. I have not had one conversation with him. We played a couple rounds of golf. I don't mention it. When he comes to me and wants to sit down, I am more than prepared for every scenario that there could be. But when you think about numbers that's being thrown out, what we're asking about and all these things, that's all false. We haven't had one conversation with anybody about anything. I tell you guys, there has been incoming calls from every team with the excitement of possibly him playing for them. And so at 41 years of age, going on 42, I think that's something to be extremely proud about. And, just it's one of those things where it's like, wow, even at 42, I'm still wanted. That's admirable.
Yeah, I think Rich Paul added that like 10 to 12 teams have inquired about LeBron James, and I'm not buying him any. Like, I'm not buying any of that where he says they haven't talked about it. Of course they've talked about
Well,
it.
I first I was like, well, he's totally lying if he says he and LeBron haven't, because he's like, we played golf together, we didn't even talk about it. I'm like, you may not have talked numbers per se, but I don't believe, like, again, the number to me is the least important thing about this next LeBron place, right? He's got his money. He's set for, like, he's now looking at things beyond basketball. I'm not saying he doesn't want to get paid.
Right.
I'm saying this is a 1-year deal or a 1-and-1 or something like that. It doesn't really matter, because this is going to be the end of the road, whatever it is, right? My point is, like, if Rich Paul's telling me they haven't had a conversation about his future, that's That's false. There's no way that's true.
No, they definitely have those conversations, and I think Monty Poole put it out there in an article saying that most likely he's going to go back to the Lakers. A lot of people believe that, but he is flirting with the idea of the Warriors right now.
Give me LeBron, dude. I want him.
Yeah, again, like it's where the Lakers can offer him more money. And
Can I get you to come around on this, bro?
No, because I don't think it's going to happen.
No, but not think. Can I get you to come around on it? Because I know you don't like the idea of it.
Think of a player you hated for most of your time as a Giants fan.
The Dodgers.
Yeah, but like a player.
No, I got you. I said it.
Okay.
A player that I didn't like for the whole time I was a dude. Paul LaDuca.
Okay. How would you feel if he joined the Giants?
Not great.
That's how I feel about LeBron.
Yeah, but like, dude. Okay, but if you ask me, like, how would I feel if, like, Ohtani joined?
Well,
I'm like, that's LeBron.
Yeah, I understand. Listen, man.
Like that's what I'm saying. Also, it's the context. Like, if it's like, could they get LeBron and have Steph and Draymond, and would that be better than what they have now? Absolutely. Also, there's the cool. For our reasonings, between me and you, this would be a great dirty work topic. The older guys, don't tell anybody. The older guys, like
be quiet.
The last generation of the league, doing the thing they did in the Olympics, going, can we go for one more? Can we make noise against OKC and San Antonio and all these younger teams? It would be a really fun storyline, and Steph Curry would get to stay where, and we get to watch some really good basketball.
Don't get me wrong, dude. It would be very cool, and I know the Bay Area would love this. I think that some people will be conflicted like me, where LeBron was the enemy 10 years ago in the finals.
I got room for you on this wagon, bro. There's plenty of. I'm saving you.
I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that we could talk about it.
I don't think it will either.
It's interesting, but I think at the end of the day, I know there was a lot of stuff going on with Jeannie Buss and LeBron James and how the front office thought about LeBron and not giving him the heads up that he was going. They were going to move on from Anthony Davis and getting Luka Doncic, but I don't know, dude. I think that at the end of the day, he's going to go back to the Lakers. It's the best opportunity for him to win. I just don't think he's going to come to the Warriors.
Yeah, 808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is that something you'd want? Would you tolerate or endorse that move? Otherwise, I just think we're looking at the end and the fade out. There's just not much there to help. I feel
There's also Kawhi.
We don't have to. We got to take a break.
Yeah.
We don't have time to get into Kawhi. We don't have
The answer
time.
is no.
Danny, do we have time to get into Kawhi, Danny? No.
The answer is no.
It's
5 o'clock.
It's 5 o'clock. Okay, what was I supposed to do here? How about I take a break?
Let's do that.
When we come on back, we do have a dirty work dial to get into. Also, Maria Gordado is going to join us at 5:15, plus Peter Hartleb at 5:30. It's Dirty Work. We are live from the patio at 58 Social on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The one and only Dusty Baker joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss his new book, Crossroads. Listen to the interview on thesportsleader.com or the Sports Leader app.
Hold up. My mom's in there. Oh. She about to go to work, though.
Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work with you from the patio at 58 Social. I can only assume that that clip was played for Pat H. It's Friday. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing to do.
He's got a job now.
I know
Come
he does.
on
We
now.
know he has a job because, don't forget, Pat H texted me. Actually, my dad texted me one time. Like a month and a half ago, he texted me randomly one afternoon.
H on a Friday.
No, he just says, hey, your friend Patrick is here. I said, what? He said, your friend Patrick's here to fix my internet. And I said, Patrick, the only Patrick I know by name is my brother-in-law, Patrick, and he would. My dad wouldn't text me about him being at his house, or he wouldn't be fixing his internet, nor would he call him my friend.
Exactly, yeah.
And then my dad says, he says to tell you it's Pat H. And simultaneously, Pat H texts Tim Webb a photo from my dad's garage of, like, all my trophies from, like, Little League trophies. I'm like, yo, H.
That's a little much, Pat H.
And then my favorite is that he says, yeah, and Adam's dad's kind of rushing me. He says he's got to record a podcast.
Good
and I'm
Lord,
like,
man.
Dude, he was rushing Pat, and Pat stopped to take a photo of stuff in the garage.
He's leaving you a bad review now.
Yeah, dude. That's pretty funny. And the Pat H shows up later. He's like, he's going to need some more work on that thing. But I got him up and running, but that thing's not going to hold.
Going through all, like, your old toys and everything? Good Lord.
That thing is it's not going to hold. We're live on the patio of 58 Social.
It's not protocol. Come on.
We do see Pat more than most other people.
We do. We're supposed to see
We're
Dwayne.
spoiled.
No Dwayne from Stockton here. No George in Frisco. Only Pat shows up.
Yeah, but I can't get mad at those guys.
No, I can't get mad. I love them, too.
Because it's Friday. They got jobs. They got stuff to do.
That is true.
Pat H is here hanging with us.
They got to sling some beds.
George in Frisco hanging out with some puppies, dude. Or whatever.
And they were adorable.
Dude, Dwayne is slanging beds, dude. And I know he's doing well on a Friday. Hope everybody else is as well. Pregame coming up at 6:15. We got first pitch at 7:15. Those are the things I say when I'm vamping. So that I can find.
Do you need something, Copes?
No. You're good, dude. You're good. I got it all ready, Derek. If you just give me, dude, I need you to.
Okay, real quick. We didn't bring this up because we don't care about Brandon Ayuk. I mean, obviously he's going to leave the 49ers at some point.
Personally, I feel for him.
Yeah, I guess.
And I feel for him and all that money he's
We're tired of the story. We'll talk about it more maybe on Monday where, Nick Wagoner and Matt Barrows has said some stuff recently about, will they release him eventually? Matt Barrows still think there's a chance they could trade him. Matt Barrows also saying that it can't just be where Brandon Ayuk just shows up randomly to the facility. Because he's on the left team list, he has to be reinstated by the NFL or the 49ers. He has to give them a heads up at least. But I don't know if he could go to other teams' facilities. Brandon Ayuk was posting a photo today of himself in Washington, D.C. He's in the back of a van. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but he's in Washington.
Somebody better set an Amber Alert out or something, dude. He's in the back of a van?
Yeah, exactly. He posted 2 photos of himself on IG with him in the back of a van. And it says that his location is Washington, D.C., saying, how could you cross me? I never understand what he's saying in these posts. But it looks like he's going to meet with Jaden Daniels. I'm not sure he's meeting with the Commanders. I don't know if he's allowed to do that. But, yeah, Brandon Ayuk in the Washington, D.C. area.
Still confused about his whole rant, dude. The Niners are running from the belt. And
They're
as I told
stupid.
You,
They're
as a kid whose grandma would get the belt, you're supposed to run from the belt. You don't run towards
It's
the
understandable if you run away from the belt.
Yeah, I just Brandon Ayuk is handled this very poorly. He's not going to get a contract. He'll have to play a year or some portion of time with anybody to prove he can still be any portion or form of the player that he was prior to all this.
I mean, he's making minimal money this year. Like, whatever Kyler Murray got with the Minnesota Vikings this year, that's what Brandon Ayuk's looking at with the Commanders. So,
yeah, but Kyler Murray already got a much bigger contract.
Right, exactly.
From Arizona. It wasn't all guaranteed, but he got a huge amount of money.
Exactly. So that doesn't matter. I'm just saying, as far as what the Commanders will give him. Yeah, exactly.
His little heart could buy.
So we'll see. I honestly, it's all coming through Brandon Ayuk and a lot of the media members, but I don't even know if the Commanders are interested. I got to believe there's a connection there, obviously, with Jaden Daniels and Adam Peters.
If you're a team that didn't have to pay him anything but, make him make the team and pay him the minimum on a prove-it deal, aren't there a lot of teams that would take him?
No. I mean, honestly, just based off of the injury.
No, but I think my point is, if he has to make the team, I'm not saying a contract. I'm saying you sign a guy and it's no harm. The Odell Beckham Jr. situation.
Gotcha,
in New York, where you're okay, that's my logic. Is in the NFL, there are guys, because he hasn't done anything criminal per se. He's been really obnoxious.
You just
and
haven't
loud.
seen him play in 2 years.
Exactly. It's more about the play. What I'm saying
Right.
is nothing he's done vocally outside of be obnoxious to the 49er fans and to us and how he's talked about this stuff. I don't think he's done anything that would preclude any other team from saying we can't have this guy anywhere near our organization. Like, it's not the Antonio Brown situation.
No.
It's just a loud, annoying, he wants out, he's trying to make noise to get out. He made noise when he wanted a contract. So, like, what I'm saying is, if I'm a team that's like, yeah, okay, we'll give him an opportunity in camp. We'll let him try to make the team. And I don't mean this year, maybe it's next year.
Right.
But if Odell Beckham Jr. can come back and try to make a team, and obviously he's not made this type of noise, I think there are teams that would look to see if Brandon Ayuk's services were valuable enough. He is a good blocking receiver. There are receivers that I think are probably, even if he's not the same guy he was before the injury, are probably still worse than him on NFL rosters.
I would say, though, 2 years ago, the talent outweighed the headache. Like, yes.
Agreed. No, there was no headache until the contract.
Well, I mean, like, for the Niners' perspective, yes, there was, because he was posting photos with himself with Jaden Daniels.
But that was in the contract to negotiate. I'm saying
Exactly.
until after the Super Bowl.
Right, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I would say, like, it's different with Odell because he's trying to prove himself all over again and try to get back in the league. With Brandon Ayuk, it feels like he deserves this, where really it's where he's coming off a major injury. So I would say some teams might be interested, but I think majority of them wouldn't want to touch him. I think the only team that's really interested is Commanders, but I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that from Dan Quinn or Adam Peters, so it's really just coming from Brandon Ayuk's camp.
Well, he's on another team. Technically, his rights are still owned by another team, so they wouldn't say that publicly.
Yeah.
My point is,
true,
if
yeah.
I know the NFL, and you know the NFL, Derek, if he proves he can do something, teams are going to give him a chance.
Of course.
Yeah.
But he has to prove it.
Yeah, that's right. And so he's saying, get rid of me and let me go so I can prove it. And the Niners are saying, we don't have to yet, so why would we? And that's why we keep talking about this BS.
I know. And I think that Matt Barrows talked about it with a local Washington radio station.
Matt Barrows.
Matt Barrows. And he said that he still thinks there's a chance that the Niners could get something in return, maybe a 6th-round pick. I'm with Jeremy Fowler. I'm with Matt Mayoko. I'm with a lot of beat writers where I don't think that he's tradable at this point.
I'm with the listeners who have been dying all day to know when they were going to get the cue to call to find out, when they would get the cue to call to win 2 tickets to go see Anthony Jeselnik at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 21st. And so this is what my legal form says. When giving the cue to call as per legal, please be 100% sure you're saying this completely. It says also very important. It's bold. See and underlined?
Yeah, don't mess around here, Copes.
Right now, we'll take caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Caller 10 is going to win 2 tickets to see Anthony Jeselnik at the Masonic in San Francisco on November 21st of this year. That's Ken Griffey Jr.'s birthday. Danny, who else's birthday is it?
Stan Musial.
Yeah, that's right. Dude. Stan the Man Musial.
He was waiting for that one.
You can celebrate their birthdays at the Masonic. Caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 tickets to Anthony Jeselnik, furnished by Live Nation. Get the official rules at thesportsleader.com. All right, we're live from the patio at 58 Social. The Giants and the Cubs tonight at 7:15, game 1 of a 3-game series. Giants looking to build off of that incredible comeback win on Wednesday, a walk-off grand slam from Bryce Eldridge, who's in the lineup tonight batting second. Love to see that for Bryce Eldridge. When we come on back, Maria Gordado covers the Giants for MLB.com. She's going to join us here on the patio. Then at 5:30, Peter Hartlaub, the pop culture critic for the Chronicle, joins us, and then we'll get a little Dirty Work dial going before Giants pregame. Maria Gordado next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on The Sports Leader.
Derek Papa here. You ever drive around and see some of these attorney ads on billboards? They're so cheesy. A guy with a guitar saying he's the attorney who rocks. You're not going to take those guys seriously. You don't even know if these attorneys are based in the Bay Area. You don't even know if they're based in this state. So why not use the best attorneys we hope you never need that are based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years in the Dolan Law Firm? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So please be careful. Let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's billion with a biggity B. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and of course, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Let's get back to dirty work with Copes and Depop, live from 58 Social at Oracle Park before tonight's Giants game on the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Friday from 58 Social on the patio. I guess on the patio of 58 Social.
Yeah.
We're at Oracle Park, getting ready for the Giants and the Cubs game one of a 3-game series, a 6-game homestand. Following one of the most exciting moments, it was the most exciting moment of
Hands
2026.
down, yes.
Joining us here on the patio is Maria Gordato. She covers the San Francisco Giants for MLB.com. Maria, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
So Wednesday, how much of your story was written before you had to redo it? I'll tell you what, we had a show planned, and then we're like, man, it's going to be a lot of calls about how angry people are, and boy, did things flip fast in about 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. We only do running gamers if, the team wins. So
Yeah.
I was actually totally unprepared because I was like, oh, I'm off the hook. I'll be okay. And then I was like, as I was watching the rally develop, I was like, oh, man, I better start writing because you kind of had the sense that, once Bryce Eldridge got to the plate, something was going to happen just because he's kind of built for those moments. Even though he is kind of a 21-year-old rookie, he wants to be at that plate with the game on the line. So, once he kind of got up there, I was like, oh, man, I got to be prepared. Then sure enough, he kind of hit the walk-off grand slam, became the youngest player in Major League history to ever do that. So it was pretty incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a game quite like that. So that's the cool thing about this sport. You never really know what you're gonna see when you come to the ballpark. So it's always fun.
And different than almost any other sport in terms of in basketball, you'd know if you weren't coming back from 50 in the fourth quarter because the clock's ticking down. In baseball, you gotta count the outs, and they were down 9-1. I've been putting into context that at bat because I was here on Wednesday. I was also here Monday night. And obviously, the bullpen and the pitching situation Monday was weird, but the way the game ended with Bryce up, runners on first and third, I think is what it was. He would have been the winning run had he hit a home run, right, in that game or in that situation. He could have put him up then. He struck out on a couple of pitches, took down the middle, then a swing and a miss. But I think about that moment and then into the moment on Wednesday and how these are the opportunities I think everybody's wanted to see from him. And he's answered the call so much so he's batting second today.
Yeah, and it's funny because when we talked to him after his big hit on Wednesday, that was the first thing he said. He was kind of like, I was mad about the way that the game ended on Monday. I was really kind of kicking myself, and I really wanted another opportunity to come up in a similar spot. And he was like, I only had to wait 2 days for it. But it was clear that he learned from it because he was kind of ready for it, and he was kind of hoping he would get a chance to see Gus Varland, but he ended up, I think, placing a lefty. But he was ready for it. He was looking at his batting order, and he knew that he was going to have an opportunity to come up in the ninth. So. I think it just kind of shows you, the type of competitor he is, and also how quickly he can just kind of adapt and make adjustments, and be willing to grow, and that's really impressive for a 21-year-old kid.
And he's also very confident. I think when he was called out or called up or about a month ago, he said his swing is sexy again. So, in the post game, I think the quote that got a lot of attention was him saying he wants to be the face of the franchise. What do you think that quote means for this team going forward?
I think it's huge. I think it's something that we all kind of hoped he would develop into when they first drafted him in the first round in 2023. But, there have been a lot of first-round picks who haven't really quite panned out for the Giants in recent years. So to see him kind of not be hungry to be that guy, I think is really refreshing. And he's someone who's really confident, but not arrogant, not cocky. He just kind of really believes in himself, and I think that's just kind of a trademark of all players that end up being great in this game. So. I think it's really a big deal for this organization. I think it kind of definitely felt like it was the start of a new era, or a little bit of a coming out party for him. So, I think it's definitely his kind of first signature moment, but I wouldn't expect it to be the last just because we know how talented he is. So it's going to be fun to kind of see him continue to develop, see him continue to get more comfortable in the big leagues.
Maria Gordato, the voice you hear, covers the Giants for MLB.com. Okay, Jung Hoo Lee's the other one. I should have mentioned, too, Bryce Eldridge, I think coming into today is at a 17-game on-base streak, which is awesome because he's drawing walks. He's in there batting second. Jung Hoo Lee, an 18-game hitting streak, drew his first walk on Wednesday since May the 3rd. I don't think I've ever – we've seen 18-game hit streaks. They're rare, but I don't think I've ever seen a Giant as hot during a streak as Jung Hoo Lee is. I know he's been kind of secretive about what changes he's made. He doesn't want to talk too much about it. For me, it seems like he's just doing what the defense is giving him. He'll go the other way. He'll go up the middle, but he's been a really good situational hitter in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. He actually talked a little bit about how even when he kind of landed on the injured list with the back issue, it wasn't like he was kind of completely shut down. He was actually getting into doing some work with the trajectory machine and kind of making sure he was still simulating at bats against pitchers. And he kind of said that helped him stay kind of stay locked in. And I think another thing that just helped him is just getting more comfortable with the league. He's now in his third year, but it's really kind of his second year because he missed
37 games
most of the
year
first
one,
year
yeah.
with the season-ending shoulder injury. So I think just him being a little bit more comfortable, knowing the league and knowing the pitchers a little bit better is probably something that has really helped him too. And we all just knew that he had this in him. I mean, there's a reason the Giants invested like $113 million in him when he was coming over for Korea. They kind of knew that the elite bat-to-ball skills were there. So it is cool to kind of see him, put it all together. And we know he's such a fan favorite here in San Francisco. So when he's going good, I think it really makes a big difference in just the electricity in the ballpark and the atmosphere. So yeah, that's been a really positive development for the team.
As good as that moment was on Wednesday, me and Copes were talking about, they were down 9-1. It was a great moment for...
They did give up 10 runs.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
And Bryce Eldridge, that great moment, what it means for the future, but the 13 games below 500. So for you, what's the most important thing the rest of the season? Is it the growth of Bryce Eldridge, the young players on this team? Is it still to still be competitive? What is the most important thing for the remainder of the season, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think it probably is more so kind of the focusing on developing players who are going to be here, just because, just given where they are in the standings, I think it's kind of to be expected that there are probably going to be some changes at the trade deadline, whether it be moving guys like Arise or Robbie Ray. And I think that we know that, they do have some foundational pieces to build around moving forward, specifically Eldridge. And then, we'll see what happens with kind of the three main veterans that they've committed to long term, Chapman, Devers, and Adames. Obviously, they're going to need those guys to kind of keep producing. And then I think that they need a little bit more from the pitching staff, obviously. I mean, I think the bullpen has been a huge liability this month, and I think that's one of the reasons why they haven't really kind of been able to get hot, even though the offense has kind of come alive recently. So if they can kind of find more, ways to kind of patch some of those holes that they have in the rotation, I think that'll go a long way. But I think it's starting to feel like it's more of a development season now.
Yeah.
We'll see who else kind of we'll end up seeing before the end of the season. There's some guys at AAA, I think, who could still maybe get some call-up at some point, so we'll see where that goes.
Maria Gordano with us here on the patio of 58 Social. I don't want to, you mentioned a couple guys. You mentioned Arise and Robbie Ray. And anybody who's on any team, if your team is not in the playoff race and you're an expiring contract and a veteran that could help somebody, they become a potential trade piece. But we've seen Buster and his willingness to trade either prospects like he did last year for Devers. We saw him even trade Camilo Doval, who was under contract to the Yankees last year, got some more pieces, and an expiring deal for Tyler Rogers that got back Buto and I think, what was his name? The other right-hander out of Tennessee. He's in AAA now. I'm blanking on
Blade Tidwell.
Blade Tidwell, dude. Yeah, Blade Tidwell. Thank you. Appreciate that, Maria. I don't ever do this. Radio shows, I mean. The question I have is, do you think or perceive that there's somebody else on the roster like this year's version of Camilo Doval? Because they do have a weird roster crunch. I don't want to suggest that they're shopping Elliot Ramos or anything like that, but it would alleviate something. It would allow you to make a decision with Casey in the offseason, more versatility. Do you just see that there's anybody else like that could net them maybe a bigger return, but is not just a one-year rental?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the guy would be Logan Webb. I mean, but that would be kind of full teardown mode, and I think it's kind of hard to see the Giants going that route, just because they do have these big commitments to the guys like
they're not constructed
Chapman,
like that.
Devers.
Yeah, right.
So they are kind of built to win now. The problem is that they got off to such a poor start that they're now buried in the standings, and it's kind of hard to see them kind of getting out of that. But I mean, Logan Webb is someone who obviously is under contract for, I believe, 2 more seasons at a very, very, very reasonable rate considering what free agent pitchers are commanding these days, and he's looked awesome since he came back from the injured list.
Yeah.
But like I said, I feel like it's kind of hard to see the Giants actually pulling that lever, especially since they are still drawing really well. But yeah, I mean, if there was going to be anyone on this team who could command a really significant return package, it would be Logan Webb.
Obviously, the bullpen has had their issues this season, and Ryan Walker's back. He's had the 3 blown saves this season, 7 last year. Played pretty well in AAA, but with the way that things have gone, I know that there was obviously a lot of discussion about the way things went down on Monday with Keaton Wynn. Probably still see him in that closer spot along with Caleb Killian. What do you think Ryan Walker's role will be once he gets comfortable and back up here?
Yeah, Tony Vitello said that he's going to slot in as more of a fireman guy for now. We saw him go 1+ at AAA, so it seems like he was really kind of able to take advantage of that time in the minors to kind of just reset, work on some mechanical changes. That he went to Arizona to work in the pitching lab and things like that, and said he kind of changed some things to kind of help him stay on direction, and I think you saw some much better results when he went to Sacramento. But yeah, I mean, he told us that his goal is to kind of eventually pitch his way back into high leverage situations and eventually reclaim that closer role. I think he's kind of knows that it will, he'll have to earn it in order to get back in that spot. But that's his goal. But yeah, Tony Vitello did name Caleb Killian the closer, which is I think pretty significant because they kind of shied away from having defined roles in that bullpen. But I think that they're kind of realizing that I think they need to try something different just because that group has struggled a bit. So I think that they're going to try to map things out a little bit more and see if that kind of helps guys perform, just knowing that when they're going to come into games and things like that. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. I mean, Caleb Killian has had some bright spots. He's also had some struggles, so we'll see how he handles kind of knowing that he's going to be getting the ball in the ninth from now on.
Okay, just to clarify, because we've been sitting out here on the patio doing the show, I didn't see this bit of news. Tony Vitello has named Caleb Killian the closer. That was this afternoon, Maria?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so he just said he's going to be the guy in the ninth going forward? Because we were asking that same question today. I didn't assume they'd put Walker in there today if they had that situation, but I think it is a fair question. And this is what you want. What I've wanted, even if at some point he loses the role, is allow a guy to sit there and try to figure it out. If it doesn't work out, you try to find other guys to put there, but you need something solid on the back end to develop the other roles. Maria Gordado, the voice you hear, does a great job covering the Giants for MLB.com and just told us Tony Vitello has named Caleb Killian the closer. Maria, thanks so much for the time.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Peter Hartlaub of the Chronicle joins us. Dirty Work on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
live from 58 Social at Oracle Park. This is Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on the Sports Leader.
To infinity and beyond.
Dirty Work with you from the patio of 58 Social on a Friday afternoon. And a Friday afternoon in the middle of June, no better time to talk to one of our favorite guys.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to leave somebody out. You know what I mean? This wasn't that Hartlob's not our favorite.
Top
it's
five, I'd say. Top
five. Josh, I can't hear anything now. Not even me. There we go. Peter Hartlob of the San Francisco Chronicle, the pop culture critic, joins us on the UMA guest line. Peter, great to have you on, man. How you been, dude?
What's up, Peter?
Oh, I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing well, man. This is your time of year, huh? This is your time to shine. Summertime movies, concerts in the park, hanging out in a quad somewhere where they're showing all the World Cup games. That's what Hartlob lives for in my mind.
Yeah, I just got back from Rush. I drove
nice.
one-day turnaround to see the band Rush down at the Fabulous Forum, which I hadn't been in the Forum since I think it was an LA Sparks game in '98. And I was expecting it to be totally run down. Like, I thought it would be like, going to Oakland Arena, and really old, super old video board and stuff. It's nice. Yeah. It's nice there now. It's just a concert venue now, and it's like being in a nice theater. I was shocked.
Dude, how was Peart? You sound good?
No, dude, too soon. It's only been 9 years.
Too soon, I know. I was
deceased.
Yeah,
but his replacement,
Annika
Annika Miles, was fantastic, and the Rush family welcomed her, and she was just hitting all the drum fills. Like, seeing, first of all, I've been to probably 15 Rush shows. This is the first one where I saw a bathroom line for the women's bathroom. That has never happened in a Rush show that I've seen. So there were actually women there. There's a woman drummer now who has taken over, and she just crushed it. Fans loved her.
Well, I was sort of riffing, but you went with such a good answer now. I'll just segue to this, dude. Speaking of, did you hear or see, or have you listened to it yet? We were talking Sublime launched or dropped their first album in 30 years today.
I haven't heard it. I was on a very long car ride home, and I was listening to some KNBR, listening to a lot of podcasts, and then I listened to a new Olivia Rodrigo album, but I'm aware of it, and like when I'm in the right mood, I'm going to check it out. Have you listened?
Derek said he heard some today. He listened on the way in.
I've heard some of the singles. I mean, I guess it's Jake, the son of Bradley. He sounds just like him, so it feels like Sublime 30 years ago.
Oh, that's great. So you liked what you heard?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the old songs, and if as long as it lives up to Sublime back in the day, then I'm happy with it.
Personally, I miss Rome, but we'll learn to live with it.
I like the son. It's not like just bringing in some dude. And,
right,
and
exactly.
I mean, if there's a good story behind it, like Journey when they brought in the guy off YouTube. That was a great story.
Yeah, it was.
And having the son come in, it's a good story. I don't know if I'm as excited about new music as I am that, like, okay, now I can go and kind of replicate the experience. But I'll check it out for sure.
Yeah, you never know when the sun fills in, Peter. It could be hit or miss.
You never know when they give the son the mic. What's going to happen, dude? You never quite tell.
Bad examples of that.
Yeah, dude. I got one right now. I got two of them right here.
Oh man.
Yeah, dude. So we were joking. We were joking about not joking, but we were talking about the movies that were coming out this summer.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's going to be a good summer of movies. And Derek, what were the top three you mentioned, Derek? You're like, I can't wait to see.
Disclosure Day, which comes out today. I am interested in Toy Story 5.
Which I asked the question, Peter. Is it where will it rank among the number 5 iterations of movies all time? Will it top? Is it better than Rocky 5, but not as good as Fast and the Furious 5? It remains to be seen.
So many bad 5s. I mean, Star Trek 5 is the worst one. Rocky 5 is an abomination.
Pretty bad.
I mean, it just doesn't exist. Everybody involved says that one doesn't exist. I'm cautiously optimistic. There hasn't been a bad one, and Toy Story 3, I was convinced it was going to be. I'm like, why are they doing this again?
Yeah, should have been.
And that was like a top 5 Pixar film. It's so good, and it's dark. So I'm keeping an open mind. I thought the last one was fine. So keeping an open mind. This is a weird summer though, because first of all, more money, more box office, and I'm stoked because I love movie theaters more than the movies.
Yeah.
And the box office this year already is, the first 2 quarters are both higher than anything since the pandemic. They're like almost pre-pandemic numbers. But the movies, like, it's nothing that anybody expects. And I'm so glad I didn't have to write a summer movie preview, because I might have left out Backrooms. And that's, Backrooms and Obsession are the hit of the summer. And the weird thing is that, Mandalorian and Grogu bombed, but Obsession, the first 3 weeks, it kept making more and more money. And that doesn't happen anymore. I mean, now with streaming, usually the first weekend is the big thing. It drops, 50 to 70% and then goes to streaming. Obsession kept making more money each week. And that's like, from my childhood, like, Sister Act debuted in 4th place.
Yeah.
And then by like the 12th week, it was, sold out. It's
word of mouth. Yeah,
So, like,
word of mouth would do it,
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
People kept going.
Word of mouth is back. And I think what it is just like, make a good movie. Project Hail Mary was a good movie. It made its money back. Mandalorian Grogu was garbage, and it didn't, So make a good movie.
Talking to Peter Hartlaub on the Uma Guest Line. I think the biggest movie maybe of the summer is going to be The Odyssey, but you mentioned you love movie theaters and local movie theaters. The Alamo Drafthouse and The Mission is one of my favorites. Have you heard about them renaming it in honor of Christopher Nolan?
Yeah, I saw this.
Christopher Nolan Cinema, even though he has no ties to the Bay Area?
I haven't heard that. I think it's weird. And they're doing weird stuff over there. They like have replaced people bringing you your food and ordering with a QR code. And I mean, and you're in a, like, inside a theater, and you got to turn the phone on and the light. And they've made some bad decisions there lately. I love the whole idea of and they were real innovators, along with the old Parkway speakeasy, of just load people up with booze and have pretty good food. But I'm not too excited about what they're doing over there. And last time I went over there was a power outage. I missed Kill Bill 1 and 2. I took the day off. I was really bummed. Not their fault. It's a PG&E problem.
Yeah. I'm happy to take them down anytime you want. We can take shots at PG&E, dude. All for 4 hours a day for a week. Let me ask you this though, Peter. Alamo Drafthouse. We had an event we did there last year because they showed Dirty Work and the anniversary, and they did the director's cut version of it, and it's what Norm really wanted. It was awesome. A bunch of listeners came out with us, and we all got together. But then Derek revealed at the Alamo Drafthouse in. Where did you do your premiere?
Austin, Texas.
In Austin, Texas, Derek and his buddies in college wrote a movie called The Legend of Action Man.
Oh, God, don't do this.
Derek is in,
Don't
and
do
they got
this.
it released at the Alamo Drafthouse. Derek has an IMDb page. If we got you a copy, would you write us a review?
No. Don't. I'm not going to waste your time,
no,
Peter.
dude, no. We got it. Yeah, this would be incredible.
I'll tell you this. You send me a copy, and let's start with this.
Yeah.
Like, next time I'm on, you send me a copy. I will write a full, like, I'll write a capsule, like what would appear in the pink section.
Yes.
And I will give it an honest little man review. And I mean, Derek, we haven't like hung out, but like I feel like I know you well enough that I would give you the sleeping chair. I would be the empty chair, sleeping guy if I had to. But if I see some good in it, I come with an open heart. There's a lot of times I've been massively surprised, thinking something would just be a pile of dog crap, and then I ended up loving it. So
I'll save you the
I
time,
will give
Peter.
it an honest review, and I will write it like as a chronicle capsule. I mean, I'll take the assignment seriously, and then I will give it the little man
rating.
review.
Yeah,
we'll start there.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's start with that.
All right. I think you'll be much kinder than the people that left reviews on Amazon through the years.
Yeah, dude, it says it's available on Amazon, like, to buy, and there's some of the reviews
Only
are,
our moms
are
have
pretty
bought
funny.
copies, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really big on, though, like, you gotta, so when you do show this theater to the public, you gotta match the movie with the theater.
Exactly.
Like,
Right.
I mean, there is nowhere to see I Love Boosters or Freaky Tales except the Grand Lake Theater. Maybe the new Parkway.
Great call.
And I got to say, I Love Boosters is probably making half of its money in the nation in the Grand Lakes second screen upstairs. Because I went on the third week, and it was packed. But, I mean, certain movies you got to see in certain places. So I think you got to match your, probably not a Roxy film. You probably want to show that at maybe the 4-star packet with your listeners.
Yeah,
and then do a double feature with Dirty Work. I think that's just fun.
See, that's exactly the way to go.
That's not bad. So, Peter, I was going to ask you about I Love Boosters. I remember years ago I was texting you about Sorry to Bother You because I'm a big Boots Riley guy, lead singer of The Coup, and I was trying to get him on with my pops at Bonte. And now he comes out with a new movie, I Love Boosters. I live over by the Grand Lake Theater. Haven't seen it yet. What's your review of I Love Boosters?
I loved it. I mean, but like the first film, I walked away like he needs a producer. And he has a producer, obviously, but he needs. Yeah. I think one of the great gifts is that like Jordan Peele, and he's like an independent Jordan Peele, and that he can do whatever he wants. He can make the movie, probably as long as he wants. And I feel like they needed to cut like 15 minutes, and the third act is not as good as the first two. Just the visuals, the surreal elements, the production design, the Keke Palmer performance, all of those things are worth seeing it. But it's a lot like Sorry to Bother You, where I'm like, I had a great time seeing it with a crowd that loved it, and it was a real Oakland experience.
Yeah.
I think it's just like someone telling him no a couple times, not too many times, but a couple times away from being, a great film. It may still be a great film. 10 years from now, we may be talking about it differently. But I've thoroughly enjoyed it. But once again, like the last film, I'm like, loved it. He needs someone saying no to him. Maybe he has people saying no to him. Maybe he needs one more person saying no to him.
Not to spoil the last movie, Sorry to Bother You, but there's any weird horse stuff in this movie?
No. There's weird stuff though.
Okay. Bad for the horse.
I mean, in a good way. In a good way, like in a way that you feel like you've stepped into another, alternate metaverse, whatever. Yeah. Except in Oakland and with a shoplifting theme. In a great way, though. I mean, it's all, you really love the characters, and they clearly were having a good time making it. That's half of it.
Peter Hartleb with us, the pop culture critic from the Chronicle. Last one for you, Peter. Just circling back to the Odyssey, which might be the biggest movie of the summer. I mean, dude, Christopher Nolan's out of his mind. I mean, the Dark Knight's great. But this guy's making Inception. I was like, this guy's a lunatic. Then he made Tenet, which I still don't understand. They stop it like 8 times to tell you what's going on. And then, of course, he makes Oppenheimer. Of course, wins Best Director and Best Picture and all that. Maybe no greater source material than a 3,000-year-old poem. How do you think this is going down, dude? I mean, what are we getting from this guy?
It's Christopher Nolan. I mean, he's got a track record, and it goes back to what I was saying. Make good movies. He's made a string of good movies. Even Tenet, I didn't understand it either, but I had a great time.
That was fun.
And The Odyssey. I mean, The Odyssey is the book you did not want to read when you were in high school, and it's the movie everybody wants to go see because he makes good movies. He knows how to, cut a trailer, and that's it. I mean, the Sheep movie, Sheep Detectives. I didn't want to see it, and then I started seeing it, good reviews. A couple people told me it was good. I went and saw it. I told everybody it's awesome. So make good movies, and I think that's the problem with the MCU and the Star Wars movies, because they had people so tied in that they just go to the movie to watch the stinger at the end of it to, learn something about Captain America, and they could get people to go to bad films, but people aren't going to go to bad films over and over. So make good films, and that's what Christopher Nolan does. That's what Jordan Peele does. I'm so glad I didn't call him Jordan Poole. I always switch those two. And then Denis Villeneuve makes good films. You can trust it. So Joseph Kosinski, fully entertaining. Top Gun Maverick, F1, you know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be packed. I think that's going to be a massive film. The new Spider-Man will be massive. Toy Story will be massive, and hopefully we'll get these independent theaters to stick around for a while. Buy the big popcorn bucket for $40 and keep them around.
Peter Hartleb, the voice you hear, pop culture critic for the Chronicle. Can't keep getting us to see bad movies. Hold my beer. Just watch. Well, watch me, Peter, because I'll go do it, dude. I will personally get you a copy of The Legend of Action Man, and we're gonna get that review done. And we'll talk to you maybe sometime after the summer. We'll put it up against some of these the Odyssey and Spider-Man and whatnot.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry.
I will take the assignment very seriously if you get me a copy.
I'm sure you will.
I'm
sure you will, Peter.
You're the best, Peter. We'll talk to you soon, man.
Thank you, Peter.
All right, we'll talk later. Bye.
All right, there you go. The great Peter Hartleb of the San Francisco Chronicle.
Doing that to him.
I'm doing it to him. We're going to do it to you.
Yeah.
This is incredible. I haven't seen it.
I appreciate that Peter's taking the time to do that.
You know that he would be the nicest to do it too, because he'd watch it from like the lens
Yeah.
of you making it in college, in the time that it came out. He would compare it to like what he thought you were trying to go for.
Right.
But I also like would love to see it because he's really good. He's funny in his writing.
Yeah, and I mean, Peter like has known me through the years. We never like hung out or anything, so he doesn't know my personality. So I don't know if that's gonna come through with the movie. But yeah, I'll see if my buddy Andy has copies. I'm sure he's got like a box of DVDs somewhere.
Do you remember that it might have been the first year or the second year that like Mahomes was a starter? The year where they were supposed to play that game in Mexico City, Rams and Chiefs.
Yes.
And they ended up moving it to L.A.
Yes.
Because the field wasn't up to snuff or something like
Yep,
that.
yep.
I missed most of that game because I went to see a sneak preview of Creed. It was either 2 or 3. Probably 2.
Probably 2.
Probably 2 at that year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went to see Creed 2 with my dad and my brother. Maybe my sister was there. But Peter Harlow was there next to me, sitting next to me reviewing it. And he was like with his kid. Dude, his kid, they had gone to dinner earlier, and his son, he was probably like 10 or 11 at the time. Dude, he pulls out of like his sleeve like a dinner roll or something he had.
Okay.
And he like hollowed it out and like had like candy in it or something like that. He like had like snacks.
Wow.
He tell you like
Was
brought
he
snacks. He was like ready to go. No, I looked at Harlow. I was like, look at your kid. He's like, I know. He's like, he's got it. Look at him. He's like kind of proud.
As he should be.
Sneak preview. It wasn't one of the. Don't worry. It was a big theater. It wasn't.
I was going to hope he had pulled out the NBA grab bag there.
No, he did no. No, dude, I got it delivered to the station. Don't you
Okay,
remember?
all right.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday from the patio of 58 Social. We got a little bit of time left, and I think since we made Josh lug it all the way down here, we may as well do it. It's the Dirty Work dial. It's got a whole bunch of stuff on it.
Josh is like, what?
It's got nothing. It's got nothing to do with the NBA grab bag. It's nothing like it. And we'll do it next before the Giants start a 3-game series with the Cubs, only here on the Sports Leader.
Oh.
You need something, Danny?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, talking Taco Bell. We talk pizza now, we'll talk Taco Bell. You like Taco Bell? You like tacos? You like Josh, you like a bean burrito with light onions or easy onions and maybe some extra red sauce. If you're somebody who enjoys Taco Bell and you enjoy the ballpark, why haven't you downloaded the Taco Bell app and redeemed those points right here at the corner of 3rd and Townsend? You got to download the Taco Bell app. They're going to unlock, or you will unlock, rewards and exclusive access. You'll also earn points on every order you make in the app, at a kiosk, or in the drive-thru. Plus, when you join the Taco Bell rewards, they're just going to hook you up with some free food. They'll give you, just for signing up, a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, or a beefy 5-layer burrito, or, listen up, a soft taco for free. Who else is giving you free food just for signing up? Taco Bell, that's who. And what's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Rhetorical question, Derek. The answer is nothing. Plus, best place to redeem those points just off 3rd and Townsend, a block from the ballpark, the Taco Bell Cantina. It's the perfect spot for a pregame bite and drink. We did it today before walking over to the yard. We're here right now. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a cold beer, keep the good times rolling, and make sure you check out that brand new Taco Bell Cantina in Fisherman's Wharf for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And as always, don't forget to live Moss.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday. We're with you a little longer today because we got Giants pregame against the Cubs coming up at 6:15. So we'll be with you until then. Why don't we end the week? Danny really wanted to play a replay of Richard Willie, and I said, no, Derek.
No.
The people don't want that, Danny.
That's the hit of the week, Dan. Come
Danny,
on.
you don't have to play a replay. It's like Kyle Shanahan. It's Rich. We love Rich, but he's not coaching the Niners.
No. Before we get to the dirty work, Dell,
okay, yeah.
we